What is it like to have a girlfriend who was a stark contrast as a CEO? Clearly, she is an icy beauty who keeps people at a distance. But as soon as she gets home, she will drop all pretenses for me and become a sweet little wife. Every time this happens, I feel extremely guilty in my heart, just because in my past life, I ignorantly insisted on being with Xia Yanran, which led to the possessive Shang Ruyan forcing herself to death by jumping into the sea. In the end, although I successfully ended up with Xia Yanran, little did I know that Xia Yanran not only secretly supported her first love, but also conspired with him to destroy my family. It was only then that I realized how kind Shang Ruyan's love was. So in this life, I have decided to treat Shang Ruyan well and make Xia Yanran pay the price. At this moment, Shang Ruyan had just changed my clothes for me. I looked at myself in the mirror, and with just one glance, I took a deep breath. The young man in the mirror had messy hair, a haggard face, a scruffy beard, and looked like a greasy uncle. All because I was rejected by Xia Yanran after confessing my feelings. I have been in a slump ever since. I took out some tools from the drawer, carefully trimmed myself, and in no time, a handsome and clean young man appeared in the mirror. Meanwhile, Shang Yanyan was having breakfast with her girlfriends downstairs. Shang, not to say, what's so good about Su Qi after all? Not to mention how ugly she is. She's also always ambiguous with that girl in their class. Do you have a fetish for ugly people? Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Xinyue received a deathly stare from Shang Ruyan. What are you talking about? You seem so happy. I casually spoke, then walked down the stairs. Lu Xinyue paused slightly, turned to look, and was stunned. She never expected that Shang Ruyan would have such an exquisite little puppy hidden at home. Shang Ruyan was also momentarily stunned when I appeared, and I naturally sat opposite them, helping myself to a bowl of porridge. It's delicious. Did you cook it? I pretended to ask innocently. Shang Ruyan looked surprised. She thought I would continue to ignore her as before, with Xia Yanran on her mind. Without waiting for Shang Ruyan's response, Lu Xinyue spoke first. Hey handsome guy, you do look good, but your brain isn't quite there. Shang always has a busy schedule, so when would he have time to make porridge? This porridge must have been made by the cook. I ignored her and smiled at Shang Ruyan. Baby, is what she said true? This porridge tastes like you made it. As soon as the words baby came out, Lu Xinyue exploded. But Shang Ruyan didn't show the disgust that Lu Xinyue imagined. Instead, she nodded and said, I made it. When did you learn to cook? Lu Xinyue exclaimed. Of course, I started learning from the moment I met you. Lu Xinyue looked extremely resentful upon hearing this. After all these years of friendship, she had never eaten a meal cooked by Shang Ruyan. Hey handsome guy, can you tell me how you managed to push out Su Qi and rise to the top? Big sister, I am Su Qi. I stared at Lu Xinyue with a smile. Lu Xinyue dropped the bowl in her hand upon hearing this, staring at me in shock, pointing at me but unable to say a complete sentence. You're that ugly duckling Su Qi? How is that possible? I ignored her shock and continued to serve Shang Ruyan some vegetables. Baby, can you take me to school later? I'm going to be late. Shang Ruyan was surprised, as she had offered to take me to school before, but had always been refused. She wondered what was different today. After getting on the car, I quietly enjoyed the scenery along the way, reminiscing about some past events. But at this moment, the phone vibrated untimely, and Xia Yanran's messages popped up one after another. Su Qi, why haven't you come to pick me up yet? I'm about to be late, and my mom's medical expenses are not enough. When you have time, go to the hospital to make up for it. I was about to explain things to Xia Yanran when my phone was snatched away by Shang Ruyan. I didn't even have time to stop it, and Shang Ruyan had already seen the messages on my phone. Her eyes instantly turned cold. Then she stopped the car and made a voice call. The voice call was quickly answered, and I heard Xia Yanran's somewhat indignant voice on the other end. Su Qi, why haven't you come yet? I've been waiting for you for 10 minutes. Do you know how cold it is today? Shang Ruyan, with lowered beautiful eyes, listened quietly, then grabbed my collar and kissed me. The sound of the kiss was so suggestive that Shang Ruyan was afraid Xia Yanran wouldn't hear it, so she deliberately brought the microphone closer. With my deliberate guidance, Shang Ruyan's originally fair cheeks gradually turned red, and her voice became more and more sticky. At the same time, Xia Yanran also sensed that something was wrong. Su Qi, she called out, but no one responded, followed by bursts of shy moans. At that moment, Xia Yanran felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over her head. Su Qi, how could you do this? Although she never liked me, the reason she agreed to go to school with me was simply because it was convenient to ride in my car and enjoy the envy of passers-by. But realizing that I was being intimate with another woman at this moment, her heart felt like it had been heavily hammered. Shang Ruyan was kissed by me until she was weak all over, and it was a long time before she reluctantly begged for mercy. She took a deep breath, leaned closer to the microphone, and said something that shocked Xia Yanran to the core. Su Qi is mine. Get lost. Before Xia Yanran could react, the call was hung up. Xia Yanran angrily stomped her foot. Su Qi, you bastard. This time I won't forgive you. Absolutely not. In Xia Yanran's view, this woman is probably an actress I hired. I wanted to make her jealous in this way, to retaliate for the rejection confession not long ago. It's a boring trick. Su Qi dared to tease her like this. She would never forgive easily. Xia Yanran has already brainstormed the image of Su Qi kneeling down and crying to beg for her forgiveness. Realizing something, Shang Ruyan's willow eyebrows rose up, forcing Su Qi to ask, how many women have you kissed in the end? How else could you be so old-fashioned? You're the only one in this life. The words managed to calm all the woman's anger, and like a cat whose fur had been smoothed, the whole world winded down. Su Qi raised her eyebrows in surprise, not expecting Shang Ruyan to be coaxed by herself so simply. The driver in front of him had done his best to reduce his presence to zero, glancing carefully in the rearview mirror and mentally tisking. Today's class was incredibly difficult for Zanyan. The thought of when Su Qi would come and apologize to her was all in her head, and she always couldn't help but peek in Su Qi's direction. But it turned out that every time, she would see him minding his own business, as if he was immersed in a world without her. The only episode is in English class. Su Qi, due to the last monthly exam bottom first, pulled the class average. Was Zhao Qing scolded severely. Every time Xia Yanran will breathe a sigh of relief, thankful that they did not confirm the relationship with Su Qi. Otherwise let others know she has a boyfriend like that. How embarrassing. However, today was different from before. In the face of Zhao Qing's humiliation, Su Qi didn't say nothing like before, but promised that she would definitely be able to get first place in the midterm exam, and also made a bet with Zhao Qing. Xia Yanran let out a soft sigh. Su Qi was still too childish. With less than a week to go before midterms, how could he possibly come in first? This seems like Song Xian is still a bit more mature and better. Song Xian is also one of her suitors. In the past, every time Su Qi provoked her unhappy, she will come to find Song Xian, and then Su Qi will humbly come to beg her, and admit fault with her. Then this time will not be an exception. Before you know it, it's time for school to end at noon. Song Xian walked up to Xia Yanran and said with a bright smile, Ms. Xia, can you go to dinner with me? My treat. Xia Yanran glanced at Su Qi, driven by her vengefulness. She nodded. She wanted to show Su Qi that even without him, there were people around her rushing to please. She took Song Xian to a restaurant near the school. Normally, Su Qi would often bring her to this restaurant to eat. She also thought the restaurant had the best taste of any restaurant near the school. She just didn't know why. Not many students came in to eat. She walked into the restaurant and took a window seat, naturally taking the menu from the waiter's hand. Su Qi, go give me, she said casually while looking at the menu, but only halfway through her words did she raise her head in some embarrassment, remembering that the person who accompanied her here today was not Su Qi. Once upon a time, whenever she came to the store, she would first ask Su Qi to pour a cup of hot tea as soon as she entered the store. Every time she drank the tea, she would feel much warmer. Although she had only said half a sentence, Song Xian had already sensed something and frowned in dissatisfaction, and Xia Yanran's heart was also a little strange. Once upon a time when Su Qi was around, all she needed to do was wave her hand, and the tea would automatically be delivered to her. As she was thinking about it, she looked up, only to find Su Qi sitting at a nearby table, resting her chin and looking out the window in thought. A leap of joy went through her. Su Qi must have been unable to let her go, and came by himself to wait for her at the restaurant where the two of them most often came. Seeing her eating with Song Xian, Su Qi must have gotten inferior and didn't dare to come over. But it doesn't matter. After the meal later, she will give Su Qi a step down. Meanwhile, in the Shang family villa, Shang Ruyan sat on the sofa with a gloomy face. Expensive antique vases were shattered by her, and the servants around her trembled, not daring to breathe. Every time this time, the only person in the entire Shang family who still dares to speak is one person, and only he can calm Shang Ruyan down. But unfortunately this person is not here today. So they, the subordinates, can only silently pray that Shang Ruyan will not be too crazy. Su Qi, I told you, you're mine. Shang Ruyan's pretty face was chilly, like a female Rakshasa from hell, exuding an appalling aura. She had just gotten word that Su Qi and Xia Yanran had entered the same restaurant. Su Qi and Xia Yanran. These words could make her instantly rage whenever they appeared together. Mr. Shang, why don't we go and get young Master Su back now? The personal female assistant asked cautiously. It wasn't hard to hear a few tremors in her voice. Click. Shang Ruyan crushed the glass in her hand, her beautiful eyes filled with blood, her voice tinged with imperceptible pain and paranoia. You really are lying to me, but I, for one, will never let go of you. Even if she died, she would die with him. And in the restaurant, the meal Xia Yanran ordered was already served, and she was eating while chatting with Song Xian. Song Xian was indeed very good at chatting with girls, always able to coax Xia Yanran into a state of bliss, and the two of them kept talking and laughing. But while chatting, Xia Yanran always involuntarily glanced at Su Qi, who was not far away. Seeing her and Song Xian chatting so happily, Su Qi's heart must be very unfavorable. Thinking of this, her heart was inexplicably a bit pleased, and she deliberately laughed a bit louder. Waiting until the two had finished their meal, the waiter came over and politely said, "The dishes you two just ordered totaled $1,200. May I ask how to pay?" "What?" Song Xian stood up at once. "We just ordered 2 dishes and a soup, and it actually costs over 1,000? The waiter smiled faintly and politely said, "Two of you. All the ingredients in our restaurant are flown back from abroad on the same day, and the chef is a famous domestic chef, so this price is already very cheap." Xia Yanran also froze. The menu also did not mark the price. Once upon a time she came to this restaurant to eat. Su Qi also always settled the bill in advance. She never thought the restaurant was actually this expensive. Then wouldn't it be an astronomical amount of money that she had spent on eating at this restaurant with Su Qi for so many years? "Xia, classmate. Although I was the one who offered to treat you to dinner, but 12,000. I really can't afford it," Song Xian said with some difficulty. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this restaurant would be so expensive." Xia Yanran said guiltily, "Heart but some contempt, 12,000 cannot afford to spend. Once upon a time, when she and Su Qi came here to eat, it was all 4 dishes and 1 soup at the bottom, and Su Qi didn't say it was expensive." Song Xian sighed helplessly. "I don't have that much money on me right now. Why don't you pay first?" Having no choice but to walk over to Su Qi's side. "Su Qi, can you pay the bill for me first?" Su Qi was looking out the window at the traffic, hearing her voice before he turned his head and asked with some amusement, "Why?" Xia Yanran was annoyed in her heart. "Su Qi, aren't you here just to wait for me? Do you really want to see me unable to pay for my meal and make me embarrassed in public before you are happy? Waiting for you?" Su Qi snorted. "Why should I help you pay for your meal? What kind of relationship are we in? Aren't we friends?" Xia Yanran replied without thinking. "Didn't you always take care of me like this before?" "Sorry, I'm not obligated to pay for you." Su Qi turned her head away, not bothering with her. The waiter stood to the side and said with some difficulty, "This young lady, if you don't have enough money with you, you can call your family and have them come over to pay for it as well." Xia Yanran's face stiffened. She had never been so embarrassed. "Su Qi, just help me advance a little bit first. Consider it as me borrowing from you." She gritted her teeth and whispered, "No borrowing." Su Qi's tone was resolute. "Why?" Xia Yanran almost collapsed, questioning with incomparable aggression. Seeing that she was so unforgiving, Su Qi simply turned around and stared straight into her eyes questioningly. "Is there a proverb you haven't heard of? It's not hard to borrow again when you have borrowed and returned. Last year you said you weren't feeling well and had to go to the hospital for a physical and asked me to borrow 5,000. At the beginning of this year, you said your family needed to buy New Year's goods, and you borrowed another 10,000. Not a month later, you're going to see the concert again. The ticket, that $3,000 I don't count. The round-trip traveling expenses plus the food and drink in those few days. There's more than 10,000. Last month, you said you wanted to buy clothes for the season. Another 20,000 or so. And your mom's medical bills for all these years. Do you even count the money you borrowed from me?" Su Qi said the money that Xia Yanyan had borrowed from him for various reasons in these years one by one, and at the end of his words, his tone became incomparably cold and stern. "Have you ever paid back a sum of this money?" Xia Yanran flushed red and stammered. "But that money was clearly lent to me voluntarily by you, and you also said you didn't want me to return it. Then I want you to pay it back now. Pay it back." Su Qi raised his hand and signaled. Xia Yanran became annoyed and a few drops of crystals rolled out of her clear eyes. "Su Qi, you're too bullying. This money is obviously nothing to you. You don't have to pay me back because I have money." "Xia Yanran, your face is really quite big. The bank is full of money. Why don't you go and rob it?" Su Qi didn't want to give her a single point of face, and questioned her bluntly. "You clearly said that you would always support me." Xia Yanran's heart felt like it had been torn out, and there was constantly cool air pouring in, getting colder and colder. Su Qi was just about to tell Xia Yanran to hurry up and get lost. "Don't come to disgust people," when the waiter brought several exquisite dishes to the table. "Mr. Su, the dishes you reserved are all here. Enjoy your meal," the waiter respectfully said. Xia Yanran's eyes lit up. Su Qi must have been jealous when she saw her eating with Song Xian and deliberately said those words to get back at her. She broke into a smile and sat down opposite Su Qi. "Su Qi, if you want to invite me to dinner, just say it. Why go around such a big bend?" With that, she was about to pick up the chopsticks on the table. Right at this moment, Shang Ruyan rushed into the restaurant and threw a slap on Xia Yanran's face. Dare to covet my man. Her face was as cold as a snake and scorpion. Xia Yanran, you don't want to live? Xia Yanran was dumbfounded by the slap and subconsciously looked at Su Qi, revealing a helpless look. Once upon a time, as long as she showed this kind of look, Su Qi would protect her without any reason, and whatever request she had Su Qi would agree without saying a word. It was Su Qi who wanted to buy me dinner. Why did you hit me? She looked at Shang Ruyan and asked, but in her heart, she was already certain that Su Qi would definitely turn towards her. Su Qi frowned and stood up to grab Shang Ruyan's hand. Shang Ruyan looked stunned, couldn't help but think of the last time. She was emotionally on top of her head and moved against Xia Yanran. Su Qi didn't even think about it and stepped in to return her slap for Xia Yanran. She is accustomed to the thunder and lightning, usually dare to disobey him. The end is either death or more miserable than death. Only in the face of their own beloved. She in any case cannot be ruthless, can only silently swallow all the grievances. The surface is still the same cold and indifferent Shang Ruyan. Xia Yanran's heart was also very pleased, but on her face, she pretended to be generous. Shang Ruyan, as long as you give me an apology, I won't bother with you. In the next second, he heard Su Qi's words of extreme concern. Baby, why is your hand bleeding? He grabbed Shang Ruyan's hand, and there was indeed a new wound on his white as goat fat fingers, with blood oozing out at the slightest touch. Xianyan froze. The baby? Su Qi would actually call Shang Ruyan baby? How could he call a woman other than her by such an intimate name when he was clearly a log? Shang Ruyan also froze. She was originally raising an offense, but Su Qi's words made the bit of anger in her heart disappear. She hadn't noticed that her finger was actually injured either, and it took her a moment of recollection to remember. It was cut by a shard of a vase in the house. Nothing serious. What's not serious? It's all bleeding. Su Qi held her hand, put it on his mouth and blew. Heartbroken, the vase actually broke and let the maid clean it up. You're my baby. Seeing you hurt, my heart is going to break. His words were meaty, but his look couldn't have been more sincere. Shang Ruyan's expression instantly became even softer, but when she thought of the reason for breaking the vase, her expression went cold again. You lied to me. When did I lie to you? I prepared all these meals for you. Su Qi took out his cell phone and opened the chat box between him and Shang Ruyan. Look, I messaged you an hour ago about having lunch with you at noon. When she saw Su Qi's note to her was kiss the baby with 2 love symbols, Shang Ruyan's mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. The cell phone had been shattered by her, and never saw the message. Baby, you don't know. I was waiting here nicely for you to come over and eat with me, and she suddenly came running over and asked me to pay for her meal, and when I didn't, she sat her ass down across from me, and it was really inexplicable. With that, he wrapped his arms around Shang Ruyan, his tone gentle. Baby, you have to believe me, I'm innocent. Xia Yanran's face instantly turned red, not knowing if it was because of embarrassment or shame. She had never seen Su Qi so clingy, and since Shang Ruyan came, he hadn't looked at her again. But clearly, the last time they met Shang Ruyan together, Shang Ruyan nearly sneered at her, and Su Qi was extremely angry. Not only did he call Shang Ruyan an old woman that no one wanted, he also left Shang Ruyan alone where she was and drove her home himself. And Su Qi has always loathed Shang Ruyan, not even willing to say one more word with Shang Ruyan. Could it be that Su Qi had deliberately acted out for her in order to make her jealous? As she thought about it, she felt that this was the only possibility, and when she looked up, Su Qi had actually already walked out with Shang Ruyan. While walking, Su Qi's mouth was still rambling. Baby, I'll send you to the hospital right away. We can't let your hand leave a scar. A small injury in the district. What hospital to go to? Shang Ruyan's tone was a little twisted. Nonsense. Such a serious wound. Definitely need to go to the hospital for a checkup. You don't feel sorry for yourself. I still feel sorry for you. By the time she came back to her senses, the waiter had already walked up to her, his tone filled with intense dissatisfaction. Miss, your meal is still unpaid. She turned her head to look afterward, and Song Xian had long since disappeared. She gritted her teeth. She never spent Su Qi's money and had no savings on her at all. The attendant's gaze fell on her handbag. Miss, if you really can't get the money, you can pledge your bag. Xia Yanran was stunned and glanced at the bag in her hand. This handbag was still given to her by Su Qi last month, and since it can cover the cost of the meal, she will give it to her. Anyway, this style of bag is all crappy, so she'll just buy a new one when she gets back. After handing over the bag, Xia Yanran walked out of the restaurant and just opened the shopping software in her phone to pick a better looking bag. The front page of her shopping app actually pushed the same model of that handbag for her. The price tag is 8,888. She was taken aback and clicked in to see that it was exactly the same as the one Su Qi had given her. But that bag was given to her by Su Chi casually. Not even a gift. But it can be sold so expensive? Then she'll lose a lot of money if she pays for her meal with that bag. That night, in Shang Ruyan's villa, Lu Xingyue held the bowl of Chinese medicine and looked pitifully at Shang Ruyan. My auntie, just drink it. Shang Ruyan looked at the blackened tonic, her brows furrowed, and she closed her eyes in annoyance. Take it away. She had been suffering from severe insomnia. This Chinese medicine was for insomnia. Useful, yes. Just bitter. Every time Lu Xianyu wanted to make Shang Ruyan immediately drink the medicine, it was incredibly difficult. Not to mention Shang Ruyan, even when she served this medicine, the smell was a bit nauseating. I'll do it. Su Chi took the medicine in Lu Xingyue's hand in her housecoat. Lu Xingyue was indignant. She and Shang Ruyan are good girlfriends for more than 10 years. No one knows Shang Ruyan's temperament better than her. If she doesn't want to drink the medicine, the King of Heaven will not be able to persuade her. She didn't believe that Su Chi's words were better than those of her best friend. Baby, will I feed you? Su Chi tenderly said. Shang Ruyan opened her eyes, and although her expression loosened up a little, her eyes were still filled with resistance as she looked into the medicine bowl. Su Chi simply drank the medicine himself and covered Shang Ruyan's lips without being told. Shang Ruyan was taken aback, and before she had time to react, the flavor of the Chinese medicine filled the air between their lips and tongue. Ma yeah, really no eyes. Lu Xianyu wailed and directly covered her eyes and ran out. Su Chi immediately held Shang Ruyan's thin waist. The medicine was already finished, but his movements didn't stop until the doorbell rang. Shang Ruyan's face was scarlet, and the curves of her mouth could not be suppressed at all. Obviously the Chinese medicine was bitter, but Su Chi fed it to her in such a way that she felt sweet in her heart. It was biased that after Su Chi had tasted the benefits, but she still opened a pair of deep eyes and looked straight at him with gentle and loving eyes. That's when there was a knock on the door. Only then did Su Chi let go and went to open the door. The person who came was the hypnotist that Shang Ruyan had specially hired. Ms. Shang, please relax and follow my guidance completely. I believe you will soon be able to enter dreamland, the hypnotist said with confidence. Shang Ruyan hung her beautiful eyes, a coldness in the bottom of her eyes, occasionally looking at the hypnotist with a murderous intent. The hypnotist winced. She seems not to have messed with this aunt, right? Realizing something, the hypnotist looked at Su Chi next to him, and suddenly understood what was going on. It was her who came at the wrong time. No wonder Shang Ruyan showed this expression of wanting to eat people. The feeling is that she disturbed the good things of these two people. That, Mr. Shang, let me hypnotize you. You just need to relax and it will be over soon. The hypnotist bravely began to hypnotize Shang Ruyan. But half an hour later, Shang Ruyan was still sleepless, as if hypnosis didn't have any effect on her. Ms. Shang, it may be that the current environment makes you subconsciously feel that it's not safe enough. So why don't you let the idle people leave, so that it may be easier for you to fall asleep? The hypnotist suggested. Su Chi sniffed and walked over to directly pick up Shang Ruyan in a horizontal hug. Young Master Su, Mr. Shang's hypnosis treatment hasn't ended yet. If you take Mr. Shang away now, she definitely won't be able to do it. Before the hypnotist could finish his sentence, he received a death glare from someone and immediately had the sense to shut his mouth. Shang Ruyan withdrew her killing intent-filled eyes and raised her eyes to look at the youth who was hugging her. The youth had a beautiful jawline, and a faint soap scent wafted over his body, a scent that she couldn't help but sink into. Let's go to bed. Su Chi moved gently and carried Shang Ruyan to the bed. Shang Ruyan leaned in his arms, felt his steady heartbeat, and suddenly felt a few points of warmth sense her own body. This time she went to sleep quickly. The hypnotist's eyes widened instantly. She gave Shang Ruyan treatment as not a day or two. Naturally know how difficult to treat this patient, but today, is so simple to be coaxed to sleep by this youth? Su Chi gave the hypnotist a look, and the other party immediately got up and walked out of the room with a numb face. Asterisk. A week passed quickly, and Su Chi walked into the examination room for the midterm exam. This time, the examination room was ranked according to the ranking of the last examination. The examination room where Su Chi was located were all poor students, and every one of them had a sad face after getting the paper. Some people can't write and start looking east. The proctor exam coughed. Answer the questions yourself. Don't cheat. No matter who cheats and I find out, it will immediately be dealt with as a 0, and it will also be reported to the academic affairs office. When he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Su Chi in the last row without moving. Before the exam, Zhao Qing had specifically instructed that Su Chi should not be allowed any opportunity to cheat. Su Chi didn't look around like other students. Instead, once they got the paper they flipped it around twice and then started to pick up their pens and answer the questions. But he answered the questions exceptionally fast, choosing all the multiple choice questions in seconds, finishing the first side in less than 3 minutes. flipping to the back of the paper and continuing to write. The invigilator was a little puzzled. Suchi, this can't be scribbling, right? This is a math test. The 2 issued draft paper he also did not write on it. The multiple choice questions are fine. The back is full of big questions. How can anyone do big math questions without needing to make a draft? The invigilator walked over full of doubts and swept a few glances on Suchi's test paper. On each question Suchi wrote a few lines of formulas. But it was a pity that he was a physical education teacher and couldn't read what Suchi actually wrote. But if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen a pig run. When he used to invigilate those excellent students' examination rooms, which good students' test paper didn't make an effort to write a little bit more. And each question could be full of writing. Suchi, this is certainly cannot write. So they know the point of math formula all haphazardly written on it. The invigilator wanted to look again, but Suchi had already put down his pen and looked up at the clock. Teacher, I want to turn in my paper. The invigilator frowned and reminded. Student, check before handing in your paper. No need, Suchi said sharply. Seeing his disinterested face, the invigilator inwardly collected his test paper in a very speechless manner, looking at Suchi's back as he left. He also couldn't help but mutter, what a rotten mess. Turning his head, he told Zhao Chang all about Suchi's performance in the exam room. After the exam, Suchi also every time is early to hand in the paper, especially the English test, but also directly a word did not write. In the examination room slept for half an hour and left. A few days later, the results of the midterm exams for each subject came out. Zhao Chang walked into the class holding the English test papers. Class representative, come and hand out the papers. She withheld Suchi's test paper and held it up in front of the crowd. Everyone, this is Suchi's test paper. A white paper. She slammed the table and sneered in a million different ways. Before the exam, but you personally promised that you would voluntarily withdraw from school if you couldn't come in first place in this exam. I hope you can fulfill your promise. The crowd looked at Suchi, whispering, serves him right. Let him puff up his face and pretend to be that then without that ability. This time, the English paper is really hard, but Suchi is also too retarded. It's just that all the C's can get 20 or 30 points. I can't tell if the first place people are talking about is the bottom place. Ha ha ha. The jeers rose and the class was soon noisy. Zhao Qing slapped the desktop. All be quiet. Whoever still wants to speak, stand up on the podium and speak. Everyone instantly closed their mouths before she cast a satisfied gaze on Song Xian. Although the paper was very difficult this time, Song Xian from our class still got the highest score in the school of 135 points, which is a full 10 points higher than the second place. So everyone should follow Song Xian's example. Some students didn't do well this time, don't be discouraged. As long as you answered the questions carefully you are good. Even if you did poorly this time, as long as you have a positive attitude towards learning you are a good student, she said and looked at Suchi once again. If the grades are bad, and the attitude towards learning is poor, and students who don't even write multiple choice questions, they are just rotten, and when they get out of the society in the future they will be scum, and they won't be able to contribute a bit to the society. Suchi, do you understand? Listening to Zhao Qing's increasing taunts, Xia Yanran's heart couldn't help but feel a bit grateful. Luckily, she had never agreed to Suchi's confession, and had been walking with Song Xian for the past few days, or else the people in her class would surely have laughed at her poor taste along with it. Only a good student like Song Xian, who had excellent character and academics, could be worthy of her. As for Suki, he was nothing more than a shameless suitor who wanted to use money to coerce her, and if it wasn't for the fact that Suchi was always stalking her, she wouldn't have spent a single penny of Suchi's money at all. What's more, Suchi had deliberately embarrassed her with money yesterday in order to make her give in. Suchi knew full well that she had high self-esteem, and she deliberately humiliated her that much. Her pride wouldn't allow her to accept Suki. Just as the crowd was talking, Suchi suddenly opened his mouth. He propped one hand on the table and looked at Zhao Qing carelessly. When the overall grades come down, if I'm not number one, I'll drop out myself, but if I'm number one, you'll have to apologize to me in public for what you said today. Zhao Qing was instantly enraged when she saw Suchi actually being so arrogant after scoring a 0. Fine, if you really have that ability to come first in the exam, I'll apologize to you in front of the whole school at today's teacher-student assembly. Otherwise, get the hell out of school. She was going to continue to say more when the math teacher suddenly ran to the door of the classroom. Teacher Zhao, please ask Suchi to come out for a moment. What's wrong? Did Suchi get a 0 in math as well? Zhao Chang was stunned and asked loudly on purpose. Unexpectedly, the math teacher laughed a little intriguingly. What 0? Suchi got a perfect score. What? Zhao Qing almost didn't suspect that something was wrong with her ears. Not only is my subject a perfect score, except for a few points deducted from the language, all of Suchi's other subjects are also perfect scores, the math teacher happily said. The teachers in the office have spread the word. But Suchi's English paper clearly turned in a blank. Zhao Qing almost screamed. The math teacher scratched his head. Well, I'm also a bit puzzled. He got a 0 in just your class. That's why a few of us teachers wanted to call him out and ask him what's going on. The math teacher said, and pulled out a report card. If you don't believe me, here's the grade report card that the registrar's office just tallied up. Although Suchi's English was a 0, he scored full marks in all subjects except for language, where he was deducted 5 points. In the final calculation of the total score, Suchi was actually 2 points higher than Song Shen, and he was the first in his grade this time. Everyone except Suchi froze after seeing the report card. Zhao Qing was the first to disbelieve that Suchi really got a perfect score on her own. Suchi, come with me to the office, she said with a gloomy face. In the office, the teachers from the other sections had been waiting for a long time. Suchi, did you really get this grade on your own? Zhao Chang questioned in front of a group of teachers. Suchi sneered, directly poking Zhao Qing's true inner thoughts. Do you not want to apologize? Want to force me to admit that I relied on cheating to get a perfect score on the exam? Zhao Qing huffed, her tone stiff. You were still in the bottom of the list in the exam a week ago. You can't suddenly become enlightened in just a few days, right? Before, I just found the test paper simple and was too lazy to write it, Suchi said without changing his face. You're talking nonsense. You obviously can't write. Suchi, it's not shameful to do poorly in the exams. What's shameful is to rely on improper means to obtain grades that don't belong to you. Zhao Qing's face was cold. Suchi immediately sneered back. It's not shameful to admit that I'm not the wasteful student you think I am. And it's not shameful to properly apologize for your previous insults to me. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was getting more and more anxious, the math teacher hurriedly rounded off the scene. True gold is not afraid of fire. Suchi, whether you really got a perfect score on your own, let's come up with some questions to test you and we'll naturally know. I originally relied on myself. If you guys suspect me of cheating, show the evidence. Suchi firmly said. He's not at fault, so why should he incriminate himself? Zhao Qing immediately snorted. I think you're just cheating. Otherwise why wouldn't you dare to do the questions in front of us? If you guys don't believe me, you can wait for the next exam and come over to watch me do the questions in person. Suchi said indifferently. The next exam? I think you're just trying to procrastinate, aren't you? In all my years of teaching, I've never seen a student as shameless as you. Several other subject teachers were also a bit puzzled when they saw Suchi's attitude, but they have already seen Suchi's examination room monitoring. Suchi was really writing the paper by himself at that time. And the monitoring can't see any small action of cheating. Suchi looked at Zhao Chang and suddenly laughed softly, changing his mind. Fine, I can do the questions, and if I do them and prove that I really did get a perfect score on the test on my own, you'll have to apologize to me on your knees in public. On what basis? Zhao Qing's eyes widened in some disbelief. What? Aren't you certain that I'm a plagiarist, and you still don't dare to agree? Suchi deliberately said, contempt pouring out of her eyes. Isn't it just agitation? He can use it too. Zhao Qing gritted her teeth. No matter what, she didn't believe that Suchi could rely on herself to achieve a leap in grades in just 1 week. He must be bluffing. Fine. Kneel down. You do the questions. Teachers of several other subjects were looking at each other in dismay. It was obvious that Suchi's improved grades were a good thing. How come Zhao Qing had made a mess of things? But they still came up with their own pre-prepared questions. Suchi finished all the questions sharply, and with so many pairs of eyes staring at him, he didn't have a chance to cheat. All right, the math teacher said in surprise after changing Suchi's answer. A few other subject teachers looked up. I'm all right here too. Even the language teacher was surprised and said with a joyful expression, this reading comprehension of Suchi can simply be used as a template. The writing is just too good. Only Zhao Qing's face was blue. She also temporarily gave Suchi 2 super difficult English questions, but Suchi didn't write her questions at all. Teacher Zhao, remember to fulfill your promise. Suchi swept a glance at Zhao Qing with icy eyes. At the teacher-student conference that day, Zhao Qing had to follow the bet and apologize to Suchi. As for Suchi's comment about kneeling, looking at the large group of students on the stage, she didn't do it after all. Suchi didn't have the energy to care about Zhao Qing's words for the time being, because as soon as he returned to his class, he was surrounded by a dozen students. These students were not all from the first class. There were also top students from other classes. Who knew that Suchi had scored full marks and had come to the first class specifically to ask him for advice? A good portion of them were girls. Suchi was also very polite, and he patiently answered any questions he was asked on the subject. Even those students who didn't ask questions stared curiously in Suchi's direction. Xia Yanran looked at Suchi's spirited appearance and was slightly mesmerized. She never thought that Suchi, who had always followed her around and surrounded her all day long, would transform into the star-studded pride of the school in just a few days. Obviously once upon a time, as long as she had a look, Suchi would not even look at other girls. He deliberately chatted with so many girls in the class. Surely he wanted her to be jealous because of it. Xia Yanran bit her lip. She also had her own pride. How could she just bow down to Suchi so easily? So what if Suchi's grades have gotten better? There were plenty of people with grades as good as his. She walked over to Song Xian's table with her math paper and purposely amplified her voice by a few points. Student Song Xian, the finale question of this math exam is really too difficult. Can you explain it to me? Suchi would definitely be unable to sit still when he saw her taking the initiative to ask Song Xian a question, right? She couldn't help but sneak a glance at Suchi. But Suchi acted as if he hadn't heard her voice at all, concentrating on a physics problem for a female student beside him. In her heart, she couldn't control a few moments of loss that colored her. From the old days when Suchi's eyes were on her all the time, it was amazing how uncomfortable she felt when that gaze was no longer hers. Song Xian sensed Xia Yanran's gaze and a surge of anger arose. But on the contrary, he couldn't write this finale question that Xia Yanran asked him. I'm sorry, I haven't figured out the solution to this question yet either. Why don't you go ask the teacher? He held back his embarrassment and said. Xia Yanran was a bit surprised. But aren't you always good at math? I really won't. Song Xian grew more and more embarrassed, standing up and wanting to leave the classroom, next to Su Chi's seat. But a girl cheered out in delight. Really? Su Chi, you even have 3 solutions to the finale question of this math paper? Of course. I'll start with the simplest way of thinking and talk to you about the first little question. Su Chi said confidently. I want to hear it too. Another girl hurriedly squeezed over, hearing that Su Chi was able to solve the finale problems in a variety of ways. Many of the better math students in the class came over. Su Chi came to the rescue and explained for the female student who asked a question under the gaze of the crowd. This question is very much like the regular type of questions we often do, but if you follow the regular solution, there are so many formulas to substitute that the process is very tedious. Su Chi spoke calmly and proposed a unique solution to the problem. Although Xia Yanran was still outwardly cool and indifferent, not concerned about anything, her ears quietly perked up. According to Su Chi's explanation, she easily solved the first question, but unfortunately the class bell rang before Su Chi could finish. For the entire class after that, Xia Yanran's mind was filled with topics that Su Chi had talked about halfway through. She could easily solve the first question according to Su Chi's thinking, but she simply couldn't solve the more difficult second question. She wanted to wait until the end of class to ask Su Chi about the latter part, but couldn't bring herself to do it. If she took the initiative to ask Su Chi, wouldn't it be tantamount to admitting Su Chi's excellence? Not to mention, they're still out cold. Her dignity would not allow her to bow down to Su Chi first. On the contrary, after class, Su Chi went to the restroom and didn't give the other students the chance to continue to ask him a second question. It was hard to get to math class, and the math teacher started with this finale question as soon as she arrived. But the solution given by the teacher was too complicated. Xia Yanran listened to the clouds and couldn't understand it at all. Some of the students whose grades were not so good in the first place even fell asleep while listening directly. Teacher, this question Su Chi's solution is much simpler than what you said. The girl who asked Su Chi the question couldn't help but raise her hand and said. She glanced at Su Chi, her eyes filled with pride. Yes, Su Chi, show me your test paper. The math teacher was not chagrined, but instead took the initiative to take Su Chi's test paper. After looking at it carefully, he nodded his head in satisfaction and relief. Not bad. Su Chi's solution is indeed simpler. Even I didn't think of this solution. The math teacher smiled slightly as the conversation turned. But Su Chi is different from you guys. He is a math genius. When it really comes to the exam, can you guys have such a quick mind like Su Chi? The college entrance exam won't just test this one question. The female classmates who had been a little proud were instantly silenced. In the face of difficult questions, don't presume that you can solve them completely like Su Chi. Write more formulas if you can. And one more step may also get you one more point. Got it? The math teacher's words made all the students admire Su Chi even more in their hearts. Su Chi turned out to be a genius that even teachers are ashamed of. After math class, Zhao Chang walked into the class holding a lottery box. Next week the school is going to hold a school festival. We need a boy and a girl to be the male and female lead. There will be a kissing scene in the middle, but there will be a professional teacher who will ask you to lend a hand. Which one of you would like to take the initiative to sign up? The class, which had been so noisy, instantly quieted down, and no one raised their hands at all. Teacher, I'll do it. Xia Yanran smiled faintly. She's the school beauty of Clear Spring High School, and of course she's the heroine. Seeing that Xia Yanran was going to be the female lead, the boys in the class all got excited and one by one raised their hands to fight to be the male lead. Xia Yanran felt a burst of triumph in her heart. To have the opportunity to act in a play with her, those boys would definitely grab their heads. She was enjoying the boy's pursuit of her when she turned her head, only to see Suchi dozing on the table, not raising her hand to sign up at all. Why? Why doesn't Suki want to sign up? The complacency in his heart instantly dissipated, turning into a strong sourness and unwillingness. Could Suchi really be so cruel as to watch another boy play her leading man? Zhao Qing also seemed to have anticipated the scene in front of her. Well, since there's no one else competing for the female lead, then the female lead will be Xia Yanyan. As for the male lead, in order to ensure fairness, let's draw lots to decide. All the boys take turns coming up to draw. Suchi frowned. I'm not interested. Zhao Qing immediately rebuked in dissatisfaction. Performing a play is part of the class activities. Suchi, why don't you have any sense of collective honor? Suchi was speechless and didn't want to talk nonsense with Zhao Qing. Thinking that the 30 or so boys in the class wouldn't be so unfortunate to draw him, he went up and casually grabbed a note. The other boys rushed over to draw lots, but when everyone had finished drawing, and no one had drawn the male lead, a group of boys held the draw strips against each other, and finally against Suchi's head. Suchi, isn't it you who drew the male lead? A boy asked anxiously. That lottery note Suchi did not open to see, or a boy next to him could not wait. Grabbed the first to open. I didn't realize that he was really the lucky one. Holy shit, you're too lucky to be the first one to draw. The boy who read the note for him said enviously. The male lead is going to kiss the female lead, right? Suchi, you're too lucky. Is this the chosen one? Damn, I'm envious. That's the school beauty Xia Yanran. There was a clamor in the class. Obviously the person who drew the male lead was Suchi, but the boys who didn't win the lottery were more excited. And there were also good people who had already started to cajole at Xia Yanran and Suchi. Everyone else thought Suchi was too lucky, but Suchi felt that he was unlucky. Xia Yanran's face didn't look very good either, although his relationship with Suchi had been unclear, and he himself claimed that he treated Suchi as a friend. As soon as he wanted to perform with him, his heart was still a bit diabolical. One was because of Suchi's looks. If she was kissed by him, it would make her the laughingstock of the whole school. Secondly, it was because Suchi hadn't yet admitted her fault with her. However, since Suchi drew the male lead, he definitely wouldn't give up this opportunity, right? If Suchi could properly beg for her forgiveness, she might actually consider it. Soon, the news that Suchi was going to perform a play with Xia Yanran at the school festival spread throughout Qingxuan High School. There were also people who directly released gossip that Suchi would kiss Xia Yanran during the performance. Students who were not interested in the school festival have started chatting about it in their school groups. Although Suchi did pretty well on this exam, there's no guarantee that he'll do this well every time. What if he overachieved this time? Yeah, Suchi's English is still so bad. A lot of majors can't be enrolled in the college entrance exam when English is bad. The most important thing is that Suchi is still so hot looking. Isn't it spoiling the schoolgirl to cast him as the male lead? At night, Song Xian looked through the group's chat records, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Even if he had failed in the last exam, Suchi, that hangman, couldn't steal the light that should have belonged to him. What's good at studying alone? He's good at a lot more than just studying. Early the next morning, he took the initiative to apply with Zhao Qing in front of the whole class, wanting to perform a piano solo at the school festival. And the piece he's going to play is also a difficult piano piece. Song Xian's grades weren't bad, and his looks were even more outstanding, so that many girls in the class were attracted to him. Even though Suchi gave me the questions yesterday, I still like Song Xian. Suchi isn't handsome. It's more appropriate to be a boyfriend or someone like Song Xian. Song Xian, you guys don't want to think about it. Don't you see him always circling around Xia Yanran? The one he likes is the school flower. Suchi is not interested in these rumors, but just side women are really fickle creatures. Obviously yesterday also surrounded him with a face of worship. Just because his hair is not cleaned and his beard is not shaved, it does seem like he needs a chance to change his image. Just on the school day, remembering his previous life, Song Xian made a big splash at the school festival and became a school celebrity in one fell swoop. Until the college entrance exams, Song Xian's suitors were frantically looking for trouble with him, which was one of the main reasons that caused him to flunk out of the college entrance exams. But when you think about it, Shang Ruyan has never cared about his appearance. No matter what he looks like, he is so hot and passionate. After school in the afternoon, Suchi returned to the dormitory. Who knew that as soon as he opened the door to the dormitory, a chilly aura would hit him? Immediately after Suchi saw that on his messy bed, there was a voluptuous and charming figure sitting on it. Suchi's eyes slowly moved to the socks of a certain housemate tucked in the mattress, the panties drying on the balcony, and a certain set. In the garbage can at the doorway, the face suddenly heated up, and he looked at Shang Ruyan with some embarrassment. The woman's cold and charming, stunningly beautiful cheeks did not have a trace of superfluous expression, exuding a graceful temperament unique to the superior from the inside out. making the simply decorated boys' dormitory a few points more luxurious. Ahem. Baby, how do you? Before the words were finished, the beautiful silhouette rapidly approached. And soon, a magnified, stunningly beautiful face that was enough to turn the world upside down appeared in front of Suchi's eyes. I heard that you're going to play the male lead of Xia Yanran? The woman's tone was clearly careless, but Suchi heard a strong killing intent from it. Sure enough, in the next second, a few strands of ruthlessness drifted out of those beautiful eyes. If you insist on staying with Xia Yanran, then I will kill her. This is a threat when it is said by others, but when it is said by Shang Ruyan, Suchi knows that Shang Ruyan has the backbone and means to say this. However, in the previous life, Shang Ruyan did not hurt Xia Yanran for a single point until her death, so I think there are still a few scruples. I told you I would only love one woman in my life. You. It's also my bad luck that I happened to draw the male lead, but I promise that I won't kiss Xia Yanran at the play. Shang Ruyan's emotions instantly eased quite a bit. Really? Suchi only answered with practical actions, dropping a loving and lingering kiss on her lips. He attacked ferociously. Shang Ruyan only slightly resisted for an instant and then lost. Suchi smoothly carried her to the bed. Baby, the only woman I've ever kissed in my life is you. Between kisses, Suchi leaned in and whispered in the woman's ear. Shang Ruyan had been nervous for a day and a night, and only now that she had received Suchi's assurance did her heart settle down. But there was still a strong sense of unease. Suchi really didn't put on this show with her to help Xia Yanran's mother? Although she didn't know why Suchi's attitude towards her suddenly changed drastically, even if she knew that everything in front of her was most likely just a beautiful dream, she was still willing to sink down and silently prayed that this dream would wake up a little later. Drowsiness followed suit, and he soon drifted off to sleep. Suchi gently covered Shang Ruyan's quilt, when a footstep suddenly came from outside the door. He realized in hindsight that this was still the boys' dormitory, and Shang Ruyan slept here, so if his roommates saw it, they'd probably be up in arms again. Unable to do anything else, Suchi could only get under the covers and hold Shang Ruyan in his arms. The next second, a few roommates hooked their shoulders and opened the door to enter the dormitory. Seeing Suchi lying in the quilt, a few people were a little strange. Suchi, why did you go to bed so early today? His roommate Zhao Yuan grabbed a basketball in his hand, looking for water to drink while looking towards Suchi's bed. Well, I'm sleepy, Suchi returned without changing her face. But I don't think you've had dinner yet, have you? Why don't you come with us and have dinner before you go to sleep? Another roommate also kindly said. Are you going to bed now and not going to study hall at night? Suchi drew the corners of his mouth. Once upon a time, because of his sloppy appearance and poor grades, the three roommates basically didn't care about him. But times are different now. He often gives his housemates lectures, and several of them consider him a close friend. I'm too sleepy today. I want to go to bed first. He could only reluctantly explain. You guys go eat. He just begged the guys to stop caring about him and get the hell out of there. Only it was not to be. As soon as Cho Won heard his words, he took 3 or 2 steps to his bedside. You're not supposed to be sick, are you? Do you want to go to the infirmary? As soon as his words fell, Shang Ruyan suddenly murmured in her sleep and gently rolled over. Hearing the commotion, all three instantly gathered around, exclaiming as if they had discovered some heavenly secret. Crap, Suchi, you brought your girlfriend back? What girlfriend? Suchi, when did you fall in love? I'm going to go. You're too inadequate, aren't you? We treat you as a brother, and you bring your girlfriend to the dorm without even saying a word. The more the three of them talked, the louder their voices became, and as if Shang Ruyan was aware of it, the hand holding Suchi tightened. Shang Ruyan in her sleep was very different from her previous domineering and fiery image, just like an insecure kitten, burying her face deeply in Suchi's chest. It was also because of this action that several of the housemates couldn't see Shang Ruyan's true appearance, but the curves of the woman's smooth and full body could also show them that this was an extremely beautiful woman, and it definitely wasn't the Xia Yanran that Suchi had always liked. Although Xia Yanran is beautiful, but it is still slightly more youthful than this. Suchi hurriedly made a shushing gesture. Keep your voices down. She's asleep. The three of them looked at each other and laughed badly. It's fine to tell us to keep our voices down, but this is a bit unorthodox of you to go behind your brother's back and live a good life, isn't it? Tonight, I invite you to Hongbin Restaurant. Suchi smiled helplessly. Hongbin Lu is the restaurant that Suchi brought Xia Yanyan to most often before. Xia Yanyan did not know the price of this restaurant. They can all know, and cheered at once. Suchi hurriedly coughed. A few people were instantly silenced and quietly followed Suchi out of the boys' dormitory. Along the way, several people were excited. I've never been to Hongbin Restaurant for dinner before. Zhao Yuan excitedly hitched Suchi's shoulder and said happily. The other two roommates were a bit worried. Suchi, you're just going to leave your girlfriend in the dormitory unattended? She hasn't rested well in the past few days. so she just happens to be resting in my bed, Suchi said curtly. A few people were talking and laughing, but they didn't notice Song Xian standing not far away. Song Xian only saw Suchi by chance, but keenly heard the term girlfriend, so he quietly followed Suchi. Through the words of a few people, he realized that Suchi actually brought a woman back to the boys' dormitory, and now that woman is sleeping in Suchi's dormitory. This is a serious violation of school rules. Song Xian immediately went back to the dormitory and found the hostess aunt. I want to report a student who blatantly violated school rules by bringing a girl to sleep in the dormitory. The hostel manager was eating his dinner, and when he heard Song Xian's words, he immediately put down his bowl. What? Which dormitory? It's the senior class. That girl is still in there right now. Go check the dormitory now. It's a sure thing. There's actually such a bold student in our first middle school. The dormitory immediately rummaged for the key to Suchi's dormitory and hurriedly went there. Song Xian sneered and followed the hostess. When the hostel manager catches someone, he'll be sure to proclaim it loud enough for the whole school to know about it. The hostess didn't knock and just took the key and opened the door. Seeing that there was really a woman lying on Suchi's bed, the hostel supervisor immediately lifted her quilt angrily. You students, your guts are too big. Hurry up and get up. Shang Ruyan was sleeping soundly, and in her dream she was having a candlelight dinner with Suchi. The atmosphere was so romantic. Suddenly, the roof of the restaurant was lifted by a gust of wind, and a tornado directly blew away Suchi, who woke up in a flash. Seeing that Suchi was not there, and there was only an unfamiliar middle-aged woman standing in front of her, her face instantly became gloomy. Roll. One word, almost squeezed from between his teeth, with a strong sense of oppression. The hostess aunt was taken aback, not realizing that this woman not only didn't panic when she was discovered, but was also so arrogant. Do you realize this is the boys' dormitory? I said. Shang Ruyan's eyes condensed, and a cold and incomparable aura radiated around her body, as if she were a dangerous viper. Get out. The hostess shuddered in her heart. The woman in front of her was clearly not very old, but the aura emanating from her body made her feel a great fear. Didn't even have the courage to meet her eyes. Seeing that the hostess aunt actually wimped out because of this woman's words, Song Xian could only quietly open the recording on his cell phone. If you don't get out, I'll kill you. Not being able to see Suchi, Shang Ruyan's heart became more and more irritated. The hostess was so frightened by her words that she actually retreated straight away. This eye of mine seems to be a bit uncomfortable. Why can't I see anything? It's necessary to rush to the hospital to have a look before it's too late. She rubbed her eyes and muttered. When Song Xian saw that the hostess aunt was not competing, he could only take the recording he had just made and go to the principal's office. This housemaster is too timid to be offended. The principal is different. Although the principal was a bit skeptical, he called Suchi into his office after listening to the recording Song Xian took out. Suchi only coaxed a few roommates to go to the hotel. Ready to go back to the dormitory to find Shang Ruyan, was notified that the principal was invited. Although he couldn't figure it out, he could only send a message to Shang Ruyan first. Suchi, someone reported that you brought a woman back to the dormitory. I want to know if this is true, because Suchi's results in the last midterm exam were too good. The principal was a few points more polite to him. Hearing the question, Suchi froze and couldn't help but laugh out softly, meaning to say, some people are well informed. So, what he said is true. The principal huffed a bit and reprimanded out. Suchi, even if you have good grades, you should prioritize your studies. What's it like to have such a messy private life? Headmaster, I only have one girlfriend. How can I call my private life messy? If you say this, if my girlfriend hears this, she will definitely misunderstand again. Suchi didn't avoid it at all and admitted it graciously. Such a direct answer made the principal's chest clog up. He had been the principal of Qingchuan High School for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant student like Suchi. It was like not giving a damn about Clear Springs High School or him as the principal. Falling in love. Bringing the opposite sex into the student dormitory. It's all strictly forbidden by the school rules. I'll call your parents now. The principal suppressed his anger and rummaged through Suchi's file. If Suchi was still the 10,000-year-old hangman he was not long ago, he would have fired him straight away. How would he give him a chance to explain? Be my guest. Suchi sat on the sofa indifferently. Shang Ruyan was so controlling of him that she had long ago changed the home contact number in his file to hers. Since the principal wants to call the parents, it's just as well that he meets them. I just don't know if a small principal of Qingchuan High School can suppress Shang Ruyan. 10 minutes later, Shang Ruyan arrived at the principal's office. Mr. Shang, what brings you here? The first second the principal saw Shang Ruyan, he stood up from his seat in fear. This is the famous Shang Ruyan, the president of Shangshur Group, who donated a dormitory building to Qingchuan High School only a short while ago. In order to get the donation from Shangshur Group, He hadn't been drinking with the executives of Shangshur Group. And as for Shang Ruyan, the person in charge of Shangshur Group, he had only been fortunate enough to have a look. Baby, did it disturb your sleep? Suchi stood up and held Shang Ruyan's hand, saying gently. Shang Ruyan swept a glance at the principal. Then she leaned into Suchi's arms and said in a playful tone, as soon as I woke up from my sleep, I realized that you had disappeared, and thought that you had gone to look for someone else. But it turned out that you had violated the school's rules and were called away by the principal. The intimacy between the two made the principal giggle. How could Suchi, a senior, get involved with Shang Ruyan? Isn't Shang Ruyan rumored to be a cold and untouchable iceberg beauty? How is it that in front of Suchi, she looks like a little girl who has just fallen in love? Is the woman Suchi brought back to the dormitory? The principal's eyes widened and he trembled inwardly. As an adult, he naturally sees things from a different perspective than the average student. To have a girlfriend like Shang Ruyan, how horrible should Suchi's identity background be? He had read Suchi's file and thought that Suchi was just an ordinary person. It seems that he was hasty. If Suchi was just a student from an ordinary family, how could a person like Shang Ruyan be interested in him? Most likely, he was the young master of some big family who had come out to experience life. Mr. Shang, I'm sorry, I didn't know that the woman Suchi brought back to the dormitory was you. I'm really sorry. He hurriedly apologized. If Shang Ruyan was not as good as he wanted, the donation he had managed to negotiate would go down the drain. Shang Ruyan sneered and asked knowingly, what? I paid to build the dormitory, so coming to stay for one night is a violation of school rules? Her voice was cool, but full of oppression. The principal's legs couldn't control it and began to tremble. No, it's not that Suchi's classmate violated the school rules. It's me who didn't make it clear. Can't even say a word. It seems like you're no longer fit to sit in your current position. Shang Ruyan spoke in a casual tone. No. The principal was so scared that he was in a cold sweat, so close to directly kneeling down for Shang Ruyan, and in a flash of lightning, he spoke attentively as if he had thought of something. In fact, I called you over here because I want to discuss with you about separating a separate couple's dormitory for you and Suchi, so that you can all live with Suchi conveniently in the future. Do you think it's okay? Let's choose the new dormitory building donated by your company. The environment there is also good. The senior students won't move in for a while, and it's quiet with no one disturbing them. Suchi frowned. Even if a separate dormitory was set aside, it would still be in the school, not as clean as the single house where Shang Ruyan lived by herself. What's more, there were usually people coming and going in and out of the dormitory, and he remembered that in his previous life, Shang Ruyan hated living in such a crowded place, so her villa is surrounded by no one. Obviously is the downtown area. Froze is hard to be opened up by her a paradise in general sparsely populated territory. He was just about to open his mouth to refuse for Shang Ruyan when Shang Ruyan's pleasant voice came to his ears. Good. I was hoping to stay in tonight. After she finished speaking, she looked at Suchi, a pair of compelling eyes with strong possessiveness written all over them. Suchi choked and couldn't help but sigh. Shang Ruyan is still like this. It's really overwhelming. Asterisk. Song Xian waited for a long time, but did not see the school's notification of Suchi's criticism, and was puzzled. The grade group suddenly popped up a new message. Have you guys heard? Suchi moved dorms. It's just moving dorms. What's all the fuss about? Immediately, someone came out to chat, but I saw that he moved in with a pretty girl, eh? Look, the man said, releasing a photo. It's nighttime in the photo, though, and there are only two silhouettes. One could only tell that the woman beside Suchi had a thin waist and long legs, and at first glance, she was an unbelievably sexy thing. Song Xian looked at the photo in shock. He couldn't figure out why his report hadn't been successful. The rules of Qingshuan High School had always been very strict, and he was an academic bully, but the school had never taken special care of him. Why did the school not only not punish Suchi, but also let him live directly with that woman? Suchi couldn't even compare to a hair on his head, so why should he have such special treatment? Resentment and irritation spread rapidly through his heart. The next day, Suchi went to class for morning study as usual. For some reason, after being reborn, Suchi felt that his senses were much sharper. Before he even entered, he noticed something was wrong. Although hidden, it can still be seen that on top of the doorframe, a dirty water basin is placed. Suchi's raised foot retracted and looked behind her. At the end of the corridor, Zhao Qing was walking towards the side with hurried steps. In the classroom, two girls exchanged words. Why haven't you come in yet? I clearly saw Suchi coming this way just now. Shoo, I hear footsteps. Sure enough, the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and soon the door was pushed open from the outside, and a tub of dirty water was thrown down on his head. Ha ha, finally. The girls' laughter came to an abrupt halt when they saw who had come in. The entire class was silent, and an eerie atmosphere spread through the classroom. Inexplicably poured a pot of dirty water. Zhao Qing's eyes erupted with anger. She angrily walked into the classroom, snapped a textbook slapped on the podium. Who did it? Who the hell did this? I'll give you 1 minute. After that no one comes forward I'm going to call up the surveillance, and then you'll suffer the consequences. Under Zhao Qing's threat, a girl stood up trembling. Fine. Su Yan. So it's you. You go stand in the hallway and come to my office after class. Su Yan is the secretary of the regiment, preferring to fight, especially hate others to engage in privileges. Originally wanted to use this pot of water to teach Su Qi a lesson. Did not expect to splash Zhao Qing. With Zhao Qing's character, she won't have a good semester. Su Yan walked out with a face full of frustration. Only after Zhao Qing had finished fuming did Su Qi slowly walk into the classroom. When he reached the edge of his seat, that uneasy feeling in his heart increased again, and he took another close look at his chair, only to realize that it too had been blued. Su Qi, look at the school's forum. Zhao Yuan gave him a look and whispered a reminder. Su Qi opened the school forum somewhat inexplicably. What I found on the front page of the forum was a thread denouncing him, saying that he had blatantly violated the school's rules, and had gotten the school to open a couple's dormitory for him on the strength of his good grades. There are now hundreds of comments under this post and 2,000 likes. It seems that almost all of the students at Clear Springs High School have seen it. Many students were very upset after seeing the post and that photo, and the comments below were full of rebukes against him and Shang Ruyan. Su Qi is too much, right? What kind of person goes to a high school and lives in the school with his girlfriend, and let the school give him privileges? Didn't you say Su Qi and Xia Yanran were childhood friends? The woman in this photo doesn't look like Xia Yanran either. Su Qi can really have no taste, letting a good schoolgirl not chase after her. Can this woman be prettier than the schoolgirl? After that poster made his post, he also posted a lot of words slandering his private life as chaotic and indiscreet, and said that the women he brought back were all unclean. Zhao Yuan sent him a message. I did help you speak in that thread, but it was immediately deleted by the posters, and now the students in this school are treating you as a black sheep, and a few of us don't dare to talk to you outside. Su Qi raised her head, just in time to meet Zhao Yuan's worried eyes. Last night, the principal took the initiative to reveal that the person who reported him was Song Xian because he was afraid of Shang Ruyan. Is he pissed off because he couldn't report it? In his last life, Song Xian had always been a good student and even acted guilty when he snatched Xia Yanyan. He was not at all like what he was doing now. He would have so many petty actions. He suspiciously looked over at Song Xian's seat and realized that Song Xian was quietly looking at him with a smug smile on his face. As the two of them looked at each other, the smile on Song Xian's face instantly froze, and he turned his head away sheepishly. I can't believe it's really him. Su Qi snorted coldly and walked directly to Song Xian's seat. The crowd that was still waiting to see Su Qi's joke all quieted down and nervously looked at him and Song Xian. What are you doing? Meeting Su Qi's terrifying and gloomy eyes, Song Xian couldn't control some fear and asked with a trembling voice. The person who posted on the forum was you, right? Su Qi opened the door and clenched his fists. What post? I Don. Song Xian did not finish his words. Su Qi's fist was sent to his face. The surrounding students were startled and exclaimed, subconsciously pulling away from Su Qi for fear of being injured by mistake. Before Song Xian could react, he received another punch from Su Qi. With a clang, he fell straight to the floor with his chair. Zhao Qing was also shocked. Su Qi, you dare to hit me? He covered his face, his nose bleeding, his face in disbelief. The teacher can still be there. You're seriously violating school rules. Aren't you afraid of being expelled? Yeah, can't violate the school rules, I've already violated them too. Let's clean you up first. Su Qi kicked Song Xian's body and nonchalantly swung his fist to greet him. In his previous life, he watched Song Xian snatch Xia Yanran. At that time he only hated his own incompetence. Paid so much. In Xia Yanran's heart is also still not better than Song Xian, but now he understood that Xia Yanran would choose Song Xian, and that was because she and Song Xian were the same kind of person. You can't be soft on people like that. Song Xian kept screaming from his beatings, and he didn't have the strength to fight back even if he wanted to. The other people in the class were scared silly. Once upon a time Su Qi was a wimpy egg. When others bullied him, he didn't say a word. He didn't think there was a time when he was so tough. Only when Song Xian was completely unable to resist did Su Qi reluctantly withdraw her hand under the pull of several classmates. Su Qi, you've gone too far. How dare you openly beat up your classmates in school? Zhao Qing ran over angrily, pointing at Su Qi and cursing bitterly. He made rumors and slandered me. Beating him up is considered light. Su Qi sneered, with a look of what can you do to me? I'm going to report it to the school right now. So you're just waiting to be disciplined. Zhao Qing was so angry that her chest was clogged and she said sullenly, you go now. It's best to let the school all know that that post on the forum was made by Song Xian. Suchi unhurriedly flipped out Song Xian's cell phone, and sure enough, before he could switch accounts. By the way, when I see the principal then, I'll tell him about the bet you lost with me to kneel to me and didn't do it, so the school can urge you to fulfill your promise. Zhao Qing's face stiffened, but she was unwilling to lose face in front of Suchi and forcefully said, "You wait for me." After that, she left the classroom without looking back. Soon, Zhao Qing sent out the surveillance video of Suchi's beating in the parent group, and also ate Suchi's parents. Look at Suchi's bad behavior in school. I hope you can discipline him properly so that he doesn't become a cancer in society later. After sending the message, Zhao Qing felt a little more comfortable in her heart. In his head, he was already fantasizing about Suchi being mixed doubles by her parents. Only what she didn't know was that this Suchi's parent was actually Shang Ruyan as well. At this time, Shang Ruyan was listening to the female assistant report her work. She postured lazy sitting on the sofa, full of green silk along the shoulders slipped down the front and back of the attractive body so that she exudes a seductive to the extreme flavor. Snow White's slender small hand supporting the jaw, careless with a few points of untouchable majesty. The female assistant, Xiao Yu, was also an incomparable beauty. Standing next to her all looked much dimmer. Mr. Shang, next we. An abrupt cell phone beep interrupted Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu's heart tingled a little, and she hurriedly went to touch her own cell phone, confirming that it wasn't herself who had sent the response before she breathed a sigh of relief. But, if it's not her, then who is it? Zhou Yu realized a more serious problem. Shang Ruyan picked up her cell phone, tapped it, and swiped up and down a few times to find the video. The youth of the video was all brash and insolent, looking at Shang Ruyan slightly lost in thought. It's been a while since I've seen him look this spirited. Shang Ruyan read this entry several times before putting it in her favorites. Xiao Yu's eyes widened incredulously. Shang Ruyan had always advocated efficiency and would never waste time on anything. How could she watch a video over and over again several times? It was only after seeing the person in the video that Jotsu came to his senses. So it's because of that young Master Su. She went on a business trip some time ago, and just after she came back, she heard the servants in the villa talking about how young Master Su's attitude had changed drastically, and not only did he coax Mr. Shang into submission, but he also came in first place in the midterm exams. Go check this person out. Shang Ruyan's cell phone was placed on the coffee table, and on the framed video was Song Xian's face. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yu had checked out Song Xian. It's because young Master Su's grades were too good and overpowered him. He became jealous and posted slanders against you and young Master Su in the school's forums. And young Master Su only taught him a lesson in a fit of rage. Shang Ruyan opened the forum of Qingshuan High School and found so many posts touting Suchi as a playboy. Openly bringing his girlfriend to live in the couple's dormitory is too out of the ordinary. Of course the post at the top is still posted by Song Xian, although the students of Qingshuan were still unclear about who she really was, because they didn't like Su Chi. They also started rumors about her being a random woman under the rhythm of an anonymous trumpet. Shang Ruyan knocked on the coffee table, and a storm seemed to surge in her beautiful eyes. That afternoon, several uniformed staff members drove a large truck to Clear Springs High School with much fanfare. The principal turned on the radio, and a female voice spread throughout the high school through the radio. Everyone, I'm Xiao Yu, the special assistant to the president of GE Technology, and this is a little gift that GE Technology has prepared for you all. I hope you can enjoy it. At the same time, on behalf of ZE Technology, I would like to explain that the dormitory construction of Qingshuan High School is funded by ZE Company's donation. Su Chi's student, as the boyfriend of ZE Technology's president, has the privilege of having privileges on the dormitory choices which is reasonable and rational. And, of course, for the psychological imbalance caused by this move to some of the students, ZE Technology will make compensations. While she was broadcasting, the staff had begun distributing gifts in each class. The students were first surprised that Su Chi's girlfriend was the president of GE Technology, and then even more surprised at the other side to send a small gift. Surprisingly, it's the latest folding screen phone to go on sale from ZE Technology, which debuted at over $10,000 and is still hard to get because it's so sought after. I didn't realize that it would just be given to them now. In Su Chi's class, the students who were originally talking about Su Chi's private life indiscretions and also hitting people instantly shut up. Su Chi, your girlfriend is too generous. We've all dipped into your favor this time. Zhao Yuan touched the new cell phone in his hand and excitedly pulled Su Chi to yell. I didn't expect you to sneak up on a rich woman. The three of us didn't see your girlfriend's face that night. Is she pretty or not? Is she as pretty as Xia Yanran? If it wasn't for you, how could we have such a nice cell phone? The other two roommates said it deliberately and loudly as well. Xia Yanran naturally heard it, and her face turned ugly. In the entire class, only she and Song Xian didn't have a cell phone. although Su Chi had sent her a similar cell phone before. But this was the latest model. It was impossible to say that she didn't want it. But the staff member who sent the gift didn't know whether it was on purpose or really forgot. Everyone sent it but left out her and Song Xian. Even if the heart is very unpleasant. Think of Shang Ruoyan. Xia Yanran on the surface did not dare to say anything, and Su Chi together for so many years. For Shang Ruoyan's bottom line, she more or less understand a few points. When it comes to GE technology, everyone may feel okay. If you mention Shang, there are not many people who can remain calm. It was believed that the students in this class would definitely undergo a drastic change in their attitude towards Su Chi after realizing that Su Chi's girlfriend was Shang Ruoyan. Qingchuan High School was a private school with expensive tuition fees, and those who were able to come in to study were all the sons of nobles. And because of this, it was impossible for them not to know what the surname Shang meant in the capital. Speaking of which, she was able to enter Qingchuan to study because of Su Chi. At that time, Su Chi had a big fight with Shang Ruoyan over this, and he went so far as to threaten Shang Ruoyan with a hunger strike to get her to agree. Thinking of this matter, Xia Yanran's beautiful eyes flashed a few times, subconsciously glanced at Su Chi, and her heart couldn't help but seize up again. Obviously, he used to be so accommodating to her. How did he suddenly become so cold? I can't believe I'd been cold with her for so long. Soon, the entire senior class got cell phones. Those posts in the forum that denounced Su Chi quickly disappeared cleanly, and Song Xian's account was even directly banned by the moderator. However, the discussion about Su Chi and Shang Ruoyan would not stop, and the forum was still very lively. I really hope Su Chi and CEO Ji can be together for a long time. All the time. No wonder the school is arranging a separate dormitory for Su Chi. Our school's playground and laboratory building are donated by GE Technology, as well as the library that will be built soon. That's a big moneymaker for our school. Su Chi, this is a rich woman chosen after being rejected by the school flower. But then again, to be able to sit on the seat of the president, this to a woman president must also be old. Su Chi is so pathetic, giving up his schoolgirl girlfriend and choosing an old woman. What's wrong with being ugly? Su Chi is directly traveling 20 years less. I'd be willing to do the same if it were me. Xiaoyu had just left with the staff when Song Xian limped into the classroom on his crutches. His face was bruised and purple, a stark contrast to his former handsome and arrogant appearance. And many girls were heartbroken when they saw him. Song Xian just saw someone violating the school rules. The sense of justice is stronger before posting. And people do not know that woman is to a female president. Su Chi has not been too heavy-handed. Su Chi didn't do it lightly. It's senior year now. Song Xian was fractured at this time. It will definitely affect his studies. No matter what, the school should give Su Chi some punishment. Most of the girls were face controllers, and between Su Chi and Song Xian, they preferred Song Xian. Hearing the girl's words, Song Xian revealed a gentle smile. Yesterday's incident was my fault. I was reckless. I don't blame Su Chi's classmates for losing their temper towards me. Hearing his gentle words, the hearts of several girls softened. Having said that, Su Chi always has to apologize to you. We all went to school together. Apologize and this will be over. With that, they looked in Su Chi's direction together. Su Chi, as long as you're willing to take the initiative to apologize, student Song Xian will definitely forgive you. Su Chi turned her head and looked at them without making a sound. A pair of cold and stern eyes looked at the folding screen cell phone held in the hands of several of them. He just grunted coldly and a few of the girls blushed in shame. Just got the benefit of Su Chi. Then turn around and let him apologize. Indeed, some words cannot be said. If you guys care so much about him, give me back the cell phone I just received. He raised an eyebrow and sneered. A few of the girls instantly shut up, but still looked a little unconvinced. Su Chi directly turned around and left the classroom. Xia Yanran looked at his back as he left and quietly followed, catching up with him at the school entrance. Su Chi, this time you really did wrong. Xia Yanran bit her lip and said with some dissatisfaction. Looking at Xia Yanran's angry appearance, Su Chi's mind couldn't help but recall Xia Yanran's defense of Song Xian in front of him in his last life. Once upon a time, because he was true to Xia Yanran, he always chose to hold his tongue. But it's different now. I thought you were thinking clearly and came to pay me back. He laughed coldly, poking Xia Yanran's pain. Xia Yanran's face stiffened. Even her figure couldn't stop trembling gently. But in the end, she still straightened her back and looked at Su Chi with a stubborn face with her head held high. I know you're angry with me and jealous of Song Xian because I chose him. So you're deliberately targeting him. What do I care who you choose? Just don't pick me. I'm disgusting. Su Chi was speechless, not knowing where Xia Yanran got the confidence to say this. Xia Yanran's face became more and more ugly, as if she didn't even hear his words. I know what you're saying right now is just anger, but I swear that I treat him the same as I treat you. I just treat you both as my good friends. When Su Chi heard this, his inner anger value rose. In her last life, when Xia Yanran had only met Song Xian. She had said such a piece of shit. At that time, he was really blinded by lard and believed in Xia Yanran's evil. Really? So he lends you money every now and then like I do, and takes care of your food, clothing, and transportation? Do you reach out to him for money too? Xia Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qi, why are you so materialistic? Always talking about money in 3 sentences? Is money that important to you? It's not important, then you return the money to me instead. Big Mom. Su Qi completely lost his patience and blurted out. Big Mom? Xia Yanran froze in place, and only after a long time did she react to the fact that Su Qi was really calling her. By the time she came back to her senses, Su Qi had already disappeared, and she could only hold her sulk back to the classroom. Those few girls were still surrounding Song Xian and couldn't stop vocalizing about Su Qi. Feeling that Su Qi had gone too far, Song Xian smiled gently and kept putting in a good word for Su Qi, further making others feel that he was generous for others. Right at this moment, Su Qi returned to the classroom, and the few people who were originally still talking and laughing were instantly silenced. He walked quickly to Song Xian's side, lit a firecracker and threw it onto his desktop. The class crackled into a frenzy, and Song Xian was startled and immediately stood up and ran to the side. By the time he reacted, the class was all looking at him. Song Xian, weren't you injured by me? Healed so quickly? Ha! Su Qi sneered. Although his hands were heavy yesterday, he avoided Song Xian's vitals, and whether Song Xian had broken any bones or not, Su Qi knew better than he did. The girls who had originally helped Song Xian changed their complexion instantly and silently returned to their seats. How can Song Xian be like this, deliberately pretending to be injured to gain sympathy? Wasting my feelings. He's too scheming, isn't he? Could it be that the post he made earlier was also intentional? I thought he was a really warm and kind and good student. Have you guys noticed that little number that's always leading the beat? You guys? Could it be? The crowd muttered in whispers. Just then, the class bell rang, and Zhao Qing walked in holding a lesson plan. What's all the noise about? Have a good class. Seeing the remnants of the firecrackers on Song Xian's seat, her brows furrowed and she waved her hand to raise the smell of firecrackers in the classroom. Song Xian, why are you setting off firecrackers in the classroom? This is dangerous, don't you know? Teacher, it wasn't me. Song Xian immediately came to his senses. Looking at Su Qi with an aggrieved face, he put it there. The crowd tensed up. This was bad for Su Qi. Every time the homeroom teacher caught Su Qi's faults, always scolded him severely. And the punishment of standing and writing is light. But there was more excitement in everyone's mind than nervousness. After all, watching Su Qi's fun was a great pleasure for them. Although Su Qi did well in the last exam, this habit has been continued in the senior class for 3 years, and it's hard for all of them to change it. For the past 3 years, Su Qi had been like a jumper, always creating all sorts of fun for them to enjoy. Whether it was being punished by Zhao Qing's verbal abuse or licking Xia Yanyan furiously to touch a nose. But I didn't expect that Zhao Qing just frowned and said with a flat face, "Let's go to class." Song Xian was taken aback. Zhao Qing was clearly favoring Su Qi. The crowd took Zhao Qing's change in their eyes and understood. Zhao Chang was aware of Su Qi's hard backstage and was interested in easing relations with him. After the bell rang, Zhao Chang didn't leave and announced an important notice. After the next exam, the school will select a few students with excellent character and academic performance to get the qualification to be directly guaranteed to be sent to Jinghua University. And our class has a spot. She looked at Su Qi, meaning to say, you must seize the time to study during this period of time. The opportunity to be guaranteed a place is rare. Missing it is going to be regretted for the rest of one's life. Xia Yanran took Zhao Qing's expression in. She definitely wanted to give this guaranteed spot to Su Qi. KYU is the best university in the country and a dream school for all students. But if she took the test on her own, she probably wouldn't be able to take it in her lifetime. But if Su Qi goes to talk to Zhao Chang, in order to ease the relationship with Su Qi, Zhao Qing will definitely agree. She took the initiative to bow down to Su Qi once, and there was no reason why Su Qi wouldn't let her have this spot. Xia Yanran thought that Su Qi's recent coldness towards her was just gambling with her, since Su Qi was waiting for her to be soft. So what if she just bowed her head once for the sake of the guaranteed spot? After class that day, she quietly went to Su Qi's dormitory. Since it was a new dormitory, there were very few transients, and Xia Yanran easily slipped in. But just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard a strange noise coming from inside the dormitory. The woman's pout and gasp. Breaths mingled. Baby, is an hour today okay? Su Qi's voice rang out. No, 2 hours? Can't be much longer. Xia Yanran instantly understood what was happening in the dormitory, and she instantly reddened her face and stiffened her body. No, Su Qi was only with Shang Ruyan in order to be angry with her. He had clearly said before that he hated Shang Ruyan the most, but the voices in the room were still coming in, and she held her tongue, wanting to turn away, but for some reason she just couldn't move her legs. I don't know how much time passed before the sound gradually died down. Shang Ruyan lying in Su Chi's arms, exquisite cheeks flushed, with a few points of feigned ruthlessness threatened Su Chi. Tomorrow night's school festival. You are not allowed to have any physical contact with Xia Yanran, otherwise you won't want to rest tomorrow night. Su Chi laughed, with a few teasing words. Baby, I could have stayed off tonight too. Only 2 hours is your limit. You have a meeting in the morning. Any longer than that will affect your walk like last time, and it will delay your work. As for Xia Yanran, which is as pretty as you. Xia Yanran outside the door was stunned. She completely couldn't stand, covered her ears and stumbled out with a red face. No, she didn't believe Su Chi would really be with Shang Ruyan. Xia Yanran ran back to her dormitory in one breath. Looking at herself in the mirror with reddened eyes, she touched her cheeks in immense aggravation. But what Su Chi and Shang Ruyan said kept appearing in her mind. Su Chi actually thought that she was not as pretty as Shang Ruyan. Is her face? Is it really that bad? She stared at the mirror for a while, but the more she looked at it, the clearer Su Chi's words became, circling in her head over and over again like a magic spell. No, what he said isn't true, she suddenly yelled, copying the bottle of makeup on the table and smashing it against the mirror. The mirror fell apart in pieces, dropping pieces all over the floor. She would never forgive Su Chi again, unless Su Chi knelt down and begged her to apologize. At the same time, Su Chi also ended the fight with Shang Ruyan. Su Chi lightly walked out of the dormitory, and washed her face in the bathroom sink next door to clear her head. Since it was a new dorm, the bathrooms were barely used, and there are often lines for the bathrooms on the old dorm side, especially in the girls' dorm. Su Yan had her aunt today, and there was a line of nearly a dozen people in front of the bathroom. She covered her stomach and stomped her feet in place impatiently. Yun, I heard that no one is using the bathrooms over at the new dormitory, so if you sneak in while no one is there, no one will care, the roommate reminded. Well, I just can't help it, Su Yan wailed and covered her belly as she flew downstairs. Luckily the two dormitory buildings were right next to each other and she quickly ran to her new dormitory. As the housemates said, no one really uses the bathrooms here. After changing into a clean sanitary napkin, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief and unscrewed the faucet to wash her hands, but when she looked up, she was caught off guard by a face. At this moment, the whole world was quiet, and the only clear sound was the beating of the chest. The youth's eyebrows were handsome. His dark and translucent eyes seemed to be hiding shining stars. His features were clean and beautiful. He looked like a spring breeze, surprisingly more handsome than even Song Xian. This face is literally the face of her dream boyfriend. But live here. Su Yan looked at the side of the sink, where a pair of black framed glasses were placed. This kind of rustic glasses were very recognizable. After freezing for a long time, Su Yan had an afterthought. You're Su Chi? Su Chi gave Su Yan a cold look and walked past her expressionlessly. Hey, you still haven't told me if you're Su Chi or not. So this is what you really look like? If you're so handsome, why did you used to wear such an ugly hairstyle and such rustic glasses? Su Chi was annoyed by the noise. I have a unique aesthetic. No? Su Yan froze. Line. The next day, Xia Yanran arrived at the classroom with red eyes. She had been distracted all morning, always involuntarily looking in Su Chi's direction. As class approaches, the empty seats in the class are filled one after another. By the end of the day there was only one empty seat left. It's Hyo Yun. The classroom began to whisper. Su Yan is never late. What's wrong today? I heard that Su Yan was punished by Zhao Qing for cleaning the bathroom for a semester. She's out of luck this time. So miserable. Su Yan certainly will not let go of Su Chi. The last time that pot of dirty water did not splash Su Chi. She must be very depressed. I guess in thinking of other ideas to hole Su Chi it. As the crowd was discussing, the classroom door was pushed open and Su Yan pushed her way in, expressionlessly placing a large bag of snacks on Su Chi's desk. Then, to the stunned expressions of the class, he returned to his seat as if nothing had happened. Su Chi was also puzzled, incomparably vigilant, picked up the snacks on the table, confirming that there were no dead rats or the like inside before placing the snacks next to the table leg. Soon the bell rang for class. Su Chi was about to take out her textbook and get ready to study when she realized that her desk was empty. Su Chi, use mine first. Su Yan held all her textbooks in front of Su Chi. You guys, whoever took Su Chi's textbook, hurry up and return it. In the future, Su Chi is my person. No one is allowed to bully him. Otherwise you're just messing with me. Su Yan looked around the week, glancing a few more times at the girls sitting in the rows behind her, her tone carrying a hidden threat. The entire class was silent. No one knew what Su Yan was suddenly smoking. Su Chi felt even more confused. Let me ask. How did I become your person? Obviously not long ago also put dirty water splash him to come. I like you. Su Yan looked at Su Chi and said word for word, incomparably serious. Although Su Yan was not as stunning as Xia Yanran, she was still considered a beauty, especially the thin waist and deep breasts, which couldn't be hidden even with the wide school uniform. But, I already have a girlfriend. Is your girlfriend as good looking as I am? For her looks, Su Yan was confident. She wasn't as pretty as Xia Yanran, but compared to an old woman, she was definitely better. You are long and beautiful, but compared to my girlfriend, it's still a little bit worse, Su Chi said honestly. Su Yan had a look of disbelief on her face. She knew that this was the reason Suki had thought of in order to push her away. There are very few pretty girls in this world. Prettier than her? Which is so easy to find. The class was also instantly in an uproar. Su Chi said his girlfriend is prettier than Su Yan? Listen to her bragging. How good can an old woman look? What could a good-looking and rich one possibly see in him? Su Yan doesn't know what kind of tendon she's got. How did she start chasing after Su Chi? This loser? Bang! Xia Yanran slammed the book on the table with thinly veiled anger. The class was instantly quiet. Xia Yanran glanced at Su Chi with red corners of her eyes, then walked out of the classroom with a cold face. Su Chi, what the hell are you thinking? Why do you keep ignoring her? Why do you keep messing with other girls over and over again? By noon, Xia Yanran went to the classroom where the drama was rehearsed without even eating. She had already thought about it. As long as Su Chi knelt down and apologized to her, and then admitted that what happened with Shang Ruyan before was all an act, she would allow Su Chi to kiss her face during rehearsals. As for the rest, Su Chi was not worthy of delusion. I didn't expect Su Chi to arrive late after more than half an hour. The teacher in charge of the rehearsal was a bit upset. Su Chi, why are you so late? Sorry teacher, I ate a bit too much at lunch. Su Chi held a leek bun in her hand and nibbled on it as she spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, Xia Yanran smelled a strong odor of garlic and leeks, and instantly goosebumps rose all over her body. These were the two things she hated the most. She could throw up just by smelling a smell, and instantly backed up a few steps. Teacher, Su Chi smells so bad. How can he still play the male lead? What can't we act? The rehearsal teacher said with some displeasure. It's not like the audience on stage can smell it. No, vomit. Xia Yanran pinched her nose and dry heaved out. They can't smell, I can smell. Ah. What if I can't help but vomit out when I perform? Fine. Then call for another student to play the male lead and hurry up with the rehearsal. The rehearsal teacher said impatiently. As soon as Su Chi heard her teacher's words, she immediately nodded. No problem. With that, he turned and walked away without looking back. As soon as he left the door of the rehearsal room, Su Chi was wrapped around his neck by a fair and round hand, and in the next second, a freshly scented woman wrapped around him and kissed him satisfactorily. You don't mind me? Su Chi's heart moved, and he wrapped his arms around that water snake-like slender and soft delicate waist. Shang Ruyan gave another kiss, then insatiably licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. This action alone was enough to make the men of the world fall. Even Su Chi was briefly stayed for an instant, not to mention the woman's next words. It's delicious. Yes? Su Chi purposely came closer to Shang Ruyan and hailed her face. Shang Ruyan stretched out her jade hand to hit Su Chi, but in return, he grabbed a section of his snow-white wrist. I ate 2 heads of garlic at lunch today. You don't even feel sorry for me? Su Chi deliberately sold her misery. Once upon a time, he was always humble in front of Xia Yanran, never daring to talk to her like this for fear of upsetting her. But now that he was with Shang Ruyan, his entire body was slack. Su Chi is also a little confused. Once he was on Xia Yanran's, the kind of careful, exhaustive currying favor, and now on Shang Ruyan's, always want to tease her. Want to look at the consistently strong woman in bed out of order to beg for forgiveness. The two feelings in the end, which one is really love? Their eyes intertwined in mid-air for a moment, and soon they couldn't help but kiss again. On the other hand, because the new actor hadn't been found yet, Xia Yanran had to go to lunch first. It so happened that Song Xian sent her a message saying that he had already helped her with her meal. As soon as she arrived at the cafeteria, she saw Song Xian smiling and waving at her. Yan, hurry up and eat, or else the food will get cold in a while, Song Xian said while handing him chopsticks. Xia Yanran looked at the meal in front of her and froze for a split second, muttering in dissatisfaction. Why are there leeks and eggs? This is my least favorite dish. Ah, Song Xian was a bit embarrassed. But just now I asked your roommate. She said you often order leeks and scrambled eggs to eat. Ah, I even specifically asked your roommate what you like to eat. I didn't realize that I was the one who did something bad with good intentions. Song Xian took a bite of the dish with some displeasure. Xia Yanran reacted as an afterthought that the person sitting in front of her was Song Xian, not Su Chi. Sorry about that, but thanks for helping me with my food. She gave a sarcastic laugh, making amends for herself. But once upon a time, when Su Chi helped her with her meals, she never had to say thank you. and even as long as Su Chi typed a meal she was not satisfied with, she would directly lose her temper. Looking at the leeks and eggs on the dinner plate, Xia Yanran couldn't help but frown in disgust. She loves scrambled eggs but especially hates leeks, and the school cafeteria only has scrambled eggs with leeks. In the past, whenever she ordered scrambled eggs with leeks, she would ask Su Chi to eat all the leeks in her bowl. But Song Xian, she quietly surveyed Song Xian's face, and the other party still seemed to be in an irritated mood because of what she had just said. If she offered to let Song Xian help her with the leeks at this time, it was expected that the other party would be so angry that she would simply leave. But she still wanted to be with Song Xian because Song Xian was the most popular boy in this class. Xia Yanran had to lower her head, not moving as she peeled the leeks on her plate to the side. Smelling the leeks gave her a pang in her heart that she couldn't quite put into words. I wish Suki was here. The words suddenly popped up in her mind, but in the next second, she forced them down. The less she thinks about it, the more memories of Su Chi helping her eat leeks from before can't help but surface. Xia Yanran suddenly remembered that in fact Su Chi did not like leeks either. At first Su Chi offered to help her eat leeks, but also eat very satisfied. She thought Su Chi liked leeks. Usually eat as long as the leeks are brought to Su Chi are thrown. Until one time, she and Su Chi ate together. After eating she didn't want to wait for Su Chi so she left first by herself. Who knows, not long gone, she found the handbag left in the restaurant, turned back to get it, just in time to see Su Chi sitting at the table to vomit, just eaten all the leeks spit out. At that time she only thought Su Chi's vomiting was disgusting, took her bag and left without a word of concern. Later, although she could tell that Su Chi didn't like leeks, she didn't take it to heart. Since Su Chi liked her, she should feel happy to pay for her, and if she didn't let Su Chi help himself to the leftovers, maybe he would lose his mind. But now Su Chi won't pay for her anymore. Xia Yanran's mind shook and suddenly thought of something. If Su Chi doesn't like leeks, why would he eat leek buns? Did he do it on purpose, to not do the play with her? Thinking of this, Xia Yanran's heart was completely messed up. How is this possible? As long as Suki rehearses the play with her normally, according to the script they are to kiss, he purposely ate leek buns just to avoid the kiss. Could it be that Su Chi really didn't like her anymore? Xia Yanran's heart instantly panicked. No way. She had to go to Su Chi and ask for clarification. Even if she didn't want to act, it should be that she disliked Su Chi and didn't want Su Chi to act with her. Not that Su Chi deliberately designed not to act with her. To be able to kiss her, this was something that the boys in the whole school could only dream of. So what on earth was Su Chi unwilling to do? It was humiliating her in no uncertain terms. She couldn't sit still at all, and after hastily picking up 2 mouthfuls of rice, she stood up and directly left Song Xian behind to leave the cafeteria. No matter what, she had to find Su Chi to get a statement. Xia Yanran searched around the school and couldn't find Su Chi, so she could only go back to the rehearsal room with a sulk. She didn't expect that as soon as she entered the rehearsal room, she saw Su Chi, who had been missing. Only at this time, Su Chi was different from the past. If not for the pair of black-rimmed glasses that were placed right beside her, she would not have connected the youth in front of her, who was all noble, with that scruffy loser. He was dressed in an elegant nobleman's costume, with a white background and gold-trimmed chapter of gorgeous clothing ironed properly on his body, which properly emphasized the muscles on his arms and his straight and slender legs, as well as the black military boots, which made him more than a bit of dashing and flowing military style. He is like a nobleman who has traveled from the Western European century, as if he does not belong to this era at all, and the role of the prince, which is supposed to be played by Su Chi, is surprisingly a perfect match for his image and temperament. At this moment, Su Chi was working on her lines with another girl. Teacher, what's going on? Isn't Su Chi not acting as a prince anymore? Xia Yanran asked her teacher with some confusion. The rehearsal teacher rolled her eyes in dismay. How dare you ask? I sent you a message to come to rehearsal, but you didn't show up for an afternoon, and since the newly chosen boy couldn't memorize his lines at all, I had to ask Su Chi to come back. Since you dislike Su Chi's mouth for its taste, I'll have to replace you. At this time, Su Chi also looked over, and Xia Yanran was shocked again. Did the styling of his simply like a different person? Nose straight, eyes as deep as the cold pool of water, standing in the flash like a layer of light coated with a faint layer of radiance in general. Xia Yanran had originally come to find Su Chi to raise an offense, but she had accidentally lost her concentration by looking at him. Right. She was the one who told Su Chi to make a fool of herself in front of Shang Ruyan. At that time, it was also to test Su Chi's sincerity. Although it was true that she didn't like Su Chi, but to get a boy who thinks about her wholeheartedly and protects her, it is still something that many girls beg for. Su Chi really agreed, and this disguise was a long time, so long that she had already forgotten his original face. If it is acting with such Su Chi, it is not impossible. Xia Yanran's mind floated to the image of the male lead played by Su Chi kissing her, and she could not help but redden her face. Xia Yanran, I'll force you if you don't want to act with Su Qi. Go back. The rehearsal teacher's voice broke her fantasy. But teacher, that new actress hasn't even rehearsed before. I'm afraid she won't be able to act well. Xia Yanran hurriedly looked for an excuse. The new girl is mediocre in appearance. Standing with Su Qi like a bumpkin. How can she play the female lead? It doesn't matter. The female lead has very few lines. How bad can the acting be? The rehearsal teacher said without a care in the world. But, Xia Yanran bit her lip, suddenly raised her head and firmly said, I don't want to give up the performance. I cherish the opportunity to perform at the school festival. I don't want to give up just like this. Teacher, you let me act. The rehearsal teacher looked her up and down oddly and asked rhetorically, didn't you say that smelling Su Qi's body made you want to vomit? I can insist. Xia Yanran said without thinking, please give me this chance. The rehearsal teacher waved her hand somewhat helplessly. Alright then, go to the locker room and change your clothes. You'll be on stage soon. Okay. Xia Yanran instantly beamed with joy and hugged the princess's clothes and left. That girl who was pulled in temporarily could only leave the rehearsal room full of regret when she heard that Xia Yanran was willing to play the female lead again. He even gave Su Qi a fond look on his way out. I didn't realize there was such a handsome senior. But it's a shame she's only a freshman and won't be able to take a college test with the school. Su Qi looked in the direction Xia Yanran left and frowned with a face of disgust. Was the taste of leeks in his mouth not strong enough? Xia Yanran hugged her clothes and went into the changing room with joy. But she had just taken off her jacket when she felt a chill on her neck. Shang Ruyan did not know when, but appeared behind her like a ghost, the dagger in her hand flashing with a cold light. I said, no coveting my man. Her voice was harsh, and she pinched Xia Yanran's neck from behind. The next time, don't blame me for really doing it to you. Xia Yanran was so scared that she almost couldn't stand. Shang Ruyan, why are you here? She was practically fainting from fear. The woman behind her was too scary. She could sense that Shang Ruyan wasn't threatening her, but coming for real. If she came any closer to Su Qi, Shang Ruyan would really kill her. But, that person is Su Qi. Why would Shang Ruyan be willing to do this for him? What is it about him that attracts Shang Ruyan? Even if Su Qi was handsome, he was a poor man with no money and only debts. Without waiting for Xia Yanran to figure it out, Shang Ruyan had already grabbed her by the neck and violently threw her against the wall. The pain in her back caused Xia Yanran to directly double her eyes and fall to the ground. Shang Ruyan took out the prepared rope and directly tied up Xia Yanran. You tied me up. Who's going to act in the play? Without a female lead, Su Qi will not be able to get off the stage. Xia Yanran shouted with anger. Shang Ruyan made a movement and began to think seriously about the issue. Yeah, who's playing the female lead? Xia Yanran relaxed slightly in her heart. She had some understanding of Shang Ruyan and knew that this woman would never be willing to go on stage and show herself to people. This was not allowed by her pride and status. What does it look like for the woman at the helm of the capital's #1 clan to perform on stage at a high school festival for the audience to enjoy? Soon, the school performance officially began, and many of the students who came to watch the performance brought cameras in order to capture the image of Xia Yanran and Su Qi kissing. As the show officially began, the lights in the studio suddenly went out. Su Qi also took the stage at this point, under the beautiful lights, wearing the British uniform of the youth handsome, as if from the time tunnel shuttles, but also seems to have experienced 100 years of time baptism. Within this impetuous hustle and bustle of the world out of tune with the nobility and coolness. For a while, everyone was in an obsession. It took a long time before someone realized that something was wrong one after another. Especially the students of the senior class Su Qi was in. This is Suki? Geez, is Su Qi this handsome? This is completely 18 blocks away from Songxian. To be honest, a boy with this look is more than enough even to match the school flower Xia Yanran. Hoof. Su Yan hummed softly. Xia Yanran doesn't deserve him, she muttered in a small voice, her eyes looking straight at the stage, at the figure shrouded in flashbulbs. But after a long time, there had been no wait for the heroine to make her debut, and the atmosphere of the scene was a little awkward for a while. What's going on? Where's the leading lady? The female lead couldn't be that she didn't want to come when she heard that the male lead was Su Qi, right? But Su Qi looks handsome even after changing his clothes. Amidst the murmurs, a delicate and charming figure slowly walked onto the stage in the darkness. The students looked at Shang Ruyan's figure and all talked. Is Xia Yanran that tall? Why do I feel that Xia Yanyan's legs aren't so thin and good looking? With a pop, a beam of light landed on Shang Ruyan's body. In an instant, the sound of cold air being sucked backward rose and fell. Because, the woman in front of him was just too beautiful. She was tall, wearing a clean white princess costume, with a pair of straight long legs hidden under the white dress veil, looking incomparably delicate. As for that face, it is more charm and purity intertwined. That is a kind of beauty that can almost be said to be beyond the limits of human beings. Beauty to shocking. Beauty to the real world will not appear like people, even if it is the showbiz industry actresses, but also just look good on the screen. Encountered in reality will not be in front of this woman this kind of, to give a person a great impact of the amazing beauty. The crowd couldn't believe that there was actually such a seductive siren in the world, and all of them murmured excitedly, "Who is this woman? She's too pretty, isn't she? Is she from our school? Is it from our school? How come I don't seem to have ever seen it before? She's coming to play the female lead. So where's Xia Yanran? Where did she go? What do you care about Xia Yanran when you have her? Isn't she 10,000 times better looking than Xia Yanran? She's definitely not from our school. If our school had this kind of super beauty, it would definitely be more famous than Xia Yanran." On the stage, Shang Ruyan was already lying on the bed according to the script. Seeing Shang Ruyan, Suchi was also a bit surprised, but also had no worries because of it. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the entire audience, Suchi kissed Shang Ruyan according to the script. Everyone was excited to take out their cell phones or video cameras and capture the scene on film. Shang Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, and the two of them looked deeply into each other's eyes under the light. Originally, according to the script, the female lead played by Shang Ruyan should have kissed the male lead back after waking up, but Shang Ruyan looked at Suchi's handsome face and actually lost her concentration for a moment, forgetting to continue down the line. The rehearsal teacher had to rush to lower the curtain to bring a show to an early end. The house lights came on, and a few seconds of silence passed before an unbelievable round of applause erupted. Shang Ruyan returned to the backstage, let go of Xia Yanran, and turned to leave without saying a word. "But I didn't expect to run into an uninvited guest in the doorway of the locker room." Song Xian stopped Shang Ruyan's path in his evening dress. "Hello classmate, can I add your WeChat?" Song Xian said politely. Shang Ruyan took a step back, her tone cold as ice. "No." Song Xian was stunned. He would hardly ever take the initiative to ask a girl for a WeChat, but as long as he asked, there was no girl who was unwilling to give it. But this girl was just too pretty, and even though he was rejected, he didn't want to just give up. "I don't have any other meaning. It's just that you're so beautiful. No one has ever been able to make me feel my heart throb just by looking at it," he said with deep emotion, inwardly feeling incredibly confident that any girl would fall when she heard those words from him. This exceptionally beautiful woman would be no exception. Not to mention that he had dressed up especially for the day. Shang Ruyan was fed up. She had a serious cleansing fetish for the opposite sex other than Suchi, both mentally and physically. Scram! She gave a cold shout and Miss Song Xian about to walk away. Song Xian was so excited in his heart that he couldn't help but grab her wrist. "Wait a minute classmate." Shang Ruyan's complexion suddenly turned cold, and she threw a slap onto his face, taking several steps back with a face full of disgust. "Don't touch me." The force of the slap was so great that Song Xian was dumbfounded, and before he could come back to his senses, Xia Yanran rushed out of the locker room and threw another slap at Song Xian's face. "Song Xian, you liar, didn't you say that you only have heartfelt feelings for me?" Xia Yanran looked ashamed and angry. It was already hard for her to be tied up for so long, and hearing that Song Xian actually confessed to Shang Ruyan, her heart was already close to collapsing. Why do you like Shang Ruyan too?" She covered her face as tears poured out uncontrollably. Right at this moment, Suchi rushed over with great strides and wrapped Shang Ruyan in his arms. "Kill him for me. He dares to touch me." Shang Ruyan tightly grabbed Suchi's arm, her cold eyes staring at Song Xian as if she wanted to kill him by 1,000 cuts. "I know. I'll let him die right away." Suchi hugged Shang Ruyan and couldn't stop stroking her back, like she was smoothing the fur of a fried kitten. "Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll always be by your side." His tone was gentle, soothing Shang Ruyan over and over again. The original emotional Shang Ruyan also gradually returned to normal. Song Xian looked at the intimate appearance of the two men, and thought of what Xia Yanran had just said, before realizing with hindsight that this woman whose beauty could be described as demonic was actually Suchi's girlfriend, that legendary female president of To1 Technology. He had thought that this girlfriend of Suchi must be an old woman, and that Suchi just fell into the lap of a rich woman, but he had never thought that the other party not only had a good figure, but even her appearance was so outstanding. Thinking back to the scene where he went to Suchi's dormitory with the hostel manager to look for someone, Song Xian felt a pang of chagrin in his heart. At that time, he was only thinking of grabbing Suchi's handle, and he didn't even turn on the lights in Suchi's dormitory. If only he had seen the woman's appearance earlier. But Suchi was still a hangdog and a scruffy errand boy not long ago. How could such a superb beauty in front of him look at him? No, she must be just having a little fun with Suchi. He is much more handsome than Suchi. When she gets tired of Suchi, he will definitely have a chance too. Song Xian stared at Shang Ruyan, greed flickering in his eyes. "You actually looked at her." Xia Yanran collapsed, pointing at Song Xian and cursing. So all the things you said to me before were all lies. I hate you. She covered her face and ran out of the studio in disarray. You take care of yourself. Su Qi swept a glance at Song Xian, then quickly walked away with Shang Ruyan in her arms. Xia Yanran ran all the way and fled back to the dormitory, sat down on her butt on the bed, and bawled her eyes out regardless. She couldn't figure out where exactly she was inferior to Shang Ruyan. Why even Song Xian had to betray her after seeing Shang Ruyan. Tears were pouring down her face, and she cried until she had no strength left, before she drifted off to sleep. I don't know how much time passed, but suddenly someone shook her arm. Yuma, why don't you sleep on my bed instead of your own? Get up. I need to rest. Her roommate Li Xian said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Xia Yanran opened her eyes in a daze, only to realize that she came back because she was so sad that she didn't even realize that it wasn't her bed she was sitting on. She climbed up a little embarrassed. Li Xian pulled the covers somewhat unhappily and was just about to go to bed when he suddenly exclaimed, Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran was taken aback and blinked in some confusion. What's wrong? Why don't you wear a tampon on your period? Look at my bed. Li Xian pointed at his bed in disgust and annoyance. On that, a streak of dark red blood was very visible. Xia Yanran's face instantly reddened, standing in place somewhat at a loss for words. I'm sorry, I didn't know I was on my period? What don't you know? Li Xian was furious. I just bought new sheets here. You've gone too far, haven't you? I'll just return a quilt to you. Xia Yanran lowered her head and was about to go out to buy a quilt for Li Xian. It was another housemate who called out to her. Yan Ya, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so absent-minded? At least change your pants before going out. She looked back and then remembered that her pants must be dirty too. She could only go to the bathroom and change her pants. And it wasn't until then that she remembered that she had run out of tampons. Can one of you lend me a tampon? I've run out of mine. She could only poke her head halfway out of the restroom and inquired in embarrassment. Here. When she took the bathroom, Xia Yanran's tears flowed out uncontrollably. Once upon a time, she didn't even have to keep track of her period, because there will be Suki to help remember. Su Qi would prepare brown sugar and ginger tea for her and would also put sanitary napkins in her backpack. There was a time when she had her period and her stomach was not feeling well, and Su Qi even booked a 5-star hotel so that she didn't have to sleep in the dormitory. She slept on the big, soft hotel bed, and Su Qi tenderly rubbed her stomach all afternoon. Still through her clothes, knowing that she would have menstrual cramps, Su Qi took extra care of her, often looking for Chinese medicines to regulate menstrual cramps for her to drink, but she disliked those medicines as being too bitter, and was unwilling to drink them every time. There were also several times when she directly knocked over the medicine bowl, and the boiling hot medicine soup was spilled on Su Qi's body. But even so, Su Qi was still looking at her with a smile on his face, coaxing her in a gentle voice, without the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. She never thought that one day Su Qi would really leave her, and left so completely, taking away even all those care and favoritism he used to have for him. However, she obviously didn't like Su Qi's and had never thought of marrying him, much less bearing children for him to reproduce an heir. So why would she still be so uncomfortable with leaving his life? Xia Yanran gave her own quilt to Li Xian, and at night she lay wrapped in a thin summer quilt, her belly aching with pain. All the care Su Qi had taken during her period from before came to her mind again, and an unspeakable pain spread from her heart to her whole body. Meanwhile, in Su Qi's dormitory, Shang Ruyan was sitting at the table handling a document, while Su Qi was taking a bath in the bathroom, listening to the sound of water from a wall away. Shang Ruyan's heart was quiet. She enjoyed this feeling of living with Su Qi, even if she didn't do anything. Just hearing the movement of Su Qi doing something, she felt comfortable. With people you like, that's largely how it is. Suddenly, Su Qi's cell phone on the table rang, an alarm clock he had set. Shang Ruyan reached for his cell phone, ready to press his alarm clock off, but accidentally sought his alarm clock notes. Huma's vacation. The 4 short words caused Shang Ruyan's breathing to be messed up for a moment. Is this beautiful dream? Finally waking up, Su Qi was wearing a bath towel, rubbing her hair while walking outside the bathroom. When she saw Shang Ruyan was holding her cell phone, she asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Shang Ruyan pressed the cell phone and said without moving, "It's fine." Those who knew Shang Ruyan knew that she would use superficial calmness to hide her impending loss of control. That is, the calm before the storm. Su Qi took her own cell phone, but her gaze still fell on Shang Yanran's face. "Baby, go to bed first. It's late." "Good." Shang Ruyan faintly answered and closed her eyes. Su Qi scrutinized Shang Ruyan's face, which should have been as flawless as a white wall, but a blemish was added to it because of the heavy dark circles under her eyes. She was already suffering from severe insomnia, and she must have been so distracted by the fact that he was going to be in a play that she must not have gotten much rest during this time. He stroked Shang Ruyan's hair and called out softly, "Baby?" Shang Ruyan breathed evenly and didn't open her eyes. Only after confirming that Shang Ruyan was asleep did Su Qi quietly leave the dormitory. In the room, after hearing the sound of the door closing, Shang Ruyan opened her eyes, her body radiating an icy aura. She rolled out of bed and left Su Qi's dormitory with an expressionless face. Only after half an hour in, Su Qi rushed to the private medical center of an old Chinese doctor. "Young man, it's so late. You still came over to get medicine?" The old Chinese doctor looked kind and was reading a medical book in the medical center. When he saw Su Qi coming to the door, he immediately put down his medical book in a courteous manner. Previously, in order to condition Xia Yanran's body, he often visited here. This old Chinese doctor is a skilled healer, but has an eccentric temper. Su Qi had taken a lot of effort to visit every now and then, and only then did he become quite polite to Su Qi. "Old sir, I want you to prescribe me a bit of herbal medicine for chronic insomnia," Su Qi said with some concern. "Still prescribed for that sweetheart of yours?" The old Chinese doctor smiled slightly and deliberately flirted. Su Qi was stunned. Clear that the person he was talking about was Xia Yanran, and only chose to remain silent. When the old herbalist saw him like this, he laughed out softly as if he had guessed something. "Not her? That's a good thing. Old sir, what does that say?" Su Qi was somewhat puzzled. However, the old Chinese doctor just smiled faintly and grabbed the pen on the table to write up a new prescription for him. "That sweetheart of yours wouldn't have had to come to me 3 months ago to get a prescription for the medicine I gave you earlier if she had been drinking it on time. But the fact that you still come every month means that she often doesn't drink the medicines you take to her." The old Chinese doctor pontificated. "How can someone who doesn't value a piece of your mind be a good match for you?" Su Qi was stunned. The original love and not love is really so obvious. In addition to him, even an old Chinese doctor can see that Xia Yanran does not love him at all. He took the old Chinese doctor's new prescription for new medicines and went to the pharmacy to get some medicine. But he didn't expect to run into Xia Yanran, who had also come to buy medicine. As soon as Xia Yanran saw Su Qi, it was as if she had seen a life-saving straw, and she tightly grabbed his arm. "Suki, you're here to buy medicine for me, right?" She was pleasantly surprised when she saw the prescription in Su Qi's hand. "Can you go pay for my mom's treatment first? My mom's condition has suddenly worsened. Just now the people from the hospital called me and said that they need $500,000 in medical expenses." As Xia Yanran spoke, she sobbed uncontrollably, letting go of Su Qi to cover her face. "Please, I really can't live without my mom." When she looked up again, she realized that Su Qi had already left the pharmacy without looking back. "Su Qi," Xia Yanran chased after her 2 steps, but a sudden cramping pain came from her belly, directly fixing her in place. Xia Yanran could only squat on the ground to ease the pain. Looking at the teenager's back, the pain in her heart was surprisingly 3 times more than her belly. Su Qi even left just like that. It seems that the medicine was not bought for her. Then who was it? Shang Ruyan? But once upon a time, the one who could have this kind of treatment was clearly her. Su Qi brought the medicine home, and when he sat in the car, Xia Yanran's matter was put behind him. Her mother suffers from an extremely difficult to cure heart disease, which requires high monthly medication costs, and the cost of surgery is unaffordable to the average family. In his previous life, he had hardened himself to renew Xia Yanran's dying mother's life for 7 or 8 more years, and every year, every day, every minute and every second required a large amount of money for its maintenance. Some of this money was Shang Ruyan's, and some of it was earned from his hard work and study. But what's the result? His own parents, both of whom are each seriously ill because they can't afford treatment. This woman, who has always been regarded by him as his future mother-in-law and for whom he spent all his family's wealth to cure, happily married her daughter to Song Xian after she recovered from her illness. This great seed of wrongdoing. In his second life, he would not be one again no matter what. At that moment, the cab passed by an abandoned factory, interrupting Su Qi's thoughts. The memories of his previous life slammed into his mind. It seems that in just a month's time, the relevant authorities will make an announcement that a high-speed rail line to be built in the future will run through the location where this factory is located. This factory is actually not completely abandoned. Just not long ago was found to have serious fire hazards. The above strictly ordered the factory to stop work to rectify, but to eliminate safety hazards can only be replaced with new equipment. The factory owner cannot get the money. They want to simply sell the factory. Unfortunately, the location of this factory is not good, and it is an industrial site. Many people know the disadvantages of this factory, which has led to the fact that it has not been sold until now. I didn't expect the demolition announcement to be released a month later, and the factory owner got the huge demolition payment directly. The incident even made the news at the time, and a number of business celebrities had discussed it as a minor anecdote. His mind moved slightly, suddenly thought of something, found the contact information of the owner of this factory on the internet, said he was willing to pay for the factory. The factory owner was thrilled and immediately rushed to the factory. He froze for a moment in disbelief when he saw that it was a young man who was going to buy the plant. "You're Mr. Su," he said half-heartedly. "It's me. I want to acquire your factory. Please make an offer," Suchi said blandly. The boss looked him up and down and laughed softly. "Although our factory is not in the middle of the operation now, but the price is too low. I cannot sell it. You name a price." Suchi still had the same words. The boss saw him so calmly, and thought he was a rich second generation from some family. So he had a heart of gold. $2 million. $2 million? Suchi frowned. This plant is not a minor safety hazard, and it will cost a lot of money to get it back into operation. And right now it's worth $1,200,000 at the most. If there are not those safety hazards, the price of $2 million is quite reasonable. This boss is thinking that he does not know anything, deliberately blind him. However, he was willing to play dumb. $1,700,000. If it's okay, we'll sign the contract now. I'll call the money over within a week. If not, forget it. He spoke crisply, not dragging his feet at all. If he had enough time, he would have had the heart to cut another deal with this boss. It was just a pity that the demolition notice would come down in a month and he had to get this plant as fast as possible. $1,700,000 was far beyond the current value of this factory, and I believed that there was no second person besides him who would be willing to offer such a high price. Sure enough, the boss only pretended to hesitate for a moment before agreeing. In his heart, he was already overjoyed, and sighed in his heart that he had sort of met a big injustice with a bad brain and money. Suki left with the contract without incident. He hadn't been gone long when the factory owner told his best friend that he had sold the factory. His close friends were stunned to hear that someone was willing to buy the factory for $1,700,000, and soon the news spread throughout Kyoto. Many knowledgeable business bigwigs feel that this young man who bought the factory must have been cheated by the owner, and the factory's industry exchange group is also talking about this. What a stupid man with a lot of money. What's wrong with having $1,700,000 to buy? To buy such a small and shabby factory? Isn't it a waste of money? This person should just be a rich kid who has nothing to do and wants to start a business, and doesn't understand the market price of our business at all. That factory owner usually loves money. This time it's a real bargain for him. Because of Shang Ruyan's relationship, Suchi also added some business exchange groups and happened to see the conversation of the people in the group. He laughed softly and put away his cell phone. It's hard to tell who picked up the slack. At this time, he had already returned to the Su family. Although Shang Ruyan will buy all kinds of daily necessities for him, and the car alone can fill a parking lot, but the living expenses are not much. Speaking of which, this is still because he used to always spend money for Xia Yanran. Now we'll just have to find some money from our own family first. He rummaged around the house for a while and turned up a pile of his mother Jiru's jewelry. Xiao Qi, what's wrong with you? Are you in such a hurry to use the money? Did something happen? Ji Ro worriedly stopped him and asked. Su Qi was stunned. In his last life, because he always stick to Xia Yanran regardless, every time he went back to the Su family was to borrow money on behalf of Xia Yanran. His father Su Guoqian was half-dead angry by him. His sister Suya also felt that he was hopeless, and in the end, the family cut off communication with him. Only his mother, Ji Ro, still cares about him, but due to Su Guoqian's violent temper, Ji Ro only receives him once in a while. Gradually, though, Jiru was also disappointed in him and stopped contacting him. At that time he felt that the whole family were snobs. Just because Xia Yanran's family was not good, all kinds of opposition to them together, always defending the rich and powerful Shang Ruyan. Now that I think about it, Su's family clearly saw how bad Xia Yanran was, and it was him who chilled his family's heart. But the good news is that he has plenty of opportunities to make up for it in this life. Mom, I'm in a hurry to use money now. I can only borrow your jewelry first and take it to sell it. Don't worry, I'll return these things tenfold after a month, Su Qi hurriedly said. Su Guoqiang hurried back home just in time to hear Su Qi's words, so angry that he copied the broom to beat him. You loser, do you know that these are your mother's dowry jewelry? I didn't even bother to touch them back then, even when I was down and out. And you're selling them just because you say so. He stormed out angrily. Ji Ro hurriedly stopped him. Guoqiang, don't get excited. Xiao Qi might be in some kind of emergency, and he also said he would pay it back. Suya had just returned from work, and when she saw the scene in front of her, she immediately frowned in annoyance, and without saying a word, she walked to Su Qi's face and threw a slap onto his face. What are you still doing back here? Trying to piss daddy off with a heart attack? Su Qi received this slap, but he was not angry in his heart. This was what he owed his family. Even if Su Guoqian wanted to break his legs now, he did not have any objections. But right now he had to hurry up and get that $1,700,000 and get the factory. Xiao Qi, go now. Don't upset your father anymore. Ji-ro urged him with tears in her eyes. He immediately scrunched his neck and quickly ran out of the Su family's front door under Ji-ro's cover. Su Guoqiang was so angry that he copied the slipper in his hand and threw it out at him. But fortunately Su Qi ran fast so that he didn't get hit. With a bang, the door of Su's house was slammed shut. Su Qi turned around and looked at the closed door, greatly relieved. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Suya suddenly opened the door quietly and walked out. In her hand, she also held a small bag. When she saw Su Qi didn't leave, she walked over and sighed helplessly, handing him the bag in her hand. This one's for you. Su Qi opened his wallet and found that inside were 2 stacks of red bills and a few bank cards. This money is my savings from all these years of work, and there isn't much of it, and the password for the card is your birthday. So take this money for now. She sighed helplessly, her words filled with hopelessness. Thank you, sis. Su Qi smiled joyfully and took the bag of money over. After a month, I will definitely pay you back tenfold, he solemnly promised. Suya smiled helplessly. No need, just live your own life. Don't hang out with that Xia Yanran anymore. If you have another love brain attack and go home to your parents for money for her, then don't blame me for not remembering our sibling love for so many years. Su Qi choked. Thought to say love brain. This sister seems to be no stronger than him to wear, but just got the money. Some words Su Qi is not good to say now. Can only find a suitable opportunity to mention to her. Not far away, Xia Yanran hid behind a large tree and listened to the conversation between the two. The hospital wants money urgently. She cannot find Su Qi everywhere. Send a message to Su Qi. Su Qi also do not return. She had no choice but to come to Su's house to take a look, and she didn't expect to actually see Suya handing money to Su Qi. Hearing Suya's words, her heart that had been hanging in the air was released. It turns out that Su Qi has been ignoring her is to go to her to think of ways to raise money. Then she can still reluctantly forgive Su Qi for not returning her messages. On the other side, Suya was still admonishing Su Qi in a serious manner. That Xia Yanran is not a good girl. I gave you the money because I don't want you to give all your money to her and condemn your life. You'd better break it off with her before it's too late. Suya sighed. Her tone was much softer. Ruyan, it's a good girl. You should know how to cherish it. Su Qi nodded and collected the money to leave. He knows that if he explains to Su family now, Su family will also surely think that he is deliberately pretending to be a good boy in order to get the money. Wait until a month later when he brings Shang Ruyan back home together to pay back the money. Su family will naturally understand what is in his mind now. Pawning off Ji-ro's dowry jewelry, and talking to the boss about not selling it out for the time being, Su Qi counted the deposits in her hand and found that there was only 300,000. It suddenly occurred to him that a few years ago Su Guoqiang had bought him a small house that was worth almost $1 million now. But after he got the account book, Xia Yanran cried to him that her mother had lost her job and they had no place to live. So he let Xia Yanran take her mother to live there because of his heartache. Reborn and back. He had forgotten about it for a moment, since he had already thought of it. Su Qi naturally didn't hesitate and immediately went to the real estate agent to list the house at a price of $900,000. Because it was tens of thousands of dollars below market value, he was soon contacted by buyers who said they wanted to see the house. Su Qi calculated. Even after selling the house, the money in his hand still adds up to a difference of 500,000. Thinking about it, he decided to find Shang Ruyan borrowed first. At the same time, Shang Ruyan also suddenly received a text message from Xia Yanran. Miss Shang, thank you for taking care of Su Qi during this period of time. He's always been a good friend of mine. When he heard that my mom was sick, he was so anxious that he went back to Su's house overnight to help me raise money for my mom's medical bills. I'm really grateful to him. After sending the text message, Xia Yanyan burst into a fit of triumph. Remembering that she had Shang Ruyan's contact information, it was still because Shang Ruyan was once upon a time jealous of Su Qi always surrounding her, and had someone find out her phone number to call and threaten her. Shang Ruyan will be furious when she sees the message now, right? Sure enough. Su Qi was with her just for show. As long as she casually cried and dropped a few tears, Su Qi would return to her like a dog, thinking that soon Su Qi will take the initiative to come to her with money. Xia Yanran's heart is more and more pleased. When her mom was cured, she could consider accepting Su Qi. However, it could only be a temporary confirmation of boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with him. As for marriage, it was not in her consideration for the time being. Xia Yanran, this side of the thought is beautiful, received a text message Shang Ruyanton but did not have her imagination of that kind of rage. But calm perverse. Xiao Yu, who was reporting to Shang Ruyan, coincidentally saw this text message, and was immediately like an enemy. Mr. Shang, do you need me to investigate? Work first, Shang Ruyan calmly said. There was not a trace of extra expression on the cold and bewildering cheeks, only the coldness like a glacier. Seeing this, Xiao Yu did not dare to say more and meticulously reported on her work. The hands of the clock moved a little bit and kept pointing to the position of 12 o'clock at midnight. Xiao Yu's eyelids were already so heavy that he was going to sleep in the next second. But Shang Ruyan still didn't have the slightest idea of taking a rest. She sat in her study in her white blouse, like a precisely controlled machine that seemed to never stop, working tirelessly. I don't know how long it took before Shang Ruyan put down the signing pen in her hand and raised a pair of bloodshot eyes. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yu saw that a strong and incomparable murderous aura slowly surfaced in the woman's eyes that were originally indifferent without a trace of emotion, like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass, sending deep chills down one's back. Go check. Check what? Xiao Yu didn't react for a moment. Check if Su Qi has gone to see Xia Yanran. Shang Ruyan suddenly erupted and with a wave of her hand, she pushed all the papers on the table to the floor. Even the vase on the side was shaken a few times and fell into a pile of pieces. The loud ringing noise scared Xiao Yu into taking a few steps back and immediately turning around to go out, fearing that if she took a step late, she would be eaten by Shang Ruyan in a state of rage. Zhou Moon soon returned with news. Mr. Shang, Xia Yanyan's mom is indeed sick and is in dire need of $500,000 in medical expenses. The secret guards that you sent to protect young Master Su before also did see young Master Su and Xia Yanran meet at the entrance of the Su family. In addition, before young Master Su returned to the Su family, he also went to find the old Chinese doctor who often prescribes medicine for Xia Yanran. Shang Ruyan's heart went cold. She thought Su Qi had really given up Xia Yanran and was willing to be with her properly. Sure enough, he couldn't let go in his heart after all. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Su Qi did not accept her from the beginning, and she had already predicted what happened today. I knew that everything that happened during this period of time was just a beautiful dream, but it was a dream. No matter how beautiful it was, there was still a moment when the dream woke up, wasn't there? At that moment, Su Qi returned to Shang Ruyan's villa. Seeing the mess in a room, he was taken aback and hurriedly went up to survey Shang Ruyan, confirming that she was not injured before feeling a little more at ease. What's wrong, baby? Is there a burglar in the house? Are you okay? Looking at Su Qi's concerned look, Shang Ruyan was in a bit of a trance again. Once upon a time, Xia Yanran wouldn't take the initiative to send her a text message to demonstrate, so maybe she was deliberately making up something unfounded to provoke her and Su Qi. Before confirming that Su Qi had really sent Xia Yanran that $500,000, she would not act rashly. It's fine. Let the maid clean it up. She didn't move, answering the question with a question. Why are you back? I want to ask you, can you lend me $500,000 first? Su Qi opened her mouth a little embarrassed. But that embarrassment is nothing when you think of the financial freedom you will soon realize. $500,000? Shang Ruyan narrowed her eyes, trying her best to suppress the storm in her heart. Are you in a hurry to use the money? Su Qi hesitated. If he said the matter of acquiring the factory, Shang Ruyan, such a business bigwig, will definitely forcefully persuade him not to buy it. It's not like he can tell the secret that the factory will be demolished in a month. In a month's time, you'll know. At that time, I'll pay you back with interest. He lightly smiled and pressed Shang Ruyan's hand. Baby, I really need this money. Seeing that Su Qi did not say why, coldness crossed Shang Ruyan's heart, but on her face, she still looked like she was on cloud nine. Yeah, after getting the money, worried about the change, Su Qi immediately moved to leave the villa. He did not notice that Shang Ruyan was out of sorts, nor did he realize that a great storm was brewing. Xia Yanran hadn't even woken up yet when she heard a knock on the door from outside the house. She opened the door with a wake-up call and an irritated look on her face in her fluffy pink bunny pajamas. Who? Seeing Su Qi standing in the doorway, she was stunned and revealed a delighted smile. Compared to the fresh and pure her in the daytime, she who was still a little sleepy at this time was undoubtedly a little more lovely. Su Qi, you're here to deliver my medical bills, right? There's no need to give it to me. You can just go directly to the hospital to pay the bill. Unexpectedly, as soon as her words fell, several tall men appeared behind Su Qi. What's going on? Why do you have people living in this house? A man muttered suspiciously. Don't worry, I'll let her go right now, Su Qi politely said. This man is the buyer of the house. Today came to see the house with Su Qi. If the house is okay, you can sign the contract to close the house. Thinking that Xia Yanran still lived here, Su Qi specially called a few workers over. Throw all her things out. His voice was cold. Several workers immediately rushed in. Everything in this home belonged to Xia Yanran and her mom, and Su Qi hadn't even lived here for a day after getting the house key. And Xia Yanran also forbade him to come to this house, and only allowed him to come over to take care of her when she was uncomfortable and sick. Thinking of this, Su Qi feels more and more that this house is very bad luck, and it is good to sell it now. What do you want? You guys are trespassing. Don't move my stuff. I'm going to call the police, Xia Yanran exclaimed, panicking and trying to stop the few workers. Breaking and entering? Xia Yanran, Is this your house? If you have the ability, call the police and see if it's us trespassing or you illegally trespassing on someone else's property. Su Chi sneered and reminded. Xia Yanran came back to her senses before she suddenly remembered that this house was not hers, but Su Chi's. It was just that she had lived here for too long, and also because Su Chi had let her live here. She had lived here as she should, and as time went on, she had actually forgotten even about herself. This house, it doesn't even belong to her. Su Chi, it was clearly you who let me live here. How can you just say you're kicking me out? She was so anxious that she grabbed Su Chi's arm. Looking at her things being moved out one by one, she gritted her teeth and finally lowered her head in a heartless manner. Count on me to beg you. Su Chi, even if you let me go, give me some time, right? Su Chi shook off her hand in disgust. I've already sold the house. I don't have time for you. The buyer glanced at Xia Yanran worriedly. After I buy this house, she won't come back dead, right? Su Chi thought for a moment and immediately deleted Xia Yanran and her mother from the head of household information in the neighborhood. I will explain to the security of the neighborhood when the time comes, and definitely let her not even enter the neighborhood gate. He couldn't let Xia Yanran delay him from selling his house. The buyer was relieved because Su Chi's house was only a few years old and the price was lower than the market price. He still wanted to buy it. After driving Xia Yanran away, the buyer took a close look at the house and signed the contract with Su Chi with alacrity. With the money from the sale of the house, Su Chi finally bought the factory without any problems. A big stone in his heart had sort of fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, the office of the president of Shengshi Group was gloomy. Putting the processed documents aside, Shang Ruyan raised those unusually seductive but hauntingly murderous eyes. Where did he go? Xiao Yu warily said. He went to Xia Yanran's place. Shang Ruyan closed her emotionally churning eyes, and when she opened them again, those beautiful eyes had already regained their usual coolness, as if they were a puddle of calm, stagnant water. Only that behind the calmness, there were hidden palpitating waves. Go and bring Su Chi back to me. Her tone was flat, but she could not allow any comments. Yes. Xiao Yu hurried out of the office. Su Chi was just about to get the factory's holding permit when 3 or 4 men surrounded him and tied him up. Seeing that the visitor was Shang Ruyan's assistant, Su Chi did not struggle and followed them to the Shang family villa. Young Master Su. Mr. Shang is angry because you went to find Xia Yan yet again. Looking at Su Chi's confused look, Xiao Yu kindly reminded him. Su Chi entered the villa in a daze, and coincidentally saw Shang Ruyan losing her temper. She picked up the vase placed by the sofa, and fell over with a fierce force, which happened to hit Su Chi's head. A thunderclap rang out outside. The rain tilted down, and the sky was instantly dark as the black sun. Blood slowly flowed down from Su Chi's forehead, but Su Chi couldn't feel his pain, and the original urgent mood of wanting to explain quickly cooled down. Get the hell out of here. Seeing Su Chi's blood-covered head, Shang Ruyan was first stunned, and was soon galvanized out of her mind by the boundless anger she had never felt towards Su Chi. To love is to fear the panic of loss at every moment. She loves him dearly, but the trust between her and him is fragile to the point of being unbearable. Su Chi was uncertain and could only exit the Shang family villa first. The heavy rain outside washed away the wounds on his forehead. The coldness of the rainwater soaked through his body a little bit, and he was like a puppet that had lost its senses, walking numbly in the midst of the roiling rain curtains. It rained heavily all night, and Shang Ruyan also sat on the sofa withered on the sofa all night, and on the second morning, Xiao Yu hurriedly came. Mr. Shang. Shang Ruyan thought she had something to persuade her to rest, and spoke coldly. Get out. Xiao Yu's footsteps lurched, originally wanting to follow Shang Ruyan's order to exit, but once she thought of the immense importance of what she was going to say next, she still stayed. Mr. Shang, I just found out that young Master Su sold the house he gave Xia Yanyan to live in today, and went to Xia Yanyan today in order to kick her out, and that Xia Yanyan hasn't paid that $500,000 for her mother's medical bills so far. Shang Ruyan raised her head with a confused face, her voice already a bit hoarse. WH? What? 1,000 times true. After confirming with the undercover agents sent out, Xiao Yu organized the whole story clearly and repeated it word for word to Shang Ruyan. Previously, our people transmitted back the wrong information because they were far away from young Master Su. The fact is, that young Master Su went to see that Chinese doctor, not for Xia Yanran, but for you. Our people have already looked for that old gentleman to confirm. Young Master Su Chi admitted to buying medicine for his girlfriend, but the medicine he bought was for insomnia, and Xia Yanran doesn't have insomnia at all. The girlfriend that young Master Su Chi is talking about is you. In addition, young Master Su also went back to the Su family before looking for you to borrow money, together with the set of real estate previously given to Xia Yanyan, a total of $1,700,000, not for Xia Yanyan's mother's $500,000 of medical fees. But Shang Ruyan got up from the sofa. Suchi borrowed money for what? She was no longer in the mood to care. She looked out the window, the fierce wind and rain raging. Couldn't he help but remember that Suchi was driven out of the house by his irrational self in this situation. The whole night. Where did he go this night? He went out with a bruise on his forehead. After her anger was extinguished by Xiaoyu's words, all that remained in Shang Ruyan's heart was a strong sense of remorse. She clenched her hand that was hanging down by her side, and ignored her assistant Xiaoyu's obstruction, and ignored that it was pouring rain outside, and rushed out directly. The rain almost instantly drenched her, a thin layer of fabric clinging to the delicate and absolutely beautiful body curves. The blooming cherry blossoms in front of her chest were hidden, matched with that enchanting and seductive face. At this time, Shang Ruyan, just like a fox vixen walking in the rainy night sucking people's essence. But she had no time to care whether her image at this moment was wretched or not. She only focused on searching for that figure in the endless downpour. Finally, she saw that familiar figure under the gazebo not far from the villa. Although people found, Shang Ruyan's heart is more sour than sad. So heavy rain, Suchi has been sitting here? He must be cold. He must hurt. He must be sad. He must be angry. Shang Ruyan slowed down her steps and walked to Suchi with some difficulty, standing face to face with him. Being closer, Shang Ruyan clearly saw the injury on the youth's forehead. The buckle that was cut by the porcelain tile had been whitened by the rain, surrounded by a ring of green color, vaguely glimpsing how much force had been used for this blow. The heart shrunk violently, as if stabbed by a needle. Shang Ruyan stretched out her white and slender hand to touch the injury on Suchi's forehead, but her wrist was held in the middle of the way, no longer able to advance a single point. You're angry? Shang Ruyan's voice was a little dry. No. This time, the person pretending to be calm was changed to Suchi. Suchi swallowed, weighing her words. He knew that if he confirmed that he didn't like Shang Ruyan, then this would be a perfect time to get rid of her. Look, Suchi squeezed out a bitter smile. We don't even have the most basic trust. How can we be together? At those words, a flash of pain instantly surfaced in the woman's eyes. His eyes were born extremely beautiful. I think in the mythological story, the beauty Daji's eyes that can seduce the soul and shoot the soul are just like that. Looking at such eyes reminded Suchi of a famous breed of cat he had once kept. At this moment, Shang Ruyan's appearance was like the look of a famous breed of cat praying for forgiveness after doing something wrong. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have connected the fierce and notorious Shang Ruyan with a cat. Suchi's heart couldn't help but soften a bit. However, he still had a lot of things to do. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to develop his career. And he must not allow himself to be trapped by the shackles of Shang Ruyan. This was a decision he had made on the first day of his rebirth. And now was the perfect time he had been waiting for to be able to leave Shang Ruyan without being pestered by her. Love shouldn't be a shackle. And since the only way to be together is to be suspicious of each other, it's better to set each other free. Leaving behind these slightly thinly veiled words, Suchi got up from the pavilion and walked in the opposite direction from where Shang Ruyan had come from, leaving her with a cool and desperate back. Just as he took a step, his wrist was pulled from behind. Those hands were as cold as ice, still trembling slightly, and even if they didn't turn around, even if there was a curtain of rain between them, they could feel each other's despair. Suchi held back the intolerance in her heart and took another step forward. The people behind him finally chose to let go when they saw his determined attitude. It's just that, the breathing behind me seems to be weaker. Suchi kept walking forward along the path that was washed by the rain, and after a dozen or so steps, as if he had sensed it, he glanced back. As expected, the woman had burst into tears. Sorry, Suchi, I'm sorry. 2 consecutive apologies, each with a choked and trembling sound. The guilt and remorse was evident in her eyes. She was no longer unattainable, no longer cold as snow. She was just a little girl who was about to lose her lover and was full of heartbreak and sorrow. Suchi can no longer go against his conscience. I'm sorry. These 3 words. Perhaps more should be said by him. He owed her a life of glory, owed her half a life of peace, and finally owed her a life. He could not crush the love of others for the sake of his own hatred, even though he couldn't be sure until now whether his feelings for Shang Ruyan was love or not. Noticing Suchi stopping her steps, Shang Ruyan's eyes, which were originally only a gray residue, finally leaked out a hint of light. You aren't leaving? Carefully, with a hint of imperceptible pleading. Then there was an unbearable silence that disturbed Shang Ruyan. It was a long time before Suchi opened her mouth. No go. But you have to promise me one condition. You say. Shang Ruyan sounded eager. Suchi raised her eyes and calmly leveled with the tear-stained woman in front of her. You can't doubt me in the future, much less restrict my freedom. In his previous life, Shang Ruyan had restricted his freedom, making him her exclusive and unable to meet any woman other than her. I'm a human being, not a plaything you keep, and if you want me to stay, You have to give me complete trust and freedom. If all you give me is suspicion and doubt, always limiting my freedom and interfering with my choices, then I'll do everything I can to leave you. I know that the current me is not able to fight against the Shang family, but even if you win, what you get will only be a corpse. I promise. Shang Ruyan quickly got close enough to finally touch Su Chi's forehead injury. She pressed her tear-stained face against Su Chi's chest and murmured softly, I promise you, don't leave. I will trust you and never doubt you again, much less restrict your freedom. You can do whatever you want, just don't leave. Su Chi's sigh drifted away in the rain. Perhaps certain that he would not leave, Shang Ruyan took one of Su Chi's hands and placed it on the most tantalizing part of her body. Su Chi's expression was a little strange, although he had seen and touched it before, but now that he once again felt the woman's plump to the extreme stunning curves, he still couldn't help but secretly marvel in his heart. Su Chi, you know what? Shang Ruyan moved closer to him, her warm scented breath spitting in her ear, making her soulful and unable to hold herself. The only person who can be bland in front of this body is you. Su Chi raised her eyebrows in some surprise. So that's why Shang Ruyan fell for him. A poor boy? Not far away. The face of Xiaoyu who saw this scene sank slightly. Her thoughts were the same as many of Shang Ruyan's subordinates. Su Chi was simply not worthy of Shang Ruyan. The Zhou family's young master who had gotten into the capital's #1 academy in his teens was the most suitable candidate for Shang Ruyan in their hearts. Su Chi, on the other hand, is just a high school student with no city or hands, and will only drag Shang Ruyan's leg, and can't be a help to her at all. Young Master Su, Zhou stepped forward, interrupting the next action of the two. Although she could feel the coldness in Shang Ruyan's eyes, she still hardened her heart and said, tomorrow is the president's father's birthday. You as the president's boyfriend, you should go back with the president to go back and pay a visit. What do you think? Who wants you to talk too much? Shang Ruyan's tone was cold. Su Chi pressed her hand and said in a slow voice, Xiaoyu is right I really should go back with you. Shang Ruyan looked at Su Chi in surprise, completely not expecting her to be willing to go back with her. Because of her own experience, Shang Ruyan has not experienced the same relationship experience as ordinary girls, but she also knows that ordinary couples have to go back and meet their parents before getting married. Since Su Chi is willing to go back with her, does that mean? What about the slow acceptance of her already? Thinking through this layer, the unhappiness in Shang Ruyan's heart dissipated a lot. Xiaoyu, on the other hand, coldly looked at Su Chi. Xiaoyu, is that something he can call? A fool who bought an abandoned plant as an antique at a high price. When he went to the Shang family, he would naturally realize the gap between him and Shang Ruyan. Let's hope he has some self-awareness and leaves of his own accord when the time comes. Asterisk. Day 2 weekend. Before he left, Su Chi suddenly remembered that he had to choose a gift for his first visit. That's a tough gift to choose. Shang family old man walked through half of his life. What rare things have not seen, can let him look at things, necessarily worth a lot of money. This money, he is currently certainly not take out. If you spend Shang Ruyan's money, you're bound to be picked on by someone with a heart of gold when the time comes. Instead of that, why not just break the bank and minimize the damage? Why not save a ton of money on gifts by being mocked a few times? Su Chi also loved Face when he was young, but then he experienced poverty. He was enlightened. Face is a fart. So, half an hour later, Su Chi arrived at the wholesale market in the west of the city, picked a stall in the corner of the market with the least amount of stuff and in the most remote location. Boss, how do you sell this pair of strings? Su Chi casually picked up a modest string. Hearing someone inquiring, the boss who had not opened for a long time was suddenly energized, and Su Chi did not know if it was his own illusion, but he always felt that the curvature of this female boss's chest had stood up for a few points, or maybe the woman had a very nice body in the first place, which she couldn't hide even in her gray puffy coat. She had a hemp rope mailed around her waist that smelled as fishy as the silt in the ground. Few women were as rough as she was, and certainly few had waists as thin as hers. Little brother, you have a good eye. The female boss excitedly glowing eyes, staring at Su Chi with the eyes of the prey. This thing is made from the finger bones of a perverted serial killer who killed dozens of people when I was on an SSS level mission in the M country. And even more so, it's carved by my personal knife, with the top secret techniques that have been lost. It can definitely drive away evil and avoid bad luck, and it's very fairly priced, so you can't lose, and you can't be fooled. You can't lose and you can't be fooled. Su Chi looked straight at her for 3 whole seconds. How much? The woman held up 3 fingers. Only $30 million. Let me show you something too. Suki lifted the hem of her own shirt, revealing the leather belt around her waist. Once I was on a mission and met a psychopathic serial killer who had killed hundreds of people. I skinned him and made this belt. I can sell it to you for only $3 million. Do you want it? The woman looked perplexed and puzzled. That's strange. I've taken on my fair share of manhunt missions, and I've never heard of an international outbreak of such vicious villains. After a few moments of contemplation, the woman said firmly, the most lives in the hands of any villain I've ever encountered was only 97. Okay, just tell me exactly how much this thing will sell for. 29,999,000. Suchi put down the string and turned around. The woman was in a hurry and called out to him. Hey, don't go. Seeing Suchi stop, she revealed a smiling face. I see that you and I are destined to be together. How about selling it to you for $300? 30. Deal. Fearful of Suchi's backtracking, the woman immediately threw a handful of skewers in the box, and threw them into Suchi's arms. Suchi, how do you still feel trapped? The banquet was about to begin, and the Shang family's old mansion was full of guests, many of whom had brought generous gifts to attend Grandpa Shang's birthday banquet. Master Shang. This is the 100 longevity diagram that the top embroiderer embroidered for 3 years before it became a reality. Wishing you longevity as long as Mte. Nanshan's ageless pine. I brought the purple sand pot made by the master potter. You usually use it to make a tea. A small token of appreciation. I hope you smile. Master, this is this year's new rainy season Longjing. Knowing that you love tea, I specially prepared it for you. The guests gave one gift after another, and Shang Qiming looked on in his birthday suit, wearing a smile but not seeing how happy he was. Only after all the guests had finished giving their gifts did Suchi go up and take out his own gift. Grandpa Shang, this is a string of deer bone strings I prepared for you. Wishing you good health and longevity. He politely finished his congratulatory speech and was just about to hand over the skewer to Elder Shang's hand when a man suddenly stood out and sneered. This is Elder Shang's birthday banquet, and you have the nerve to bring out such a ground floor product? Zhou Chen, there's no room for you to speak here yet, Shang Ruyan said in a cold tone. Suchi was stunned and recalled this person in his mind. He was the only son of the Zhou family, a powerful family in Kyoto, and in his last life he had heard that he had pursued Shang Ruyan for a long time, and that Shang Ruyan's father had been interested in having the Shang and Zhou families join together in marriage, but Shang Ruyan still insisted that it had to be him. Suchi. Thinking of this, Suchi's heart was also warmed. I can't help but regret a little that I didn't put more thought into my gift. Zhou Chen laughed coldly, pointing to the deer bone string in his hand. I've still seen the first time I haven't seen a gift without a wrapping box, and he just brought it over like this. Maybe it's just a temporary purchase from a stall. No money and still want to show off his face. Ha! Suchi was a little surprised in his heart. This string was bought at a stall. How did Zhou Chen know about it? Could it be that Zhou Chen saw it next to him when he bought it? No nonsense. Elder Shang suddenly coughed and opened his mouth with a serious expression. He trembled his hand, carefully received the string, put on the presbyopic glasses and held it in his hand to carefully observe for a while before he said with a smile on his face, in this life, I can still see such exquisite carving techniques of the string. It's really the honor of my husband. What, Grandpa Shang? Did you read it right? Isn't this string a fake from a stall? Zhou Chen's jaw dropped, still in disbelief. Master Shang raised his eyes to look at him and snorted coldly. I am old, not blind. This string is definitely from the hands of a master carver, and the materials used are unrivaled in the world. The moment the words lifting the world came out, everyone was shocked. What kind of rare and exotic treasures had Sheng Minghai not seen before? What kind of precious thing could he use the words unrivaled in the world to describe? Su Chi, this string must be worth a lot, right? You have a heart. He looked at Su Chi and nodded in satisfaction. The looks of the people present toward Su Chi instantly changed. To be able to get the old master's favor. In the future, if Su Chi wanted to enter the Shang family to take power, he would have passed a big hurdle. Su Chi looked at the string of deer bone strings and was a bit puzzled. Could it be that the crazy woman was not the charlatan he thought she was? Or, Master Shang knows that Shang Ruyan cares about him and deliberately rounds up for him on this occasion to avoid embarrassing him? Only before he had time to think deeply, Zhou Chen's piercing taunt sounded once again. I heard that Su Chi spent a high price to buy an abandoned factory a month ago, and thought that he was a stupid person with no vision, but I didn't expect that he could actually recognize a cultural curiosity like a deer bone string. It's really amazing. As soon as those words were released, the entire crowd of guests began to whisper. So the person who bought that factory was him? What did I say before? Someone who could do such a stupid thing would never be the young master of one of our 4 great families. If you don't say that kids from small portals just can't make it, I can't believe a factory like that can be bought. That factory is just giving me something for nothing, and I don't even want it. Zhou Chen, it's not your turn to point out what Su Chi is buying. Shang Ruyan's face was as calm as water, and she did not hesitate to defend Su Chi. Ruyan, I'm telling the truth. Everyone knows the value of that factory. Zhou Chen was unwilling to fall in front of Shang Ruyan, and directly aimed his spear at Su Chi. If you're a man, don't hide behind Ruyan and let a woman back you up. I had my own intentions for buying that factory. It's just that you're too short-sighted to see it, Suchi said in a cloudy manner. Jo-chan was furious and was just about to say more when Elder Shang suddenly coughed. Alright, today is my birthday banquet. If someone is bent on not wanting my old man to have a peaceful birthday banquet, then in the future, this Shang family's gate, he won't want to come in anymore. After saying that, the old master even glanced at Shang Ruyan. Ruyan, you take Suchi to meet the Shang family's friends and businessmen. 3 or 2 words made Jo-chan reluctantly shut his mouth. Suchi knew that the old master was looking at the face of the string and Shang Ruyan to help him speak. Immediately looked at the old master gratefully before turning around and following Shang Ruyan away. Shang Hongwei looked at Shang Ruyan bringing Suchi to recognize the various friends and businessmen of the Shang family. His mood was a bit complicated. He stood beside Elder Shang and sighed. Dad, Suchi is obviously a fool. Do you really want my precious daughter to marry him? Elder Shang laughed softly. Who Ruyan wants to marry depends on her own heart. Shang Hongwei frowned and whispered. That abandoned factory has no commercial value. Even if we buy it back, we can only continue to open factories. We can't do the development of residential houses and commercial streets at all. What's more, even if we can, Suchi doesn't have that capital to invest at all. What's the difference between buying that factory and throwing the money in the water? Perhaps Suchi has his own intentions. Elder Shang couldn't figure it out and could only hastily put in a good word for Suchi. Shang Hongwei snorted coldly and didn't continue. At this exact moment, Jo-chan walked over with a smile. Elder Shang, Uncle Shang, I'll toast you. A birthday banquet went on for 2 or 3 hours before it finally ended. Shang Ruyan had just wanted to rest for a while when the maid of the house came to her side and said softly, Mr. Shang said to ask you to go over to the artificial lake for a walk. Suchi is waiting for you there. Good. Shang Ruyan curled the corners of her mouth and immediately went to the lake. Unexpectedly, the one waiting there was not Suchi, but Jo-chan. Seeing Shang Ruyan, Jo-chan was very pleased. Just now, he could have spoken good words in front of Shang Hongwei for a while before Shang Hongwei agreed to help him and Shang Ruyan create a chance to speak alone. Ruyan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. How have you been? Why you? Shang Ruyan's eyes stared slightly. Unhappiness written in her eyes. Where's Suchi? The smile on Jo-chan's face froze. Suchi, aren't you here to date me? Hearing the word date, Shang Ruyan's eyes instantly became incredibly cold, and she turned around to leave. Wait, Jo-chan was in a hurry and tried to catch up with Shang Ruyan, but he accidentally touched Shang Ruyan's hand. Shang Ruyan hated the touch of the opposite sex the most, coupled with the fact that she was already disgusted with Jo-chan. She directly turned around and kicked Jo-chan into the lake with a lift of her foot, at the same time that Jo-chan fell into the water. Suchi also trotted and appeared in front of Shang Ruyan. Baby, why are you here? I've been looking for you for a long time. The water at the edge of the artificial lake was not deep, and if Jo-chan stood up, the water surface only reached his waist, ran into a piece of trash. Shang Ruyan slanted a glance at Jo-chan, who had risen up in a sorry state, and casually said. Suchi glanced at Jo-chan and instantly understood everything. She couldn't help but let out a light laugh and kissed Shang Ruyan to comfort her. Since it's garbage, why get angry over a piece of trash? Shang Ruyan skimmed her mouth, and her mood instantly improved. Jo-chan looked at the two of them kissing on the shore, annoyed to the extreme, and he was just about to snap when he saw Shang Hongwei striding over this way. His eyes were fixed on Suchi with a serious expression. Jo-chan was stunned in his heart, thinking that Shang Hongwei must have come to help him out, so he didn't climb up the shore and kept standing in the lake waiting for Shang Hongwei to come over. But what he didn't expect was that Shang Hongwei didn't even see him and walked directly to Suchi. Suchi, did you guess that factory would be demolished a long time ago? What? Demolition? Jo-chan, confused, stood in the lake and shouted, Uncle Shang. When Shang Hongwei heard his voice, he turned his head to look and inexplicably said, How old are you? Why do you still like playing in the water as much as a child? Hurry up and come up. Don't freeze. After saying that, he pulled Suchi and Shang Ruyan and left the lake together with quick steps. What factory demolition? Shang Ruyan was also puzzled. Only Suchi. As soon as she heard Shang Hongwei's words, it was clear that it should be the government's demolition and relocation documents that had been issued. The factory that Suchi bought was planned into the construction site of the high-speed railroad and will be demolished soon. Shang Hongwei and Shang Ruyan explained. Shang Ruyan slightly widened her beautiful eyes and looked at Suchi with some surprise. The latter, however, had a cloudy face, as if he had already expected it. Seeing him react like this, Shang Hongwei was even more convinced that Suchi bought that factory even though the government would demolish it a month later. But why did Suchi learn of this news? Could it be that Suchi knows the top brass in Z? He thought that Suchi was a fool, but he didn't realize that it was Suchi who had a longer vision than him. It is also true that the man who was favored by his daughter is certainly not a generalist, and this time it is he who has a mouse's eye on him. Behind the three, Zhou Chen climbed up from the lake in a sorry state, and since he hadn't heard the conversation between Shang Hongwei and the others, he returned to the banquet hall with a muddy and confused head. He had thought that the banquet was over and the guests must have dispersed, but he didn't expect the banquet hall to be incredibly lively. Everyone gathered around Su Qi and kept congratulating him. Zhou Chen was in a trance for a moment and thought that Shang Ruyan had announced her engagement to Su Qi, and hurriedly rushed over and grabbed a friend of his to ask, "Not engaged?" My friend smiled and waved her hand. Zhou Chen was relieved, and the next second he heard his friend continue, "It's Su Qi's factory that is going to be demolished and relocated, and it's a government demolition and relocation, and the compensation is particularly high. It's estimated that it's going to be hundreds of millions of dollars." Hundreds of millions. Although for these powerful families, hundreds of millions of dollars was not an asset that could not be taken out, but Su Qi this was such a high return in just less than a month. It could not be said that it was not enviable. This time Zhou Chen's hanging heart completely shattered, and he directly froze on the spot. Su Qi's gaze crossed the crowd and glanced towards him, and although it was just a flat glance, Zhou Chen clearly felt that he was humiliating himself and could only leave the banquet hall in shame. It's a breath he won't just swallow. Soon after, Su Qi, who got the first demolition money, immediately went to the pawnshop to redeem Ji Ro's dowry jewelry. "Mom, sis, here's what I promised before. In addition to your jewelry, there's a total of $3 million. In order to make Ji Ro and Suya happy, he purposely exchanged cash. Piles and piles of banknotes were taken out, and just placed in front of the Su family's mother and daughter. Suya had never seen so much money before. She was so surprised that she didn't know what to do, and froze for a while before looking at Su Qi worriedly. "Xiao Qi, where did you get so much money from?" "I made a small investment with the money I took home a while ago." Su Qi was concise. Ji Ro touched her jewelry, and then touched the money, still a little unconvinced. "Xiao Qi, you're not joking with me, right? What kind of investment can turn over 10 times in a month? You brat, did you commit a crime outside?" Su Guoqiang crossed his face and asked angrily. Helpless, Su Qi can only buy their own factories out of the matter, but also took out the government demolition of the documents. There is the official seal of proof. The Su family only finally believe him. The family hugged the $3 million and were so excited they couldn't even speak. Ji Ro even scolded Su Guoqiang fiercely. "I told you that our Xiaoqi took the money to do the right thing. You always suspected him. Now see, our Xiaoqi is the last capable." Su Guoqiang was a little unconvinced, but after all, the money was right in front of him, and he had nothing to say. And, of course, he was pleased and proud that his son had made so much money and had not kept a single penny for his family. Su Guoqiang patted Su Qi's shoulder, and it was all in the air. And Su Ro's eyes that looked at Su Qi also took on a few apologies. If I had known, she shouldn't have made that slap. Su Qi was also satisfied and left the Su family to find Shang Ruyan, but shortly after he left the house, a middle-aged man stopped him. The man was bearded and his eyes were scarlet. Su Qi recognized him for a moment before realizing that he was the original owner of that factory. "You bastard! You robbed me!" he roared in a hoarse voice. "You must have done it on purpose." "So what if I did it on purpose? When you swindled me into paying a high price for that factory and purposely concealed the factory's safety issues, did you not think about why I was so easily fooled?" Su Qi was frank and honest. If this factory owner wasn't that lucrative, he wouldn't have had this chance. "If you don't like it, you can sue me and see if the courts will care," he finished, staggering away from the man to leave. "I'll fight you." The man angrily took out the dagger from his pocket and rushed towards Su Qi like a madman. Surprised, Su Qi took a step back and accidentally stumbled, falling straight to the ground. Seeing that the dagger was about to stab his body, two hot women suddenly rushed up and pressed the madman to the ground. These women were wearing training uniforms. Their hot bodies were tightly wrapped in leather fabrics, and they carried a valiant air, and they looked like they had been through 100 battles and were well trained. "Young Master Su, we are the bodyguards that Miss Sheng arranged to protect you," one of the women stood up and politely said. Su Qi glanced at the original factory owner who was pressed to the ground and wailing. Nodded. "Thank you." Several female bodyguards looked at Su Qi, but their expressions were a bit odd, and only after sending the original factory owner into the police station did the captain of the bodyguards suddenly open his mouth. "Young Master Su, we were all originally MS Shang's bodyguards, but now we're here to protect you. It seems like you're really important in MS Shang's heart, able to make her feel that you, a big man, are more likely to be in danger than her." There was nothing wrong with saying this at first glance, but Su Qi heard the contempt in the bodyguard's words. These several bodyguards at a glance is not unusual. It seems to be reluctant and is just demolished thugs around. It was also true that he was just an ordinary man, without the strong hands that only action movie protagonists had. or the superpower of catching bullets with his bare hands. So naturally he couldn't make these women with stunts and pretentiousness submit to him willingly. Soon, Shang Hongwei learned from the bodyguard's female captain that Su Qi was scared to the point of paralyzing by a knife-wielding gangster. Although he had changed his mind about Su Qi because of the factory demolition, he couldn't accept that his precious woman would really marry a handless goon in the future. In contrast, Zhou Chen comes from a wealthy family and also works out all the time. The Shang family's son-in-law could have no business acumen, but not the ability to protect his wife, and Zhou Chen was still a bit more suitable than Su Qi. One must know that the business that the Shang family was doing behind their backs was far more dangerous than one could imagine. If Su Qi didn't even have the ability to protect herself, how would she be able to shield Shang Ruyan from the wind and rain in the future? He thought about it and arranged another family banquet, and also asked Shang Ruyan to bring Su Qi back with him. When Shang Ruyan heard that Shang Hongwei had also invited Zhou Chen, her willow eyebrows wrinkled up in dismay. Obviously, she did not want Su Qi to go. Baby, just take me with you. Do you want me to be home alone, thinking about you and that Zhou Chen having dinner together? Su Qi was of course unwilling, and kept coaxing Shang Ruyan. Aren't you afraid of being given a hard time? Shang Ruyan was very torn. Sooner or later, these things have to be faced. Su Qi held Shang Ruyan's hand, his tone incomparably firm. Instead of running away, we should face it sooner. Shang Ruyan looked at Su Qi's affectionate eyes. Her always ancient and waveless heart rippled. She nodded slightly. Good. At the dinner party the next day, Su Qi and Shang Ruyan attended together, and Zhou Chen also arrived on time. After dinner, Shang Hongwei suddenly pulled Zhou Chen and Su Qi to chat. Xiao Chen, I heard that you've been practicing sparring recently, and I don't know what level you're at now. Can you show me? Zhou Chen obediently looked at Su Qi and said wistfully, Uncle, it's inconvenient to show this sparring alone. Why don't you let Su Qi and I compete twice, and let you have a good time too? Su Qi opened her mouth and was just about to speak when Shang Ruyan took 3 or 2 steps over and said with a cold face, I also want to move my muscles, so you and I can fight. When she finished, she walked out into the yard and started warming up. Zhou Chen reluctantly glanced at Su Qi and walked stiffly to Shang Ruyan. He had wanted to compete with Su Qi to let him know what to expect, but he didn't expect Shang Ruyan to actually go on the field personally to defend Su Qi. Ruyan, I will pay attention to my measurements and will definitely not hurt you. Facing Shang Ruyan, he was incomparably gentle. Begin. Shang Ruyan let out a cold smile, her delicate face covered with a layer of ice-like coldness, and her beautiful eyes were even more murderous. Zhou Chen had wanted to casually strike twice, but he did not expect Shang Ruyan's speed to be incredibly fast, and before he could react, Shang Ruyan had already struck his chest with a palm strike. He screamed in pain and fell to the ground. With such a 3-legged level, you still have the nerve to come out and show off. Shang Ruyan lightly mocked, then directly turned around and left. How could Zhou Chen not expect Shang Ruyan to be so powerful? Covering his chest and looking blankly at Shang Hongwei, Shang Hongwei gave him a helpless smile as if he had expected the ending. He knew his own daughter's stature. Even one of the top experts in Country Z was unbeatable in front of Shang Ruyan. It was expected that Zhou Chen couldn't beat her. Uncle, if Ruyan is so powerful, why would she like that trash Su Qi? Zhou Chen stood up and approached Shang Hongwei's side to ask in a low voice. Shang Hongwei was momentarily speechless, and only after a long time did he leisurely say, Don't worry, there will be a chance for you and Ruyan to be alone in a little while, so you have to grasp it. Zhou Chen's eyes lit up and he immediately nodded in agreement. Not long after, Shang Hongwei found Su Qi and Shang Ruyan with a jug of wine. Ruyan, go sit in the courtyard for a while, and let Su Qi drink 2 cups with me alone. Su Qi was accompanying Shang Ruyan in the living room, and when he heard Shang Hongwei's words, he couldn't help but glance at Shang Ruyan. Is this going to get to the part where the old man gets to talk to his son-in-law? Shang Hongwei took the initiative to pour Su Qi a glass of wine. Come. Su Qi glanced at the wine glass with some hesitation, but finally raised it. Then uncle, I'll drink to that first. With a tilt of his neck, he drank a small glass of white wine directly in one go, and subconsciously frowned with a pained look afterward. Shang Hongwei was a bit surprised. You haven't had a drink before? As soon as he spoke, Su Qi knocked his head on the table with a thud. Shang Hongwei was taken aback, and in the next second, an indifferent and incomparable voice came from the courtyard. What did you do to Su Qi? Shang Hongwei was directly numb. He didn't do anything at all. Who knew this kid was a cupcake? At this moment, Su Qi raised her head all of a sudden and looked at Shang Hongwei with a red face. Shang Hongwei got up breathlessly. Alright, break it up. This kid is a 1 cup down. With this amount of alcohol, how can you be my Shang family's son-in-law? Ah, Su Qi lightly roared. Almost an instant's effort. The pitch-black pupils suddenly contracted. The depths of the eyes killing opportunities must appear, as if he had changed into a different person. Looking at people's heart palpitations, If the previous Su Chi was just a clean-cut and handsome male high school student, then the current him was a hellish Shura that was covered in hostility. As the crowd stared in horror, he punched his fist directly onto the rock slab tabletop. Bang! A deafening ringing sound exploded. The punch went straight through the table, punching a big hole in it, and Shang Hongwei, who was sitting on the sidelines, was so startled that he couldn't help but stand up and take a step back. Due to Su Chi's sudden outburst, the female bodyguards who were following the protection swarmed out and surrounded Shang Ruyan and Shang Hongwei in the center, looking at Su Chi vigilantly to prevent him from doing anything overly aggressive. However, the girls who had crossed paths with Su Chi yesterday felt incredibly unfamiliar at this moment. Those eyes that implied a murderous aura even made them feel a bit of fear. After realizing this, Red Shadow, the female captain who had confided in Shang Hongwei, felt a strong sense of shock in her heart. How could it be? Realizing that someone was blocking in front of him, perhaps subconsciously judging that this person was all an obstacle blocking him, Su Chi's eyes were bloodshot, and in the next second, he directly rushed out like a cheetah, and punched the Red Shadow's body. Su Chi pulled Shang Ruyan behind himself. Red Shadow was sent flying backwards, spitting blood out of his mouth, looking very incredulously at the youth standing in front of him. On the balcony of the second floor, Elder Shang sat in a rocking chair, peacefully looking at the scene in the small courtyard and nodding in satisfaction. Sure enough, this kid was faking it before. In a state of drunkenness and mental laxity, he forgot his disguise and exposed himself as a superb fighter. The drunken Su Chi was like crazy. A few punches knocked all the female bodyguards to the ground. Even the extraordinary Captain Red Shadow didn't last more than a few moves on him. Zhou Chen tried to step forward, but he was also directly punched by Su Chi, regardless of the circumstances, and distorted the bridge of his nose. "Get the fuck out of here," he yelled down drunkenly, looking at everyone who had fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. He then turned around, cupped Shang Ruyan's small face with both hands, kissed her on the cheek, and smiled naively. "Don't worry, baby, the bad guys have all been fought off by me, and with me here, no one dares to bully you." Shang Ruyan's heart was half touched and half shocked. She knew clearly that Su Chi did not know martial arts at all, but could become so powerful to protect her after getting drunk. How could she not be touched? And the bodyguards lying on the ground were speechless. Who was bullying who? "Hurry up." Elder Shang stood on the second floor balcony, tapped his cane, and said in a deep voice. The crowd of bodyguards immediately helped each other to leave the Shang family. Zhou Chen looked at Shang Ruyan and Su Chi as if they were glued to each other, and could only cover his nose and leave in a mess. Shang Ruyan helped Su Chi back to her room. Su Chi, however, still tightly grasped Shang Ruyan's arm, not allowing Shang Ruyan to leave. "Baby, in this life I will never let go of you again. Stay with me, okay?" Shang Ruyan's heart instantly softened and she slept in Su Chi's arms. Su Chi hugged her, but his hands were restless. She had thought that Su Chi was drunk, but she still couldn't resist the other party's repeated pestering and finally gave in. The next morning, Su Chi endured a headache to wake up. Looking at Shang Ruyan, who was not wearing a piece of clothing beside him and looked unusually tired, he instantly understood what had happened last night, but he remembered nothing about last night, not since he'd taken that drink. Thinking that Shang Ruyan must have worked very hard last night, he smiled and raised his hand to touch Shang Ruyan's cheek. Shang Ruyan suddenly let out a light laugh. "You tossed me around for so long last night, and now you won't let me rest?" Su Chi was slightly stunned. A few moments of embarrassment surfaced on his face, then he shamelessly wrapped Shang Ruyan in his arms. "Don't you like it, baby?" Shang Ruyan gave a light humph, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. "It's getting late, go to class." Shang Ruyan really couldn't take it anymore and pressed his hand and said. Su Chi then let go and kissed Shang Ruyan before going to school as usual. After an amazing weekend, it's Monday in the blink of an eye. The morning passed quickly, and by the time school ended at noon, Su Chi was ready to go to the cafeteria to eat, but suddenly the wind was gusting and it was raining heavily in the sky. Su Chi looked at the sky somewhat speechlessly, and was pondering whether to go out in the rain or not, when a girl walked up to him holding an umbrella. "Su Chi, let me give you an umbrella." As soon as her words fell, another girl squeezed to his side. "Su Chi, I brought an extra umbrella. Why don't you hold mine? I've got an extra one with me too. Suki, you hold me up." Soon, Su Chi was surrounded by a few girls, and a few of them scrambled for Su Chi to collect her umbrella. Not far away, Xia Yanran, who also didn't have an umbrella, looked at Su Chi's now popular appearance. In the past, no matter if it was windy or raining, she never had to bring an umbrella because Su Chi would be ready for her at all times. But now, not only did Su Chi not notice her, she was also surrounded by quite a few girls. It was because Su Chi showed his true face at the school festival that he became the ideal type of boyfriend in the hearts of all the girls. Even Song Xian was overpowered by his popularity. In this way, It seems that her decision to choose to get closer to Song Xian could really be wrong. Xia Yanran, you don't have an umbrella? Then do you want to hit my umbrella? A boy, seeing that she had been standing in the corridor and was hesitant to leave, took the initiative to walk over and beat out his own umbrella. Xia Yanran glanced at his umbrella, and a flash of dislike passed through her heart. It was just an ordinary black umbrella, which was still a bit old. Unlike the pink automatic folding umbrella that Su Chi used to prepare for her every time, and as long as she gave a look, Su Chi would take the initiative to help her with the umbrella. Listening to those girls fighting over Su Chi, her heart was sour for a moment, filled with an indescribable flavor. But looking at the heavy rain outside, she could only hopelessly accept the umbrella from the boy in front of her, and turned away without saying a word of thanks. Just as she was leaving, Sua came to Clear Spring High School with rain gear and a boxed lunch. When he saw Suya come over, he was still a bit surprised, and directly crossed over a group of girls and walked to Suya's front, saying with a face full of surprise, "Sister, why are you here?" Because he had been surrounding Xia Yanran, his relationship with the Su family had been very frosty. Although Suya still cared about him, there was a lot of disappointment in her heart as the days and months passed. He was also much colder to him. It was no longer like when he was a child, when he gave way to everything that was good to eat and regarded him as his most important baby brother. When he was a freshman in high school, Suya happened to be a senior at Qingshuan High School, but even when they happened to run into each other at school, Suya would pretend that she didn't recognize him, although he returned the 3 million back. The rusty years of relationship cannot be restored overnight. Suya was stunned, subconsciously hiding the umbrella and boxed lunch in her hands behind her back. Stuttering, I came to see a friend. Su Chi frowned, noticing with hindsight that Suya's umbrella box lunch was not for him. Could it be? Is it for Song Xian? The memories of his previous life surfaced in his mind once again. When Song Xian was in junior high school, Suya met Song Xian in a competition, and since then, Suya has been secretly in love with Song Xian. Song Xian also used the excuse of befriending Suya to frequently appear beside him and Xia Yanran, and by the time he reacted, Xia Yanran and Song Xian had already announced their engagement. Suya cries and questions why Song Xian betrayed her and why he cheated on her feelings. But Song Xian relentlessly states that he just enjoys being taken care of and never liked her at all. At that time he was already seriously ill, and when he heard the news that Sua had attempted suicide several times because of his love affair, he could only lie in bed and hiss in grief. In this life, he didn't want to see his sister end up like this again. "Sis, go back. Song Xian isn't a good person," he frowned and said somewhat stiffly. Suya was taken aback and instantly blushed a big red. How did you know that I came to find Song Xian? Song Xian just posted in the campus forum not long ago to discredit Shang Ruyan and I. Sister, you have to believe me. Song Xian really isn't a good person. Su Chi sighed and said helplessly. Su Chi, don't be ridiculous. Song Xian, he's not that kind of person. I saw that post too. Didn't he not know at that time that the woman you brought back to the dormitory was Ruyan? Suya immediately defended Song Xian. If you don't trust me, you'll regret it if you're cheated by him later. What cheating? How can you talk like that? You yourself can't even see Xia Yanran's true colors, and you turn around and say that Song Xian is bad. Su Chi, you've gone too far. Suya rebuked with some displeasure. Su Chi opened her mouth and wanted to say more, but Suya no longer had any intention of listening. She waved her hand in annoyance. All right, you stop talking. She directly crossed over Su Chi and found Song Xian who hadn't left yet. I specially prepared lunch for you, so eat it while it's hot. She handed the lunchbox to Song Xian, red-faced and embarrassed. After saying that, as if she was afraid that Song Xian wouldn't be willing to accept her lunchbox, she dropped the lunchbox and umbrella and sheepishly ran out of the classroom. Seeing a great beauty like Suya personally delivering food to Song Xian, many of the boys in the class were envious, especially when they saw Su Chi taking the initiative to look for Suya but being ignored. Everyone's eyes were filled with gloating as they looked at Su Chi. During this period of time, all the girls in the class surrounded Su Chi, and this was the first time Su Chi had been defeated. Song Xian also had a smug look on his face. He didn't hear the conversation between Su Chi and Suya, and thought that Su Chi was interested in Suya, and after accepting Suya's lunchbox, he intentionally blurted out in Su Chi's direction. Great, this way I don't have to go to the cafeteria in the pouring rain to get my food, and it's such a blessing to have someone make me a boxed lunch to eat with their own hands. Su Chi knew that Song Xian was deliberately saying this to him. Glancing at the boxed lunch in Song Xian's hand, she let out a light laugh. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to be happy in a while. He had seen Suya's handiwork before. Not to say it was destructive, but it could be called horribly eerie, and he hoped that when Song Xian opened his lunchbox in a while, his face would still be as bright as it was now. Su Chi, you're saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. aren't you? The sports committee member Zhang Wenjie sat on the side and mocked nonchalantly. Because Su Qi was too popular with the girls, even Su Yan, whom he had been secretly in love with, showed affection to Su Qi, and he had long looked at Su Qi with displeasure. Don't you have a girlfriend? Why doesn't she come to bring you food? It's not because she's too shabby looking to hold it, right? He playfully teased Su Qi. Those good brothers of Zhang Wenjie also laughed playfully on the sidelines. The female president of ZE Technology is a mature woman in her 30s. She has a lot of work to do every day. How can she have time to give food to a high school student? This is more than a career. The average woman is definitely more than Su Qi's girlfriend. But if it's more than virtuous than pretty, how can she compare to that girl who came to deliver food to Song Xian? Besides, Su Qi is at best a plaything for other rich women. When she gets tired of playing she will be kicked away. The more a few people talked, the more energized they became. But Su Qi felt that the few of them were all jumping clowns. If they knew that Shang Ruyan was the mysterious heroine who performed at the school festival a month ago, I wonder if their jaws would drop. When the school festival was over, the entire campus forum was a large area full of posts looking for the heroine. But under Shang Ruyan's sleight of hand, none of them froze to find out who she really was. Besides, wasn't the woman they praised as virtuous and beautiful his sister? They are all family. What is there to compare? Su Qi took it all as they were praising Suya, not putting it on her mind at all, and turned her head to go to the cafeteria to eat in the rain. Just at this time, Shang Ruyan brought the male butler along to the classroom door. She was not dressed as strong as usual today, a beige trench coat with a light brown long skirt, even without powder. The whole person looked very beautiful and moving. It even looked much more stunning than the heavily made-up look on the day she appeared in the play, like a splash of spring color blowing through the cold winter, which was refreshing. As soon as she appeared, the entire class fell silent, all of them staring daggers at Shang Ruyan, none of them coming back to their senses from the onslaught brought about by her magnificent beauty. Baby, why are you here? Su Qi said this on her lips, but her eyes were the first to notice the boxed lunch held in Shang Ruyan's hands. This is for me? Aha! Shang Ruyan nodded and added coldly and stiffly. The butler made it. I just brought it to you. Ahem. Yes, young Master Su. This egg cake in the shape of a love heart and that smiley face figurine cookie were indeed made by me. Yes, the five big butlers seemed to say from the side, but anyone who had grown a brain could hear the butler's strings. These meals were clearly all made by Shang Ruyan herself. The crowd was stunned as they looked at Shang Ruyan's slight blush. Finally someone reacted. Isn't this the leading lady from the school festival? I'll go. Su Qi called her a baby? Then wouldn't she be Su Qi's girlfriend? So Su Qi's girlfriend was in the play especially for him? I thought it was at least 30. This doesn't look like it. She even personally sent Su Qi a box lunch. It seems like she really likes Su Qi. Su Qi directly ignored the voices of the crowd and opened the lunchbox that Shang Ruyan had brought. After just one taste, he was already convinced in his heart that this was Shang Ruyan's handiwork. In his last life, in order to be able to please him, Shang Ruyan had purposely found many famous chefs to hone her craft, but he was still very resistant to eating Shang Ruyan's cooking. Shang Ruyan had no choice but to tell him that the meals were all made by the housekeeper. Until one time he had a big fight with Shang Ruyan because of Xia Yanran. The housekeeper felt sorry for Shang Ruyan and told him about it in anger, but at that time, he only felt that Shang Ruyan was being self-motivated. It was only now that he tasted Shang Ruyan's cooking again that he finally realized how strong Shang Ruyan's love for him really was, and what kind of a true heart he had once failed to live up to. Thank you. It was delicious. He lifted his head, hiding the complex emotions inside, and said softly. Song Xian looked in his eyes and unconvincingly opened Suya's lunchbox as well. Song Xian sneered in his heart. Even if this woman personally delivered the meal to Su Qi, so what? This meal of his was made by Suya herself. It definitely tasted better. But the moment he opened the boxed lunch, Song Xian was completely dumbfounded. The meal in the box looked very hard to swallow. The chicken wings were blackened on top and the carrots were half cooked. Just by looking at it, Song Xian lost his appetite to eat it. But as soon as he looked up, he saw Su Qi eating the boxed lunch sent by Shang Ruyan. If he dumped the boxed lunch sent by Suya now, wouldn't it be a disguised admission that his boxed lunch was inferior to Su Qi's? Thinking of this, he could only grit his teeth and pick up his chopsticks, chucking a chicken wing that wasn't particularly black into his mouth. How was it? Does it taste good? A boy immediately came over and asked. Song Xian twitched the corners of his mouth, and in order to outperform Su Qi, he could only brace himself and say it was delicious. Su Qi turned her head to look at him and couldn't help but want to laugh. Coming to Shang Ruyan's ear and quietly telling Shang Ruyan that the boxed lunch Song Xian ate was sent by Suya. In her previous life, Shang Ruyan had often visited Su's house in order to curry favor with her, and had also been a victim of Suya's death cuisine. She immediately reacted, and Su Qi exchanged a glance with her, and she, who had always been unsmiling, narrowly failed to hold back her laughter. Since it's delicious, Song Xian, why don't you eat it after one bite? Su Qi asked with a deliberate smile. Who said I'm not eating? Song Xian gritted his teeth in hatred and buried his head to fiercely eat a few more large bites. When the boy saw Song Xian like this, he immediately said smugly, "This beauty's cooking definitely smells much better than a housekeeper's. And looking at the way Song Xian is eating it, it must be delicious as well. I'd like to try that beauty's cooking too." Yeah. While the crowd was making envious exclamations, Song Xian suddenly let out a vomit and spit out all the food he had eaten earlier. Shang Ruyan couldn't hold back her laughter. "Song Xian, are you alright?" The boy's face instantly changed, and he stepped forward and said with concern. Song Xian panicked and put away his lunchbox, afraid of letting others see the true face of that dark cuisine. "I'm just vomiting. My body, vomiting. Not feeling well." Jiang Wenjie, whose face had been a bit off since Shang Ruyan appeared, walked over to the boy, patted him on the shoulder, and handed him a wink to hurry up and go. The boy didn't respond for a moment. Go. Jiang Wenjie went straight to his hand and pulled the boy back to his position, signaling him to stay out of Su Qi and Song Xian's business. He himself glanced at Shang Ruyan with eyes filled with scorn. Their Jiang family had dealings with a side branch of the Shang clan, and he had also seen Shang Ruyan from afar at the banquet, but he really couldn't figure out how Shang Ruyan could be with Su Qi. No wonder he always felt that the heroine looked a bit familiar at the school festival that day, and at that time he felt like Shang Ruyan, but he just didn't dare to think in that direction. I didn't realize it was really. Just then, Xia Yanran returned to the classroom sullenly. Because of the rain, she went to the cafeteria a little late. Her favorite red meat has been snatched up. The rest of those dishes she looked at the appetite, simply casually buy a bread and went back to the classroom. She didn't expect that as soon as she returned to the classroom, she smelled the aroma of a meal and looked up to find that it was actually Shang Ruyan accompanying Su Qi to eat a boxed lunch. Her stomach growled uncontrollably. Obviously, every time Su Qi used to rush to the cafeteria at the first opportunity after class at noon to help her get her favorite meal. As long as the cafeteria had made braised pork that day, there was no need for her to walk to the cafeteria. Su Qi would take the initiative to take the lunchbox and beat up the braised pork and put it on her seat. But now, Su Qi actually ate Shang Ruyan's boxed lunch here peacefully, completely forgetting to help her fight for food. Could it be that Su Qi was doing it on purpose, trying to make her realize how good he was by deliberately leaving her out in the cold? Xia Yanran's heart was aggravated for a while. She had now recognized Su Qi's goodness. Su Qi, when will she return to her? Seeing Su Qi eating the boxed lunch so deliciously, Xia Yanran's heart became more and more unfavorable. Since Su Qi wouldn't beat her with red meat, she let her mom make it. The reason she loves red meat is that her mom can cook it better than a professional chef. She immediately ran out and called her mom. "Mom, can you make braised pork for me today? I want to eat your braised pork." Yan, I'm in the hospital now." Xia mother's voice was a little difficult. Xia Yanran was unforgiving. "But Mom, I really want to eat. You haven't cooked for me in a long time. Wouldn't it be good to do it just once today?" "It's not that Mom doesn't make it for you," sighed Mother Xia, helplessly. "It's that Mom doesn't know how." "What? Then who made all the braised pork on our family's previous table?" Xia Yanran didn't believe it at all. "That was made by the chef Su Qi hired for our family." Yan, don't you know?" Xia mother was also surprised. Mentioning Su Qi, Xia mother had a few more moments of anger. "Right. Where is Su Qi? Why hasn't he come to the hospital to bring me food recently, causing me to eat takeout all this time?" Xia Yanran's face was unsightly and she didn't know how to answer her mother. Hearing no answer, Xia's mother spoke more and more vigorously. "Tell me about this child. He is also too unruly. I have been lying in the hospital for so long. He didn't say to send an escort to take care of me for a while. Is it possible that he wants me to die earlier?" Okay. Mom, stop talking. I'll go back to class first." Xia Yanran hung up the phone upset. She actually never knew that those delicious meals she ate at home once upon a time were actually not made by her mother, but by the chef that Su Qi had specially hired. But Su Qi has never talked to her about it. In the afternoon class, Xia Yanran's mind was also all about those meals she had eaten before, and her mind was not on the textbook at all. It wasn't until the afternoon school bell rang that she drifted back into a trance. Because she had eaten so little at lunch, she was now long hungry and hurriedly followed the other students to the cafeteria. Just as she was standing in line, she accidentally saw Su Qi was carrying a typed boxed lunch and walked out of the line waiting for her meal. When she saw the braised pork in Su Qi's lunchbox, she was so happy that she immediately had to lift her leg and walk towards Su Qi. "Su Qi, why didn't you tell me when you gave me a meal, causing me to wait in line for half a day?" she happily muttered, wanting to take the lunchbox in Su Qi's hands. Unexpectedly, Suchi didn't even look at her and directly turned around to go to the place where she put the punching bag. Soon, Suchi flew out of the cafeteria with the packed red meat. Xia Yanran stood stiffly in place, completely not expecting Suchi to hit the red meat at all for her. It was all her own fault. Yan, why don't you take your lunch? What are you doing standing still here? Song Xian walked over with his empty lunchbox, and when he saw Xia Yan, he took the initiative to walk over and ask. After Xia Yanran bumped into him confessing to Shang Ruyan last time, he started coaxing for a long time before Xia Yanran forgave him. Xia Yanran was in a poor mood, and wasn't very eager to take care of Song Xian, but when she saw the braised pork in the cafeteria window that was about to be finished, she could only skim her lips. Song Xian, can you help me with a portion of braised pork? The front row was packed with students, and she couldn't even squeeze through, and even if she could, she didn't want to. There were people everywhere. Just the smell of sweat could kill her. Okay, wait for me then. He squeezed into the crowd with his lunchbox, but he was so thin that he didn't squeeze for a while before a student next to him swept him out with an arm. Go. Get in line in the back. Song Xian stumbled, unable to control himself, and took several steps back, all of a sudden crashing into Xia Yanran's body. Xia Yanran yelped in pain and fell to the ground. Song Xian hurriedly picked her up. Are you okay? Yan, how can it be alright? Xia Yanran frowned in pain and looked at her shoes with incomparable aggravation. The vintage-style small leather shoes that had just been bought had already been collapsed by Song Xian's foot on the uppers. This shoe she usually wear carefully, every time before going out to wipe once. Did not expect so by Song Xian a footstep scrapped. Meanwhile, Suchi returned to the Shang family villa with the red meat. Specially brought this for you. The cook in our school's cafeteria makes this braised pork especially delicious. You try it. He opened the lunchbox and served it in front of Shang Ruyan as if offering a treasure. Shang Ruyan picked up her chopsticks, but the sight of the Qiaoyu is anxious. He can be clear that Shang Ruyan is the most dislike of fat meat. Shang family table even a little bit of fat meat Shang Ruyan will be unhappy. Moreover, Shang Ruyan has always pursued a light diet, and something as greasy as braised pork, Shang Ruyan is definitely not willing to eat. Mr. Shang. Just as she opened her mouth, Shang Ruyan gave him an icy look. You go out. I want to be alone with Suchi. The words that reached her mouth could only be held back hard, and she gave Suchi an indignant look before turning to leave. Delicious. Shang Ruyan took a bite of the braised pork. Her red lips were tinted with a film of oil, looking even more delicious and tantalizing. Baby, you're too skinny. You need to eat a little more meat. Suchi smiled and picked up her chopsticks. The two finished a simple yet cozy dinner together. The next morning, when Suchi woke up, Shang Ruyan's figure was no longer in the Shang family villa. Looking at the breakfast made on the table, his heart warmed as he sat down at the table to eat breakfast while asking, where did Ruyan go? Xiaoyu stood aside, but her heart was still a little upset. She is accompanied by Shang Ruyan grew up. Shang Ruyan is the world's most beautiful and brightest jewel, is the flower of the high mountain general existence. Suchi is just a poor boy with nothing to do, at best can only be regarded as a profiteer. How can match Shang Ruyan a piece of true heart? Although she had also heard about the banquet and knew that Suchi had a few skills, but now he was only a high school student, with no strong backstage support behind him, no identity and no background. How could he be worthy of the helmsman of the Shang family, who was holding a lot of power in his hands? It was as if Mr. Shang was possessed. Normally, she would take care of everything for Shang Ruyan, no matter what kind of household chores she didn't need to do herself. But as long as Suchi was here, Shang Ruyan would definitely get up early to make breakfast for Suchi. Such a loser doesn't even deserve to eat breakfast made by Shang Ruyan. No, it was the fact that there was simply no man in this world who was worthy of letting Shang Ruyan make breakfast with her own hands. On the contrary, Shang Ruyan had not allowed the villa's maid to tell Suchi that she had made this breakfast. What's going on? Where the hell did Ruyan go? Suchi asked again when she saw that Xiaoyu was slow to speak. Mr. Shang has a lot of work to do day in and day out. He's already gone to the auction now, leaving young Master Su to go to school on your own. Xiaoyu did not have the good sense to say, after all, the most useful thing you can do right now is to study well, even if you follow Ms. Shang to the auction house. The doorways in there are not something you can understand. I don't think this kind of demolition of an old factory building will happen a second time in the capital. Suchi smiled faintly. I know. How could he not understand the sarcasm in Xiaoyu's words? How many times had he caused Shang Ruyan to be sad before? These Shang family servants had all seen it in their eyes. These people were concerned about Shang Ruyan. That's why they had a problem with him. After leaving the Shang family villa, Suchi took a vacation and instead of going to school, he went to the auction house alone. To him now, the small registration fee to accompany the seller is nothing. He remembered that at today's auction, there would be a bankrupt group that had auctioned off all the wasteland under its ownership. Sitting in his seat, Suchi calmly watched as the crowd continued to auction off one item after another, bent on waiting for that piece of barren land to come out. If the truth went well, this auction today would be an excellent opportunity given to him by the heavens. As long as he grasped it, he would have the complete backbone to do what he wanted to do. At this time, just a few rows behind her, a young girl with double ponytails and beautiful makeup was sitting beside Shang Ruyan, holding Shang Ruyan's hand and pampering her. "Auntie, the sports car that will be shot later. You must give me to take it down. Oh, I want it for a long time." Shang Ruyan's cool cheeks rarely showed a few moments of softness. She touched the young girl's head, her voice faint. "It's okay to buy a car, but only after you're an adult." "Eh, auntie? I just like it. I won't drive it out." The young girl beamed, unable to stop pouting. "Not for the sports car, but I can give you the sapphire pendant for the next one out." "Okay, fine." The young girl agreed with a reluctant look on her face. The next second, the auctioneer announced the next lot. "This is a piece of land in the southeastern district of the capital. The future estimated value will exceed $200 million. The starting price is $5 million. The auctioneer finally released the starting price after explaining to the auction screen. "Cut." The young girl despised and laughed lightly. "Isn't this the piece of rotten land that Jinwei Group can't even turn around even after it went bankrupt? Also the future estimated value of more than $200 million. After another 200 years I see no hope. The starting price of $5 million. It is estimated that only fools will shoot." Shang Ruyan didn't refute her words either. That lot is in a bad area. No residential neighborhoods and a poorly developed transportation system. However, since it is not close to the city center and is not suitable for industrial use, it can be said that it is not good for development even if it is bought. No one who could afford the land was interested in buying it. Sure enough, there was not a single person on the scene to raise his hand. And just when the auctioneer thought the auction was going to be aborted, Suchi suddenly raised his hand. $5 million. The girl beside Shang Ruyan, who was still a bit lazy, instantly came to life, as if she had seen a mental illness. "I'm going to go. Is this person out of his mind?" She wasn't the only one, but many of the real estate businessmen in the room began to talk as well. "Is this young man burnt with too much money? What kind of investment is bad for $5 million? I think he's out of his mind." Since no one was bidding, Suchi smoothly got this piece of barren land with the starting price. As far as the eye could see, this piece of barren land indeed had no value, but having been reborn and returned, he knew that just a short time later, the government would assign all of this area to the school district. He bought a piece of land for $5 million now. A month later the value will soar, will be far more than the auctioneer deliberately exaggerated the $200 million estimated value. "Auntie, do you think this person is sick in the head?" He couldn't have really believed that auctioneer's blind words and thought that this piece of land could be worth $200 million in the future. "Right?" The young girl sitting beside Shang Ruyan also couldn't help but spit with Shang Ruyan. Shang Ruyan stared at Suchi's back in a daze. Her eyes were complicated. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a shallow arc. Little children don't meddle in adults' affairs. The young girl was unsure and wanted to discuss with Shang Ruyan for a few more moments before the auctioneer announced that the break was up. Shang Ruyan didn't listen to her jabbering words and took out her cell phone to concentrate on sending messages. When the break was over and the young girl returned to her seat, she actually realized that her seat was already occupied by someone else. The same foolish man who had auctioned off the wasteland for $5 million earlier. She was furious. "Get out of here. Who gave you permission to sit in my lady's seat?" Suchi raised his head and looked at the young girl in front of him, and could not help but let out a light laugh. In his last life, he had even argued quite a few times with this little witch, who was the famous little ancestor of the Shang family. Shang Qingqing, Shang Ruyan's cousin's daughter. In her last life she had often pestered Shang Ruyan, and because of that she had looked at him in all sorts of ways, and had even directly taken action against him on several occasions. However, she has always been quirky and doesn't like restraints. Even on the day of Elder Shang's birthday banquet, Suchi didn't see her come, not expecting to meet again in this life. It was actually here. Suchi could not help but feel a little funny. "You misunderstood. I am." Suchi wanted to open his mouth to explain, but Shang Qingqing interrupted him without a word. "What's the misunderstanding? And don't you dare stand up." Noticing the commotion over here, the spectators present all looked over, and seeing that someone actually dared to mess with that little witch of the Shang family, many of them waited to watch the show. Who's tired of living and actually dares to sit in Shang Qingqing's seat? Shang Ruyan has spoiled Shang Qingqing like nothing else. This person is really ungrateful to even dare to mess with her. I heard that last year, there was a young master of a powerful family who tried to harass Shang Qingqing ungratefully, and when Shang Ruyan heard about it, she directly made that family go bankrupt. And now that young master is still in jail. Isn't that the ingrate who just bought that piece of barren land? It seems like he's really not in his right mind and dares to mess with anyone. May he have a good life in the next. Just as the crowd was talking, Shang Qingqing had already crossed her arms and pointed at Su Qi in annoyance. You crawl out of the auction house from here right now, and I'll leave you alone. Otherwise, I'll let you break these legs of yours. Wow. Su Qi opened her mouth and pretended to exaggerate. There's no need to make such a big deal, right? Just then, Shang Ruyan also walked into the auction house. When Su Qi saw Shang Ruyan, she immediately stood up and hugged Shang Ruyan, intimately saying, "Baby, you're finally here." She wanted to break my legs and scared me to death. Shang Qingqing sneered, and in her heart, she already felt that Su Qi was dead to the world. She knew her sister-in-law the best, not to mention hugging, even if she was slightly touched by a member of the opposite sex. Shang Ruyan would be furious. This ungrateful man had dared to be so bold, and his hands and that nonsense mouth were surely going to be ruined. Unexpectedly, Shang Ruyan had no reaction of resistance, but allowed her delicate hand to be held by that dog man, and her tone of voice was surprisingly much softer than when treating her. No class today? I have a class. Took a vacation and wanted to come see you, Su Qi said with a smile. Shang Qingqing looked at the intimate appearance of the two of them in front of her and was shocked and jaw-dropped. You guys, Qingqing, you should call him brother-in-law. Shang Ruyan allowed herself to be led by Su Qi. Her tone was gentle but imperturbable. Auntie? Shang Qingqing's brain was running out of ideas, looking Su Qi up and down, even more puzzled. Isn't it that wild man Su Qi that you like? How could? Su Qi couldn't help but cough. His previous image was a bit bad, but it wasn't as exaggerated as a savage, was it? He really couldn't afford to be called Shang Qingqing. Don't be ridiculous, this is Su Qi, Shang Ruyan lightly rebuked. Shang Qingqing was even more confused and looked at Su Qi again with wide eyes, pointing at him dully. How could he be Su Qi? I remember Su Qi doesn't look like this at all. I just changed my hairstyle. Su Qi laughed lightly and said in a cloudy manner. Shang Qingqing was still in shock, and when she came back to her senses, Shang Ruyan had already pulled Su Qi back to sit down, and Su Qi was still sitting in her place. Under Shang Ruyan's eye warning, Shang Qingqing could only shout, "Hello, sister-in-law, hello." Looking at Shang Qingqing's deflated appearance, Su Qi hid his smile and deliberately said, "There are no gifts for you today. Why don't we shoot you a piece of jewelry? I don't need you to buy me anything." Shang Qingqing muttered. Shang Ruyan opened her mouth at the right time to stop them from making a scene. She pointed to the seat where Su Qi was sitting before and said, "I'm the one who told Su Qi to come and sit here. If you still want to continue to watch the auction, go and sit in Su Qi's seat." Auntie, Shang Qingqing frowned with a reluctant face. "Go." Shang Ruyan took Su Qi by the arm, her attitude resolute. She gritted her teeth and directly stomped her foot, running out of the auction house with hatred. The two returned to Shang Ruyan's villa together after watching the second half of the auction. Before entering the door, Shang Ruyan happened to receive a call from a partner, so she signaled Su Qi to go in first. Unexpectedly, as soon as Su Qi entered the house, she found Shang Hongwei sitting on the living room sofa. When Shang Hongwei saw Su Qi, he immediately let out a cold laugh. "I thought you had some unique vision in real estate investment. So it turns out that buying that factory before was just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat." "Uncle Shang, what do you mean by that?" Su Qi was a bit puzzled. Shang Hongwei laughed. "I've already heard Qingqing say that you spent $5 million today to buy that piece of barren land that no one wants from the Jinwei Group. According to your casual squandering like this, I'm afraid that the bit of demolition money you have on you right now won't be enough anytime soon. Our Shang family absolutely cannot accept a waste like you who has no investment vision. When I bought that piece of factory before, didn't you, Uncle Shang, also not expect that piece of factory to be demolished soon? Things are unpredictable. Maybe it's because you, Uncle, didn't see the future value of that piece of barren land?" Su Qi said in a relaxed tone with a calm demeanor. Shang Hongwei didn't expect Su Qi to actually dare to talk back, and he was furious. He was just about to snap when Shang Ruyan opened the door and walked in. "Why are you here?" Shang Ruyan frowned, her tone chilling. Shang Hongwei immediately collected the ugly face he had just made difficult for Su Qi and smiled as he took out the two gift bags that were placed by the sofa. "I heard that you brought Su Qi home to stay, so I thought I'd come to see you guys. Take a look. This is the gift I brought for you guys." He smiled amiably, not at all like the ferocious man he was just a moment ago. Su Qi looked at the two bags of gifts somewhat speechlessly. "What about my visit this time? I still want to stay here for a few days. You and Su Qi won't mind, right?" Shang Ruyan received the gift bag at the same time. Shang Hongwei said smoothly. Shang Ruyan was a bit reluctant, but still nodded. "Then I'll have the servants pack up the guest room." Su Qi lightly laughed in his heart. It seems that Shang Hongwei is planning to directly live over to give him a face, so that he will know how to retreat early. Unfortunately, the person who's going to walk away can't be him. In the evening, Shang Ruyan personally cooked, and Su-chi took the initiative to offer to help Shang Ruyan. Baby, I want to. When he was washing the dishes, he did not move and held Shang Ruyan's hand. His voice was full of seduction. Shang Ruyan glanced at Shang Hongwei, who was sitting in the living room, and reddened her face a bit in embarrassment, waiting to go back to her room at night. Well, if Dad isn't here, I'd really like to meet you here, he said lustily. Shang Ruyan's face instantly reddened as if it was dripping blood. How can you? Here? Yeah, don't you want to try and see what it feels like somewhere other than the bed? Su-chi's hand didn't move to touch her back waist. He was too familiar with Shang Ruyan's body. For example, the dining room, the balcony. I want to leave the scent of my time with you in every part of this home, don't you? Soon. Shang Ruyan was defeated. Her voice as thin as a mosquito. Good. She quickly walked out of the kitchen and said to Shang Hongwei, you can go back to the Shang family's old mansion first. What's wrong? Didn't you already promise to let me stay? Shang Hongwei said reluctantly. It's inconvenient for you to stay here. Shang Ruyan didn't hesitate to call for Xiaoyu. Send the person back safely. Even though Shang Hongwei was no longer willing, he was still sent out by Shang Ruyan's men. He glared hatefully at Su-chi on his way out. It must be something this asshole kid said to his daughter. Just wait. He'll never stop. People were there. Su-chi immediately went forward and hugged Shang Ruyan. Baby, I love you. Shang Ruyan was overwhelmed with emotion and immediately embraced Su-chi in a kiss. The hot and wet breath filled the air between them. The next day, when Su-chi woke up, Shang Ruyan was still lying on the bed, sleeping very sweetly. The two of them tossed and turned for too long last night. He really kept his promise and tried every single place in this house with Shang Ruyan, who was too tired for this. He also had a few moments of heartache, and secretly swore that he would never toss Shang Ruyan in such a frenzy again. In order not to wake Shang Ruyan, he dressed very gently. And when he went downstairs, he found an unfamiliar servant standing in the dining room. Although he was wearing a servant's uniform, Su-chi still noticed him at first, because his appearance was very handsome, with fair skin, clear eyebrows, and a very good-looking body. The Shang family's previous servants did not have this person at all. Are you new here? He asked casually as he sized up the male servant. The other party smiled faintly and politely said, yes, I was hired by Mr. Shang to take care of the young lady. And I was previously an entertainer for the entertainment company under the Shangshire Group. Su-chi understood. What kind of artist? To put it bluntly, isn't it Shang Hongwei deliberately looking for a male model to squeeze him out? To be able to find a male model for his daughter, Shang Hongwei is really a painstaking effort. He smiled slightly and finished his breakfast with a cloudy face. That night, Shang Hongwei had just finished negotiating a cooperation and returned home dizzy, taking off his shoes while shouting towards Shang's mother. Wife, pour me a glass of water. I'm dying of thirst. However, by the time he had changed his shoes, Mother Shang hadn't even come out to carry the water out as usual. He walked into the living room with some confusion, but found that Shang Mother was being surrounded by a dozen male maids. One was pinching Shang Mother's left leg, one was pinching Shang Mother's right leg, and there were two others who were giving Shang Mother a back and shoulder massage. For the rest, there were those who gave Shang's mother facials, those who peeled grapes for Shang's mother to eat, and those who talked with Shang's mother. And all of these male servants are broad-shouldered and long-limbed, handsome and well-built, and have very nice voices. The briefcase Shang Hongwei was holding snapped to the ground. Wife, what are you doing? He questioned, looking at the male servants in annoyance. Shang Mother lifted the 2 slices of cucumber on her eyes, swept a glance at his beer belly, and said with a smile, it's not that Xiaoqi sees that I'm usually too hard-working, and specially hired these male maids to take care of me, and wanted to make it easier for me. Xiaoqi? Shang Hongwei was stunned before he reacted. You're saying that these people were found by Su-chi? A ball of anger burned in his heart. This bastard boy. I'll go and settle the score with him now. With that, he clenched his fists to storm out of the house. But Mother Shang's face turned cold and collected the smile on her face. Stop right there. Xiaoqi was kind enough to find me some people to serve me. What? What's the matter? You don't feel good when you see someone serving me? I'm warning you. In the future, Xiaoqi is my own son. You're not allowed to find trouble with him. Sister, don't be angry. It's easy to get wrinkles when you're angry. A male maid very eyelessly came to Shang Mother's side and obediently handed Shang Mother a cup of honey water. Looking at the dozen or so men surrounding his wife, Shang Hongwei wanted to vomit blood. Suki, what a trickster. Shang Hongwei here is having a headache. Su-chi's side has also encountered a problem. Shang Ruyan is going to M country for a negotiation. He doesn't want to hinder Shang Ruyan's career, but he also knows that this trip is very dangerous. In her previous life, Shang Ruyan was seriously injured in this out-of-country negotiation, and almost died when she was rescued and returned home. Although he didn't care about Shang Ruyan's death in his previous life, at that time, All the media in the country were reporting frantically, and almost every day's front page headlines were about her resuscitation. There are also unscrupulous media outlets that directly put out the fake news that Shang Ruyan has died in order to gain traffic. That's why he was so impressed with it. Shang Ruyan in his last life did not die because of this offshore negotiation, but also walked from the ghost gate. He cannot let Shang Ruyan experience the same pain in this life. Baby, I can't bear to part with you. Don't leave, okay? Suchi hugged Shang Ruyan and stalked Shang Ruyan, not allowing her to follow her men and leave. Shang Qingqing looked at Suchi with a disgusted face and despised. Suchi, you can't give Auntie support even if you don't. At least you know a little bit of proportion. This time Auntie is going to talk about how important the project is, do you know? Do you have any idea how much effort my sister-in-law has put into this project? Of course Suchi knew that, but no matter how important the cause was, it was no more important than her life. He hardened himself against Shang Qingqing's 10,000 contemptuous gazes and carried Shang Ruyan into the bedroom. Baby, even if you have to go, you're going to spend some time with me before you leave, right? Shang Ruyan frowned and eventually closed her eyes. After all, she had been away for a short period of time for this overseas negotiation. After this period of time, she realized that her body had already become accustomed to the wonderful feeling of being controlled by Suchi. So why not, just before leaving, indulge a little? When Shang Qingqing heard the sounds coming from the bedroom, she instantly turned red and ran out of Shang Ruyan's villa in exasperation, only to run right into Xiao Yu and Red Shadow, who had come to pick up the others. After hearing Shang Qingqing say the reason why Shang Ruyan was delayed in leaving the villa, Red Shadow was also a bit displeased. Suchi, such a man is a waste. Can not support Mr. Shang's career to help even if, but also so love to add to the chaos. Mr. Shang, this is the color to make the wisdom of the drowsy. Does she not know how important this negotiation? Captain, Mr. Shang won't really be persuaded by that Suchi kid to not go abroad, right? A few female team members who were in full gear also came over and asked worriedly. Impossible. Ms. Shang has always made a clear distinction between public and private matters. This negotiation was decided a long time ago. Ms. Shang, she will definitely go, Red Shadow categorically said. Still, the players murmured with great displeasure. It's all Suchi's fault, just knowing to delay Mr. Shang's business. If the negotiation is delayed because of him, can Suchi afford to pay for the damages caused? I'm afraid his little demolition money isn't enough for us to lose a fraction of a cent. What demolition money? It's all gone to him to buy that useless piece of wasteland. Right. All shut up. Xiao Yu frowned and snorted coldly. No matter what kind of decision General Manager Shang makes, there must be her reasoning, and we, as General Manager Shang's people, only need to remember to unconditionally obey General Manager Shang's arrangements. Yes. Several team members immediately bowed their heads in unison. Having said that, Xiao Yu's eyes were still filled with worry as she looked towards the villa. Shang Qingqing's face turned iron blue, and with a cold snort she directly got into the car. I'm going to the airport first. She really didn't want to be here to see Suchi and Shang Ruyan making out. On the other hand, in Shang Ruyan's room, Suchi was patiently rubbing Shang Ruyan's body. Shang Ruyan's face was scarlet, red, lying helplessly on the bed and gasping for breath. She looked at Suchi with a satisfied face. Suchi smiled and said, Baby, want to come back? Shang Ruyan grabbed his hand with difficulty. I really have to go. This cooperation is very important to me and Shangshire Group. Hearing Shang Ruyan's words, Suchi could only sigh helplessly in his heart. It was true that even if he tried his best, it would be hard to change Shang Ruyan's decision in business. After all this, Shang Ruyan even wants to leave. I don't know where she got the strength, but he really couldn't just stay in the country alone and spend his days waiting for news of Shang Ruyan's injury to come back. Instead of waiting so long, he should go with Shang Ruyan. Then baby, if you have to go, take me with you. Suchi hugged Shang Ruyan and deliberately softened her voice. I don't want to leave you for a moment. Shang Ruyan smiled. The weak state of her is much gentler than usual. All the thorns have been pulled out. No longer a point of the cold and unsympathetic look, but you are now in your senior year of high school. Didn't I get close to perfect scores on both of my exams? If I can't be with you and I think about you every day, maybe my grades will even go down. Suchi immediately replied. Alright then, I'll ask Xiao Yu to book the tickets for you. Shang Ruyan couldn't help Suchi's request and agreed. Moreover, she was not assured that Suchi was alone in the country, and she was also afraid that other women would take advantage of her absence to stick to Suchi. Soon, the two were out of the villa together. Shang Ruyan was indeed a bit physically weak. In order to not let others see the clues, she intentionally walked very slowly, but her pace was still a bit off. To outsiders, she was as cool and noble as ever. Only she knew that every seemingly normal step caused her to feel a slight pang of pain, a pain that wasn't hard to bear, Or at least insignificant compared to the gunshot wound she had received so long ago, but one that went deep into her soul. A pang that endured and wore on her over time, but she could only hold back all the discomfort and try her best to put on the same cool demeanor as before. Hearing that Shang Ruyan wanted to bring Su Qi along, Red Shadow was the first to disagree. Mr. Shang, all of our security is for you alone, and your temporary addition of young Master Su will cause us to be understaffed. Shang Ruyan's eyes condensed, holding her head high and cold. I don't open a top salary for you guys to tell me this. I don't want you to tell me what the problem is. I only need the answer to the question. Understand? Under her powerful pressure, Red Shadow could only lower her head and grit her teeth. Understood. However, after Shang Ruyan got into the car, Red Shadow unwillingly stopped Su Qi again, her words filled with strong dissatisfaction. Su Qi, do you know that you have to follow Mr. Shang to go abroad? You're just adding to Mr. Shang's chaos. Su Qi smiled helplessly. I don't know if I will add to the chaos, but I see that you have a head full of resentment. I'm afraid that you will soon have bad luck, so you'd better be careful yourself. Hearing this, Red Shadow directly laughed out, incomparably contemptuous. Only those who are not capable will believe in those groundless ghosts and gods. I can't see that you still have the ability to be a magician. Su Qi saw that she didn't believe it and didn't want to remind her, so she could only get into the car by herself, no longer making meaningless arguments with her. That night, Shang Ruyan took her men with her to a hotel outside the country. Shang Ruyan had to prepare the work related to the negotiations, so she arranged a separate room for Su Qi. Xiao Yu brought Su Qi into the room, and before leaving, she gave Su Qi a meaningful glance, and somewhat unnaturally reminded, Young Master Su, the documents that Mr. Shang is going to prepare tonight are very important, so you'd better stay in the room by yourself and have a good rest, and don't disturb Mr. Shang. You're young and fit, but you need to know moderation. Xiao Yu had a delicate mind, and had long since discovered that something was wrong through Shang Ruyan's walking posture, which was why she had found this opportunity to remind Su Qi. She hadn't dated a boyfriend and didn't know how much that kind of thing would hurt. But looking at Mr. Shang, it must have hurt. After saying that, she closed the door for Su Qi and exited the room. Seeing her come out, Red Shadow hummed disdainfully. What are you doing talking to that punk about this? Just let him continue to act like this, so that sooner or later, Mr. Shang will get tired of him. Xiao Yu was non-committal. I am also for the sake of Mr. Shang, can't you see it? She moved closer to the Red Shadow, lowered her voice, and looked a little odd. Mr. Shang can't even walk today. Red Shadow was stunned before she reacted to what Xiao Yu's words meant, and her face suddenly alternated red and pink. She coughed and deliberately pulled away from the topic. Anyway, I just hate him. You don't know. Yesterday he even threatened me, saying something about how I'm doomed to have a disaster on this trip, and told me to be careful. I'm bah humbug. Auntie, what danger has not encountered? Which time is not safe and sound back? Xiao Yu agreed. With your skill, of course no one can hurt you. Red Shadow didn't take Su Qi's words to heart in the slightest, and since he was about to enter the sea and wouldn't be able to see land again for nearly half a month, Red Shadow planned to take advantage of this last night to go out and have some fun. That night, Red Shadow went to the bar. The bar was filled with drinkers, and after a few glasses of red wine in a row, Red Shadow's vision blurred a bit. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a lewd face walked over with a smile. Sister, brother, show you a good thing. Brain not quite awake under the paralyzing effects of alcohol. Red Shadow looked at the man with a dazed expression until he pulled. Unzip his pants. Zipper. Ah! Caught off guard by the sight of the pitifully small, ugly thing, Red Shadow cried out in horror and scrambled for the door. The next morning, Su Qi was worried about Shang Ruyan's safety and got up early. Unexpectedly, once they arrived at the restaurant, they saw Xiao Yu and Red Shadow sitting together eating breakfast, and when they saw Su Qi, their faces became alternately green and red. It also voluntarily moved to the side to make way. Su Qi was a bit puzzled. Obviously, yesterday, these two female bodyguards thought he was a drag and both rejected him. What's with the change in appearance after this night? Su Qi probably guessed in his heart and smiled as he walked over. Why? I saw something I shouldn't have last night. Su Qi looked towards the Red Shadow sitting on the side. His tone was intentional. When Shang Ruyan's injury was a big deal. Even Shang Ruyan's bodyguard captain was harassed by a lewd man on the first day of Shang Ruyan's departure from the country, and it didn't escape the media's attention. It's not that he did the math right, but he already knew what would happen in the future. If he didn't have to, he didn't want to act like a magician. Only by making all these men of Shang Ruyan's believe that he could calculate what was going to happen in the future would he have a reason to convince Shang Ruyan to give up the negotiation and hurry back to his country. Red Shadow blushed and viciously took a big bite of white rice. Instead, The horror of last night's scene came to mind. She didn't even have a boyfriend. Naturally, the man's thing that she hadn't seen before. Didn't think that the size was different between men and men. According to what Xiao Yu said, Mr. Shang would be in pain after he did this, and that with Su Qi. That Su Qi was definitely not the same as the man he saw last night. What about you? Do you want me to do the math for you too? He deliberately asked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was somewhat interested and was about to open her mouth. But Red Shadow snorted coldly. What's there to count? Last night was just my bad luck to meet a pervert. That was just a blind cat bumping into a dead rat, casually saying so. Su Qi didn't care. He didn't really know how to tell fortunes anyway. His gaze flicked over Xiao Yu. I calculated that you encountered an encounter similar to Red Shadow's shortly after leaving the sea. If you don't find a way to defuse it, you'll possess a period of indelible shadows. Remember to be careful. Playing God. On the other side, Shang Qingqing and Shang Ruyan had been paying attention to the movements on this side, and after finishing her own breakfast, she stood up and swept past Su Qi's side, a piece of contemptuous light humming. Baby, did you miss me? Seeing Shang Ruyan, Su Qi smiled and came up, pulling Shang Ruyan's hand. He was also unsure of exactly which day Shang Ruyan would be in danger, so he extraordinarily cherished every second he spent with Shang Ruyan now. Shang Ruyan held Su Qi's hand back. Get on the boat. The group quickly boarded the ship. Red Shadow arranged his men. The first Dark Guard squad is in charge of patrolling. The second squad is in charge of close protection for Chief Shang. The third squad goes to take care of Miss Qingqing. The rest of you go back to your rooms to rest and prepare for your shift. Su Qi frowned, still a little uneasy in her heart, and reminded Shang Ruyan, baby, why don't you let Qingqing stay with us all the time, so that if you do encounter any danger, the two squads can protect you together. Shang Qingqing snorted. You haven't underestimated the strength of these team members under Red Shadow. A squad is more than enough to protect Auntie. Could it be that you know how to protect people better than Red Shadow? I just vaguely feel that it's a bit unsafe. It's always better to add more manpower for protection, Su Qi said in a serious manner. Shang Qingqing did not think so, nonchalantly mocked at him. You are worrying about the sky. Like you, such a timid and fearful man can become what big things? You still have some skill, but I didn't realize that you still can't change your nature of being a wimp. Su Qi furrowed her brows in confusion. What do you mean by luckily he still has a few skills? After getting drunk and sober, Su Qi had already forgotten about that night, so naturally she didn't know what Shang Qingqing meant by her words. Shang Ruyan chided her in dissatisfaction. Send another squad over. When Shang Qingqing heard the birthday banquet openly defend Su Qi, she immediately glared at Su Qi with indignation. Su Qi still vaguely felt some uneasiness. He pulled Shang Ruyan's hand and softly said, why don't you ask 2 more squad members to follow in 2 other small boats and protect them from the side? Red Shadow, who was already irritated, instantly caught fire. Mr. Shang, I'm the one who is the most professional when it comes to security. What Su Qi has proposed will only shake the heart of the army and cause unnecessary panic. Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes to look at her, her tone cold. Red Shadow, the person who gave you the order is me, not Su Qi. Are you having a problem with my decision? Red Shadow was stunned and lowered her head, saying unwillingly, yes. The other team members didn't dare to defy Shang Ruyan's decision, but their eyes were filled with contempt when they looked at Su Qi. A few of the rotating team members got together and grumbled together in no uncertain terms. Mr. Shang shouldn't have brought Su Qi along. That kid is just a high school student. How dare he point his finger at Captain Red Shadow's security planning? Isn't it just fear? Haven't seen such a wimpy man like Su Qi. Su Qi is so afraid of death. Don't pester Mr. Shang in the first place. You have to follow along. Anyway, if I really encounter any danger, I will only protect Mr. Shang, not Su Qi. Me too. They were talking when a foreign man came over and Zhou Moon chatted. For Su Qi's prophecy, Xiao Yu more or less believe a few points. From last night to now has been to avoid contact with men. A long time cannot help but some stifled. And the foreigners talked for a while, and found that the two hobbies are not much different. Vaguely have a kind of hate to see each other. Miss, I didn't realize that you also like sports cars. This cruise ship happens to be holding a car show. Why don't we go and take a look together? The foreign man enthusiastically proposed. Yeah. Xiao Yu agreed with alacrity. The team saw the two of them leave and didn't pay much attention. Xiao Yu followed the man all the way, unknowingly being led by him into an underground garage, and it was only when the heavy iron door closed that Xiao Yu realized something was wrong. What are you doing? She immediately reached for her gun, not flinching in the face of sudden danger. On the way here she had considered what she would do if the man in front of her got on the bad guy. Because of her long-time martial arts practice, Xiao Yu's perception was much sharper than normal people, and with a single glance, she could tell that this man was just an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts at all, and couldn't threaten her. This was also the reason why she dared to follow her here. Su Chi also said something about how she would possess an indelible shadow, or it was a bit exaggerated. Or does he also have an exposure fetish? That doesn't matter. She can just close her eyes and not look. I did not expect just then, but the man directly kneeled down, muscle across the face of the fawning attitude. Xiaoyu's face changed drastically, incomparably disgusted. She lifted her high heels and kicked the man hard. Get out! The next morning when Su Chi stepped into the restaurant, he saw a group of team members surrounding Xiaoyu, asking for something. You didn't let him get to you, did you? Is that gringo really that perverted? You're not impure anymore, are you? Xiaoyu's face was miserable as she ate her breakfast, not at all wanting to answer the questions of the few team members around her, her eyes still red and puffy. Su Chi carried her breakfast and sat down next to a few people without moving. Red Shadow saw Su Chi and immediately thought of the prophecy that Su Chi had calculated for Xiaoyu earlier. Su Chi, did you also calculate last night's incident early? Red Shadow couldn't help but ask. Before Su Chi answered, the person next to him said decisively, sure, didn't he say that the vice captain would leave a shadow of a lifetime? So isn't this? Right at this moment, Xiaoyu finished her breakfast and stood up, walking over to Su Chi's face and saying with a very embarrassed expression, thank you for the reminder. Last night, although that foreigner didn't do anything to her, he also showed him the most disgusting thing in this world. Xiaoyu heartily regretted that when Su Chi gave him the prophecy at that time, he should have asked a little more clearly. Hearing Xiaoyu's thanks to Su Chi, the crowd became excited. Another person thought of the fact that Su Chi had also made a prophecy before Red Shadow was attacked and injured, and instantly felt that Su Chi really had two brushes. Su Chi, did you guess that it would be uneventful for us to come out this time? And that's why you specially asked the captain to add an extra team of manpower to protect Mr. Shang? That's all Su Chi needed. A little more will be safer. At these words, the crowd looked much more serious. They looked at me, and they were all ready to let Su Chi do the math for them. Just then, however, an urgent voice suddenly came from the pager on his body. Everyone, go stand by outside Mr. Shang's room. Mr. Shang's having a berserker attack. The crowd immediately looked nervous and all left the restaurant. Su Chi also put down her breakfast and followed a group of team members to arrive. Before he even approached Shang Ruyan's room, Su Chi heard a clanking sound of smashing things. Shang Qingqing stood behind Red Shadow, half worried and half scared. In her current state, no one else can get close at all, or else she'll definitely be seriously injured. But if she can't give her inhibitors all the time, it'll affect her nervous system. How is she? Su Chi walked over and asked. As soon as his words fell, the two team members covered their chests and flew backwards out of Shang Ruyan's room door. Chief Shang is having too severe of a berserk attack right now. We can't even get close to her. A team member struggled to get up and said in pain. Inside the room, Shang Ruyan's side was still surrounded by a few bodyguard members, because Shang Ruyan herself had a psychological cleanliness towards the opposite sex, so the ones who were close enough to protect Shang Ruyan were all female bodyguards. But now these female bodyguards were all no match for Shang Ruyan in her berserk state. The doctor stood in the corner with the inhibitor, looking overwhelmed. Red Shadow's face was also ugly. When Shang Ruyan had an attack of berserkness, even those close to her like them couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, she was an ice-cold machine that could only kill, and anyone who approached her would be mercilessly strangled by her as prey. I'll do it. Su Chi crossed over her and was about to walk into Shang Ruyan's room. It's such a time. Can you not come and add to the chaos? When Mr. Shang has a berserker attack, he can't recognize his 6 relatives. If Mr. Shang wakes up and realizes he hurt you and we didn't stop you, I'm afraid he'll punish us again, Red Shadow said in annoyance. That's right. Little auntie doesn't even recognize me. How can she recognize you? Shang Qingqing also complained in a disgruntled manner. Su Chi ignored the words of the two of them and walked straight into Shang Ruyan's room. Shang Ruyan, who had originally been beating up the bodyguards around her regardless, was violently stunned the moment she saw Su Chi. Su Chi quickly walked over and held her in his arms. Baby, don't be afraid. I'm coming. It's me. He hugged Shang Ruyan and softly soothed. Shang Ruyan struggled violently in his arms, and finally even hissed and bit his shoulder. But Su Chi acted as if she couldn't feel the pain, and kept holding Shang Ruyan tightly. Baby, it's okay. I'm here. No one will bully you. Have a good sleep, and when you wake up, everything will be fine. In the midst of the crowd's astonished gazes, Shang Ruyan's struggling movements actually gradually subsided, and she soon fell asleep in Su Chi's arms. Obviously feel the woman's taut petite body after feeling their breath soft down. Su Chi will be in the arms of the woman like holding pets, like people hugged to the bed. The doctor immediately stepped forward to examine Shang Ruyan's body and said, half in delight and half in sorrow. MS. Shang doesn't need inhibitors anymore. This is the first time MS. Shang has had a berserker attack that didn't require inhibitors, but she's just had too much mental exertion, so it's expected that she'll be in a coma for a while. When the crowd heard the doctor's words, they all sighed in relief and looked at Su Chi with a little more respect in their eyes. I thought Su Chi was a drag, but I didn't expect him to be able to appease Mr. Shang's berserkness. Thinking that he had stopped Su Chi at the beginning, Shang Qingqing couldn't help but feel a heat in her cheeks, and a few moments of embarrassment arose in her heart. You stay here and watch over Ruyan. I'll go out to sea and come back immediately. Su Chi looked at the unconscious state of the woman on the bed. Remembering the dangers he would encounter next, he realized that he had to go out and accomplish one thing in order to completely dissolve the crisis that Shang Ruyan would encounter on this trip. Consider it owed to her from a previous life. Shang Qingqing immediately raised her willow eyebrows. What are you doing out at sea at this time now? What if you run into pirates or a reef? The famous Waisan Island is near our route. I heard that during the National Day last year. Waisan Island was full of tourists, and a ticket could be sold for more than $100,000. Wouldn't it be a pity not to go to a ready-made good opportunity now? Su Chi said dully. Shang Qingqing, who had just changed her opinion of him by a few points, immediately exploded. What time is it now that you're still thinking about playing? Su Chi ignored her and slowly walked towards the plywood. You guys can stay if you don't want to go. It's not like I'm forcing you to go with me. You. Xiaoyu pulled back Shang Qingqing, who was about to become furious. Young Master Su might have some plans. Let's stay and protect Mr. Shang. He's a high school student who only knows how to read from a dead book, and his parents are both no more than ordinary people. What kind of plans can he have at a time like this? What his sister-in-law is doing isn't something that people of his class can access. I think he's clearly just being playful. As for the fortune-telling thing before, it's nothing more than a coincidence, so don't think too highly of him. Once Shang Qingqing said this, the rest of the people nodded in agreement. With Su Chi's social experience, it really doesn't come in handy at such a time, and if they are really in danger, 80% of them will still drag them back. On the tree-lined island, rows of heavily armed guards stood at attention, hidden in the depths of the dense forest, their dark muzzles aimed at the sea outside the island, giving a shocking sense of murder. Deep in the bowels of the island, in a closed taming arena, the sounds of screams and howling beasts were heard. A pair of eyes written with perverted desires were staring at the center of the beast taming arena, a huge platform that could be filled with several hundred people. And at this moment, a scene of no less than hellish cruelty was taking place on this platform. A ferocious and robust tiger had torn a fair-skinned and delicate-looking young girl alive. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience stage as the young girl's blood burst forth. Soon, the young girl's blood was cleaned up, and two warriors carried another huge iron cage up, and as the black cloth covering the cage was lifted, a chorus of cold breaths and backward huffs rang out from the audience. Because the young girl locked up in this cage had a beautiful face. Not only did she have skin like solid fat, a pair of eyes etched with fear also flowed with a charm that crisped into the marrow of the bone. Even if it was placed in the entertainment circle where beautiful women were all over the place, it was quite a bright existence. But now, it's quickly falling into the mouth of the beast. Jean, he looked at these people who regarded himself as a plaything for fun and despair, and couldn't help but remember that a few days ago, he had escaped from the Blackwood Alliance with serious injuries, but he was still captured by the leader of the Blackwood Alliance, bound his hands and feet, and sent into the underground arena of the Colosseum. A customer has chosen her to use her in a show where Beauty and the Beast kill each other. The time was chosen to be today. Now that she was bruised and unarmed, and with the small space in the cage, she would surely die as soon as the trainer unlocked the tiger. The thought that even if she put her best foot forward to defeat this tiger, she would immediately be sent to fight an even more terrifying beast made her lose all courage to survive. The arena was filled with cheers as everyone was expecting her to be torn apart. Bite her to death. Deafening cheers filled the room, and not a single person cared if she survived. Blood is the thrill that all the spectators in the Colosseum are looking for. Jean, he couldn't help but feel disheartened, and was about to close his eyes and wait for the tiger to bite her neck and get it over with, when a man with a dragon mask suddenly appeared outside the fence not far from him. This is the closest to the platform and the best viewing position, and those who can stand here are either rich or wealthy. Her, I fancy. The man's voice was low, and it rang through the audience and through the taming arena. This voice was calm, hidden with a regicide. Everyone's heart palpitated, but no one saw that Su Chi behind the mask quietly pinched his sweat. In his previous life, he had also learned from Shang Ruyan that there was another mysterious and terrifying organization that existed in this world. This organization was called the Dragon Group, and only had 8 members, but it was able to make such an ancient family as the Shang family feel awe. This is not only because each member of the Dragon Group is extremely skilled, but also because the head of the guy who calls himself the Dragon God is said to be the core of the Dragon Group. During that time he was more obsessed with reading this kind of bullish novels, and let Shang Ruyan tell him a lot of rumors about the dragon group after he knew that there was a similar existence in the real world. Shang Ruyan was suffering from not being able to repair the relationship with him at that time, and after knowing that he was interested in the dragon group, he himself personally investigated and collected information about the dragon group's deeds. Now that he was reborn and back, he could be said to know more about the dragon team than anyone else. If he wanted to accomplish what he was going to do next, he had to borrow an identity that was so powerful that everyone would be afraid of it, and got the bright idea of pretending to be the leader of the dragon team. Anyway, these guys are so afraid of the might of the dragon team that they don't have the guts to make a move against him, and they can't find out that he's an imposter. In Su Chi's opinion, usually this kind of characters that were more bullish and only existed in legends were mostly either dead or crazy. She is my chosen prey. A blonde man stood up from his seat, sensing Su Chi's extraordinary demeanor. He was more cautious in his wording. Is your excellency going to do this kind of forcible seizure in full view of the public? So I robbed it. So what? Su Chi recalled the tone of voice used in the novels he had read when those hidden big brothers pretended to be a bully, and the gesture was taken in full force. The blonde man was about to snap when his best friend beside him pulled him back. Haven't you realized it yet? His best friend stared straight at Su Chi's mask, his voice trembling a little. The blonde man was an afterthought. You mean, he's. The best friend made a silencing gesture, as if that name was taboo and even mentioning it was an offense. But how can it be? How many years has it been since that one has made an international appearance? Not showing up doesn't mean he's dead. The best friend's face was grave. Who doesn't know about that one's methods? And who has the guts to dare to impersonate him? The two couldn't come up with an accurate idea, while the rest of the spectators in the arena were confused. They didn't see anything from that mask Su Chi was wearing for the time being. After all, that man had disappeared for too long, so long that he had become a legend. As he was hesitating, the blonde man suddenly saw the electronic shackles on Jinha's hands, and immediately smiled slightly, and courteously said to Su Chi that, "This woman is a pet that I picked up casually. You want me to give you as a friend? Just, now the tiger has been released from the beast cage. Not to see the blood, it will not go back. The shackles on the body of this beast fighter, and no one dares to unlock it. It seems, you are tired of living." Su Chi snorted coldly, radiating a compelling aura. The blonde man's heart was appalled, but he still said stiffly, No, you've got it wrong. It's that these electronic shackles are specially customized, and once they're fastened they can't be unfastened. But I guess it shouldn't be much of a big deal for you to save a woman from the mouth of a fierce tiger, right? His words were complimentary, but if the man in front of him couldn't do it, then he was certainly not a dragon god. Su Chi's mouth twitched. This old dang, he is really tricky. Let him fight the tiger, as if he is Wu Sung. But, remembered that last night, he felt wrong after hearing that sentence in the mouth of the Red Shadow, and asked Shang Ruyan under curiosity to know what happened on the day of the banquet. It turns out that after drinking alcohol the force value will soar. Just don't know. How about fighting a tiger? No matter what. Now it was an arrow on a string that had to be sent. This blonde man could sit in this position. Definitely had an extraordinary background, but wherever he showed a little bit of cowardice, he would definitely not be able to walk out of this coliseum. Su Chi glanced at the blonde man with eyes full of intimidation. The latter immediately averted his gaze in fear after meeting his eyes. Su Chi turned his head with satisfaction, thinking that he had pretended pretty well, and then his calves gave out and jumped onto the fighting stage. The territory was invaded and a tiger's roar rose to the sky. The tiger's roar was accompanied by gasps from the audience. Why did that man jump in? Is he tired of living, or is his brain caught in a door? That can be a purebred white tiger from North America that has killed more than a dozen people before this. This man is really desperate. Jinha also widened her beautiful eyes. Cannot believe that in the desperate situation will still come back to life. This man will become her savior? Su Chi, who was blocking in front of Jinhe, had also been drumming in his heart, and had to use all his strength to control his legs and stomach from shivering. Not cowardice, but the fear that weak human beings bring out from their genes when they face the king of the forest. Roar! There was another tiger's roar, and the entire ground seemed to tremble slightly. The huge tiger claw stepped in Su Chi's direction, each step carrying an aura of destruction. When approaching Su Chi by half a meter, the white tiger raised its huge paw and ruthlessly pressed it towards the ground. Under the stimulation of the huge impact, Su Chi was uncontrollably shaken to the side of the fence, nearly planting over directly with an unsteady hand. Ha 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 ha. The blonde man laughed out loud and laughed his head off. Indeed an imposter. Not much skill, but not much guts. How dare you impersonate the dragon god? It wouldn't be wrong to be eaten alive by this white tiger. A chorus of boos rang out from the audience. Seeing this scene, the hope that had just been ignited in Jinha's beautiful eyes dimmed. and she glanced guiltily in the direction of Suchi, the person who had kindly come to her rescue, who had been dragged down by her. Damn, can't beat that at all. With a vicious low curse, Suchi pulled out a pocket-sized version of a wine bottle from his arms and raised it through the cover of the tiger to smother a large gulp. Pungent sensation spread in the mouth. Suchi could not help but cough twice. After the initial uncomfortable, a familiar fiery sensation climbed along the cerebral nerves to the brain. The crowd then saw. A black figure flew out swiftly from behind the giant tiger, and swung out a punch with a terrifying power like overturning mountains and cracking the earth, which struck the white tiger's forehead. Boom dash, with a muffled sound, accompanied by the horrifying sound of bone cracking, the white tiger let out a roar of pain in its throat. If he didn't see with his own eyes that a clear depression appeared where that white tiger was struck, no one would believe that it wasn't even Suchi's fist that shattered under this blow. The blonde man's mouth dropped open, his jaw nearly dislocated, and the blood quickly faded from his face, leaving only the black figure wrapped in a murderous aura in his fear-filled eyes. Fortunately, I didn't offend this honorable man, the blonde man murmured thankfully. Sure enough, it's him, echoed a dreamy murmur from his best friend, his whole body frozen. Equally dumbfounded was Jinha, who thought he was bound to die. Before today, there was only one person she held as a god in her heart. After today, there is one more god in her heart. To be able to have such a terrifying power, to be able to save her from the mouth of a fierce tiger in such a situation, this person was worth following with her whole life. At this point, Jinha had already made up her mind. In the future, no matter what happened, the man in front of him would be the master he swore to follow. It took another half a minute for the numb crowd in the audience to react. The sound of a piece of cold air pouring out of one's head was numbing to hear. After this punch, the white tiger also seemed to be a bit cowed, bowing slightly in a defensive stance. Suchi bypassed it and walked to Jinhe with a steady pace, picked up the slender little foot that was white and crystalline but was strangled with a circle of blood marks by the chain, and broke the electronic locking clasp with a little force in his hand. Jinhe hadn't yet recovered from the shock of the special locking cuffs being broken so easily, when he felt a heavy weight on his waist, and his entire body was intercepted and picked up. Suchi held the bruised and battered young girl in his arms, and met the gazes of either awe or reverence as he stepped down from the Colosseum. Your Excellency is truly a good fighter. In that case, she is yours. My name is Yurahan. I'm glad to be friends with you. The blonde man greeted him with a wintry smile and extended his hand to Suchi. Friends? A discreet sneer escaped from behind the mask, and the blonde man's hand froze in midair and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The party was on stage, and Mr. Yurahan was laughing so hard. The air around them froze a lot because of this plausible sentence, and the blonde man was so scared that he almost bit his tongue, secretly regretting that he shouldn't be unself-conscious and get close to this man who was more terrifying than the king of hell. The young girl in her arms let out a muffled grunt of pain, and blood spilled out from the corner of her mouth, obviously suffering from internal injuries earlier, which flared up at that moment. Suchi looked down and realized that the girl's injuries were in urgent need of treatment, so he was not in the mood to continue scaring the blonde man, and walked out along the pathway that the crowd had automatically given way to. Yurahan didn't recover from his shock for a long time until he was tapped on the shoulder and turned around to find a dark-haired, dark-eyed Asian man. Do you think that with that lord's intelligence he would not see that you were deliberately testing the waters? And how he would have let you go so easily if it wasn't for the beauty in his arms? Obviously, he also recognized Suchi's identity. The best friend also gave Yurahan a pitying look. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible. At the same time, Suchi had already carried the young girl to a safe place at the edge of the island, put the girl on the soft grass, he half kneeled down, picked up a cut of snow-white wrist, and took the pulse of the person in a fuss. Suchi just felt that it was a bit unreasonable for a character with such an awesome status to not know some medical skills, even if he really won't. And the girl just really didn't move at all, very quietly letting her take her pulse, with a few moments of apprehension in her eyes, as if she was afraid that she would be diagnosed with some serious illness. It's nothing major. You take this and go to the hospital for treatment yourself. Suchi took out a card that Shang Ruyan gave him and handed it to the young girl. The young girl solemnly accepted the card as if she was completing some kind of ritual. You saved me. From now on, I am your person. No matter if I live or die, I wish to follow forever. She placed the card with immense preciousness in the place of her heart. It is the proof that I belong to you, and I shall keep it in a safe place and protect it as if it were my life. What proof? This is the bank card I gave you with money in it for you to go to the hospital by yourself. Suchi felt that this girl was a bit stupid. Well, I have other things to do, and someone will escort you out to see later. Calculating that there wasn't much time left, Suchi left these words and got up to leave. He couldn't care about the pain all over his body and struggled to stand up. But, I'm already your person. I should follow you. Go back to what you want to do, and we'll meet again in 3 days. Jean, he was shocked in her heart, and the slightest hint of surprise surfaced in her beautiful eyes. How did the master know there was something else she wanted to do? The owner seems to know everything. I would have taken you back with me, but my girlfriend is very jealous, so you'd better go back on your own. Jinha knows that Jinha does not dare to have delusions of grandeur. In her heart, the man who had brought her back from the dead was a godlike being. Since it was a god, it was naturally not something she could taint. She was just curious as to what kind of woman it would be to have him defend and love her so much. Jean, he couldn't help but smile, remembering that years ago, when she was submissive to another woman, she had had similar thoughts, and also felt that in the whole world, she couldn't find a man who could be worthy of her. Suchi took off her 9 and counting mask and caught up with the big ship in a small boat before sunset. You still know to come back. Shang Qingqing plucked out Suchi. How is Ruyan doing? Now you know you care. Why didn't you think at all that auntie was still sick when you ran out to play? How dare you talk to your elders like that? When your sister-in-law wakes up, I'm going to properly tell her off. Suchi wasn't angry either. She just deliberately made a gesture of an elder reprimanding a junior. As he expected, Shang Qingqing's anger was immediately ignited, just like a kitten that had exploded. I wanted to scold Suchi, but Red Shadow hurriedly ran over at this moment. It's not good. Our ship is surrounded by a force from outside the country, and several large ships are approaching. What? Shang Qingqing was taken aback. When did this happen? The scout who followed closely behind glanced at Suchi and whispered. Fortunately, young Master Su proposed early in the morning for our crew to sail 2 other small boats to follow the big-wheeled ship. They found it in a more timely manner and are already blocking that force. When the members of the team who had heard the news heard this, they were all a little thankful that Shang Ruyan had listened to Suchi's words beforehand, and had arranged for a small boat to be protected outside beforehand. It seemed that Suchi was not weak as they thought, but was truly saving for a rainy day. This time, if Suchi hadn't planned ahead, the consequences would have been simply unimaginable. Captain, the other party is coming on strong. Our 2 small boats might not be able to withstand it for long. A member of the team reported to Red Shadow worriedly. We have to hurry up and find a way to escort Mr. Shang to escape. Shang Qingqing, however, looked at Suchi at this moment, when Shang Ruyan's berserkness had just kicked in. She had once urged her with the remaining shred of sanity that no matter what kind of danger she encountered, she must also ensure Suchi's safety. Suchi showed so much affection to her sister-in-law. Just don't know if this really encountered danger. Suchi's this true love is still there. Just as well, she could also take this opportunity to test Suchi. Suchi, the situation is urgent now. If you are still with us, no one can guarantee your safety. But my sister-in-law instructed me before she passed out that I must protect you. I will arrange for a team of elite forces to escort you away. Are you going or not? Suchi was stunned and nodded after thinking for a moment. Okay, then I'll leave first. Hearing Suchi's answer, everyone including Shang Qingqing was very disappointed. Suchi, Mr. Shang treats you so well. You actually left Mr. Shang alone to run away at a moment like this. I despise cowards like you. Red Shadow was the first to burst into a rage and rebuked nonchalantly. Although the other people didn't say anything, the pair of disappointed eyes already said it all. Even Xiaoyu looked at Suchi and sighed helplessly. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but they fly separately in the face of great difficulties, and it is human nature for Suchi to make such a choice. But they all know how much Shang Ruyan has paid for Suchi. If it was Suchi lying here unconscious right now, Shang Ruyan would definitely choose to stay. Even if she died, she would ensure Suchi's safety. Suchi's choice is really chilling. Shang Qingqing was also disappointed, but she knew that if Shang Ruyan woke up and realized that Suchi was in danger, she would definitely reprimand her, and perhaps the berserk attack would become even more severe. Might as well let Suki leave like this. Moreover, after Shang Ruyan woke up and learned that Suchi had actually abandoned her without hesitation in such a life and death situation, she would definitely see Suchi's true colors. When Shang Ruyan gave up on Suchi, she would still be able to do whatever she wanted with him. Alright, Red Shadow, stop talking and arrange for manpower to send Suchi away. She didn't want to waste time on Suchi's body and said decisively, yes. Red Shadow could only grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Unexpectedly, Suchi suddenly opened his mouth. Please wait for me. I need to go to my room and get my things. After saying that, without waiting for the crowd to react, he ran back to his room with great strides. Looking at his back as he left, Xiaoyu became more and more dissatisfied. It's such a time. He's actually still thinking about his own things. Why don't you hurry up and leave? And you can also add a little less chaos to Mr. Shang. Red Shadow snorted coldly and said disdainfully, he must not be able to part with the money that Mr. Shang gave him. Shang Qingqing had just changed her mind about Su Qi because Su Qi had pacified Shang Ruyan and had arranged for manpower in advance to get them a chance to catch their breath. But at this moment, she was disgusted with Su Qi to the extreme. If Su Qi chose to leave out of the desire for survival that everyone has, she could still be forgiven. But now, the fact that he was thinking about the property he brought with him before he ran away left her with nothing but contempt in her heart. I really don't know why her sister-in-law would fall for such a waste of a man. Soon, Su Qi returned with a very heavy safe. The safe had been with him since he'd left the country, and who knew exactly what was in it, but it looked like he was struggling a bit just to hold it. If she wasn't worried about losing control, Su Qi was tempted to take another sip of wine. Su Qi, is money more important than your life? Do you recognize money that much? Red Shadow cursed in dissatisfaction. Yes, Su Qi, put the box down so we can escape a little faster. The group of members of the first Dark Guard squad who were responsible for escorting him away also said together. No, I have to bring it with me. Su Qi frowned tightly and insisted. The team member in charge of reconnaissance hurriedly arrived and reported with Red Shadow. Captain, they're almost catching up. Red Shadow didn't want to delay any longer, and allowed Su Qi to take that safe with him on the yacht. The members of the first Dark Guard squad also boarded the few remaining yachts. Taking advantage of the night, several yachts left at speed in another direction. Young Master Su, we will bring you to one of the nearest cities, and Shengshur Group's helicopter will pick you up from the shore to leave. The squad leader of the first Dark Guard squad sat on the same yacht as Su Qi and said without emotion. No, I don't intend to go back. Su Qi's voice was calm. At the same time, Shang Qingqing and Red Shadow reached the deck, and through the high-powered binoculars, they were able to make out the flag on the hostile forces ship. Red Shadow's face changed drastically. It's actually them? Shang Qingqing looked at the dark banner across the street, and her mind was a little heavy. Although she wasn't as knowledgeable as Red Shadow, she was hearing about that banner. That was the flag of the internationally renowned evil organization, the Blackwood Alliance, which is a powerful and active organization outside the country, often launching terrorist attacks. All the members of the Blackwood Alliance are outlaws, and every time they launch a terrorist attack, they do so indiscriminately, and they often kill bigwigs in the political and business sectors of various countries in order to cause panic among the masses. This organization is internationally notorious. Shang Qingqing also didn't expect to be so unlucky this time, and happened to run into the Blackwood Alliance. A mere Blackwood Alliance. What is there to fear? Red Shadow snorted coldly, and in the next second, she saw a figure that made her heart and soul tremble appear on the deck of the opposite ship. That's the international fugitive, Jack the Ripper. She squeezed the binoculars tighter and murmured out in disbelief. Are you sure? Shang Qingqing's eyes widened and she hurriedly picked up the binoculars as well, realizing that a man in a suit with red velvet gloves was really standing on the opposite deck. This man is none other than Jack the Ripper, the SSSS-rated fugitive that every country is now trying to catch with all their might. The code name was given to him because his modus operandi each time mirrored that of a bloody murderer from the last century, and to this day no one knows his real name. Shang Qingqing also only know that this fugitive especially like young and beautiful women. Each time the hand will strip the clothes of the deceased to properly abuse a good time and then will be cut open. Scratched cheeks. He actually joined the Blackwood Alliance as well? When Shang Qingqing thought about what she would face if she fell into the hands of Jack the Ripper, she felt a little weak in her legs. Red Shadow clenched her teeth and guessed. It seems that he is coming for us. Because of Shang Ruyan's psychological cleanliness, almost all of the bodyguards and secret guards around Shang Ruyan were women, and all of them were beautiful women, and only a very few of the bodyguards responsible for carrying weapons and patrolling were men. The Blackwood League and Jack the Ripper must have learned of this. Just as Red Shadow was slightly flustered, a few more ships surrounded her, and as she held her binoculars and looked over, she realized that the ones standing on the decks of those ships were also SSSS-ranked murderers on par with Jack the Ripper. With just one Blackwood Alliance, she was still able to deal with it, but with such murderous criminals joining forces together to surround her, Red Shadow's heart was already half cold. It looks like they're going to die 9 deaths this time. Captain Red Shadow, what are we going to do? Shang Qingqing's hand was already uncontrollably resting on the pistol pinned on her waist, and although her voice was still trembling, a look of determination had already appeared in her eyes. Red Shadow had a complicated look on her face. Previously, she had wanted the first Dark Guard squad to contact reinforcements in passing as they escorted Su Qi away, but looking at the way the group was coming now, I was afraid that time was running out. In her heart, she actually lost even the courage to resist for a moment. With the hostile forces approaching and the sound of artillery fire, Red Shadow could only bring Shang Qingqing to die by the side of Shang Ruyan, who was still unconscious. The ship they were traveling on was just an ordinary luxury passenger ship, which could not stand up to the other side's gunfire. Soon a crew member and Red Shadow reported that their cruise ship was sinking. Meanwhile, Su Qi was standing on the deck of a giant ship. Will this move work? The female members of the first Dark Guards gathered around Suchi and said in a skeptical manner, "You all know about the matter of me telling the fortunes of Captain Red Shadow and Vice Captain Xiaoyu before, right?" Suchi opened the safe and took out the black clothes placed inside. "I've calculated that the hostile forces in this attack are extraordinary, and only the Dragon Group can deter them." Suchi had learned in his previous life that the leader of the Dragon Team, Dragon God, loved to collect beautiful women. His means were heavenly, and the powers of every country had to kneel down when they saw the Dragon God, but he wore a suit and a mask every time he stepped out, and no one had ever seen what he really looked like, and every time he showed up, there were 7 beautiful women in black following him. As these 7 beautiful women have 1 to 7 stars drawn on their masks, they are also known to the outside world as the 7 stars of the Dragon Group. The clothes prepared by Suchi were exactly the same as the clothes worn by the legendary 7 stars of the Dragon Group, and even the stars on the mask were indistinguishable. 7 people, corresponding exactly to the 7 members of the first squad of Dark Guards. The female Dark Guards looked at Suchi's appearance, their hearts beating straight. "A few of us are women, and we've been born and died with Chief Shang and the captain, so we've been dyed with the scent of a killer. So it's no problem for us to disguise ourselves as the 7 stars of the Dragon Team. But you, can you play the Dragon God well?" Legend had it that the Dragon God's aura was very powerful. Raising his hands and feet were filled with a heaven-destroying aura, and many of the heads of the great powers would tremble in their legs and directly fall to their knees after merely staring at him for a moment. Suchi was nothing but a loser thug, not to mention killing people. I'm afraid he hadn't even killed any chickens, and he could only play drunkenly. Could he have a terrifying aura like the Dragon God? Regardless of whether it can be acted well or not, one should always try their best. Suchi said without hesitation, "Go change your clothes first. I can't reach Captain Red Shadow." Suddenly, a team member said anxiously. Hearing her words, the several secret guards no longer hesitated and immediately changed into their clothes. Suchi also quickly changed into his suit and mask. By the time he appeared in front of the crowd again, the secret guards who had changed into the Dragon Group's 7 stars clothes froze. Obviously, Suchi did not say anything, yet they all felt a strong pressure from Suchi's body. The eyes beneath his mask were cold, unfeeling, and carried a contemptuous indifference. Dragon God. One of the Dark Guards couldn't help but call out, "Very well, from now on, I am the Dragon God." Suchi's voice was low and full of aggression, very different from his usual mild and gentle tone. Obviously just changing a set of clothes, Suchi looked like a different person. It was only when they heard Suchi's voice that the crowd came back to their senses. A few of them looked at each other, all seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. That is, just now Suchi out of the moment. Suchi frustrated people into the real Dragon God. Earlier Suchi insisted on not returning to the shore, but instead boarded a giant cruise ship. They realized that the cruise ship was rented in advance by Suchi. In other words, Suchi had actually counted on everything today. No wonder he stalked Shang Ruyan before. Just won't let Shang Ruyan go abroad. In the hearts of the several secret guards, they had already admired Suchi to the core by now. Suchi must have known that if this trick of disguising the Dragon Team was recognized, they would all die without a burial place. But he still gave up the chance to leave alive and risked so much to rescue Shang Ruyan. How could such a man be the cowardly and incompetent person they had previously described? As expected, the man that Mr. Shang had his eye on did indeed have a boldness and courage that was different from ordinary people. On the other side, Jack the Ripper had already rushed onto Shang Ruyan's ship with Blackwood Alliance's men. Red Shadow surrounded the door of Shang Ruyan's room with her men and fought to the death. But Jack the Ripper looked at her silently as if he were watching a clown. "You're very good. How about, let's have a match. If you win me, I'll let you guys go. How about it?" Jack the Ripper said, full of bad taste. "But if you lose, you have to take the initiative to take off your clothes for me to enjoy." Red Shadow stiffened, glanced at the murderers behind Jack, and gritted his teeth. "You have to do what you say." With a fierce look in her eyes, she gripped her dagger and darted towards Jack in a killing motion. Jack, however, sneered and punched Red Shadow directly in the body. Red Shadow stifled a grunt and fell to the ground, but not wanting to give up just like that, she got right back up and charged at Jack again. After a few moves, she was still knocked to the ground again by Jack, and the dagger in her hand flung away. "You have the nerve to protect the helmsman of the Shang family with a 3-legged kung fu like yours?" Jack sneered as he twirled the dagger in his own hand. "If I hadn't been injured a few days ago, how could I have lost to you so easily?" Red Shadow gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "A loss is a loss, but don't worry, I'll let you enjoy yourself before you die." Jack smiled eerily, and although he was dressed very appropriately, he looked like a devil, causing a vicious chill to run through the entire bodyguard team. Red Shadow was already the best fighter in the entire bodyguard team. Even she couldn't beat Jack. The others were even less of a match for Jack. The other few murderers didn't care how Jack fought with Red Shadow. They had already rushed together to the door of Shang Ruyan's room. Shang Qingqing hurriedly brought her bodyguards together to die, and the crowd was entangled in a fierce battle. But it wasn't long before Red Shadow collapsed beside Shang Qingqing covered in blood. She was seriously injured and her arms and legs were broken. Red Shadow, Shang Qingqing exclaimed in shock. At this point, she couldn't care less about Red Shadow because Jack was already charging towards her. She hastily retreated, but her stance couldn't even be compared to Red Shadow's. And facing Jack, who was much stronger than Red Shadow, she could only keep retreating and dodging. Go to hell, don't dodge, Jack laughed madly, the knife held in his hand about to stab Shang Qingqing's face. Right at this moment, Shang Qingqing's ears suddenly heard the voice of an unfamiliar man. Open your eyes and kick him in the air punch point. Shang Qingqing was jolted and subconsciously raised her foot and kicked it heavily. Jack thought that Shang Qingqing would surely die, but he didn't realize that the blow unloaded all of his strength, and the pain caused him to kneel on the ground. The next second, the man's voice sounded again. Grab the knife. Shang Qingqing immediately did as she was told, lifting her hand and snatching the knife from Jack's hand, slashing his wrist in one smooth motion. Blood gushed out instantly. He covered his wrist and took several steps back, looking around for the source of the sound. Who is pretending to be in the dark? Don't come out yet. Jack's men immediately rushed over and bandaged his wounds, and Shang Qingqing got a moment's respite as a result. The rest of the villains and bodyguards who were fighting noticed the movement on Shang Qingqing and Jack's side, and they all silently stopped their hands, glaring at each other and stepping back to the sides. Shang Qingqing's heart was bursting with excitement, not knowing which big brother had come to the rescue at this time. In the midst of the crowd's puzzled gazes, a giant ship appeared in front of them. A man in a suit walked onto the deck surrounded by several hot black women. The man wore a mask that covered his entire face, and only his cold and unfeeling, yet oppressive eyes could be vaguely seen. A murderer next to Jack snorted and pointed at him nonchalantly. What are you? How dare you pretend to be a god in front of me? Wait, Jack suddenly raised his hand, stopping the murderer. He looked to the man in the suit with a very serious expression. The man wore a mask with incredibly intricate dragon patterns. In this world, there was only one person who dared to appear wearing a dragon mask. That's Dragon God. He then looked over to the masked beauties beside the man with incredibly hot bodies in the front and back, each with a different number of stars on their masks. Yes, that's the 7 stars of the dragon team. This person must be the Dragon God. Just in the instant he thought about it, the beautiful woman beside the Dragon God had already decisively fired her gun, and with 2 shots, she made the murderer just now directly fall to his knees and wail. It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like that. The Dragon God laughed softly, his icy eyes sweeping up to Jack's without a second thought. The famous Jack the Ripper was immediately so distraught that he didn't even have the courage to meet his eyes. If he offended the Dragon God, he was afraid that he wouldn't even know how he died. Who are you? Jack's men, still uncertain, raised their hands to pull out their guns. Stop, Jack immediately shouted angrily. No disrespect to His Excellency the Dragon God. The Dragon God has descended. Why don't you kneel down? The woman beside the Dragon God shouted. Jack immediately fell to his knees without hesitation. There was no mistaking that this man was the Dragon God, even without looking at the mask he wore. There was absolutely no mistaking the gut-wrenching aura he had. I have eyes to recognize MT. Tai, please forgive me, Lord Dragon God. With this kneeling of Jack, the entire Blackwood Alliance followed suit, and several other murderers also fell to their knees when they heard the name of the Dragon God, not daring to raise their heads at all. The few secret guards beside Su Chi all had their hearts beating like drums, fearing that they would be seen for something, but Su Chi was incomparably calm, as if he was really the Dragon God. This one, I'll take. You guys, get out. His words were brief, and his gaze fell on Shang Ruyan's room. You have 1 minute to go or die. The icy voice was like a deathly pronouncement, and the blood in Jack's body was half cold. Not only her and the Blackwood Alliance, Shang Qingqing and Red Shadow were also nervous after hearing that the Dragon God was targeting Shang Ruyan. I thought I was coming to the rescue, but I didn't realize I was coming to an even bigger plague. That was the Dragon God, facing Jack and the Blackwood Alliance. They could still stand up and fight back with all their might, but facing the Dragon God, they could only kneel and tremble. Whoever the Dragon God wants to die on the 3rd night, the King of Hell wouldn't dare to keep him until the 5th night. Thinking that the Dragon God especially liked to collect all kinds of beautiful women to stay by his side, Shang Qingqing sweated for Shang Ruyan in her heart. Could it be that the Dragon God had appeared in the world in order to collect Shang Ruyan? Just as Shang Qingqing's brain was in a state of confusion, Jack quietly exchanged glances with his own men. They had all only heard of the Dragon God's great name, but had never seen the Dragon God's real face. Although this Dragon God in front of him was imposing, he hadn't been seen striking out at all. It's not possible that someone with evil intentions is trying to take advantage of the opportunity to pretend to be the dragon god to reap the benefits? Boss, maybe, he's not the dragon god at all. He just found some random beauties to impersonate. His men reminded quietly. Who is so bold as to impersonate the dragon god? Jack was a bit suspicious. The dragon god hasn't appeared in the world for a long time. They might be saving their luck, thinking that impersonating the dragon god once won't be seen through. The henchman boldly guessed. This. Jack glanced at the location of Shang Ruyan's room, as well as the group of valiantly beautiful bodyguards guarding the outside of Shang Ruyan's room, and licked his lips greedily. He was certainly not happy about leaving just like that. Boss, I think this brat is just bluffing. Let me test it and I'll know if it's real or not. One of the men beside him took the initiative to step forward and respectfully said to the dragon god, Lord Dragon God, we've heard of your great name for a long time, and it's truly a great honor to see you today. I wonder if you can let me take a look at your personal weapon. The moment these words came out, the hearts of those female dark guards around Su Chi were raised to their throats, but no one had ever seen what the dragon god's personal weapon looked like, and they didn't know if Su Chi had prepared for it. Even if Su Chi had prepared it, in case this person happened to have seen what the dragon god's personal weapon was, and once they saw that the goods weren't right, wouldn't they be exposed? You, also worthy of looking at my weapon? Su Chi's face did not change as he looked down at the man, his body exuding an aura of looking down on the world. Lord Dragon God, you didn't show up for a long time. I just, the man's voice trembled as he stared at the enormous pressure, struggling to finish the second half of his sentence. If you are truly the dragon god, we promise to leave immediately. Jack immediately followed with a reply. The dragon god's weapon. Is he also worthy of looking at it? A female dark guard beside Su Chi gritted her teeth and stood out, saying forcefully. Su Chi, however, suddenly laughed all kindly. Samsung, don't be in such a hurry. There's no harm in letting him take a look. The 7 dark guards were all incredibly shocked and couldn't believe Su Chi's words. Without the masks covering them, I'm afraid that by now Jack would have been able to pick up on the signs through their expressions. Su Chi looked at that Jack's henchman, raised his hand and shook a finger. Since you phased to see it, figure out how to come up and see it yourself. The henchman glanced at Jack, and a few other henchmen immediately set up a ladder for him, and he quickly climbed onto the giant wheelbarrow where Su Chi was standing. The hands of the 7 secret guards were already on the guns on their waists, ready to fish with this group of people. But Su Chi calmly took out a pistol from the compartment of his suit jacket, and there was also a gilt dragon pattern on the body of the pistol. At the sight of the pistol, the henchman died completely, and returned to Jack on trembling legs. In fact, there were very few people in the world who had seen the dragon god's weapon, and they had also had an encounter with the dragon group many years ago. Just by looking at the expressions of his men, Jack had realized that the man in front of him must be the dragon god as he was. In that case, then we won't bother Lord Dragon God. He clasped his hands and was about to climb up and leave in ashes. Looking at the Blackwood Alliance and the other murderers were about to leave. The 7 dark guards who had been nervous were also relieved. But Su Chi suddenly sneered and called out to Jack the Ripper. You want to leave just like that? My rules. It seems you don't know them. Jack understood instantly and immediately raised his hand and shot the head of the henchman he had just shot twice. Lord Dragon God, are you satisfied? He said with incomparable fear and great regret in his heart. Just now, he had really lost his head, actually suspecting that there was someone in this world who was so bold as to dare to impersonate the dragon god, and it was all because of this underling's talkativeness. If he had just fired a little slower, he might have landed on his head by now. Jack was on his knees, already sweating, but he didn't even have the courage to resist. That gaze fell on him through the mask. It was simply heavier than a mountain, pressing him to the point where it was very difficult to breathe. It was only after a long time that an indifferent "get lost" came from above his head. He was instantly as if he had been pardoned, and ran away with the rest of his men and horses in a grayish manner. Only after those Blackwood Alliance ships had completely disappeared into thin air did Su Chi hurriedly jump down from the giant ship and rushed into Shang Ruyan's room past the group of bodyguards who had fallen to the ground. Su Chi couldn't care too much and directly carried Shang Ruyan, who was still unconscious, onto the giant ship. Just now, he had been worried about whether Shang Ruyan would have already been injured by the shells, and it was only now that he could completely relax. Seemingly sensing Su Chi's breath, Shang Ruyan's originally furrowed brows also loosened up, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch Shang Ruyan's cheek. On the broken ship, Shang Qingqing assisted the wounded Red Shadow. Looking at Su Chi's movements, she was nervous in her heart. Sure enough, the dragon god had come for Shang Ruyan. With such a beautiful and sultry woman who was full of business talent, the dragon god would definitely want to keep her by his side as well. Wait, Lord Dragon God, she gathered her courage and shouted. You can't take him. Su Chi froze for a moment before realizing that Shang Qingqing hadn't discovered his true nature yet. Having gotten used to seeing this little witch being high and mighty and lawless, suddenly seeing her so humble, Su Chi was really a bit unaccustomed. He purposely didn't say anything and instead wrapped his arms tightly around Shang Ruyan. Shang Qingqing pulled out her pistol with a cruel heart, and there was only one bullet left in that. Her sister-in-law was the noblest woman in the world. If she woke up and realized that she had become the dragon god's slave girl, she would not be able to take the blow and completely collapse. The few female secret guards beside Su Chi noticed Shang Qingqing's movements at the first time and quickly rushed over to hold Shang Qingqing down with 7 hands and 8 feet. "Give my sister-in-law back to me." Shang Qingqing struggled frantically. Su Chi was also a little surprised, not realizing that Shang Qingqing was not very old and actually had the courage to rebel against the famous dragon god for Shang Ruyan. He directly lifted half of the mask and leaned down to kiss Shang Ruyan's lips. When Shang Qingqing saw Shang Ruyan being defiled by the dragon god, her eyes turned red, completely forgetting her initial fear, and angrily hissed, "You bastard! I'm going to kill you." "Miss Qingqing, take it easy." The secret guard who stopped Shang Qingqing hurriedly removed his mask. The remaining few secret guards also quickly removed their masks, revealing their original appearance. Shang Qingqing looked at the several women in front of her. Her struggling movements came to an abrupt end, and she froze for a long time without reacting. "You guys, how could you be the Dragon Group 7 stars? A few of the dark guards were dumbfounded. "Miss Qingqing, it was young Master Su who came up with the idea to have us join him in impersonating the dragon god. It was also young Master Su's excellent acting skills that fooled the Blackwood Alliance and those murderers. If it wasn't for his approach, I'm afraid that not only Mr. Shang, but you would have been in dire straits today." As they spoke, Shang Qingqing froze for a long time before reacting, and looked at several people in a low voice and inquired, "You guys said that the dragon god is Su Chi's fake?" Su Chi also lifted his mask. "This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Everyone get on the boat first." Shang Qingqing came back to her senses and organized her bodyguards with shock. Meanwhile, in the middle of Kyoto, Zhou Chen was being a guest at the Shang family's old mansion. He took the information he had collected and talked to Shang Hongwei with a nervous expression. "Uncle Shang, look, I couldn't contact Ruyan after he got on the liner, and I found out that the Blackwood Alliance's liner had also recently been active in the part of the sea where Ruyan was." Shang Hongwei could not contact Shang Ruyan for 2 days in a row and was already nervous, so when he heard Zhou Chen's words, he instantly panicked. "Are you saying that Ruyan has most likely encountered an attack from the Blackwood Alliance? More than that, I found out that Jack the Ripper is likely to have joined the Blackwood Alliance as well. That pervert likes to find beautiful women the most. If Ruyan falls into his hands, I'm afraid that it's going to be very bad," Zhou Chen said worriedly. After saying that, he changed his expression again and comforted Shang Hongwei. "Our Zhou family also has some power in that area. I've already asked my father to send reinforcements. Once there's news of Ruyan, I'll definitely be the first to tell you." After a moment of panic, Shang Hongwei gradually calmed down again. He slowly leaned back and sat on the sofa, tapping his fingers, thinking over it before he said with certainty, "But a Blackwood Alliance. I believe that with Red Shadow's skills, he can still handle it." Zhou Chen turned his eyes, frowned with some concern, "But I heard that Su Chi has been pestering Ruyan. This time also had to follow Ruyan went abroad. The Red Shadow Captain ability is even stronger. To protect Su Chi this drag. I'm afraid that there is some distraction." When he thought of Su Chi's last drunken act of drunkenness in the Shang family, Shang Hongwei's heart was speechless for a while. It seems that time when he played drunk and crazy gave Su Chi an undeserved confidence, thinking that his hands were really good, but that was just his brute strength that he had overplayed by mistake after drinking. I'm afraid that when he really saw those vicious thugs from the Blackwood Alliance, he would have been so scared that his legs would have gone limp and he wouldn't have been able to stand up. I will now immediately send someone to find Ruyan. If anything happens to Ruyan, even if Su Chi is already dead, I will not spare anyone from the Su family. He slammed the table and said in annoyance. Zhou Chen lowered his head and hid the smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Chi, a loser, still wants to enter the door of the Shang family. Dreaming. On the other hand, Su Chi had already led the crowd back to the country. He couldn't be bothered to contact the Shang family, so he hurriedly sent Shang Qingqing and the secret guards to the hospital to recuperate, especially Red Shadow. She was the most seriously injured, and if she wasn't resuscitated, she would probably be dead. Gu Qingqing was recuperating with the Dark Guards of the 1st Dark Guard Squad, and after the pain in her body subsided, she still couldn't help but curiously ask about the Dark Guards. Didn't you guys escort Su Chi away? Why did you come back disguised as people from the Dragon Group? It was young Master Su's plan. He insisted on not letting us send him back to his country, saying that he wanted to go and save Mr. Shang. At this moment, when it came to Su Chi, the Dark Guards were all in admiration. What about that giant ship? Where did it come from? Gu Qingqing's heart still had 10,000 questions. It was young Master Su who rented it in advance. He said that he had counted on the fact that Mr. Shang would run into big trouble this time when he went to negotiate outside the country, so he spent a lot of money in advance to rent that huge ship. The secret guard's answer reminded Gu Qingqing of Su Qi's previous fortune-telling for Red Shadow in Xiaoyu. Even if she was no longer willing to believe it, at this moment, she was already convinced in her heart that Su Qi must know a little bit about Xianmen arts as well. No wonder Su Qi said nothing before to let Shang Ruyan leave the country. Thinking of all the taunts she had made to Su Qi before she left the country, Shang Qingqing's face couldn't help but redden a few points. Then the clothes you guys are wearing were also prepared by Su Qi? It was a question, but she had a clear answer in mind. Who else but Su Qi? The dark guards nodded. Yes. Do you still remember the safe that Su Qi insisted on taking with him before he boarded the yacht? What's in there is the clothing masks of the dragon team and the dragon god. This one sentence reminded Shang Qingqing of the scene when she had her secret guards escort Su Qi to leave first. At that time, she thought that Su Qi was a money-grubbing goon who was afraid of death, and was extremely disappointed in Su Qi, but now she realized that her thoughts were all wrong. Su Qi didn't seem to be the same as the man she remembered from the past. At least, in this attack, if there was no Su Qi, even if Shang Ruyan could escape unharmed, the others would definitely not be able to escape the clutches of the Blackwood Alliance. Maybe she's already been abused to death by that disgusting Jack the Ripper. The murmurs of the Dark Guards had not died down. In fact, when Jack's men offered to see the Dragon God's personal weapon, I was nervous to death. I didn't expect young Master Su to actually be prepared for this. It's really bold. Who in the ordinary world would have the guts to disguise as a dragon god? And young Master Su is pretending so much. Shang Qingqing frowned and said quietly, "Alright, disguising a dragon god is not a trivial matter. If the true dragon god knows about it, I'm afraid Su Qi will be in great trouble, and you guys won't be able to survive. This matter, rot in your stomach." At these words, the faces of the several dark guards also became serious, and they shut their mouths. Even Shang Qingqing herself did not realize that she had actually started defending Su Qi without realizing it. The matter of Shang Qingqing and the secret guards returning to China for treatment quickly reached the ears of the Shang family. Su Qi had just carried the unconscious Shang Ruyan back to the villa when Shang Hongwei rushed over with several clan elders of the Shang family in an aggressive manner. "Ruyan is still in a coma. If you guys have something to look for her, you have to wait until she wakes up." Su Qi opened the door and looked at the crowd in front of her with dissatisfaction. Shang Hongwei sneered. "You still have the nerve to say that Ruyan must have been unconscious and injured to protect you." A few of the clan elders also had bad looks on their faces. They had all heard Zhou Chen say that Shang Ruyan had been dragged down by Su Qi this time, and that was why everyone on the team had been severely injured. "Su Qi, you're not thinking of dragging it out until Ruyan wakes up to back you up, are you? You're just an outsider. We want to see Ruyan. Who are you to stop us?" "Su Qi, Ruyan was seriously injured because of you. If you still don't kneel down and confess, can you afford the wrath of our Shang family?" A few clan elders, with one word from you and another from me, chopped their heads off at Su Qi. "Where did you guys get that information? Ruyan was not injured at all." Su Qi was confused. "Not injured? Since there is no injury, then why is Ruyan unconscious?" Shang Hongwei sneered and directly pushed Su Qi away, breaking into Su Qi's room with large strides. Several clan elders hurriedly followed into the apartment. Su Qi wanted to chase after him, but he was stopped by a clan elder. "Su Qi, in the end you're not a member of our Shang family. Now that you've harmed Shang Ruyan so miserably, what face do you have to continue staying here?" Su Qi narrowed his eyes. He remembered that at the last birthday banquet of Elder Shang, the Zhou family had had a good conversation with this clan elder Lu. "Just don't know now. Is clan elder Lu looking out for the Shang family? Or do you want to get rid of him first for the Zhou family? Get lost. Our Shang clan will never accept a waste like you." Another clan elder also said emotionally. "With a family background like yours, you also want to climb the high branches of our Shang family. Beautiful thought." A few people said that they were about to push Su Qi out of Shang Ruyan's villa. Just then, a luxury car stopped in front of the villa, and Shang Qingqing, wearing a plaster cast, ran down from the car and stopped in front of the several clan elders. "You guys can't kick Su Qi out. Auntie didn't fall into a coma because of Su Qi. That was the aftermath of her berserk attack." Hearing Shang Qingqing's voice, Shang Hongwei also walked out from Shang Ruyan's room. The several clan elders didn't believe Shang Qingqing's words at all and looked at Shang Hongwei in unison. Shang Hongwei frowned, looked at Su Qi with a complicated expression, and said in a deep voice, "Ruyan's body indeed doesn't have any external injuries, and it's exactly the same as the way she looked when she was in a coma after her previous berserker attack." Upon hearing this, Shang Qingqing's face also showed a few hints of relief. But the next second, that Lu clan elder who was friendly with the Wang clan snorted coldly and said sorrowfully, "Even so, Su Qi can't stay in our Shang clan any longer. Shang Ruyan's husband should be a booster for our Shang clan, not a drag on our family like you." so hurry up and get out. When the other few clan elders heard this, although they didn't agree, they also had a look of recognition. Shang Hongwei sized up Su Qi and threatened, Su Qi, you leave now while Ruyan is unconscious. And when Ruyan wakes up, I will tell her that you have died under the Blackwood Alliance and break her mind. Don't worry, I'll send you abroad, and I won't treat you badly as long as you leave now. It wasn't that he looked down on Su Qi, it was really that how could a mediocre man like Su Qi be worthy of a heavenly daughter like his daughter? It's a sinful relationship, and the sooner it's cut off, the better. Shang Qingqing indignantly stood in front of Su Qi and shouted, who said that Su Qi can't be a helping hand for sister-in-law? If it wasn't for Su Qi this time, all of us would have died under the Blackwood Alliance. You few old things are just standing around talking. What did you say? Shang Hongwei was a bit surprised. It was Su Qi who saved you guys? How is this possible? Shang Qingqing simply told all the details of Su Qi's impersonation of the Dragon God and scaring off the Blackwood Alliance. The members of the first Dark Guard squad also hurriedly arrived and stood behind Shang Qingqing. If you guys don't believe me, you can also ask them. A few of them were the secret guards who cooperated with Su Qi at that time to pretend to be the 7 stars of the Dragon Group. Shang Hongwei scrutinized Shang Qingqing and said suspiciously, Qingqing, you're not intentionally taking Su Qi's side, are you? How is that possible? Shang Qingqing's eyes widened. Qingqing, this girl usually has the best relationship with Ruyan. She might have intentionally spoken in favor of Su Qi for the sake of Ruyan. I think her words still can't be trusted in full. Clan Elder Lu took the lead and said in Shang Hongwei's ear, I also think Su Qi is just a high school student. Can he be so capable? The other clan elder also found it hard to believe. Suddenly, one of the clan elders suggested, maybe we can ask Red Shadow. She has always been at odds with Su Qi and can't wait for Shang Ruyan to dump him earlier. She will definitely tell the truth. Shang Hongwei also thought it was a good idea, and immediately sent someone to find a hospital to inquire about Red Shadow, who was still seriously injured and bedridden. But the answer given by Red Shadow was exactly the same as Shang Qingqing's. By now, Shang Hongwei and a few clan elders couldn't believe it even if they wanted to. A few people looked at each other and had to stop. Then, Shang Qingqing had just breathed a sigh of relief when Clan Elder Lu suddenly said, even so, this accident is not trivial. I think it's better to gather all the people of the clan together for a general meeting. Good. Shang Hongwei nodded and glanced at Su Qi again. Su Qi, since this is a meeting of our Shang family, it's better for you to recuse yourself first. Su Qi's gaze swept over Shang Qingqing. He remembered that after Shang Ruyan's accident in his previous life, the Shang family also held a general meeting, and in the end, for some unknown reason, actually blamed everything on the head of Shang Qingqing, who was a peer. Shang Qingqing had been highly favored in the Shang family, and suddenly she was kicked out of the Shang family. It was not until a few years later that it was found by Shang Ruyan, but at that time, Shang Qingqing had long been abducted and sold outside the country, tortured beyond recognition, and completely lost the brash look of the Shang family's little witch. The news at the time made a big deal about the Shang family's little witch being wronged and humiliated, and he realized that it was the time when Clan Elder Lu took advantage of Shang Ruyan's unconsciousness to intentionally set up Shang Qingqing at the family assembly. As for what evidence Clan Elder Lu had actually produced, this was certainly not something that could be reported in the news, and he had no way of knowing. And Shang Qingqing, too, has become a knot in Shang Ruyan's heart that she can't open. No one knows the causes and consequences of Ruyan's attack this time better than I do, and I think it would be better for me to speak to all the elders of the Shang family in person. He found a perfect reason for himself. Clan Elder Lu frowned in dissatisfaction and chided. This is all our Shang family members here. What kind of words do you leave behind like, if Ruyan is awake right now, she would also agree to me staying. Su Qi was not humble and smiled. Shang Hongwei frowned. He had wanted to drive Su Qi away while Ruyan was unconscious. But now Shang Qingqing is also on Su Qi's end. If he really did this, when Ruyan wakes up, this little girl will definitely tell Shang Ruyan the truth. If you want to stay, stay, but only this once, he grunted, with a displeased look on his face. Although Clan Elder Lu was reluctant, Shang Hongwei had already spoken, so he couldn't say anything else. Soon, all the branches of the Shang family gathered at the Shang family ancestral hall. The crowd was discussing why the Blackwood Alliance suddenly attacked Shang Ruyan, when Clan Elder Lu suddenly took out a piece of information, looked at Shang Qingqing, and blurted out, I want to testify that the reason why the Blackwood Alliance attacked Shang Ruyan this time is because of Shang Qingqing, the mole. Shang Qingqing's eyes widened as she angrily said, you're not talking nonsense. Clan Elder Lu kindly laughed and confidently opened the piece of information. I'm not bullshitting. This is a record of your contact with a member of the Blackwood Alliance. Do you dare to say that this record isn't true? The Shang family members immediately gathered around and looked at the information together. It was confirmed by the Shang family's professionals that this information was not falsified at all. Shang Qingqing had indeed been in contact with a member of the Blackwood Alliance for a long time. And in the conversation, Shang Qingqing's words also indicated that she had long known that the other party was from the Blackwood Alliance. Ruyan's whereabouts have always been tightly guarded. If it wasn't for you, the mole, ventilating the information, how would the people of the Blackwood Alliance know? Elder Lu questioned with conviction. Shang Qingqing gritted her teeth. She did have a connection with a member of the Blackwood Alliance. But that person was a secret agent she had planted in the Blackwood Alliance a long time ago. It was just that not long ago, this secret agent had lost contact with her, and had most likely been gotten rid of by the people of the Blackwood Alliance. For the sake of safety, every time she had contacted this secret agent, she would immediately eliminate all traces, and she didn't know where this Elder Lu had gotten the evidence from. But the trouble is, because she can no longer contact the other person, she can't prove her innocence at all now. That person is the secret agent that I planted in the Blackwood Alliance. Name is Jinhe, is the former captain of the Shang family's secret guards. Red Shadow was brought out by her. I believe that all of you have an impression of her. Only, she suddenly lost contact with me not long ago. Shang Qingqing could only grit her teeth. As if Elder Lu had known that she would say this, he immediately laughed out coldly. Qingqing, that's a really ridiculous reason you're making up. I see. Some people are just tough-talking and are willing to say anything as long as they are tortured to make them confess. Clan Elder Lu said sorrowfully. Shang Qingqing clenched her fists. Her beautiful eyes lit up with an unyielding flame. Just at this moment, a tall, white-skirted woman rushed in from outside and stopped in front of Shang Qingqing. My sister has been a special admirer of Ruyan since she was a child, and regards her as her dearest person. She will never betray the Shang family. The white-skirted woman's tone was urgent. Her willow brows knitted, and panic and helplessness were written all over her beautiful face. She was Shang Qingqing's older sister, Shang Wan'er, who was also a renowned beauty of the Shang family. Compared to the fiery and savage Shang Qingqing, she carries a gentle and elegant temperament, like a tranquil green lotus, with a gentleness like wind and water. The sideline that Shang Qingqing was a part of was the one that continued to grow and develop because of the two sisters. In Shang Hongwei's heart, he had long been wary of this side branch. This undercover agent was the one I asked Qingqing to arrange in the first place. I can testify for Qingqing. Shang Wan'er anxiously explained for Shang Qingqing. You're Shang Qingqing's own sister. How can what you say be used as evidence? Clan Elder Lu snorted and looked at Shang Hongwei. Shang Hongwei immediately realized that right now, it was the best time to get rid of Shang Qingqing from the Shang family. Without Shang Qingqing, Shang Wan'er could not support herself alone, and their branch of the sideline would be no threat to him and Ruyan. Shang Qingqing, this time when Ruyan was attacked, it wouldn't be you who planned it, would it? He looked at Shang Qingqing and deliberately guessed. How is that possible? Why would I lay hands on my sister-in-law? Shang Qingqing was in a state of utter disbelief, and if it was really me, why would I fight with the people from the Blackwood Alliance? Clan Elder Lu laughed. That's of course because you're stupid, thinking that after joining hands with the Blackwood Alliance to get rid of Shang Ruyan, the position of Shang family head would fall to you in the future. But you didn't think that the Blackwood Alliance would even get rid of you as well. A bunch of nonsense. Shang Qingqing was irritated beyond measure. I see that the plan to have Su Qi pretend to be a dragon god was also something you came up with on the fly to save your life, right? Clan Elder Lu was unforgiving and continued to speculate. The moment these words came out, the other clan elders also nodded their heads. I also feel that there is this possibility. A big shot like the dragon god. How can it be something that Su Qi can access? It must be a setup that Shang Qingqing and Su Qi have teamed up to do, so that Su Qi can smoothly gain the recognition of our Shang family. Su Qi, who had been sitting next to him watching the show, was inexplicably pointed to, and somewhat breathlessly stood up and tried to explain. Actually, it's not about Su Qi. Shang Qingqing was nervous, fearing that Shang Hongwei would take the opportunity to target Su Qi. She gritted her teeth and said forcefully, since right now, I can't produce any evidence to prove that that Blackwood Alliance member was a secret agent that I arranged, then if you guys want to say that I'm colluding with the Blackwood Alliance, I have nothing to say. Upon hearing this, Clan Elder Lu was instantly smug. Shang Qingqing, you really went through a lot of trouble to get rid of Shang Ruyan and get the position of Shang family head. Whatever you say, if you want to punish me, just punish me alone. Don't involve innocent people again. Shang Qingqing stood straight and stubbornly said. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Qi. You go first. Su Qi met her eyes and did not speak. It turns out that Shang Qingqing was so wrongly accused in the first place, and after figuring out the original cause, things will be better. He left the Shang family shrine in silence. When Shang Qingqing and the group of secret guards saw him leave, they didn't feel resentment in their hearts, but instead relaxed. Su Qi had saved their lives, and now Shang Qingqing had taken all the blame alone, and had repaid Su Qi for this favor. But in the corner, there were a few clan elders talking quietly. Suchi is actually so timid and fearful that he actually didn't explain a word for Shang Qingqing. This girl Qingqing has always idolized Ruyan. How could she possibly harm Ruyan? There must be a misunderstanding. He just left. And I'm afraid Qingqing's charges are settled. Several clan elders looked at Shang Qingqing with heartache in their eyes. They originally came from Shang Qingqing's side branch, and knew more or less about Shang Qingqing's search for a secret agent, and were clear that Shang Qingqing was wrongly accused. But now that they had no evidence to prove Shang Qingqing's innocence, speaking up for Shang Qingqing would only backfire. Right now, it's all about avoiding suspicion for a while. They were expecting Suchi to come out and explain a couple of sentences, but when they saw Suchi just walk away, they could only quietly sarcastically say a few words about Suchi's cowardice and fear. In the future, if Suchi wanted to marry Shang Ruyan and formally enter the Shang family, a few of their old guys would be the first to say no. Immediately after Suchi left, Clan Elder Lu let out a bellowing cry. Shang Qingqing, why don't you kneel down and give a full account of all the ways in which you have united with the Blackwood Alliance with the intention of assassinating General Shang? How can I account for something I haven't done? Shang Qingqing sneered. Seeing that Shang Qingqing refused to admit it, Shang Hongwei could only order her to kneel and reflect within the ancestral shrine. Clan Elder Lu sneered in front of all the clan elders. You're so hard-mouthed. It seems like you can't do it without being tortured. When these words came out, Shang Wanner's face instantly paled a few points. Qingqing is only how old? How can she stand the torture of the Shang family? Moreover, now that Ruyan is still in a coma, it's too early to subject Qingqing to torture. The clan elders of Shang Qingqing's side branch also hurriedly persuaded with their words. Yes, even if we have to be tortured, we still have to wait for Ruyan to wake up, right? I also think that this matter should be left to Ruyan to decide. What you, a clan elder, say cannot be counted. When Shang Hongwei saw that there were quite a few clan elders defending Shang Qingqing, the scorn in his heart instantly increased by a few points, and he said in a cold voice, if you have a clear conscience, how could you be afraid of even a torture? I'm afraid that you're still a thief? Qingqing, she is not. Shang Wan anxiously tried to explain, but was directly interrupted by Shang Qingqing's cold voice. Good, isn't it just a torture session? I'll take it. Shang Qingqing looked at the Lu clan elder with icy eyes, as if she wanted to eat him alive. She fell heavily to her knees in front of all of them. Don't! Shang Wanner was heartbroken and couldn't control herself as she rushed over and protected Shang Qingqing's body. The torturer couldn't react in time and had already thrown a whip onto Shang Wanner's body. Shang Qingqing instantly came to her senses and exclaimed, sister. The others present were also taken aback, and Shang Hongwei immediately ordered someone to rack away Shang Wanner. Looking at her injured sister, Shang Qingqing cried with pear blossoms and rain, looking around, that a coal-light face, so that her heart completely sank to the bottom. Over the years, she had paid a lot for the Shang family, and although she was pampered outside, she would always be more than protective of those within her own family. But now, at a time when she had suffered a wrong, all these people chose to be clear-sighted. Even those who knew she was wrongly accused chose to remain silent. Shang Qingqing laughed bitterly. Maybe this is human nature. Even Su Qi did not also choose to leave. What qualification does she have to ask other people to defend her regardless of their own safety? Seeing that the next whip was about to land on Shang Qingqing's face, Shang Wanner could only close her eyes in pain. However, a bellowing cry suddenly rang out from outside the shrine. Stop! She opened her eyes and found Su Qi leading a woman who was covered in wounds to the front of the crowd. Captain Jinha. The dark guards present were shocked to see the woman behind him and quickly surrounded him. Isn't this Captain Jinha? Captain Jinha, she's not dead? The other secret agents were surprised. Su Qi walked on hurriedly to Shang Qingqing's front and helped her stand up. Shang Qingqing was first stunned, and after reacting, she immediately ran over to help Shang Wanner. She glanced at Su Qi, her beautiful eyes were colorful, and her heartstrings were as if they had been plucked by something. Su Qi did not go. She knew that Su Qi wouldn't just walk away. He's the one who could have saved all those lives under Jack. Clan Elder Lu instantly became furious. Su Qi, how dare you? Don't you want proof? I've already brought the person. Su Qi's eyes were ruthless, and a shocking aura emanated from his body, surprisingly shocking everyone present in an instant that their breath froze for a moment. At this moment, Shang Wan'er also looked back at the woman brought by Su Qi. This face, many people in the Shang family recognize. A few years ago Qingqing had Captain Jinha fake her death, changed her identity name for her, and had her infiltrate the Blackwood Alliance as a secret agent. This matter Qingqing only told me. Su Qi nodded her head slightly and spoke in a fervent manner. Not long ago Jin he learned of the news that the Blackwood Alliance was preparing to attack Ru Yen and wanted to ventilate the situation, but was discovered by the Blackwood Alliance. It took her 9 lives to escape from the hands of the Blackwood Alliance. Su Qi said and looked at Shang Hongwei. Before, uncle, weren't you curious about how I knew about the Dragon Group? It was her who told me. I'll testify as well. Captain Jinha used to be a secret guard by Shang Qingqing's side. We all know that. A few secret agents also stepped forward. Clan Elder Lu's face stiffened. Jinha was one of the Shang family's top experts and was extremely loyal to Shang Ruyan. Many people recognized her. If the secret agent who liaised with the Blackwood Alliance was her, it would indeed prove that Shang Qingqing wasn't lying. Even if Jinha didn't die, it doesn't prove that she's the Darkwood Alliance's secret agent. Su Qi looked down at Jinhe. Let her prove it herself. Jinhe gritted his teeth and peeled off his left shoulder, which had an old scar of a peculiar shape. This is the symbol of the Blackwood Alliance. Anyone who joins the Blackwood Alliance must use a knife to carve this symbol on their left shoulder. This scar on her body has been there for several years. It can't be that I temporarily made her fake it, right? Su Qi let out a light laugh. Seeing this scar, the Shang family's group of clan elders had already believed Su Qi's claim. Noticing the change in attitude of the people in the ancestral hall, Clan Elder Lu said unwillingly, even if that's the case, why is it that when she escaped, the first person she looked for wasn't Shang Qingqing but you? Su Qi snorted. She lost the token to contact Shang Qingqing on her way to escape. While I'm just an ordinary person with no identity or background, it's much easier to contact me. Just as Clan Elder Lu was about to retort, Su Qi continued with a smile. Besides, what's so strange about finding me? Ruyan and I are in love and harmony. And if someone wants to attack Ruyan, isn't it normal for her to be the first to find me? If she doesn't look for me, is it possible that she will look for you? A bad old man who knows how to falsely accuse his own family? At these words, Clan Elder Lu's face immediately turned red. Shang Wanner also reacted and pointed at Clan Elder Lu and said in a loud voice, Clan Elder Lu, you didn't investigate the truth of the matter before accusing Qingqing of betraying the Shang family, and you also encouraged the family to torture Qingqing into confessing. What exactly are your intentions? As soon as Shang Wanner's words were spoken, everyone present suspiciously sized up Clan Lu. With all eyes on him, Clan Elder Lu had no choice but to bow his head and say, I was wrong this time. I apologize to Qingqing. The clan elder was, in the end, Shang Wanner's elder, and although she was unwilling, the other party took the initiative to apologize, so she couldn't afford to continue to make things difficult for him in the open, and could only hatefully say, since that's the case, then please ask Clan Elder Lu to stay at home properly for the next 3 months, and not to go out. 3 months confinement was the biggest concession she could make. Clan Elder Lu was of course reluctant and immediately looked at Shang Hongwei. Looking at the crowd of Shang family members in the arena, Shang Hongwei could only sigh helplessly. Let's do what Wanner wants, Clan Elder Lu. It's just right for you to take a good rest during this period of time as well. Clan Elder Lu was still about to argue, when a cold but heart-shaking voice suddenly came from outside the ancestral hall. This punishment is also too light. Shang Ruyan walked in slowly and methodically, a cold smile on the corner of her mouth. Her body seemed to be covered in frost, and like a venomous snake twisting its waist, ready to give a fatal blow at any time. As soon as she appeared, the originally rowdy Shang family ancestral hall instantly quieted down, as if an out-of-control ship had suddenly found a helmsman. Auntie, as soon as Shang Qingqing saw Shang Ruyan, the aggression in her heart could no longer be suppressed, and she jumped into Shang Ruyan's arms with a sobbing voice. Looking at Shang Qingqing's messy hair, Shang Ruyan also had a heartache and touched her head and softly said, well, no one can bully you anymore. Wow! Shang Qingqing's tears instantly welled up and she cried out in Shang Ruyan's arms, Auntie, they bullied me, that Clan Elder Lu. He's bullying me. Ooh. Shang Ruyan's eyes were ruthless as she looked at Clan Elder Lu. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you kneel down and obediently take 100 lashes, or get the hell out of the Shang family. Shang Hongwei was taken aback. Not expecting Shang Ruyan to be so protective of Shang Qingqing, he hurriedly came out to round up the situation. Clan Elder Lu is also doing this for the sake of our Shang family. He didn't mean to do it. To do wrong is to do wrong. Shang Ruyan's face was expressionless. Her voice line is cold as frost. Clan Elder Lu gritted his teeth and could only kneel down. I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to take the punishment. Shang Ruyan looked at the torturer. Do it. Clan Elder Lu also ran out of bargaining opportunities as miserable screams rang out one after another. When the 100 strokes were finished, the Lu clan elder, who had just flaunted his strength, had now been beaten beyond recognition, and a large puddle of blood had gathered on the polished ground. Now that this is over, all of you, please leave. Shang Ruyan gave an order, and the Shang family members looked at me and me at you, fearing that they would be affected by this female devil who was famous for her ruthless methods, and flew away from the Shang family ancestral hall. When the people who should have left had gone, the few women left behind in the ancestral hall all coincidentally put their eyes on Su Qi, coldly being watched by so many people. Su Qi was a bit uncomfortable. What are you guys looking at me like that for? I'm sorry. Shang Qingqing lowered her eyes, her cheeks flying a touch of red. Junior anti-husband. I shouldn't have been so rude to you before. Suchi raised his eyebrows in surprise. In his past life and present life combined, he had never imagined that Shang Qingqing, this little devil who was not afraid of anything, would one day take the initiative to call him sister-in-law. As for bowing down and apologizing, that's even more incredible. Even if she didn't know what happened, Shang Wan could see that today's crisis could be lifted all because of Suchi. According to seniority, she should also call him a sister-in-law. But looking at this young handsome face in front of her, how could she not open her mouth? He's obviously about the same age as himself. Young Master Suchi, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have questioned your decision. I'm sorry, young Master Suchi. The rest of the dark guards apologized one after another, and even Red Shadow, who had always defied Suchi, bit his lip after a brief hesitation and apologized with his eyes downcast. I'm sorry, young Master Suchi. Watching the crowd apologizing, Jean he was a bit puzzled. She knew Suchi's identity from Red Shadow, and the thoughts in her heart were the same as once Red Shadow and the girls. She only felt that he was unworthy of that woman who was as cold and noble as the moon. But how come they all seemed to have great respect for this boy? Even that character Shang Qingqing actually lowered her head in front of him. It was simply unimaginable. At this time, Shang Ruyan's gaze also swept over. Qingqing, Jean you guys come with me. It's too crowded to go into detail about a lot of things here. Hearing Shang Ruyan shouting her name, Jean He's eyes warmed up. How many years has it been? The master actually still remembers her. The three of them went to a room with excellent confidentiality. And Suchi didn't want to eavesdrop on the few girls they were talking to, so he found an excuse and went back to his room to do his homework. Soon, Jean he learned what happened. She shook her head and denied Suchi's claim. I didn't contact him before today, nor did I tell him anything about the dragon team. After thinking about it, Jinho still hid her experience in the beast trap. She was afraid that Shang Ruyan would feel that she had betrayed her. After all, at a certain moment, she had really thought about leaving with that man forever. At that time, she did forget that Shang Ruyan was her master. So, all of this was long anticipated by Suchi. Shang Qingqing was filled with surprise, and after looking at Shang Ruyan and realizing that the other party's expression was still very plain, she finally felt that something was wrong. Auntie, you knew long ago that Suchi wasn't an ordinary high school student? Then who the hell is he? After all that had happened, if she still thought Suchi was just an ordinary student, then she was a pure and simple big fool. The corner of Shang Ruyan's mouth curved up into an imperceptible arc, and the voluptuous color that poured out in an instant caused both girls present to freeze. He is what he is. Under the two people's dumbfounded gazes, Shang Ruyan slowly spat out these 4 words. The next day, just in time for Monday, Suchi brushed her teeth and straightened her hair at the same time, cleaned herself up and then prepared to go out. I didn't want to just open the door and run into a face with a big smile. The young girl combed a long ponytail, wearing sports half-sleeves and ultra-short skirt. Her feet stepped on a pair of snow-white sneakers. Youthful and beautiful, full of youth. Exquisite face overflowing with cheerful and lively smile. And because of those eyes and Shang Ruyan have a few similarities. A small age with a wave of charm. No less than Xia Yanran's beautiful little anti-husband. You're out. Shang Qingqing smiled brightly and immediately bounced over to get Suchi's school bag. Will I go to school with you today? Afraid that Suchi would refuse, she added. Auntie promised. I went to school in Qingchuan that time. A lot of people are afraid of me. And now there are still my little brothers in the senior year. I'll go and give them a heads up, so that they can protect you in school in the future. Suchi then remembered that Shang Qingqing was indeed a school bully when she went to school. Not to mention Qingchuan, there was no student in all the high schools in the capital who hadn't heard of her big name. However, Shang Qingqing was not uneducated. On the contrary, she was very talented. Otherwise she wouldn't have jumped 2 grades in a row and graduated from high school at the age of 16. Okay. Hearing Suchi's promise, Shang Qingqing instantly cheered. Clear Spring in general. The crowd was very shocked to see a beautiful young girl accompanying Suchi into the classroom, and came together to discuss in whispers. And who is this beauty? Suchi's girlfriend isn't her either? She doesn't look like she's from our school. Suchi is not a lucky man. Under the stage, Jiang Wenjie's best friend also pulled him and muttered in a low voice. How come Suchi is so lucky? How come there are always beautiful women by his side? Why do I think this beauty looks a bit familiar? As if I've seen her somewhere. Jiang Wenjie's face darkened as he quietly rolled his eyes at his 2 best friends and whispered, You two are out of your minds. That's Shang Qingqing. The smiles on the 2 men's faces instantly faded when they heard the name. 2 years ago, Shang Qingqing's name in Qingchuan High School is like a thunderbolt. Her grades are good, long and beautiful. Many boys want to pursue her, but did not expect to pursue not, but instead tasted the taste of her fists. One time, a boy was shoved straight into a trash can with flowers that she couldn't even pull out because he was pestering her. On the contrary, she still had the Shang family backing her up, and she was a living, breathing mongrel female devil in Qingchuan High School, and anyone who saw her had to walk around her. When Jiang Wenjie just started his first year of high school, Shang Qingqing was already in his third year of high school. He didn't know about her reputation and whistled at her when he saw that she was good looking, but he ended up being punched and swollen in the face directly by her. To this day, Jiang Wenjie still has a serious psychological shadow when he sees this face, but knowing the relationship between Su Qi and Shang Ruyan, he wasn't surprised that Shang Qingqing would come. Just then, Shang Qingqing had walked up to the podium. Listen to me. From today onwards, whoever dares to bully Su Qi is messing with me. Shang Qingqing, I'll make you all suffer. She looked at the crowd on stage and spoke loudly. Su Qi also did not expect Shang Qingqing to come to this, and was so embarrassed that she was close to burying her head into the belly of the table. He won't be able to keep a low profile in school this time. When everyone heard Shang Qingqing's name, they all instantly remembered all of Shang Qingqing's great achievements when she was still in high school, and their faces were suddenly more brilliant than one another. When Shang Qingqing was in Qingchuan High School, she was an intimidating presence. Even the current school bully Jiang Wenjie had taken more than one punch from Shang Qingqing. After this episode, it was true that no one dared to find Su Qi unpleasant anymore. There is no one who is more afraid of this than Jiang Wenjie. When it was time to eat at noon, Jiang Wenjie especially went to the cafeteria in advance, and as soon as Su Qi's people arrived, he served the typed meal in front of Su Qi. Brother Qi, do you love these dishes? If not, I'll retype them for you. He smiled and cozied up to Su Qi, curtly saying. Su Qi was a bit puzzled and made the mistake of walking away, but Jiang Wenjie hurriedly pulled him back. Brother Qi, I did say something bad about you in class before. I was just being cheap. Don't take it to heart. He paused before continuing. Don't say anything to Shang Qingqing either. Su Qi then reacted. So Jiang Wenjie was afraid of Shang Qingqing. Looking at Jiang Wenjie's sincere fear, he could only sit down and finish the meal he had beaten. It's a free lunch. It's a no-brainer. Before class in the afternoon, Jiang Wenjie bought another big pile of snacks and put them on Su Qi's seat. Seeing that Su Qi didn't eat, his heart panicked, fearing that Su Qi would find Shang Qingqing to beat him up if she was upset. Su Qi, who simply didn't like snacks, didn't think about that much and flipped open her textbook to get ready for class. Meanwhile, in the office, Zhao Qing was holding a cup of ginger tea and spitting with another female teacher with a speechless face. This Su Qi in our class, although the grades in all subjects are good, but only the English I teach is particularly bad. I see his paper. Grammar and sentence construction he is not at all. Only dead words. Zhao Qing has been sick for the past few days, and the person she is talking to is none other than Chening, the female teacher who was ready to help her with her substitute teaching. Hearing Zhao Qing's complaint, Chening however shook her head. I don't think so. A boy as smart as Su Qi, how could he not even be able to learn such a simple subject as English? Maybe he was just distracted during the English test. How can it be? It's fine if you're distracted once, but how can you be distracted every time? Zhao Qing snorted. Aren't there quite a lot of those students who are good in all subjects but only can't learn English? Even so, I still think highly of him. Chening smiled faintly and said optimistically. Zhao Qing laughed coldly and poured cold water on her. You wouldn't think so if you've seen Su Qi's answer sheet. I haven't seen anyone who can be dumber than him when it comes to doing English papers. Upon hearing this, Chening immediately took out a set of test papers. In that case, why don't I just have an accompanying test this afternoon? I prepared the questions for this set of papers according to the highest difficulty papers of the previous year's college entrance exams, so why don't we use it to test Su Qi's level? I'm afraid it's hard for him to even pass. Zhao Qing looked over the questions on the paper and said with certainty, with such a difficult paper, Su Qi would be lucky to get a 30. Chening was unimpressed. She walked into the classroom clutching her test papers and announced that she was going to give an accompanying quiz, and the entire class immediately grumbled. Even though it's just a random test, everyone should do the questions by heart, and anyone who fails this test will have to do 3 more sets of test questions for tonight's English homework. Zhao Qing stood in the doorway to supervise and threatened sorrowfully. The class wailed louder all of a sudden. After all, it was Zhao Qing's class, so Chening didn't say much even if he didn't agree. After the paper was handed out, Jiang Wenjie looked at the questions on the paper and directly looked at both eyes. He already had bad grades, and this paper was full of difficult words. Then look at Su Qi. He is also looking at the test paper. Days did not move the pen. This is not the opportunity for him to perform. Jiang Wenjie quietly flipped through the book to look up the words when Chening wasn't looking. He managed to turn out a reading comprehension, and before he could even copy it himself, he hurriedly wrote the answer on a small slip of paper and tried to throw it to Su Qi. Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he glimpsed Su Qi writing fast and had already finished most of the page. Thinking of Su Qi's good grades in all other subjects, A bold idea suddenly rose in Jiang Wenjie's heart. Maybe Suchi didn't know how to write the English exam before, but she didn't want to write it? Looking at a large part of the test paper that he has not written, Jiang Wenjie heart calculation. Even if he continues to turn the book to write down, it is estimated that by the end of the class cannot write half of the paper. It is better to just copy Suki's. He made up his mind and quietly followed Suchi to copy. Suchi's roommate also cannot write the title. See Suchi look calm. The pen like a god. Can only be a dead horse? Quietly give Suchi wink. Suchi received the signal and motionlessly pushed the test paper outward. And several boys sitting in the back row quickly copied the answers. They would fail this paper anyway if they wrote it themselves, so they might as well just copy Suchi's. But even though they were copying, they didn't forget to change a few answers. Jiang Wenjie finished copying Suchi's answers and specially wrote them on a small note and threw it to his several good brothers. On the other side, Song Xian, who was frowning as he answered the questions, also received a small note thrown over by Xia Yanran. He looked at Xia Yanran with a puzzled face, not realizing that a student with good grades like Xia Yanran would also want to cheat. Song Xian, quickly write me the answers. This paper is too difficult. I'm sure I'll fail if I write it myself. Xia Yanran urged in a small voice, but Song Xian hesitated. He had always been a good student and extremely despised such behavior as cheating. Seeing that he didn't move, Xia Yanyan could only urgently urge again. In the end, looking at Xia Yanran's aggrieved and pitiful appearance, he could only endure his impatience and write his answer on the small note. Xia Yanran happily unfolded the small note and copied it quickly. Su Yan, who was sitting near her, saw that Xia Yanran had a cheat sheet and hurriedly called out to her quietly, "Show me as well." But Xia Yanyan acted like she didn't even hear it. Su Yan called out to Xia Yanran a few times, but she pretended not to hear them, and a bruise ran through her heart. I have never seen Xia Yanran so petty. They are all cheating, still do not give others to copy. What to pretend to be noble? Helpless, she turned back to Su Chi in the back seat. Su Chi, can you show me? Su Chi raised her head. Seeing Su Yan's anxious look, she smiled slightly and quickly threw a small note to her. Xia Yanran peeked at Su Chi handing Su Yan a cheat sheet, and her heart was blocked. I didn't realize that now. Su Chi was so good at talking to any girl, but before, he wouldn't even say a word to another girl. But then she thought, so what if Su Chi gave Su Yan the answer? In the previous exams, Su Chi's English score was always 0, and Zhao Qing also said that Su Chi only knew how to memorize words. And even if Su Chi had intentionally handed in white papers in the first 2 exams, his real English level couldn't be better than Song Xian. The answers Su Chi wrote were definitely no match for Song Xian. As she copied Song Xian's answers, her mind still recalled the image of Su Chi smiling and throwing a cheat sheet to Su Yan. Su Chi wouldn't help another girl cheat for no reason. He must have done it on purpose to show her. She wouldn't fall for it easily, much less take the initiative to go to him for a cheat sheet. When it was time for class to end, Chening collected the test papers. Xia Yanran went to the restroom, and when she came out, she happened to meet Su Chi. A few leaps of joy inexplicably welled up in her heart, but she still deliberately put on a stubborn look and looked at Su Chi. Are you trying to make me submit to you? Su Chi inclined her head and looked at her in confusion. What? Xia Yanran straightened her body and proudly said, don't pretend. Don't you just want me to bow down and give in to you because of my mom's surgery fee? Don't you dream. I have my own way to come up with enough money for the surgery. Su Chi just happened to come out of the restroom as well, not knowing at all what Xia Yanran was saying this for. Since you're so capable, remember to pay back the money I lent you earlier as well. He snorted, nonchalantly. Money, money, money. Su Chi, what else do you have in your eyes besides money? Xia Yanran nearly collapsed and questioned in annoyance. This sentence, should I ask you? Su Chi's eyes sank. In those years that I followed your ass, other than looking for me when you wanted money, when else would you take the initiative to talk to me? Xia Yanran was stunned. Then, as if she had seen through something, she smiled bitterly. So, you still want to use money to make me give in, to make me stay with you? Su Chi, you're despicable. Su Chi was speechless for a while. You have so much drama. After saying that, he turned around and went straight back to the classroom, not bothering to talk nonsense with Xia Yanran anymore. Xia Yanran stood still, her eyes reddening. She knew that Su Chi was trying to coerce her with money. Suki knows how proud she is. Why be so cruel to her? But, she wouldn't let Su Chi get her way. She could just as well do anything without Su Chi. No matter if it was the medical bills or today's exam, she had a way to solve it herself. Su Chi was by no means irreplaceable. It was soon time for the evening study hall, and Zhao Qing entered the classroom wearing a mask and holding a pile of test papers with a gloomy face. Here are your grades for the accompanying test this afternoon. The class rep is here to hand out the papers, she said, and coughed violently, obviously not fully recovered from her cold. This accompanying test, Only a few people in the class passed. The rest of them failed. She looked extremely pale as the class representative handed out the test papers while saying. Hearing this, Xia Yanran's heart became much more pleased. Without even looking at the paper, she knew that both she and Song Xian must have passed. The next second, however, the test paper arrived in her hands, and a brightly colored 50 points on it instantly petrified her. Impossible. She had copied Song Xian's ah. Could it be that Song Xian didn't give her the correct answer? She hurriedly looked at Song Xian and realized that Song Xian also only had a few more points than her. They both flunked. Xia Yanran froze. Song Xian was the best English performer in the class. If Song Xian could only get such a small score, who else could pass this exam? In addition to Su Qi, Su Yan, Jiang Wenjie, everyone else's grades are failing. In addition to a few of them, all of them do 3 more sets of test questions tonight. Zhao Qing took the statistically good report card and said with a resigned face, those students reported by Zhao Qing were either Su Qi's roommates or sitting in the last row with Su Qi. And Xia Yanran knew in her heart that they must have all read Su Qi's answers. She was so indignant in her heart that she couldn't wait to stand up and tell Zhao Qing that those students had gotten their grades by cheating. But she also copied Song Xian's answer and could only hang her head and give up the idea. If she had known, she would have gone straight to Su Qi's answer. As long as she took the initiative to ask, Su Qi would definitely hand her the cheat sheet. Song Xian, how could you fail? As soon as she thought of having to do 3 more sets of papers at night, her heart was in a state of displeasure, and she couldn't help but complain to Song Xian in a low voice. Song Xian face a stiff. This paper was originally difficult. In addition to Su Qi that a few pass, the entire class will be no one's performance is better than him, and do not know what Xia Yanran complained about. Xia Yanran would probably have done worse if she had written it herself. He turned his head with an annoyed face, but accidentally saw Su Qi's test paper on the table. Full marks. Su Qi scored full marks. He instantly widened his eyes. How was this possible? Su Qi had turned in blanks on all of his previous English exams. He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. Zhao Qing didn't believe it either, but she had already read Su Qi's test papers 2 or 3 times, and even the essays he had written perfectly. Even if she went to Su Qi's test paper with prejudice, she could only be convinced to give Su Qi's essay full marks. At this point in time, Zhao Qing had no way to deceive herself. Su Qi was an all-around genius, and before he always turned in blank papers on his English exams just because she was the teacher of the class. With the change of Chuning coming to class and the fact that those who flunked had to do more problems, Su Qi stopped pretending. Zhao Qing's heart mixed feelings. Some regret to say those words to humiliate Su Qi. If Su Qi every test seriously write English papers, their class average score is certainly the first stage. According to school regulations, the class that scores first in every exam, the homeroom teacher of that class can receive a bonus. Now, not to mention the bonus, she's a laughingstock herself. The English teachers of the other classes also laughed at her, saying that a genius like Su Qi, under her tutelage, actually scored 0 on every English exam, so it must be because her lecturing was not up to par. As she was thinking, she looked up and realized that Su Qi happened to be looking at her as well. Those ancient eyes stared at her for an instant, as if they had already seen through her inner thoughts. Su Qi suddenly laughed softly towards her and put away the test paper. Zhao Qing was so angry that she coughed several times. Although Su Qi hadn't said anything, she felt ruthlessly humiliated. She had no choice but to leave the classroom in a hurry. After Zhao Qing left, the entire classroom instantly clamored. Wow! 90 points! I actually got a 90! A boy cheered loudly. Jiang Wenjie gave him a blank look without a good mood. Old me even scored 95. He turned his head to flatter Su Qi again. Brother Qi, you're awesome. Yeah, you can get a perfect score on such a difficult test. You're too good. Qi, so you faked the 0 on your last test? Before Su Qi could react, a table rubbing sound suddenly rang in his ears. The boy who was still sitting nicely next to him silently shifted his desk a crack. Su Qi raised his eyebrows. Before and after the 2 lives, he didn't have much of an impression of his tablemate and roommate. I only remember that his character is particularly twisted. In the dormitory time also rarely interact with a few of them. On one point, the English score is particularly good. Every time before the English exams a few of them will joke to let him help to pass the answer. It must be that the person who had the best English this time was not him, and he was unbalanced in his heart. But Su Qi didn't care. They didn't have much of a chance to cross paths in the first place. It was certainly not possible to do all 3 sets of papers in one night. And the next day, during physical education, a number of students stayed in the classroom to continue working on their papers. Xia Yanran listened to the sound of the students outside the physical education class, and the more she did the questions, the more upset she became, so she directly threw the test paper to Song Xian. Song Xian, I don't want to write, so help me copy it when you're done. She pouted. Yan, I'm sorry, I can't finish my own paper. so if I can't finish it on time, it will affect my ability to get a scholarship. Song Xian said patiently, but I also copied your paper to fail off. Xia Yanran skimmed her mouth, still didn't want to take her paper back. Song Xian was very helpless when he heard this. I can't do anything about it. Without a scholarship, I won't be able to eat in the second half of the semester. My family is in a bad condition. You know. Xia Yanran instantly had nothing to say. She did not know just write a homework. Song Xian, what reluctance. Once upon a time she did not want to write homework, as long as thrown to Su Qi. Su Qi every time, without saying anything, all for her to finish. There are several times. Su Qi are because to help her after being criticized by the teacher. Once even by the whole school notification. Su Qi is also still gentle comfort her no matter, and will not blame her. What Su Qi could do, why couldn't Song Xian do? In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the scene when Su Qi had worked so hard to help her with her homework. At the very beginning, because Su Qi's words didn't look like her writing, she had a big tantrum, but Su Qi just gave a silly laugh and didn't retort at all. It was also unknown when Su Qi's font when she wrote her homework for her actually managed to be exactly the same as what she wrote herself. Why did Song Xian push back on things that Su Qi used to be able to do easily? She was depressed in her mind when Su Yan and her best friend entered the class laughing and talking. Su Yan, everyone in your class is writing papers here. Don't you have to? Her best friend, who was in the next class, couldn't help but ask curiously when she saw everyone else working on their papers. Su Yan happened to see Xia Yanran on the side with a sad face, and instantly recalled the time of the accompanying test when Xia Yanran intentionally ignored her and didn't give her a cheat sheet, and couldn't help but feel a burst of smugness. I don't have to do the questions. That paper is for those who failed yesterday's accompanying test, and I passed. Her best friend was a bit surprised and followed her gaze to Xia Yanran and Song Xian. Aren't those the two schoolboys from your class? They're also writing papers. Did even the two of them fail? Su Yan flipped out the jump rope from her seat and said with a smile, they're not much of a school bully compared to great god Su Qi. Her best friend listened in confusion. Su Yan directly pulled her away. Let's go play jump rope. Just 2 times a week in gym class is not good enough to play a game? Whatever. Listening to Su Yan's intentional and unintentional words, Xia Yanran's heart became more and more unfavorable. That night, she stayed up all night to finish writing all the topics, and the blockage in her heart didn't dissipate at all. If Su Qi had taken the initiative to give her a cheat sheet yesterday, why would she need to write these 3 extra sets of papers? When she thought that all the grievances she suffered today came from Su Qi, she was furious and rummaged through her dormitory, finding all those gifts Su Qi gave her in the past and throwing them away. Doesn't Su Qi think she can be made to give in with money? Humph, Xia Yanran doesn't care about money at all. She is going to let Su Qi know that these bags and shoes, and jewelry and toys that he sent are useless trash in her eyes. She also took a picture of a trash can stuffed with gifts. When Su Qi knew it was wrong later and came back to beg for her forgiveness, she would definitely take this photo out and fling it hard into Su Qi's face. However, among the pile of gifts given by Su Qi, there was a pendant that was exceptionally beautiful, and Xia Yanran hesitated, but still kept it. She had also worn a lot of name brand and designer model pendants, but none of those pendants could compare to this one Su Qi had given her. The pendant is a black teardrop-shaped diamond, and the marvelous thing is that there is a hint of golden dragon pattern in the center of the diamond. This pendant exudes a mysterious and luxurious aura, as if only the most noble people in the world are qualified to wear it. After thinking and thinking, Xia Yanran still decided to let Su Qi know now, so she posted that photo in her friend's circle, with a sad copy. Say goodbye to the past. Many of the boys immediately left comments and likes, a large row of them comforting her. She was always self-satisfied with the comments and likes she usually received from these boys, but tonight, she didn't have the slightest intention of interacting with those people, and the only one she wanted to see was the one who liked. Obviously in the past, he was always the first one to like her and comment on her. After waiting for most of the night, Xia Yanran didn't see Su Qi's comment. She frowned and double-checked her friend's circle permissions, sure that Su Qi would be able to see the photo. If Su Qi has seen it, why don't you come to her? Xia Yanran could not figure out how, and took a close look at the part of the circle of friends belonging to their own selfies. She also specially beauty face over. She did not believe that Su Qi could still be so calm when she saw her selfies, but as time goes by, until 3 or 4 in the morning, Su Qi also still did not comment to like her friend's circle. She clicked on Su Qi's dialogue box in a distracted manner, and found that the conversation was still stuck in a month or 2 ago, when she asked Su Qi to pick her up and take her to school, but Su Qi didn't reply to her. After that, Su Qi never took the initiative to send her a single message, and further up, it's just big white bubbles with very little green. Xia Yanran was in a complicated mood, and under the loss of concentration, she accidentally sent a message out. worried that Su Chi would see it. She hurriedly was about to withdraw it when she saw a piercing exclamation mark appear behind her message box. Suki deleted her? Her eyes were wide open and her mind was blank. She simply couldn't believe that Su Chi had actually deleted her without saying a word. On what grounds? Xia Yanran was instantly incomparably annoyed. Su Chi was only one of her many suitors. What qualification was there to delete her friends first? At first, Su Chi had begged her for a long time before she agreed to his friend request. Just as Xia Yanran was shy and annoyed because Su Chi had deleted her, another WeChat message popped up. The message sender's note was, Hondo Gambling Hall Insider. Her eyes lit up as she carefully read over the content of the message, and she couldn't help but give a snooty smile. With this, at the same time, Sheng Qingqing was taking Su Chi to watch the game in the Honda Gambling Hall, and Red Shadow accompanied the two of them with a group of bodyguards. Little anti-husband, which of these two teams do you think will win? Sheng Qingqing asked Su Chi with a smile. The big screen showed the two teams that would be playing in a week's time, the Nasi Warriors and the Risenberg Warriors. These are both powerhouse teams, but anyone who knows anything about football knows that the Nats have little hope of winning. This has led to a tenfold difference in the odds between the two teams, and even then, very few people are betting on the Nashi Warriors. When Red Shadow heard Sheng Qingqing actually ask Su Chi who would win the game, she couldn't help but let out a light laugh. MS. Qingqing, there's no need to ask. It's definitely Risenberg that will win. Sheng Qingqing was unimpressed. Su Chi, who do you think will win? Su Chi looked up at the player profiles on the big screen and casually said, I think it's the Nasi Warriors. Don't they have a ball king on their team? Red Shadow disagreed. That ballista has been playing poorly for a few years now. How can he be compared to the trio of Risenbergers? Su Chi, you must have calculated it, didn't you? Sheng Qingqing blinked and smiled. Sheng Qingqing took out a check. I'm going to bet $5 million on the Nasty Warriors. Those members of her team also took out their wallets to place their bets along with Sheng Qingqing. I believe in young Master Su. He can even calculate the danger that the General Association of Sheng will encounter. And calculating a team's win or loss is not a handful. I also believe in young Master Su. Thinking of Su Chi's previous several accurate predictions. The Red Shadow heart disdain. These people, really no judgment at all. In the end, the Red Shadow also followed a few $1,000s under the Nashi Warriors. Su Chi looked at the crowd feverishly placing bets and kept smiling without saying anything. The casino employees were a bit speechless when they saw how confident these people were. It's a game that who thinks they'll win? Other than the longtime fans of Team Nasi who will buy a few bets to support them? What's the difference between buying a natty war team and giving money to a casino? Su Chi and Sheng Qingqing had just left the casino when their cell phones ding-donged. It was a message from his dormitory group. Show 1, guys, go and bet on Risenberg. Tomorrow's game will be won by Risenberg. Su Chi cried and laughed a little. Speaking of which, the fact that he could be so impressed with this match had a lot to do with Zhao Yuan. In his last life, Zhao Yuan decided that the Risenberg Warriors would definitely win. Not only madly urging his friends to buy the Risenberg Warriors, but also quietly took out a loan of more than $100,000 himself. In the end, he lost a fortune and jumped off the building on impulse. Fortunately, they didn't have a high enough floor to kill anyone, but he had to quit school early and go out to work to pay off his debts. At that time, Zhao Yuan even saw death in the dormitory at one point, scaring him and the other two roommates. Zhao Yuan, Risenberg battle team won't necessarily win. You'd better not buy so much. Out of kindness, Su Chi reminded in the group. Zhao Yuan was his tablemate. The two didn't talk much, but they were at least classmates. I didn't expect Zhao Yuan to be very unhappy and said directly and nonchalantly, Su Chi, I got insider information this time. Risen Fort will definitely win, and it will be a big win. You've got yourself a rich woman, Shang Ruyan, and you can't see us getting rich, can you? The other two roommates immediately came out to make peace. The two men stealthily turned toward Su Chi. Zhao Yuan, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Why do you speak so harshly? As if any of us owes you money? You're not upset about the last English test, but you never passed us the answers when you were good at English. Su Chi looked at the dialogue on the screen and shook his head helplessly. I guess his two housemates wouldn't have thought that Zhao Yuan would take out a loan of more than $100,000. It's hard to persuade a dying ghost with good words, so Zhao Yuan had better fend for himself. In the group, Zhou was still chattering away. If you don't buy it now, don't be red-eyed when you see me getting paid when the results of the competition come out. Su Chi shook her head helplessly and put away her cell phone. The next morning, Xia Yanran had just left the dormitory door when she saw Zhao Yuan and his two roommates walking towards the classroom with their backpacks hooked up. Zhao Yuan spoke in a voice that was not small. Su Chi is really, do not listen to me, by Risenberg is a sure thing. When the time comes there are his regrets. Hearing Su Chi's name, Xia Yanran immediately followed behind the few people without moving. From the discussion of a few people, she roughly heard that Su Qi was also going to participate in gambling. Except he picked Risenberg. Thinking of the inside information that she knows, Xia Yanran's eyes deepened. It seems that Su Qi doesn't know anything about the game at all. And on his own, I'm afraid he can only watch others win. When she arrived at the classroom, she saw Su Qi was sitting in her seat reading a book, and she walked over without moving. Suki, are you betting on that game between Nasi and Risenberg? Su Qi raised her head and shot her a somewhat odd look. When he didn't open his mouth to speak, Xia Yanran thought that he was interested and immediately pulled a chair and sat down, grabbed Su Qi's arm and said in a small but excited voice, "You follow me to buy. I have inside information. As long as you pay for me to bet, I guarantee that I will win. And then we'll split the winnings 50-50. Su Qi snorted and shook off her hand in disgust. Flirting? This way of asking for money of you is really getting more and more high-end. Xia Yanran's face flushed and she stammered. Su Qi, how can you think of me like that? I am trying to let you make money too, okay? Yeah, I see that you don't have money to place a bet and want to empty your hands from me, right? Su Qi unmercifully poked at the little bit in Xia Yanran's heart and said sarcastically. Xia Yanran clenched her teeth, still unwilling to give up. You can think about it, miss this village. There will be no more store. Cooperation with me is a win-win situation. This chance to win is better left all to you. Su Qi's tone was cold. Xia Yanran was stunned. As if she didn't expect Su Qi to say such words, she stood up in a flash, pointing at Su Qi in annoyance and drinking. Su Qi, you don't know what's good for you. Just wait and regret it. The people in the class didn't know what they had talked about, and when they suddenly heard Xia Yanran's furious voice, they were all startled and raised their heads to look at her oddly. Xia Yanran burst into a blush and trotted back to her seat. She was also really broke and wanted to work with Su Qi. Su Qi out of money. She out of inside information. Gambling earned money. She will also share half of Su Qi. Su Qi this are not willing. Really do not know good and bad. But even if Su Qi wasn't willing to pay, she still had to go and get the money to gamble this time. If she can't get the medical bills, her mom will be too sick for surgery. In order to get the money for the bet, Xia Yanran was not in the mood to stay in class and hurriedly rushed back to the dormitory, organizing all the Valentine's Day gifts she had received from boys other than Su Qi in the high school years. She then went to the used luxury recycling store with a big box of stuff. This suitcase of designer luxury goods. If you realize all of it, you'll surely be able to make up a lot of money. Su Qi wanted to see her bow down to him for the medical bills. Humph, a fool's dream. She would never just give in. The owner of the luxury goods recycling store saw such a beautiful woman with a big box of things over to the recycling, thinking that a big business had come, immediately piled up a smiling face and came out to receive. Hello, the clothes, bags, and jewelry in here. I'm selling them all. Xia Yanran said to the shopkeeper with some meaty pain. Okay, we'll recover it for you once we authenticate it as genuine. The store owner smiled and took the box. When he and a few shopkeepers examined a circle down, Kaiten brushed and frowned. Miss, all these things you brought are fakes. None of them are real. Xia Yanran was all set to collect her money when she suddenly heard the shopkeeper's words and stood up in shock. That's impossible. I've gone to the official website to compare the detail pictures of these bags. How can they be fake? Xia Yanran grabbed a small purse and looked at it carefully. The store owner laughed lightly. This young lady, are you questioning the professionalism of our store? If what you brought is real, what reason do we have to not accept it? Xia Yanran's heart went cold inch by inch as she met the shopkeeper's contemptuous eyes. She was genuinely surprised that the boys who were pursuing her would fool her with some fakes. The shopkeeper saw Xia Yanran look lost, and thought that these bags were all bought by Xia Yanran, who was tricked into buying them, and comforted with a few moments of sympathy. Miss, I see that the pendant you're wearing around your neck is made of excellent material, or else you'd better consider selling the pendant, the shopkeeper said patiently, and the other shopkeepers all looked at Xia Yanran with strange gazes. Xia Yanran reached out and touched the pendant on her neck and laughed lightly. This is just an ordinary diamond pendant. What can it be worth? The owner was surprised. This pendant on the jade is clearly the world's rare black gold dragonstone. A small piece of the original stone is worth tens of millions of dollars. It is a pity that this original stone internal synthetic lines greatly reduces the value of the pendant, but the artificial lines smooth, and natural lines are extremely similar to the impact is not great. His eyes moved slightly, and he said with a smile, although it's not worth much, it's still worth more than a fake. If you're willing to sell it, I can offer $50,000. $50,000? Xia Yanran blinked, not realizing that a pendant given by Su Qi could be sold for so much. But, for some reason, she was still a little upset. Between hesitations, she thought of the gift she'd thrown in the trash last night in a fit of pique. It's from Suki. I think it's real. she immediately ran out of the recycling store and hurried back to the school. Luckily, the cleaning ants hadn't cleared out the trash yet, and she couldn't care less about the dirt and stench as she rummaged through all that stuff out of the trash can. The things Suchi sends aren't necessarily expensive, but they are definitely real, and it's better to take them and sell them instead of throwing them away as garbage. It was only when she had just turned them all over, wanting to double-check for damage, that a soft laugh sounded behind her. She stiffened and quickly turned her head, realizing that Suchi was standing not far away and watching her. Suchi's gaze lingered for a moment on the pile of things in her hand, and with the faint mockery he always wore on his face, he just walked past her without saying anything. At this moment, Suchi's turning a blind eye was a strange shame to Xia Yanran. She immediately said forcefully, "Don't get me wrong. I thought the things you gave me were too bad luck and was going to take them out and burn them." "Yeah, then I'll lend you a light?" Suchi directly pulled out a lighter and threw it into Xia Yanran's hand. "It just so happens that I see that these things are also bad luck. You burn them." The words had been put out, and Xia Yanyan could not ride the tiger, but could only light the fire and burn the pile. After Suchi saw the fire rise, he had no patience to continue waiting for everything to burn out, and directly turned around and went to the cafeteria to eat. Seeing Suchi leaving, Xia Yanran couldn't care less about the danger and hurriedly rushed to the side of the fire to pull out a few bags that hadn't been burned yet. Her delicate hands were burned by the flames in her haste, and she had no time to care, taking the bags back to the luxury recycling store. Hearing that she was coming to sell bags again, the shopkeeper had long lost his patience and waved his hand irritably. "Just don't come to our store with those fake bags. Forget about it last time and come back this time, treating me like a monkey?" "No, the bags are different this time." Xia Yanran hurriedly took out those bags and handed them to the shopkeeper. Originally also to her a lot of contempt for the shopkeeper to see these bags, the attitude immediately came to a 180-degree turn. Respectfully said, yo, really sorry, just now is my offense. These bags are now very difficult to receive the designer limited edition it." Xia Yanran was a little surprised, not realizing that Suchi's random gifts to him were all valuable designer bags. After the shopkeeper inspected a few bags, he asked with a smile, "I wonder if you still have the purchase records and small tickets for these bags?" Xia Yanran smiled helplessly and said vaguely, "These bags were all given to me by a friend." When the two female sales clerks next to her heard this, they immediately said enviously, "These bags can be limited edition models. You can't necessarily get them even if they are dispensed in the store. Your boyfriend is really good to you." "Yes, this bucket bag before the second-hand market are speculated to more than 100,000 can buy second-hand are very difficult to buy. Miss, your boyfriend's aesthetics can be really good. Pick the bag are the most popular. Of course, the price is also the most expensive." These few compliments couldn't help but make Xia Yanran flutter a bit. "These few bags combined, we are willing to offer $200,000. What do you think, miss?" In the sound of several shopkeepers boasting, the store manager finished appraising all the bags and politely offered a recovery price to Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran was shocked in her heart. As soon as she thought that these few bags didn't account for 1/10 of those gifts Suchi had given her, she regretted very much that she shouldn't have burned those bags for the sake of a moment's face. Otherwise, wouldn't she have a few $1,000,000 to take? Xia Yanran took the money and returned to school with remorse, only to hear the unmistakable sound of the hostile aunt's angry horn downstairs. "Which one of you set the fire downstairs? Come to me and admit your mistake, or I'll call the CCTV and report it to the school." Xia Yanran then remembered that she forgot to extinguish the fire when she left, and looking at the hostile aunt's fierce look, she shivered in her heart, and she didn't dare to turn herself in at all. She ducked to the side and called Suchi's number, but when she heard the busy tone on the other end of the phone, she reacted to the fact that Suchi had long ago blacked her out. "The student who set the fire, hurry up and turn yourself involuntarily to me. If I find out, believe it or not, the school will expel you directly." The hostile aunt held a loudspeaker and shouted angrily at the dormitory building. Many of the students opened their windows and looked down curiously. Xia Yanran's heart became even more afraid, but she had never been afraid before, no matter what mistakes she had made. Looking at the phone number on her cell phone that could never be reached, she realized with hindsight that the reason why she wasn't afraid once upon a time was because no matter what mistake she made, Suchi would take the blame and help her with the aftermath. As long as she cried a little and dropped a couple of tears, Suchi's heart would ache, and he would agree to whatever the request was. Suchi was remembered by the school before. It was all for her to take the blame. Later, as long as she was in trouble, as long as she sent a message to Suchi, Suchi would help her solve it. After a long time, she gradually felt that these are Suchi should do. But now, Suki won't help her afterward anymore. The hostess aunt saw that no one took the initiative to come forward, and exasperatedly rolled up her sleeves to go to adjust the monitoring. Xia Yanran had no choice but to go forward and admit herself. Why you're a little girl. What are you doing lighting a fire for nothing? The hostess aunt frowned, still a bit unconvinced. I'm sorry, auntie. I just wanted to burn a little something I don't want. Xia Yanran lowered her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. It's not enough to throw away what you don't want. Do you know how dangerous it is to start a fire in school? Auntie hostess said without a trace of anger. Xia Yanran couldn't explain and could only apologize uncontrollably. Seeing that she had a decent attitude, the hostess aunt eventually just waved her hand. Clean the dust off that place yourself. Xia Yanyan cleaned alone until dark, before cleaning off a small half of the traces of the fire. With a loud boom, a thunderbolt fell, and the sky was soon filled with heavy rain. She was startled by the thunder and tried to continue cleaning, but her body trembled uncontrollably. A bright light flashed out in the darkness of the night, and she was startled, immediately dropping the broom and running to the door of Su Chi's dormitory regardless. Su Chi, are you there? She was so anxious that she kept knocking on Su Chi's dormitory door. Only after a long time did Su Chi sleepily open the door to his room, and when he saw that the person knocking on the door was Xia Yanran, he couldn't help but frown. What do you want to do again? Su Chi, it's thundering outside. Can you accompany me to clean? She grabbed Su Chi's arm and begged in panic. You know, I'm usually most afraid of thunder. Why should I accompany you to clean? Su Chi couldn't figure out why Xia Yanran had the face to come to him, shook off her hand and raised his hand to close the door. Wait! Xia Yanran rushed forward and pressed against the doorframe. Su Chi, just think of it as you doing me a favor. Aren't we friends? Obviously in the past, no matter what I begged you to do, you would always say yes. Sorry, we're not familiar. Su Chi spoke with a calm face. If you don't leave, I'll call the hostel manager. Don't you have any regard for our friendship for so many years? Xia Yanran's voice couldn't stop shaking at the thought of going back alone to clean up against the thunder and lightning. I'm going to sleep. You like being friends with people so much. Why don't you go find another friend to be this ingrate? Su Chi snorted coldly and directly pushed Xia Yanran away, closing the door with a bang. Xia Yanran was stunned, her thoughts still stuck on the words Su Chi said. Other friends? Does she have any other friends besides Suki who would be willing to brave the rain to clean with her? Su Chi was not willing to clean with her, and she really didn't dare to clean alone in a thunderstorm, so she could only take out her cell phone and send a message to the people on her WeChat list. Usually there are quite a few guys who approach her on WeChat, but she's all lovey-dovey. But now she couldn't care less, and sent a direct group message to these lickspittles she usually looked down on. But half an hour passed, and I don't know if it was because it was too late, but no one replied to her. The next day, Xia Yanran caught a cold because of the rain, dizziness in class, and could not listen to what the teacher was saying. The math teacher handed out a page of test questions. You have 10 minutes to work on the questions. Xia Yanran didn't have the heart to do the questions at all because it was hard to get through, and just glanced at the questions hastily, and almost closed her eyes and fainted. The math teacher stood on the podium and swept the crowd under the stage, and at a glance, he saw the absent-minded Xia Yanran and immediately coughed in dissatisfaction. Xia Yanran, get up and match the answers. Ha! Xia Yanran was drifting off to sleep when she suddenly heard her name and stood up with a jolt. Check your answers. The math teacher held the test in his hands and said with an impish look on his face. Her heart was in a panic, subconsciously wanted to look at Su Chi's test questions next to her, but the result was that when she looked down, she found that Su Chi actually didn't write a single question, and the test paper was blank. The eyes of the class fell on her, and her face instantly blushed a few shades of red. She looked at Su Chi with a helpless face. In the past, when the teacher shouted at her to get up and answer the question, Su Chi would quietly hand her the answer. But she used to dislike Su Chi's bad grades and never bothered to look at the answers Su Chi handed over. Yet now that she really needs it, Su Chi won't help her anymore. Seeing that she had been stammering, the math teacher frowned in dissatisfaction and questioned, "What's going on?" Xia Yanran, with 10 minutes, it's understandable that you didn't finish. Is it possible that you didn't write a single question? Seeing this, Song Xian, who was on the side, hurriedly and quietly shoved his test paper to Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran's heart was delighted and she hurriedly read out the answer that Song Xian had written. The dissatisfaction in the math teacher's eyes finally faded a little, and he nodded slightly. Not bad. 16 out of 20 questions are correct. Such a correct rate in such a short period of time is already great. Sit down. Xia Yanran sighed in relief and sat down to gratefully glance at Song Xian. It was just that her gaze still drifted to Su Chi without a second thought, and her heart was inexplicably a bit pleased. She knew that although Su Chi didn't say anything on her lips, in her heart she hated other boys surrounding her. Even if Su Chi is not willing to help her, there are people who are willing to do so. Seeing her reading the answers written by others and being praised by the teacher, Su Chi's heart must be very bad. I don't know if he noticed her gaze, but the math teacher took Suchi's name right after. Suchi, come and match your answers. Xia Yanran knew that Suchi did not write a single question, and her heart was indescribably happy. Let's see how Suchi is going to end up. The math teacher hates students who desert in class. Maybe this time it will be Suchi's turn to be punished for doing the test paper. Song Xian had just seen Suchi's blank paper as well, and the curve of his mouth unconsciously rose a few points. Suchi was also really too arrogant. Even if his math score was good, he couldn't even do the questions in class. Could he? All of these questions were a bit difficult for him, and several of them were masked. Pride will lead to defeat. Suchi, this learning attitude, the next time the test is taken, it will definitely be stepped on by him. Suchi was stunned before standing up. The math teacher looked at him expectantly. The students sitting around Suchi were all nervous, because they all knew that Suchi had just looked at the test questions very casually for those 10 minutes, and didn't even pick up his pen for a moment. This is tragic for Brother Chi. Jiang Wenjia's two best friends whispered to him, the last time I didn't do my homework, I was punished by my math teacher with 5 sets of papers straight away. So much so that my brain cells were dying from writing. Chi's grades are good, so the math teacher shouldn't be that angry, right? It's the good grades that make you angry. Haven't you heard the saying? The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The math teacher knocked on the podium and coughed. What's all the noise back there? Guys, any more bickering and you'll stand up for the answers too. A few people instantly closed their mouths, and while the math teacher's attention was diverted, Jiang Wenjie directly snatched the test paper of a schoolteacher sitting next to him with one hand. The schoolteacher said with a reluctant look on his face, only to be met with a hard stare. Because he was afraid of Jiang Wenjie's fists, he could only shrink his neck in aggravation and watched Jiang Wenjie sneak the answers he had written onto Suchi's table. Unexpectedly, his answer Suchi did not even look at it. Suchi directly picked up his blank test paper and reported the answer without haste. The first question, choose A. When Jiang Wenjie saw that he actually didn't look at that schoolboy's answer, he thought that Suchi didn't understand him and frantically hinted at him with his eyes. Even if the answers written by this schoolteacher were no match for Song Xian, surely they were better than a couple of messy blindfolds on the spot. And it's not all multiple choice questions on top of this test, there are big questions too. While he was anxious, Suchi had already reported the answers to several questions. Song Xian ate a shock, found Suchi reported the answer in his own difference, then a burst of indignation in his heart. Suchi must be their own did not write. Just listen to Xia Yanran reported the answer deliberately remembered the options of the multiple choice questions. Just know how to play these small smart. He smiled contemptuously. Soon, Suchi began to report the answers to the big questions, and there were several questions where Suchi's answers were different from what he had written. Song Xian heart even more pleased. Suchi, this is not remembered. The math teacher will certainly find Suchi is blindly reported. This time Suchi will wait to be scolded. In the midst of half-worrying, half-joking eyes, Suchi finished reporting all the answers. Jiang Wenjie's heart was lifted up, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind that if Suchi was really punished for doing the test papers, he would say anything to help Suchi do it together. That's a good feeling he'll have to brush up on. The math teacher lowered his head, reread the test questions in his hand, smiled and said, Suchi, tell us the solution to the big question to see. Jiang Wenjie hurriedly pushed the copy of the snatched schoolboy answer to Suchi's eyes, but Suchi seemed to still not see it, directly raised his head, and blandly said, Isn't the answer to this question known at a glance? At these words, Song Xian almost didn't laugh out loud. Simple? These are big questions, can be high-level questions. I guess other students except him may only write on the first question. How much of a schoolteacher does it take to write so many questions in 10 minutes? Jiang Wenjie also had a moment of scalp numbness, and in his heart, he already mourned for Suchi. It must be Suchi's answer is not right. The math teacher just let him say the solution. But Suchi's answer was originally blindly blind. He may not even read the question. Right, where to come to the solution. However, the next second, the math teacher laughed out softly. Suchi, this question is simple for you, but not simple for others. Oh, when you get to the exam room, the process of writing should not be missing. Got it? Suchi nodded. I know. After that, he just sat down. In the midst of all the confused faces, the math teacher moodily said, everyone heard Suchi's answer just now, right? That's the correct answer. The students who didn't know that Suchi hadn't actually written anything felt that they deserved it, and had long ago followed along and matched the answers when Suchi reported them. And Song Xian Jiang Wenjie, those who knew the truth, were shocked. Jiang Wenjie immediately reacted to Suchi not doing these questions because he thought they were all too simple, and immediately sweated as he quietly put back the copy of the answers that he had snatched. Song Xian was even more incredulous and looked at Suchi with a very indignant expression. He stayed up late every night to brush up on the questions before just being able to achieve 80% correctness. Suchi didn't even bother to write the paper. So how could he write all of them correctly? Could he have gotten the answer in advance? Teacher, may I ask if there is a standard answer for this set of questions? I have a few questions where my thoughts are not quite clear, and I would like to see the solutions to the standard answers. Song Xian raised his hand to ask a question. His words also reminded others. Yes, the standard answer. Suchi must have seen the standard answer in advance. Otherwise, how could he have solved all the questions in such a short time? Even the big questions could be calculated orally to get the correct result? Soon. However, the words of the math teacher completely denied the existence of such a possibility. This set of questions is improvised by me. There is no standard answer. Later I will explain topic by topic. Classmates, which questions they don't know, just listen carefully. Song Xian made a gesture and nodded his head, looking as if he was listening attentively, but in his heart, it was as if he was being strangled by a ball of silk thread. There is no correct answer. This shows that Suchi is really orally calculating all the correct answers. Jiang Wenjie quietly gave Suchi a thumbs up, and a few people who knew that Suchi's paper wasn't written also threw him incomparable gazes of admiration. After all, they had never seen Suchi frantically brushing up on problems like Song Xian did regardless of classes. The math teacher finished this test just as the bell rang, and as soon as the teacher left, the boys in the class forgot about the class and started talking about the ballgame between Nasi and Risenberg. Nasi won't be able to win this time for sure. Risenberg's trio is invincible now. Jiang Wenjie's favorite game is to watch football, and he is very excited to talk with his friends. Jiang Wenjie, aren't you a Nasi fan? How come you're giving Nasi a bad rap too? I also want Nasi to win, but Nasi's two players have been injured this season, and the king of balls can't keep up physically, so it's already good enough to make the playoffs. Jiang Wenjie sighed helplessly. Almost all the boys in the class gathered around Jiang Wenjie to chat about the ballgame. From the ballgame between Nasi and Risenberg directly to the probability of Risenberg winning the year-end championship this year. None of them even noticed that Xia Yanyan had already burned her face red. Xia Yanyan hard on the table, full of disappointment, looking at those boys who usually always chased after her and licked her. Usually these people say they like her, and now that she's sick, it's amazing that they still only care about the ballgame and none of them have come over to care about her. These men, they really are no good. Obviously, when she last had a bad cold, she'd been pushing through her classes so she wouldn't fall behind on her homework. That class was the last class before the exam, and she had been listening to the class with a high fever because she was worried that if she took a leave of absence, it would affect her test scores. At that time, it was only Suchi who realized that something was wrong with her, and without any further ado, he picked her up and took her to the infirmary. But at that time, she only felt very humiliated. Suchi poured hot water for her, and she was so angry that she directly poured the boiling hot water on Suchi's body. At that time, the whole class saw Suchi hugging her, and she only felt very humiliated, thinking that Suchi was taking advantage of the situation. Thinking about it now, if Suchi hadn't carried her to the infirmary at that time, she might have fainted directly in the classroom. After putting her on the bed in the infirmary, Suchi never touched her again. Suchi's arms were really strong, as if it didn't take much effort to pick her up, and when she was burning deliriously, she used to lean unconsciously into Suchi's arms, and could still hear his somewhat frantic heartbeat. The harder it was, the deeper Xia Yanran fell among the memories. At that time, not only did she feel humiliated to be hugged by Suchi, she was also worried that missing that class would affect her grade. Unexpectedly Suchi took the recorder and put it on the podium, requesting the teacher to speak into the recorder. She finished hanging up the water in the infirmary and listened to the recording Suchi brought, only to feel very solid in her heart. At that time, Suchi was so considerate to her and thought of everything. Taking a break from her memories, Xia Yanran looked towards Suchi, only to find that the other party was actually chatting with a few boys as well, still chatting and laughing, seemingly not noticing that she was sick at all. Yan Yan, are you catching a cold? Song Xian suddenly walked to her side and took out a box of medicine and placed it in front of Xia Yanyan. This is the medicine I specially went back to the dormitory to get for you, so eat it quickly. Xia Yanran's eyes lit up and she immediately opened the pill box. Song Xian observed her expression and breathed a sigh of relief, saying in a gentle voice, I'm really sorry, I was asleep last night when you sent me the message. If I'd seen that message back then, I'd have helped you clean along. Xia Yanran ate the medicine and listened to Song Xian's words, and her heart warmed a few points. Even if Suchi didn't care about her anymore, there would still be someone by her side. It seemed that because of her dizziness, Xia Yanran had forgotten that every night before, Song Xian would talk to her hotly until late at night, never going to bed early. It's okay, I don't blame you. I know you're good to me. She smiled weakly, and as soon as the words were out of her mouth, She couldn't hold herself up and slumped over the table. For some reason, she got more dizzy after taking the medicine instead. Yen Yen, are you feeling better? Song Xian looked down at her, but his expression was a bit weak. Xia Yanran painfully shook her head, forcibly enduring her headache and replied, I don't know. My head hurts. Song Xian, can you send me to the infirmary to hang water? I don't think I can get better just by taking medicine. Ah, Song Xian sized up Xia Yanyan, somewhat reluctantly, and could only say curtly, the headache is probably the medicine coming up. Yen Yen, just bear with it. Going to the infirmary will definitely cost him money, and he doesn't have much left. Xia Yanran frowned and was just about to speak when Song Xian excused himself to go to the restroom and turned around to leave the classroom. Her classmate happened to return to the classroom, saw the pill box on the table, casually picked it up and glanced at it, suddenly surprised. Yen Yen, this medicine has expired. Why are you still taking it? Xia Yanran opened her eyes dizzily and looked at the pill box in confusion. The table hurriedly disliked the production date. Look, this medicine was produced 3 years ago. Surely you can't eat it now? You can't eat expired medicine even if you're frugal. Xia Yanran instantly recalled what Song Xian had just said. He said he went back to the dormitory specifically to get this medicine, and it seems that it was leftover medicine from his former illness. No wonder her headache got worse after taking the pills. In an instant, Xia Yanran's heart spread with endless grievances. How much is a box of medicine? Song Xian was also too stingy. It's not even that he doesn't bother to buy medication. He brings expired medication to her and acts like he cares about her. Xia Yanran was so angry that she wanted to find Song Xian and ask him about it, but she was so weak that she couldn't even stand up from her seat. Just as she was in a haze of consciousness, her gaze involuntarily fell on Su Qi's body. Su Qi, help me, Xia Yanran murmured out, and couldn't help but reach out her hand in Su Qi's direction. But Su Qi didn't see her at all. Instead he was happily chatting with Zhang Wenjie about the ballgame. Xia Yanran crouched helplessly on her desk and sniffled, suddenly having an urge to cry, as if, after Su Qi left, there is no one around who really cares and loves her. Brother Qi, which team do you favor? Zhang Wenjie asked with interest. It must be Risenberg as well, right? Nasi will win. Su Qi's face was flat, but his tone was very certain. When Zhang Wenjie heard this, his expression instantly looked like he had seen a ghost. Brother Qi, do you not know anything about soccer? Risenberg is the team that has the best hope of winning the annual championship this year. Yeah, even I bought a couple $dozen to bet on Risenberg to win. Zhang Wenjie's friend also came over and said. Su Qi looked at Zhang Wenjie and smiled. Did you buy Fort Risen too? Not yet, but I'm about to buy it. Brother Qi, do you want to play? I can play some bets for you, and the winnings will go to you then. Zhang Wenjie was ready to sell Su Qi a favor. Good, then you buy 10,000 nascent warriors to win, and then split 30 achievements with me when you win. Su Qi smiled and said, he is the real exclusive insider. Charge Zhang Wenjie 30% of the profit. Very reasonable. The smile on Zhang Wenjie's face instantly froze, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses, saying somewhat reluctantly, Brother Qi, you're not mistaken, are you? You want me to place a bet on the Nashi battle team? Yeah. Aren't you willing? Su Qi lightly asked back. A usual question, to Zhang Wenjie's ears, was inexplicably a bit like a death threat. Of course he was reluctant. $10,000 was half a month of his living expenses, and throwing himself into the nascent warriors was like throwing away money. And after investing all this money in Nasi, he won't have any money on him for Fort Risen. But when he met Su Qi's bland eyes, Zhang Wenjie instantly wimped out again. Compared to getting punched by Shang Qingqing, the painful loss of $10,000 was nothing. Consider it a bust. He endured the flesh pain and made a bet under Su Qi's eyes. Zhao Yuan looked in his eyes and said with some indignation, Su Qi, it's fine if you like the Nashi battle team yourself. How can you let others follow you and spend money that's not worth it? I bought it all. What's the waste of words? Zhang Wenjie hurriedly rounded up the situation. The money has been spent, and then offend Su Qi will not be cost effective. It's not that I like the Nashi warriors, it's that I think the Nashi warriors will really win. Su Qi corrected Zhao Yuan in a serious manner. And by the way, she also reminded, I suggest you buy Nasi as well. Zhao Yuan was dismissive. I would have used all my money to buy Risenberg a long time ago. Only a fool would buy Nasi. The others looked at Zhang Wenjie's face that was suffocating into a pig's liver color, and they all sympathized with him in their hearts while placing their bets on Risenberg. Zhou Wan was right. Only a fool would think Nasi could win. The current Su Qi was a complete idiot who didn't understand the game in their eyes. Xia Yanran heard Su Qi's words in her hazy consciousness, and a few sneers could not help but rise in her heart. There was no way the Nasi warriors were going to win. She had bought accurate information from that gambling hall insider that the winner this time had to be Risenberg. The Nazi warrior's king of balls is still undergoing treatment for an old injury he suffered at the end of the last game, and he won't be playing at all against Risenberg. Nazi's chances of winning were already slim to none, and now that even the old baller can't get on the field, what's Nazi going to win with? She braced herself and picked up her cell phone, transferring all the $200,000 or so in her account to the insider to place the bets for her. In this more than $200,000. In addition to the money from the bags she sold Suchi, there are still a few tens of thousands of dollars that she secretly took from her family, and when the ball game is over, she will return the money several times. Her family won't have to worry about the cost of her mom's surgery. Thinking of a bright future, the pain on Xia Yanyan's body seemed to have eased a bit, and she couldn't help but reveal a smile full of anticipation. Suchi was chatting with Zhang Wenjie, and somehow, he also noticed Xia Yanran's abnormality and turned his head to look at her. Noticing that Xia Yanran was holding her cell phone and smiling wryly, he instantly remembered what happened at this time in his previous life. At first it seemed to be the same time. Xia Yanran did not know where to recognize a strange netizen, but also insisted on transferring money to this netizen, saying that this netizen can make her rich. He was worried that Xia Yanran was cheated, quietly looked at Xia Yanran's cell phone, and found that the man claimed to be a casino personnel with inside information, so that Xia Yanran followed him to bet on the game. The package win. The man's deception was very clumsy. He kept saying that he was willing to do Xia Yanran a favor for free because he loved her, and he knew it was a fake as soon as he saw it. Insiders privately disclosed casino information is to be suspended, and the man said on his lips that he adores Xia Yanyan, can make Xia Yanyan earn hundreds of thousands of dollars, but never asked Xia Yanyan to meet and eat. How can there be people in this world who have nothing else in mind? The most crucial thing is that the money Xia Yanran insisted on transferring to that netizen in the first place was actually borrowed from him. Xia Yanran kept saying that there was an emergency at home, and he was so concerned that he transferred the money to her, only to realize later that Xia Yanran had met a liar. It wasn't as if he hadn't warned Xia Yanran, but Xia Yanran had burst into a rage, saying that he had invaded her privacy, and that he just can't see another man being nice to her and is too jealous. He saw that persuasion was useless and had to give up, thinking that there were only a few tens of thousands of dollars, so that Xia Yanran would learn a lesson. Then not long after the east window, Xia Yanran's mother almost did not kill her. Xia Yanran called him in horror. He hurried to Xia Yanran's home, only to realize that Xia Yanran's lust for profit, the transfer of money is simply more than the tens of thousands of dollars he borrowed, but also secretly took more than 100,000 from the family. This more than 100,000 later where he found a way to help Xia Yanran pay back. But after he managed to fill the hole for Xia Yanyan, trying to persuade Xia Yanyan to be more vigilant and not to be easily fooled next time, Xia Yanyan blamed him for everything. What Xia Yanran said at that time, he still remembered clearly even now. If I hadn't been with you, I wouldn't have been cheated out of my money. It's all because of you that I've been kidded. So what kind of a face do you have to blabber on about me here? When he heard this, he was actually pleased with the words together and ignored Xia Yanran's complaints. Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. From the memories to pull out, Suchi again thought of not long ago. Xia Yanran said she had a way to get together the medical expenses. It seems that the way she said, here it is. Hopefully, this time, she won't be kept alive by her family. After just a moment of being lost in thought, Suchi withdrew his gaze from Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran could only be alone and was having a hard time. And when class was about to start, Song Xian returned to the classroom with a glass of water. Yan ya, I went to get you some hot water. You might feel better with some hot water. You still have the nerve to come back. The medicine you brought me is expired, Xia Yanran said in a bad humor, but still took Song Xian's hot water. Song Xian's eyes widened with a surprised look. Really? I'm sorry Yanran. I didn't know. Forget it. Xia Yanran looked at his guilty look and sighed helplessly, thinking about what the boys were talking about. She quietly revealed to Song Xian again. I know an insider. And this time when Nasi and Risenberg are competing, he told me that Risenberg will definitely win. Yeah, are you sure? Song Xian was pleasantly surprised. Xia Yanran hurriedly compared a shushing motion and whispered, this is internal news. You must not tell anyone. Song Xian immediately restrained his voice and turned his head but quietly took out all the several $100s he had saved for a long time and invested in Risenberg. The next day was the weekend, and in order to make Shang Ruyan happy, Suchi specially bought 2 movie tickets. Shang Ruyan actually had little interest in this kind of movie, but she certainly wouldn't refuse if she could watch a movie with Suchi. There were quite a few couples who came to see the movie together, and Suchi specially bought a seat in the back row. When the movie was put into the most sensational bridge, Shang Ruyan saw a small couple in the front row quietly kiss together. She gently furrowed her willow brows and glanced at the youth sitting beside her, suddenly feeling that something was wrong. Suchi followed her gaze and looked back in understanding. The two kissed in the dark. Just 2 rows of seats behind the two of them. Jiang Wenjie somewhat awkwardly took in the scene. He just ran over to watch the movie on a whim. He didn't expect to bump into Su Qi. Seeing Su Qi and Shang Ruyan's passionate kiss, Jiang Wenjie's heart was indescribably envious. Su Qi's luck was really good. Not only could she be covered by Shang Qingqing, a little witch, but she could also fall in love with a demonic beauty like Shang Ruyan. When the movie ended, Jiang Wenjie purposely caught up with Su Qi and Shang Ruyan. Brother Qi, what a coincidence. Why are you here? Jiang Wenjie doggedly acted as if he happened to run into Su Qi. Smiling brightly, Shang Ruyan had just been a little annoyed that her two-person time with Su Qi was being ruined, when the next second she heard Jiang Wenjie say in an incomparably well-behaved manner, "Are you coming out to watch a movie with your sister-in-law?" Su Qi gripped Shang Ruyan's hand tightly and said greatly, "Yes." Shang Ruyan's heart suddenly warmed up. She never thought that one day Su Qi could talk about himself so calmly in front of his friends, and her heart's impression of Jiang Wenjie also got a few points better. Jiang Wenjie pulled out 2 tickets to the ballgame from his bag. "I bought tickets for the ballgame in a couple of days. There are 3 other games to watch that day besides Nasi and Fort Recent. Why don't you go with your sister-in-law then?" After saying that, he shoved the ticket into Su Qi's hand and left. Shang Ruyan also wanted to accompany Su Qi to watch the game, but she also had to deal with the last time she went abroad to talk about that cooperation. The day of the game, Su Qi can only go to the scene alone. Jiang Wenjie was following a few brothers standing outside the field to buy drinks. When he saw Su Qi, he immediately bought Su Qi a cup as well. "Brother Qi, are you here alone? Why don't you watch it with us? The seats I bought for the tickets are also connected." "Good." Su Qi nodded and followed Jiang Wenjie and a few of his brothers into the scene. The first game was between 2 last-rate teams, and there wasn't much of a crowd in the arena. So Jiang Wenjie and his brothers were eating snacks and guessing who would win. "I think the Stallions will win. That new outside back they brought in this year is still a bit strong." "That's not necessarily true. Terry's Warriors have picked up a 2-game winning streak lately, so they're gaining momentum. Che, they're all rookies. I'm not surprised who wins." Jiang Wenjie was disdainful and turned his head. "Brother Qi, who do you think will win?" Su Qi smiled slightly. "Terry Warriors." The sports news of that year's Nasi Warriors win over the Risenberg Warriors also reported the winners and losers of today's other matches in passing, and with his memory, remembering the results of those matches wasn't a problem at all. "Then I also think that Team Terry will win." Jiang Wenjie immediately stood on Su Qi's end. Everyone else was speechless. However, Jiang Wenjie had been currying favor with Su Qi during this period of time, and they were all not surprised. Soon, the first match ended, and Terry's battle team narrowly defeated the Xiongren, just as Su Qi had predicted. But since these two teams were similar, a few others didn't care, just a sigh of relief, until the start of the second match, which had a huge gap between the strengths and weaknesses of the two sides. Jiang Wenjie confidently said, "Brother Qi, look at these two teams. It must be Team Faust that wins." "Right. Team Carson is also too weak." Suki, however, smiled slightly. "No, they'll tie." "Really?" Jiang Wenjie was a bit disbelieving, but looking at Su Qi's certainty, his heart shook. Those brothers of his could not believe what Su Qi said at all, and playfully laughed. Carson could lose less than 3 goals or considered overplaying. Su Qi smiled without saying anything. As a result, as soon as the game started, the main striker of the strongest team, Faust, was inadvertently injured during a confrontation and fell to the ground and was carried directly to the field on a stretcher. The next time Carson's warriors were on fire, and actually did hold off the attack of Faust's warriors, and the two sides fought to a draw. Jiang Wenjie looked dumbfounded and couldn't believe that Su Qi had actually hit another prediction. Those brothers of his were also surprised, and their eyes changed when they looked at Su Qi. A few of them excitedly surrounded Su Qi and asked excitedly, "Brother Qi, who will win the next game?" As soon as Su Qi reported the name of the team that would win, they hurriedly placed bets on their cell phones for fear of missing this opportunity to make money, which made Su Qi cry a little. Of course, the result of the match did not disappoint Jiang Wenjie's few people. Su Qi's prediction was indeed accurate. The few people who had won money thought of Su Qi's prediction a few days ago, and were immediately a bit distressed by the money they had previously invested in Risenberg, and urgently invested all their winnings in the Nashi Warriors. It must be because Brother Qi is too smart to accurately analyze the ending of the match. Jiang Wenjie was all smiles when he thought that all that money he had previously invested in Nasi could be returned. Just as they were happily discussing, the match between Team Nasi and Team Risenberg officially began. The stadium was filled with fans of both teams at this point. Seeing the ball king of the Nasi Warriors come out, the whole stadium immediately rang out with loud cheers. The captain of the Nasi battle team, Hashiashi, listened to the cheers, but inwardly he was sullen. Even their Warriors' loyal fans of many years didn't think much of them, and Bridgestone was certainly very unsure. The Risenberg Warriors players were strong on offense, and the tactics prepared by Brigizi and his teammates were useless against Risenberg's frenzied attack. By the end of the first halftime, the Nashi Warriors had lost by 3 goals, and the fans who were still looking forward to the Warriors cheered down because of the disappointment. The Jiang Wenjie few who were still somewhat looking forward to it were also a bit frustrated. Sure enough, there's no way Nasi can win. I told you, with such a big difference in strength between these two teams, how could Nasi win? Jiang Wenjie coughed lightly and said with a stern face, "Okay, stop it. Watch the ball." Su Qi stood up from her seat. "You guys watch first, I'll go out for a while." The players returned to the lounge to the sound of boos from the entire stadium, not realizing that a young man was standing in the doorway holding a bouquet of flowers. Su Qi handed the flowers in her hand to Xiao Shi and smiled. "I'm here to wish you success in winning the championship." Xiao Shi was stunned and somewhat puzzled as he took Su Qi's flowers. "This gentleman, you're not kidding, right? With our team's current strength, at most we can only try our best to reach the top 16. How can we possibly win the championship?" Su Qi, however, shook her head and firmly said, "No, I have calculated that you will lead the Nashi battle team to win the annual championship this year." "Count," Hashi drawled, suspecting her ears had misheard. When the other players saw this man who had inexplicably appeared in the players' lounge, they also thought that he was just a longtime fan of the nascent Warriors who had deliberately run in to say something comforting. "What I said is true. Not only will you guys win today's match, you'll keep winning the rest of the time as well," Su Qi firmly said. His look of certainty touched Hashishi and the rest of the team. "This gentleman, right now everyone is not optimistic that we can win. Thank you for still being willing to believe in us. If we can really win, I will definitely thank you properly. Can you please tell me your name?" Hashiashi hugged the flowers and said sincerely. Su Qi let out a light laugh, and just as he was about to open his mouth, a sneering voice came from behind a few people. "Oh, winning the championship? You've lost by 3 goals in the first half alone, and you're having trouble even kicking a win against us, and you're actually dreaming of winning the championship." The person who spoke was none other than Derry, the captain of the Risenberg Warriors. He was also one of Risenberg's top 3 starters, with 2 of the first half goals coming on goal. "Deli, why are you being so aggressive? Don't forget that you debuted from the Nasi battle team." The ball king of the Nasi battle team stood out and reminded with a mischievous look on his face. "Oh, how did you suppress me when I was in the nascent Warriors? Have you forgotten all about that?" Deli sneered. "Don't think you can boss me around just because you're the king of balls. You're old. If your skills can be more powerful than the ball king back then, you won't be suppressed at all. In the end, it's still strength that doesn't work." Su Qi stepped forward and said with a bland expression, "What do you know? You brat, I can't believe you're so convinced that Nasi can win, so go ahead and place their bets." Seemingly being poked in the sore spot, Deli immediately said in annoyance, "There's no need for you to teach me. I've already placed a bet of $500,000 on Team Nashi a week before the match." Su Qi let out a light laugh, still in a flat tone. At those words, the color of the players from both teams changed. "Humph. Then you'll wait to repent." Deli grimaced and turned away with an imperative air. Brassy gratefully stepped forward. "This gentleman, thank you for believing in us so much." "No need to thank you. You guys deserve my trust." Su Qi lowered her eyes. "There's not much time left. You guys fix yourselves up and make sure to beat Risenberg in the second half before you do." After he finished speaking, he looked at all the players of the nascent Warriors again and gave them an encouraging look before turning to leave. Brassy responded by shouting toward his back, "Sir, you haven't told us your name." Su Qi. Without looking back, he dropped 2 words and walked out. The second half of the match started soon. Jiang Wenjie saw Su Qi returning to the audience in a hurry. He was a bit curious and came over. "Brother Qi, where have you been? Look at Nashi's decline in the first half. Can they still pull off 3 goals in a row in this second half? You're worried about your money, aren't you?" Su Qi leaned back in her chair and poked him in a burst of blood. Jiang Wenjie smiled sarcastically. "Don't worry, Nasi will definitely win," Su Qi said with certainty. Looking at him, Jiang Wenjie's heart, which was still apprehensive, actually settled down. Perhaps he himself didn't even realize that in his subconscious, Su Qi's words had become true, and there was absolutely no room for error. In the next game, the Nats actually took the initiative to replace the king of balls and put a young new player on the bench. The entire crowd erupted in boos once again. What was not expected was that the new player was excellent behind the scenes, and with his assist, Bridgie and another player scored in quick succession. The score came to 2-3, and the Nats fans, who were still cheering, rekindled their hope and kept chanting slogans to cheer for the Nats. The Nashi Warriors had a hidden unstoppable momentum. Risenberg didn't expect Nasi to explode to such a level of play in the second half, and the mood of the entire team clouded over for a few moments. Within minutes, however, the Nashi Warriors scored another goal. With 3 minutes to go, the teams were incredibly tied. Even if this game is just a draw, it's already a huge boost for the Nats. Just as Delhi was about to shoot, he was unexpectedly cut off by one of the Nashi Warriors' defenders, and Hashiashi's eyes lit up as he immediately demanded the ball. He then went one-on-one and was about to hit the goal after passing 3 people in a row. Derry was madly trying to catch up with Hashishi, yet the shot was still Hashishi's in the Risenberg goal. The final whistle blew and the Nashi Warriors completed a stunning comeback, with Chaoshi scoring 3 goals in a row to complete his hat-trick. The room erupted in loud cheers. In the audience, Jiang Wenjie was even more excited and hugged Suchi tightly, almost strangling her to the point that she couldn't catch her breath. Hashishi and his teammates were exhausted, but their hearts were filled with the joy of beating a strong team. They stood on the field, and for the moment, all the flowers and applause belonged only to their team that had survived the setbacks. Chaoshi looked at the unbelievable looks of the whole audience, and suddenly thought of Suchi's certainty. Perhaps it was such a unique trust that revitalized him and his team. The winning team had to be interviewed live once in the arena first, and the reporters were amazed. Mr. Bridges, you guys made an amazing comeback in this match. What do you think helped the nascent Warriors win this match? I would like to thank a gentleman named Suki for his steadfast support of us when everyone was not looking at Nasi. I think he gave Nasi the courage to face the difficulties. In the stands, Jiang Wenjie was dumbfounded. The person he's talking about. It can't be you, right? Jiang Wenjie blinked, and somewhat hesitantly turned his head to look at Suchi and asked. Suchi turned her head and came with an old-fashioned guess. Jiang Wenjie looked at Suchi with instantly complicated eyes. The interviews in the arena ended quickly. At the post-game interviews at Riesenberg, reporters kept firing questions at all the players. Eventually, Derek, annoyed by one reporter's constant pressing, said, I thought everyone's performance today was good enough, but the Nashi Warriors exceeded all of our expectations today. I don't think the Nashi Warriors can be at this level without outside help. The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Mr. Delhi, are you suspecting that Team Nashi Warriors used improper means to achieve victory in the match? The reporter immediately asked sharply, such as doping or other banned substances? Delhi shrugged. Perhaps. I once saw an unfamiliar youth near the Nashi Warriors lounge. Perhaps that youth provided Nashi with undue assistance. But of course that's just my guess. Mr. Derry, could you elaborate on that gentleman? I don't know him, but he was certain that Nashi's team would win when Nashi was down by 3 goals in the first half. And I think he's the same Mr. Suchi that Nashi's captain specifically thanked just now, Derry said with intent. Although he didn't say so explicitly, the meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. In fact, it wasn't just him. The referee team for this match also felt that the nascent Warriors were playing too much. The post-match interview was live and all the viewers, after hearing Delhi's words, recalled the special thanks Bridgie gave to Suki in the in-ring interview. At that time, Chaoshi had specifically mentioned that Suchi had given the Nashi battle team the courage to face the difficulties. There was a flurry of skepticism, with many netizens making an issue around what Hashish had said. I think the courage Bridge West is talking about is doping. Otherwise that rookie player of theirs who came in for the king could be that good? This Suchi is definitely a dope seller. There's no way he's just an ordinary fan. And there's no staff member named Suchi at all in the Nashi Warriors club. The level of those players of the Nashi Warriors can be seen by anyone with eyes. And if not for the doping, how could they possibly be better than Risenberg? Of course, the internet isn't full of these skeptical voices. And there are some of Nasi's biggest fans who go out of their way to defend Nasi. It's not unheard of for games to go cold. Risenberg is such a sore loser. Risenberg loses a game and then falsely accuses their opponent of doping. And I said Risenberg could play so well before because they doped every game. Go Nasi! Win all the next matches all the way! In the midst of all the buzz, the refereeing panel also demanded that all the Nashi players undergo a drug test out of skepticism about the strength of the Nashi Warriors. The next day, the results were announced, and the entire Nashi team tested positive. As soon as the referee team's announcement was sent out, Team Nashi instantly became a street rat that everyone shouted at. The fans who had been jubilant over the come-from-behind win by the Nashi Warriors were so disappointed that they shouted for all the Nashi Warriors players to retire on the spot. The referee team announced that they will cancel the results of this match between Team Nashi and Team Risenberg and ban Team Nashi for 3 seasons after further confirming that the results of the drug test are correct. However, the Risenberg side was not willing to let it go, and they directly sued Suchi to the International Court of Justice, accusing him of selling prohibited drugs to professional athletes. Suki woke up from a nap and received a letter from her lawyer from Risenberg. Because of the scandalous doping scandal in Nashi, Risenberg, who played Nashi, was once again the favorite, and for several days Delhi was interviewed by reporters. As a professional athlete, I am not ashamed of Nashi for doping to win. In front of the camera, Derek looked incredibly serious. I'm not ashamed of losing to a team that doped. I'll push myself and train harder to try to make it impossible for my opponents to beat me in Risenberg even if they cheat. This inspirational speech of his has also made him an instant hit. On the other hand, on Suchi's cell phone, there was an additional message from Xiao Shi. Sorry, Suchi, I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart that day. I didn't expect to cause you so much trouble. I know that you won't believe me and Nasi anymore with anything I say now, but I still want to give you an apology. This is a long message Brassy wrote, almost like a mini essay. After Su Chi read his message, she was just about to reply when Jiang Wenjie knocked on the door outside. Brother Chi, why are you still sitting here? Why don't you hurry to get your girlfriend's help? Jiang Wenjie looked at Su Chi's leisurely appearance and couldn't help but anxiously persuade him. What favor? Su Chi seemed as if she was still outside the situation. Jiang Wenjie slightly staggered. Of course it's your defendant's business. If the international tribunal really investigates you, you'll be in trouble. Why don't you hurry up and find Shang Ruyan? She can definitely help you plan ahead. Su Chi cried and laughed. Jiang Wenjie's concern for him he heartily appreciated. Just this suggestion of his, then there was no need to adopt it. No, I have my own way. He casually waved his hand and dismissed Jiang Wenjie. Soon after Jiang Wenjie left, Su Chi was planning to go to the cafeteria to eat, but as soon as she left the dormitory door, she was surrounded by a group of reporters. Mr. Su Chi, may I ask why you are certain that the nascent warriors can win? May I ask if you are providing prohibited items to the nascent warriors before the game? Mr. Su, I heard that you had placed a bet on the unheralded Nasi team before the match started. Was this all your plan? Reporters' questions followed one another. Su Chi let out a light laugh. It seemed that this group of reporters had long dug out a lot of entanglements between him and the Nashi battle team for the sake of traffic. It just so happens that he has the same thing he wants to show all the media together. It's better to come early than never, so he could simply announce it now. Thinking of this, Su Chi directly pulled out her cell phone. I'm rooting for Nasi just because I know that Risenberg's players aren't really as good as they were in those previous matches. On his cell phone was a surveillance video. Derry and the rest of the Fort Risen crew were sitting in a room, injecting themselves with some kind of drug. Perhaps the International Tribunal can properly investigate Fort Risen before investigating me. Su Chi directly sent this surveillance video to all the reporters present. The surveillance released by Su Chi quickly caught fire on the internet, and the netizens who were still trolling Nasi froze. The Nashi warriors also protested against the tournament organizers at this point, claiming that their drug test results were inaccurate and demanding that the International Association send down a referee to reconduct the drug test. Many also said it was very unfair to only drug test the Nats at the end of the game at that time. Finally, under tremendous public pressure, the International Association sent 3 senior referees to retest the urinalysis of the Nasi and Risenberg teams, with these 3 referees supervising the entire process. The 2 teams' test reports showed that it was the Risenberg team's urine sample that was positive, while the Nasi team was negative. The International Association got this shocking result and immediately sent an investigation team to thoroughly investigate the organizers of the domestic tournament, and eventually found out that it was the management of the Risenberg battle team that bribed the drug testing department. Doping and banned substances have been used in many of Risenberg's games this season, and employees of the Drug Enforcement Administration have placed huge bets on Risenberg before games. In the end, Risenberg was banned outright for 10 years, with all the results achieved in the previous 3 years cancelled and a hefty fine imposed on the domestic league. Suki was a guest at the Bridges home when the news announced the validity of Nasi's score. The entire Nats team and coaching staff were at the Bridgewater home, celebrating the tournament win and the reversal of public opinion. Mr. Su Chi, thank you for coming up with the evidence, which is what cleared us of our wrongdoings. Xiao Shi thanked Su Chi from the bottom of his heart. Su Chi smiled slightly. In his last life, the scandal of Risenberg bribing the drug inspection department was exposed a month later. By that time Nasi was on the verge of disbanding due to a lengthy ban, and the king of the generation had the king's trophy withdrawn and had no choice but to announce his retirement. Just as Risenberg was on the verge of winning the overall domestic title, the International Association happened to send an inspection team before Nasi was restored to the clean slate. To make it up to Nasi, the International Association offered Nasi a ticket to a wildcard match at an international event. I didn't realize that Nasi had just made it from the wildcard round to the group stage, and then from the group stage to the round of 16, followed by the round of 8 and the round of 4. In the end, Nasi miraculously won the overall international tournament title for the year, and Hashi became a new generation of legendary ballplayers. He just spared Nasi an unearned disaster. After bidding farewell to Qiaoshi, Su Chi returned to the dormitory in a relaxed manner, not realizing that just as he reached the dormitory floor, a figure leapt down from the upper floor. He was startled, and a number of people crowded over. Zhao Yuan, his 2 roommates rushed down the stairs in a hurry, just in time to meet Su Chi's gaze. What's going on this? Suchi hurriedly walked over to the two of them and asked. Zhao Yuan jumped off the building. The two roommates grabbed Suchi with a horrified look on their faces. Hurry up and call an ambulance. After a bit of coaxing, Zhao Yuan was carried to the ambulance. Suchi was a little surprised, thinking that in his last life, Zhao Yuan had only committed suicide by taking sleeping pills in the dormitory, and had not jumped off the building so heroically at all. He was still a little strange in his heart. Asked two roommates, he realized that Zhao Yuan also left a suicide note before jumping off the building. In the suicide note, incomparably remorseful mentioned when Suchi kindly reminded him, but instead he was taunted by the matter. It's all because I've lost my head. Suchi obviously reminded me with good intentions. If only I had listened to Suchi properly in the first place. Suchi read Zhao Yuan's suicide note and understood a few things in his heart. In his last life, anyone thought that Risenberg was a sure win, and Zhou Wen killed himself out of fear of 100,000 or so loans. But now, he's doing it out of endless regret, a despair that's greater than in his last life. Suchi sighed in his heart and went back to his dormitory. Meanwhile, in the school's gazebo, Song Xian was throwing a tantrum at Xia Yanran. Didn't you say that Risenberg was sure to win? Why is the winning team Nasi? I also got the news through someone else and kindly shared it with you. Xia Yanran became even more angry. On the day of the game, when she realized that the King of Balls hadn't withdrawn from the game due to injury like the insider who had tipped her off, she felt that something was wrong and hurriedly messaged the guy. But as soon as the message was sent, she realized she had been blackballed. When the results of the match came out, Xia Yanran instantly felt like the sky was about to collapse. During this period of time, she was already thinking of various ways to find that insider, but it was as if that person had evaporated. She returned to the school because she wanted to find Suchi to help her, but she didn't expect to run into Song Xian first. You still have the nerve to say that because of the fake news you revealed to me, I took all my pocket money that I had saved for a few months to buy Risen Castle, and now I'm losing money. Song Xian's heart became more and more infuriated when he saw Xia Yanran's couldn't care less appearance. I just told you the news. Did I tell you to buy Risenberg? Besides, didn't you just lose a few $100? Xia Yanran wrinkled her eyebrows, not wanting to fight with Song Xian here, and said in a bad humor, not just a few $100? Do you take these several $100s as small money? Song Xian instantly became even more angry when he heard her words. Song Xian, I didn't expect you to be such a calculating person. Xia Yanran wrapped her arms around her chest and couldn't help but complain. Once upon a time when Suchi was by her side, casually buying her a piece of clothing was a few $1,000s. And it wouldn't even occur to her that a boy would bother with her about money above all else. The colder her attitude was, the angrier Song Xian became. Unable to control himself, he rushed to her and pushed her to the ground, roaring, I'm catty? I lost half a year's savings because of you, and you still have the face to blabber on here. Xia Yanran looked at Song Xian's nearly twisted face and froze as she sat paralyzed on the ground. Song Xian looked at her dumbfounded appearance, and couldn't take out the anger in his heart, so he could only helplessly turn around and walk away. It was only after a long time that Xia Yanran came back to her senses and climbed up from the ground with a heart full of aggression. She found Suchi with tears in her eyes. Suchi, I've been cheated of a lot of money, and now the only person who can help me is you. She stood at the door of Suchi's dormitory, crying like a pear. It's not like I cheated you out of your money. What are you looking for me for? Suchi looked puzzled and raised her hand to close the door. Xia Yanran hurriedly grabbed Suchi's arm. As long as you're willing to help me, then I'm willing to be your girlfriend. Isn't this what you've always wanted? She said, as if she had made up her mind about something, moving slowly to unbutton her shirt. Anything you want me to do, as long as you're willing to help me find that liar. Suchi frowned tightly, her voice cold. Xia Yanran, get out of the way. With a bang, the door to his dorm slammed shut. Xia Yanran was stunned. Just now, Suchi rejected her? How can this be? Suchi clearly still cared about her. Suchi, open the door. She knocked sharply on Suchi's dormitory door, but what she waited for was the hostile aunt who noticed the abnormality. She was kicked straight out by the hostess. Running out of options, she had to look for ways to get started online, and eventually, on a forum where netizens shared their experiences of being scammed with each other, a netizen claiming to be a police detective chatted with her privately. I'm investigating the whereabouts of this crook you mentioned, so we can meet up if it's convenient. Xia Yanran was overjoyed and immediately chatted with the other party. Really? Then where do we meet? The other party gave a quick reply. Yes, the amount of money cheated by this liar is huge. We have set up a special investigation team. Is secretly investigated. I hope you can cooperate with our investigation. Out to make a statement. Great. Then let's meet at the cafe again tomorrow. Xia Yanran immediately took the initiative to give the other party a place to meet. The next day, Xia Yanran arrived at the cafe where she and the other party had an appointment. But he didn't expect to meet Suchi right in front of the cafe. When she thought of Suchi rejecting her so indifferently yesterday, Xia Yanran was a bit unhappy. Suchi, it's already too late for you to regret wanting to help me. She held her head high and said triumphantly, I've already found someone who is willing to help me. Oh, good luck. Suchi raised her eyelids, her expression cold. He walked into the cafe and directly ignored Xia Yanran to order his coffee. Xia Yanran's heart was blocked, and just as she was about to catch up with Suchi, a well-mannered voice came from behind her. Hello, MS. Yan Xia. She looked back and saw a gentle, middle-aged man. I'm Detective Qian. Once the two of them matched identities, Xia Yanran became excited and wanted to tell Detective Qian the whole story of her deception. Just as she walked into the cafe with Detective Qian's, Suchi also walked out with his order of coffee and dessert, and the three of them hit the ground running. Suchi's gaze fell uncontrollably on that Detective Qian. Noticing his gaze, Xia Yanran couldn't help but laugh out softly. See, this senior detective is here specifically to help me catch the crooks and recover the money. If you don't help me, there are people far more powerful than you to help me. Suchi narrowed her eyes and almost didn't laugh out loud. What a senior detective. A man who, if his memories of his previous life were correct, would soon be on the most wanted list. Is that so? Then you might want to check out this, he said with a lurch in his voice. Detective Money's identity, so you don't get ripped off again. Xia Yanran immediately glared at him in annoyance. Suchi, why are you so rude? How could Detective Chen cheat me? I'm penniless now. What else could he have cheated me? Hearing this, Suchi didn't say any more, and directly carried the things he bought and left. Shortly thereafter, the Nasi Warriors cruised to the overall domestic league championship, and Hashishi was awarded the Ballon d'Or trophy for the year, becoming an internationally sought-after sports superstar. Jiang Wenjie was originally a fan of the Nasi Warriors, and as Nasi soared, he quickly became a die-hard fan of Xiaoxi as well. He shamelessly pestered Suchi and smiled sarcastically. Suchi, can you help me get a signed photo of Xiaoxi? Didn't you help him in Nasi's battle team before? That's fine. Then I'll send him a message. Suchi agreed with alacrity. Ever since the ball game, Jiang Wenjie had automatically become his lapdog, making him a little embarrassed. The request made by Jiang Wenjie was just a casual thing to him, and there was no need for him to refuse. Great, Brother Qi, from now on you'll be my big brother. Big brother, please accept my little brother's obeisance. Jiang Wenjie delivered his doggy speech in high spirits. I didn't expect Suchi's cell phone to ring directly in the next second, but it was actually a video call from Xiaoxi. Jiang Wenjie almost didn't jump up in excitement. This. Suchi had a flat face. Xiaoxi said she wanted to thank you personally for liking her. At this moment, Jiang Wenjie's brain burned straight to the ground, and his most admired ballplayer personally made a video call to thank him for his favorite. This kind of thing, normally he wouldn't even dare to dream about it. A few days later, Xiaoxi sent a large package to Suchi, which not only contained Jiang Wenjie's heartfelt autographed photo, but also a ball signed by all the players of the Nashi Warriors, even including the signature of the former ball king who had already announced his retirement. In addition to that, Xiaoxi also gave Suchi his Ballon d'Or trophy as a gift to thank Suchi for clearing the gloom for Nasi. Jiang Wenjie, who got the ball signed by the entire Nats team, almost fainted with excitement again. While they were overjoyed on their side, Xia Yanran was following Officer Qian on a bus going to the border. Detective Qian, are you telling the truth? Can we really recover all my money this time? Xia Yanyan looked at the scene outside the bus, with some hidden worries in her heart. Of course, Detective Money swore. She had been in constant communication with Detective Money for the previous month, and Detective Money actually did help her recover tens of thousands of dollars, but all that money is now frozen. And he said he can only call all the money back when all the money is recovered and the case is closed. This time, Detective Qian found out that the crook escaped and went out of the country. In order to catch the crook successfully, Detective Qian offered to let her join in the chase. Although Xia Yanran was reluctant, the hospital had already pushed up her mom's medical expenses, so she could only agree to Detective Qian in her helplessness. After getting off the bus, Detective Qian led Xianyan down a large section of deserted trail. Xia Yanran couldn't help but complain as she walked until her back ached. Detective, why don't we just drive there? This road is also too difficult to walk. I'm investigating this case in secret. If I make a big fuss and go on the main road, I'm sure I'll alert that crook, and then you won't be able to recover your money at all, Detective Qian said with a serious face. Hearing this, Xia Yanran also deflated and could only honestly follow Detective Qian through the layers of barbed wire. Just as Xia Yanran was about to faint from exhaustion from walking, Detective Qian suddenly opened his mouth. Arrived. She was delighted, but just before she could speak, several men rushed up around the two of them and pinned her to the ground. She screamed out, looking at Detective Qian in fear. Detective, Help me. Saving you? You too bit it. Detective Chien sneered out. After coaxing you for a small month, my saliva, this is to say, dry. Old third, the goods you brought back this time are good. A few others tied up Xia Yan then, came over to his side and muttered with furrowed brows. Xia Yanran was completely dumbfounded, and it was only then that she recalled what Su Qi had said in a trance. At that time, Su Qi had reminded her to check the identity of this Detective Chien. A pang of regret and a few moments of resentment ran through her. Su Qi must have already seen that this Detective Chien was not a good person. Why couldn't he say so at that time? The group didn't give her much time to be sentimental and quickly sold her to a blonde man. Woo woo, with her hands and feet tied, she was powerless to fight, and could only watch with tears in her eyes as the man stripped her of her jacket. After his last bad luck at the taming grounds, Yorahan had been quiet for a month, and only had the guts to run out and find some amusement when he finally confirmed that the one wouldn't be coming back to haunt him. Not bad. It's not that bad compared to that cargo I bought last time. It's just, well, it's a little smaller here. Ignoring Cheyenne's horrified gaze, Yorahan commented on her and was about to take off the shirt inside his jacket as well when his eyes fell on the dragon pendant that hung around Cheyenne's neck. The man's movements came to a screeching halt, and his look and gestures became terrified. Where did you get this pendant from? He asked, looking fearfully at Xia Yanran's pendant. Xia Yanran was about to faint from fear, and suddenly heard the words of this foreigner. Thought he was looking at this pendant, and hurriedly said, "It was given to me by one of my lickspittles. Take it if you like. I'll give you anything if you'll leave me alone." A dog licker? Are you saying that the owner of this necklace is your suitor? Yorahan climbed up from Xia Yanran's body in shock. Are you telling the truth? Xia Yanran had already been scared to the point of losing her ability to think, and nodded her head uncontrollably. Yes, 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 yes. He's been frantically pursuing me, and he's also given me a special number of things. And this pendant is just one of them. Yorahan heard her and immediately ran out of the room in fear. Xia Yanran was at a loss for words as she looked at the wide-open doorway, and within a moment's time, a few maids fishtailed in with new clothes and served her to change. Only when she had changed her clothes did Yoraham appear again, but this time in a refined manner, a far cry from the beast he had just been. Honorable lady, I will send you back to your country immediately, and I hope you will forgive me for the offense I took at you earlier. Xia Yanran touched the pendant on her chest, realizing with hindsight that it was the thing that saved her. But isn't this Suki stuff? Soon after, Yorahan arranged for a special plane to send Xia Yanran back to her country. Xia Yanran couldn't understand how. Suchi sent her this pendant. Price is not expensive even if, but also can save her life at the critical moment. Why did that blonde man, who looked like he had a lot of money, show so much fear when he saw this pendant? The only explanation was that Suchi must be hiding something from her. He must have a very scary background. He definitely wouldn't just be an ordinary high school student. It seemed that only Suki could help her find the crook now. Xia Yanran gritted her teeth and used the little change she had left to buy a bunch of roses and waited at the school entrance. Seeing Xia Yanran, the school flower who had been missing for several days, suddenly appear with roses, many boys were attracted to her. The crowd looked at Xia Yanran and talked. What a big bunch of roses. Which boy gave it to Xia Yanran? So romantic? No. It seems like Xia Yanran brought it to school herself. Maybe she bought it herself. How could anyone buy flowers for themselves? I think Xia Yanran bought them to give away. Right? Give it away? Give it away to who? Right in the middle of the crowd's murmur, Suchi walked to the school entrance with her bag on her back. Xia Yanran immediately held the flowers and walked to him. Suchi, until now I realized that you are so important in my life. I really can't leave you. Let's be together. Looking at the bouquet of delicate red roses, Suchi was sickened in her heart. What do you want again? He frowned. Suchi, I like you. Xia Yanran clenched her teeth, blinking a pair of glazed, clear eyes with a look of deep affection. The crowd gathered around them to see what was going on began to rise up. The school beauty herself confessed her love. Is this still not a yes? Suchi, you're really lucky. Stay together. Don't you know enough to be with Xia Yanran? Outside the crowd, Shang Ruyan's face was blue. She came to pick up Suchi from school, but she didn't expect to see this scene in front of the school. The romance in other people's eyes was an invisible sharp knife to her. It was a pity that she had already promised Suchi that she wouldn't suspect her anymore. Otherwise she would have rushed straight over and slapped Xia Yanran hard. In the midst of an uproar, Xia Yanran stuffed the roses into Suchi's hands. Behind Shang Ruyan, Jochen slowly walked over and lightly laughed. Ruyan, Suchi is a penniless and philandering scum. You see, he's such a womanizer at school. If he works later, he'll probably be even more dishonest. Such a man doesn't deserve your love at all. Shang Ruyan snorted coldly. Have you said enough? Zhou Chen's face stiffened, and just as he was about to continue his persuasion, Shang Ruyan said in a cold voice, Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're a member of the Wang clan. Next time you dare to follow me, I'll waste your legs." With a cramped hostility in her body, she directly turned around and got into the car, slamming the door with a bang and leaving. So angry? Seeing that Shang Ruyan had managed to be enraged by herself, Zhou Chen thought that she had succeeded in provoking her and immediately followed Shang Ruyan away. Shang Ruyan has left. Why should he stay? Young master, look, the assistant who accompanied Zhou Chen suddenly reminded him. He followed his assistant's voice and looked back to see that in the middle of the crowd, Su Qi had directly stuffed Xia Yanran's large bouquet of roses into the trash can. He even made up 2 feet because the roses were too big to fit in the trash can. Xia Yanran looked at Su Qi's actions and instantly became irritated. Su Qi, is it wrong for me to like you? That little bit of yours to fool a 3-year-old child, even if you made your own mess to clean up by yourself. Don't delude yourself into thinking that I will continue to wipe your ass with the same as before. Su Qi sneered. Having seen through Xia Yanran's heart long ago, she was so proud of herself that if she hadn't been pushed, she wouldn't have done something like confessing. Sure enough, as soon as his words fell, Xia Yanran revealed a few moments of weakness, but with so many eyes watching, she was still unwilling to lose face and stubbornly said, "Even if you don't like me, don't trample on my sincerity towards you, okay? Can't we be decent to each other?" Su Qi snorted, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Decent? The whole school knows I have a girlfriend and you're sticking it to me like that so I can turn around and how my girlfriend? Didn't you stay with Shang Ruyan just to piss me off? Xia Yanran said with a heart full of grievances. Su Qi had a vicious chill. Who gave you this illusion? In my life, the only person I like is Shang Ruyan. In the future, don't come and harass me. What? Xia Yanran was stunned, simply unable to believe Su Qi's words, but before his eyes, Su Qi had already left with determination. Looking at his back, Xia Yanran's heart was inexplicably sour. Obviously she confessed to Su Qi also just wanted him to help solve his own trouble. Not like Su Qi. But why did her heart throb so badly when she really heard Su Qi's words of rejection? The main character had retreated. And naturally, those crowds that had gathered before dispersed in a flurry. Zhou Chen took in the scene just now, and he turned back to his assistant in a cold voice. Remember, you didn't see anything. Su Qi just received Xia Yanran's flowers. If Ruyan hears anything, you're off the hook. The assistant was immediately silenced and nodded. Zhou Chen followed Shang Ruyan quietly to the vicinity of her villa. Tomorrow is the weekend. Su Qi will definitely go home tonight. He will wait to see how Su Qi and Shang Ruyan explain how. The two of them would definitely have a big fight by then. While he could take advantage of Shang Ruyan's heartbreak, the more gentle and affectionate he was, the more he appeared to be how philandering and promiscuous Su Qi was, and as long as Shang Ruyan had eyes, she must know exactly who to choose. Zhou Chen patiently waited outside the villa for a while, but he didn't expect Su Qi to wait for a van instead of arriving. The van drove around him and into the courtyard of the villa. Su Qi walked out with a puzzled look on her face, but she saw Shang Ruyan walking out of the villa in her nightgown. Silk nightgown wrapped around the exquisite and enchanting figure. Water snake-like waist slowly twisting with her pace. Each change of curve seduces the soul and makes people dazzled. Coupled with the fox-like delicate little face, the woman walking face to face has the capital to make any man fall into. Even Zhou Chen gritted his teeth cynically. The thought of someone who was inferior to him in every aspect of his life being able to fully possess this body at night gave him the urge to go crazy. Baby, what is this? Su Qi asked suspiciously. Just see the van. All full of roses. And they are of different colors. Pink roses, red roses, white roses. These flowers are arranged in a staggered pattern with each other and are very pleasing to the eye. Shang Ruyan walked to Su Qi and hugged him tightly with a cold face. The 2 thin layers of fabric couldn't stop the warmth of the skin. And the soft and hauntingly mysterious touch. My flowers, they look better than Xia Yanran's. Su Qi froze and quickly reacted, immediately holding the woman in his arms with force. That's for sure. In fact, Su Qi was also a little crying and laughing. Shang Ruyan was probably the first woman who took the initiative to send flowers to her boyfriend. The moment warmed his heart and a wave of affection swept over him. It seems that he was really wrong in the past, and that someone like Shang Ruyan is a hard-to-find treasure in a world filled with fame and glitz. What looks better than flowers? Is you. Su Qi lowered his voice, dark tide surging in his black and white eyes. The suggestiveness of this look was too strong. Shang Ruyan understood it almost immediately, and her ears immediately turned red. Su Qi didn't want to delay too much time and directly picked up the person, and Shang Ruyan didn't resist, letting herself be held by him. Zhou Chen's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing. Shang Ruyan was notoriously difficult to deal with. How could she not only not be angry with Su Qi, but also buy him flowers? So, Shang Ruyan just came back. Not at all angry, do not want to pay attention to Su Qi, but came back to prepare a surprise. Want to tell Su Qi she is better for him than Xia Yanran for him? Zhou Chen felt like all of his past perceptions had collapsed, and he waited outside the villa unwillingly, wanting to see if Su Qi would be thrown out after a while, but not a moment's effort later. He saw two entwined figures through the curtains of Shang Ruyan's room. Those slender legs were Shang Ruyan's at first glance. Su Qi. His eyes were red as he bit out these two words from between his teeth. The thought of Shang Ruyan and Su Qi entangled together made him want to tear Su Qi to pieces immediately. Dare to touch my woman. Su Qi. You'll see. He waved his hand with a grim look on his eyes and told his assistant to drive away. And at this time in the villa, the two lingered for a long time. Su Qi still could not let go of Shang Ruyan. Baby, I still want to. He laughed evilly and wrapped his arms around Shang Ruyan's thin waist. His big hands naturally moved up, and Shang Ruyan couldn't control it and hummed, begging for mercy in a small voice. Outside the door, Jin He, who was listening to the movement of the two men, grimaced. This Su Qi really can't do anything but that little male and female thing. Every time he comes to the villa, he has to make trouble for a long time, and I don't know where he gets all that energy. Obviously during this period of time, Mr. Shang was busy with his work and hadn't rested well for a long time, and he didn't know to feel sorry for Mr. Shang's body. Besides, how can Su Qi be worthy of Mr. Shang? The only one who can be worthy of Mr. Shang is, thinking of a certain mysterious figure wearing a mask, Jin He uncontrollably blushed, and this Su Qi, who had nothing but bluffing by pretending to be his master. At that moment, an evocative voice drifted through the doorway again. Hearing Shang Ruyan beg for mercy, Jin He frowned and raised her hand to knock on the door of the room. What is it? Shang Ruyan immediately asked. Mr. Shang, you have some work to take care of. Jin He stood outside the door and said respectfully. It was only a moment later that Shang Ruyan opened the door to her room, straightened her somewhat wrinkled collar, and went to the study in a dignified manner. Su Qi followed Shang Ruyan out and naturally noticed the dislike in Jin He's eyes. We don't seem to have any beef, do we? He wrapped his arms around his chest and opened the door. You're purposely interrupting me and Ruyan. So what if it is? Jin He held his head high. Are you not disturbing him as Shang by pestering her all day? After saying that, she turned around and went to Shang Ruyan's study. Su Qi was dumbfounded and followed her to the study. Shang Ruyan was sitting in front of the computer, seemingly reading a document. He glanced at Jin He who was on the side and lightly laughed as he stepped forward and hugged Shang Ruyan. Baby, it's late and you're still working? Wait a minute. Shang Ruyan pushed Su Qi with some difficulty, looking like she was about to say something. What's wrong, baby? There are no outsiders here? I miss you so much that I can't even think about you. Su Qi hugged Shang Ruyan tightly, purposely nestling his head on her neck, his voice intimate. No. Shang Ruyan was just about to open her mouth when Su Qi interrupted her again. I haven't seen you for a day. The whole day my mind is full of you. Now at home and still won't let me get close and intimate? Su Qi said while stealing a glance at Jin He's face darker than the bottom of a pot. Su Qi. Shang Ruyan gave him a look and said quietly. Uncertainly. Su Qi followed her gaze to her computer screen, only to realize that Shang Ruyan was in a video conference. Many of the executives of the Shangshi group and the Shang family elders looked at the two of them somewhat dumbfounded. Su Qi draws the corners of his mouth. So embarrassing. Then, I will leave first. Su Qi let out a light laugh and let go of her hold on Su Qi's hand to leave. Clan Elder Lu on the other end of the computer suddenly scolded angrily. Nonsense, Su Qi, is this how you usually hinder Ruyan's work? Clan Elder Lu, this is my personal matter and has nothing to do with you. Shang Ruyan's eyes stared as she rebuked in a cold voice. Ruyan, you can't be so protective of him. Can he be more important than our entire Shang family? The entire Shangshi group? Even if such a man can't do anything for your career, he's always dragging you down. Su Qi, listening to Clan Elder Lu's words, directly let out a light laugh, re-holding Shang Ruyan's hand, and tenderly said, Ruyan, I'm a bit hungry. Accompany me to eat dinner together. Without waiting for Shang Ruyan to speak, he continued, didn't we say goodbye? Whenever we can eat together in the future, we will absolutely not let each other be alone. Shang Ruyan immediately hung up the video call. It's not that this meeting isn't important, but, due to Su Qi's behavior just now, her body has already felt the difference, and I'm afraid this meeting can't go on. She had never wanted to embarrass herself in that regard. Su Qi deliberately behind Shang Ruyan, winked at the Lu clan elder on the other end of the phone and smiled very smugly. Early in the morning, a ray of sunlight shines into the messy bedroom. Shang Ruyan opened her eyes, and after her consciousness was restored, she couldn't help but frown tightly and grunt softly in distress. She tried to move her body, a more bizarre expression on her face. Su Qi also woke up at that moment, and he moved slightly to take the woman into his arms. Shang Ruyan's forehead left a string of crystalline sweat drops. Her expression was clearly a little hard to bear, but her eyes were soft to the extreme. Okay, then I'm off to school, Suchi answered with a pressed voice. Shang Ruyan bit her red lips, needing all her patience to restrain herself from making a sound. Really hurt, but underneath the pain, there was an indescribable, erotically marvelous sensation. Xia Yanran arrived at the classroom one step behind Suchi. Seeing her enter the classroom, Su Yan immediately let out a light laugh and purposely amplified her voice. Isn't this our big school beauty Xia Yanran? Shouldn't she be hiding at home and crying in secret after just having her confession rejected? How can she still come to class so normally? Xia Yanran held her head high and didn't seem embarrassed. It's Su Chi's loss if he doesn't like me. There are plenty of people chasing after me, and I've already found a much better boyfriend than Su Chi. Her voice was crisp and proud as she declared. Su Yan snorted with a look of disbelief. Just blow it off. Who can blow off you? When other students heard Xia Yanran's words, they also curiously gathered around. Xia Yanran, who is your boyfriend? Su Chi was the number one in the 9 schools joint exam these past few times. Can your boyfriend be even better than Su Chi? Su Chi? Xia Yanran looked disdainful. What's the use of his good grades? It's just studying hard for a few more lifetimes. But he can't catch up with my boyfriend. Really? The crowd instantly perked up. You've got a rich second-generation boyfriend? Xia Yanyan's mouth was very strict, saying that she was not willing to disclose any information about her boyfriend. And the crowd could only make wild guesses. Su Yan skimmed her mouth and said contemptuously, you confessed to Su Chi yesterday, and today you said you found a boyfriend. Who believes that? I'm afraid it's because you're afraid you'll lose face if your confession is rejected. So you deliberately lied, right? You're saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them. Xia Yanran laughed and said proudly, my boyfriend will come to pick me up after school today. You can even make up this kind of lie. Ha! Su Yan didn't believe it at all and directly turned her head to stop talking nonsense with Xia Yanran. And Su Chi didn't care. For Xia Yanran as a person, no matter what happened, he wouldn't care anymore. But what everyone didn't expect was that when school was about to end, a luxury car was actually parked in front of the school. Su Chi was also a bit strange. The Xia Yanran of her last life didn't know any rich boyfriends. He followed the other students out of the school gates, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw Zhou Chen get out of that luxury car. Zhou Chen is not a good person. On the contrary, he is a complete scum. Xia Yanran's vision can be really poor. Just as he was wondering how the two knew each other, Shang Ruyan's car pulled up in front of him as well. Su Chi, let's go. She stretched out her white and tender lotus root-like arm and took Su Chi's arm. And in order to block certain inconveniently seen traces, a different kind of gauze scarf was also put on her neck. As soon as Zhou Chen saw Shang Ruyan, he immediately stopped them with Xia Yanran. Su Chi, I heard that you often pestered Xia Yanran before, right? He deliberately questioned Su Chi in front of Shang Ruyan. Pester? What's she got to pester me about? Su Chi's expression was flat. In terms of figure and appearance or character and family, can she compare to my Ruyan with a single finger? Why would I let Ruyan not to pester her? Shang Ruyan was still in a bit of discomfort because of Zhou Chen's words, but in the twinkling of an eye, she was in a good mood. She didn't care how Su Chi used to be, as long as Su Chi was now single-mindedly devoted to her. Su Chi, you are with Shang Ruyan only because you covet her money, right? Xia Yanran opened her mouth with a disdainful face. Even after school you need your girlfriend to drive to pick you up. I've never seen a man as useless as you. Su Chi, you don't get angry. After all, what Yanran said is the truth. I see you still can't drive until now, right? This other man follow Shang Ruyan, is again useless? Later can also be a driver. You well. Zhou Chen looked Su Chi up and down, and the contempt in his eyes was self-evident. I'm Ruyan's boyfriend, not her driver. If you're interested in being Ruyan's driver, you can apply for a job at Shengshire Group tomorrow, Su Chi said uncaringly. You, Zhou Chen's complexion stared as he gritted his teeth. Su Chi, don't be a smart ass. If you have the ability, go to the suburb with me to compete in a race car, and also let me see what you really have. Racing? Su Chi frowned slightly. Why would I want to compete with you? You're scared, aren't you? A bumpkin like you. I guess you haven't even seen what the driver's seat of a top-class racing car looks like in your life, right? Zhou Chen grew more and more contemptuous, mocking nonchalantly. Since you have to compete, let's do it. Hearing that Su Chi was going to race with others, Jiang Wenjie, who had always liked excitement, hurriedly doggedly came up. Brother Chi, take me with you? Su Chi looked at Shang Ruyan. The woman's eyes were cold, like a snake that had been violated in its territory. He believed that even if he didn't go today, Shang Ruyan would help her out in her own way. Of course he couldn't let his girlfriend help him get back on his feet, so he immediately agreed. Yeah, as you wish. Soon, several people were driving to the outskirts of the city. Shang Ruyan specially asked Xiaoyu to drive the Shang family's best racing car over. What's the point of having a good race car if you can't drive it? When Zhou Chen saw the race car, he couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Su Qi, it's impossible for you to win against me. It's not even a match yet. How do you know that I will definitely lose? Su Qi let out a light laugh. You really don't know the heights of heaven. You didn't know where you were pissing and playing with mud when I was playing with racing cars. Zhou Chen laughed indulgently. It's a bit meaningless to compare just like this. How about this? Whoever loses between the two of us can't touch the race car once more within a year behind. What do you think? Su Qi thought about it and proposed seriously. Zhou Chen grunted in dissatisfaction. What kind of punishment is this for you? You're just a dirtbag who can't afford a race car in the first place. If you lose, you'll have to crawl through the bottom of my pants and learn 3 more barks. Don't you go too far. Shang Ruyan's eyes went cold, and her body released a lingering cold aura, as if she wanted to tear him apart. Good. It's a deal. Su Qi, however, took Shang Ruyan's hand and nodded. The two of them quickly agreed to run 10 laps around a stretch of uninhabited road in the suburbs, and whoever finished first was the winner. The two were about to compare when suddenly a car pulled up in front of them, and a few of Jiang Wenjie's friends stepped out of the car. Jiang Wenjie hemmed and hawed. I called a few friends who have played racing to come over and watch together. When the result of the race comes out, there will also be a witness, is not it? No problem. Zhou Chen agreed in a single breath. As soon as Jiang Wenjie announced the start of the race, Zhou Chen's car soared out, while Su Qi started normally, and immediately fell behind Zhou Chen by a large margin. Xia Yanran hurriedly grabbed the seatbelt and glanced back at Su Qi, who had been thrown far away by Zhou Chen, with a burst of smugness in her heart. Su Qi's speed was like a turtle crawling, and he still had the nerve to race with Zhou Chen. He clearly didn't know how to drive a race car, but Zhou Chen agreed to the race as soon as he was provoked. Surely he didn't want to lose face in front of her. Seeing her with Zhou Chen, Su Qi must have regretted it to the core. Unfortunately, she already had Zhou Chen now, and even if Su Qi had shown her quite a bit of care and consideration from before, it was nothing compared to the Zhou family's financial power. You're awesome. Xia Yanran couldn't help but praise Zhou Chen. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Chen had actually overtaken Su Qi by a full lap, and he was even more pleased with himself as he directly stepped on the gas and drifted through the corner. Xia Yanran wasn't carsick, but she couldn't stand Zhou Chen driving so fast, and soon her head became a little dizzy, and she requested in a small voice, Zhou Chen, can you drive a little slower? I vomit. She covered her mouth and almost threw up. This car of mine is a limited edition. You can't throw up. Zhou Chen frowned in dissatisfaction and rebuked, driving faster in the next second instead. Xia Yanran collapsed directly onto the seat, feeling like her brain was going to be thrown out, and with an inadvertent glance back, she was surprised to see Su Qi pulling over and Shang Ruyan opening the door to get out of the car. She frowned and couldn't help but sneer in her mind. Su Qi drove slowly even if, this time also pull over. Does he think that with less weight of Shang Ruyan, his speed can exceed Zhou Chen? However, soon after, Su Qi's racing car approached towards Zhou Chen's car at a rapid pace. Without waiting for her to react, Su Qi had already tied Zhou Chen's lap count and quickly overtook him by 1 lap. Zhou Chen was annoyed beyond measure, and pressed the gas hard to catch up with Su Qi, but no matter how much he slapped the steering wheel, Su Qi was always 1 lap ahead of him. Xia Yanran resisted the feeling of vomiting and reacted in a trance. Su Qi just drove so slowly because Shang Ruyan was in the car, and he didn't want Shang Ruyan to have a hard time with motion sickness. For a moment, an indescribable taste welled up in her heart. After the 10 laps, Su Qi parked her car and waited on the side of the road for a few minutes before Zhou Chen arrived late in his car. Zhou Chen, you lost. Jiang Wenjie announced the result cheerfully. That can't be right. He's definitely missing the circle. Zhou Chen looked at Su Qi in exasperation and annoyance. Jiang Wenjie's side immediately spoke in a chorus. Aren't you talking nonsense? We could all see it clearly just now. She is just driving faster than you. That's right. You don't want to renege, do you? If you're willing to bet, you can't touch the car for a year. The young master of the Zhou family, you wouldn't have no sense of integrity at all, would you? Jiang Wenjie was prepared and directly pulled out a drone. I can let the drone capture all the footage of your racing just now. If you don't believe me, you can watch the video. Zhou Chen's face stiffened and he snorted coldly. Isn't it just not touching the race car? If you don't touch it, you don't touch it. Brother Qi, let's go. Jiang Wenjie came in front of Su Qi, as if inviting credit. There's not even a signal in this suburb. You can't even get a taxi. And I don't know if young Master Zhou is tired of walking back just like this. At those words, Zhou Chen realized that something was wrong. Su Qi, however, spoke 1 step ahead of him. If you want to drive a race car back, that's fine. Just drill through my crotch and forget about it. You, Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and raised his hand to point at Su Qi, his face as bad as it could be. Jiang Wenjie hurriedly stepped forward and said with a playful smile, "Young Master Zhou, don't be angry. Just now I also found a car for you to go back to. The sports car is definitely not comparable to. You'll just drive. At least it's also a means of transportation." Only then did Zhou Chen's face ease a few points. Unexpectedly, what Jiang Wenjie drove over was actually a garbage truck, and the car was already full of garbage, giving off a sickeningly sour and rancid odor. Xia Yanran hurriedly pinched her nose, but she has a heavy degree of cleanliness. Usually it's just a little bit more dust on the clothes she wears she can't stand. "And you're just going to let us drive this back?" She waved her hand in disgust. It's good to find this car, so you two will have to make do with what you've got." Seeing Zhou Chen not moving, Jiang Wenjie deliberately asked, "Young Master Zhou, you're not leaving yet. Are you planning to wait for us all to leave and then secretly drive the race car back?" "Humph." Zhou Chen snorted coldly, grabbed the car keys of the garbage truck, and got into the car with a furrowed brow. Xia Yanran could only reluctantly follow Zhou Chen into the car. "Baby, let's go too." Suchi pulled up Shang Ruyan's hand, and the two of them drove the sports car, enjoying the scenery along the way, and returned to the villa with incomparable comfort. As for Xia Yanran's side, it was hard to return to the city, and she immediately rushed back to her dormitory. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, the dormitory was immediately filled with a strong odor of garbage. The roommate immediately shouted out in disgust, Xia Yanran, you stink too much on this body. What's wrong with you?" I'm going to take a shower first." Xia Yanran had no way to explain, and could only rush into the bathroom first. The roommate raised a hand to raise the air from the tip of his nose in a fit of breathlessness and muttered to the other two roommates, "Didn't Xia Yanran have a rich second-generation boyfriend? Can it be that her boyfriend's family owns a garbage collection site? What? I think it is that the rich second generation played her tired. Just kicked her to the garbage heap chant. You did not see her just that wretched look? We just finished cleaning the dormitory and she made it smell so bad. We'll lose our outstanding dormitory this week. Wait, she's using the bathroom to shower now, and the bathroom stinks. How are we going to do it later?" A couple of the housemates got angrier and angrier as they talked. Xia Yanran hid in the bathroom, listening to the disgusting words of several people. Her heart was also very difficult. Her expression was embarrassed and she bit her lips tightly. Inexplicably, she counted this resentment on Zhou Chen. It's all circumstantial. If Zhou Chen hadn't lost to Su Qi, she wouldn't have been in such a mess. Su Qi. Xia Yanran couldn't help but shout out the name. She numbly showered and was about to get out of the bathroom when she suddenly had an extra message on her phone. It was actually a message from Su Qi. "Huma, can we meet at the Heartland Hotel tonight? I miss you." Xia Yanran's heart violently trembled, and she couldn't help but get a little excited. Su Qi must have seen her with Zhou Chen and couldn't stand it and wanted to ask for her forgiveness. Thinking of Su Qi's meticulous thoughtfulness towards Shang Ruyan today, Xia Yanran's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This tenderness and thoughtfulness originally belonged to her. It was Shang Ruyan who shamelessly snatched Su Qi. Since Su Qi was willing to turn back, she would forgive Su Qi this time, and it wasn't impossible to go and meet him. At the same time, Su Qi also received a text message from Shang Ruyan. "Suki, see you tonight at the Heartland Hotel." This was Shang Ruyan's tone, coupled with what happened during the day. It was very likely that Shang Ruyan was jealous again because of Xia Yanran. He didn't think much of it and just agreed. On the other end of the phone, Shang Hongwei looked at Su Qi's reply and immediately deleted both messages from Shang Ruyan's phone. Shang Ruyan came out of the bathroom in her pajamas and glanced at Shang Hongwei with some dissatisfaction. Shang Hongwei had already put down his cell phone and smiled somewhat unnaturally. "Dad just wanted to come and chat with you. If you persuade me to stay with Zhou Chen, then there's no need to chat," Shang Ruyan said in a cold voice. Seeing how determined she was, Shang Hongwei could only sigh helplessly. Still, he was vaguely looking forward to it when he thought that it was half done. At night, Su Qi arrived at the hotel room Shang Ruyan said she would as promised. There was no light on in the room. Su Qi opened the door and hugged the woman in the room. Xia Yanran was just about to exclaim, but she was directly pounced on the bed by Su Qi, and without waiting for her to make a sound, Su Qi kissed her lips. She wanted to raise her hand to push Su Qi away, but she accidentally touched the tight muscles on his small arm. Once upon a time, she actually didn't know that Su Qi's kissing skills were actually so superior that it made her sink instantly. She wanted so badly to just drown in the gentle, lingering kiss. "Ruyan, I love you." Su Qi closed his eyes and slowly descended, moved and kissed on Xia Yanran's neck, and his hand naturally touched Xia Yanran's chest, mouth. Hearing Su Qi shouting actually Shang Ruyan's name, Xia Yanran instantly sobered up a few points, but the experience Su Qi had just given her was too good. She actually had some reluctance to interrupt Su Qi just like this, so much so that she wanted Su Qi to continue like this, lingering with her to the end. Just when she was about to fall into a sweet fantasy, Suchi suddenly tensed up and bounced up from the bed. You're not Shang Ruyan. Ruyan's figure is much better than yours. Who are you? Suchi was irritated for a while. Could it be that he was fairy jumped? He hurriedly went to turn on the light, but he didn't want to. But the door of the room was suddenly kicked open, and Zhou Chen entered with a group of reporters in a fishbowl. The lights in the room instantly turned wide open, and Xia Yanran's eyes widened as she subconsciously covered her clothes and shrank toward the comforter. The reporters had their cameras up a long time ago, too. The moment she saw Zhou Chen, Suchi reacted. He's being counted. Someone quietly took Shang Ruyan's cell phone and sent him a message. You're looking for death. He glanced at Xia Yanran, his eyes showing a vicious color. Originally, he wanted Xia Yanran to take her own life, but now, he changed his mind. Xia Yanran shrunk her neck. She had never seen Suchi so violent, and when she thought that just now Suchi was calling Shang Ruyan's name on the bed, she felt a pang of pain in her heart. It turns out that the person in Suchi's heart has always been Shang Ruyan. Suchi, you are already with Shang Ruyan. Why are you still entangled with Xia Yanran? Zhou Chen deliberately asked loudly in front of a crowd of reporters. This young lady, may I ask if you voluntarily had sex with Suchi? A reporter seized the opportunity and disliked the microphone right in front of Xia Yanran. No, I am not. Xia Yanran was frightened and hurriedly denied it. So, it was Suchi who forced you? Zhou Chen immediately pursued. Xia Yanran looked at Zhou Chen with a confused expression, and after some veiled eye contact, she instantly understood what Zhou Chen meant. She pointed at Suchi and cried, yes, he forced me. I didn't even want to have sex with him. Luckily you guys came in time so that he didn't get his hands on me. Oh, Mr. Suchi, is what Xia Yanran said true? The reporters immediately turned their heads curiously to ask Suchi, only to find that Suchi was actually gone at some point. Suchi, who slipped out of the hotel, immediately wanted to call Shang Ruyan to explain, but she didn't expect Shang Ruyan's phone to call first. I've already seen it. Shang Ruyan's voice sounded incomparably calm. Baby, listen to me. Suchi was just about to open her mouth to explain, but Shang Ruyan opened her mouth first. I'm sorry, I was careless this time, letting someone move my cell phone. I've already checked it out. Daring to count on you. I'll make the Zhou family pay for it. Suchi shook his head before reacting that Shang Ruyan's anger was not because of him. No rush. He let out a soft laugh. That night, Suchi returned to Shang Ruyan's villa, and a group of clan elders from the Shang family had been waiting for him. Clan elder Lu took the lead and stood out, pointing at him with righteous indignation. Suchi, our Shang family won't want you, a man with corrupted personal morals, to be Shang Ruyan's husband. You get out of the Shang family now. More than just private morals being corrupted. Suchi forcing another woman. This is clearly a crime against the law. Our Shang clan must not tolerate the existence of such a stain like Suchi. Another clan elder also stood out, exasperated. If I really forced Xia Yanran, then why didn't she go to the police? Suchi deliberately followed the words of several clan elders and asked back. Clan elder Lu let out a cold laugh, as if he had caught the loophole in Suchi's words, and immediately questioned. So, you and Xia Yanran are in love with each other? Don't you talk nonsense. Suchi gritted her teeth, looking like she had no way to explain. Either way, the reporter has photographed you and Xia Yanran in a bed unclothed. The evidence is overwhelming. Do you still want to deny it? Shang Hongwei said with a gloomy face. Shang Ruyan sat on the side, kept her face cold and didn't say a word. Shang Hongwei said, looked at her and sighed helplessly. Ruyan, you all saw the reporter's live feed, right? Could it be that this time, you still want to defend Suchi, this scum? Under the worried gazes of the crowd, Shang Ruyan closed her eyes somewhat painfully and helplessly said, in that case, just listen to Dad and the clan elders and let him go. Ruyan, Suchi was incredulous. You have to believe me. Thinking of what Suchi said to herself, Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes and deliberately put on a picture of disappointment. Suchi, you disappoint me too much. Shang Ruyan's attitude made everyone sigh in relief. They knew that Shang Ruyan was completely disappointed with Suchi this time. A woman who has always been strong cannot tolerate the betrayal of someone close to her. Without Shang Ruyan's favoritism, Suchi is no longer something to be feared. Jean, he immediately asked the servants to take out all of Suchi's things. Throw out all of his stuff, so as not to dirty Mr. Shang's eyes. After ordering, when she saw that Suchi hadn't left yet, she immediately wrinkled her eyebrows and chided. Are you still not quick to get out? Suchi looked around at the people in the villa and sighed helplessly. Ruyan, wait for me. I will definitely prove my innocence. Jean, he took a step forward with a cold face, wanting to kick him right out of the door of the Shang family. Suchi, however, took a step ahead of her and walked out. His things had been thrown out like garbage, piled sideways. Suchi stood next to the pile of garbage. as if he were a lost dog. He patted the non-existent dust on his hands and was about to close the door when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a mysterious black color. And upon closer inspection, what appeared to be a mask-like object rolled halfway out of an overturned cardboard box next to Su-chi. She frowned, inexplicably feeling that there was something familiar about that black mask, as if she had seen it somewhere before. But in the next second, the mask was put away by Su-chi. She snorted lightly with disdain. Su-chi is a phoenix man who wants to be with a rich woman. Even if he has something valuable, it must be a gift from Shang Ruyan. What kind of good things can he have himself? Take care of your Mr. Shang for me. Su-chi's tone was light and breezy, as if the wretchedness just now was just an illusion. Jinha snorted coldly. I don't need you to tell me. Su-chi then said no more and turned around to leave, holding her things. Walking back to Su's house, he happened to pass by a musical instrument store, and the owner's angry voice attracted his attention. Looking over his shoulder, there was a clean-looking girl standing in the store. Her skin was fair, her eyes were watery, and her cherry-colored lips looked very soft. A simple white dress set off her figure extremely well, like a budding lily. It was just that at the moment, she looked as if she was in some trouble, her small white face scarlet, and drops of sweat seeping out from her forehead. You're a pretty little girl, why don't you pay for what you've taken? The girl clutched the cello tightly in her arms and stammered, waving her hands. Su-chi scrutinized for a moment, walked into the store and took out his card. I'll pay for this cello. The boss gave Su-chi an odd look, but still took the bank card. Only when she finished paying did Su-chi turn her head to look at the girl, revealing a gentle smile. You can take the cello with you now. The girl blinked her big watery eyes and stared blankly for a moment before revealing a bright smile. Holding her cello and nodding towards Su-chi, she turned around and left the musical instrument store bouncing. Su-chi smiled, having already walked back to the Su family without realizing it, only to find mom and dad standing outside their villa with Suya. There was also a pile of moving paper boxes around them, and Su-chi walked up with a frown on her face. Dad, Mom, what's going on here? You still have the nerve to come back? You offended the Shang family. And your eldest uncle Su Wenbin took this opportunity to go to your grandfather and blow in his ear, causing your grandfather to directly expel our family from the genealogy in order to avoid suspicion. Suya coldly said without a good mood. Su-chi, what's going on between you and Xia Yanran? Su Guoqiang also frowned and grabbed Su-chi to question him. Su Wenbin. Su-chi lowered her eyes and pressed the ruthlessness under her eyes. After Shang Ruyan committed suicide for him in his previous life, Su Wenbin immediately urged his grandfather to kick the family out. He was poor at the time and could only watch his family living on the streets. He hadn't even looked for Su Wenbin to settle the score, but he crashed into the door first. Dad, this is a misunderstanding. You guys can stay at my place for now. I'll talk to you when we get settled, he said in a gentle voice. Okay, I'd like to see what you say. Su Guoqiang coldly went to the car called by Su-chi. Along the way, several people were silent. In the end, Su Guoqiang still sighed long and hard. He grabbed Su-chi's hand. His tone carried a deep helplessness. Su Wenbin formed a bond with our family many years ago. I have long expected that there would be today's events. However, as long as our family can still be together, even if we live in poorer conditions, it's nothing. Yes, as long as the family can be together, it doesn't matter what happens. Seeing her husband say this, Ji-ro also revealed a warm smile. Although Suya didn't express her approval, she only hummed softly, her eyes having long since eased. Su-chi knew that his father had always been hard-mouthed and soft-hearted, and smiled embarrassedly at the situation. Dad, Mom, don't worry, the new place won't be worse than the original. Fang Guoqiang's fire that had just descended fled down again, and directly slapped Su-chi's head. By this time you're still having fun with us, aren't you? Ji-ro covered her mouth and laughed. Shao-chi, it doesn't have to be better than the original, as long as it's enough for our family to live in. She came close to Su-chi again and added in a whisper. You don't have to worry about money, just prepare well for the college entrance exams. Your father and I will go out and look for a job. I'll get an extra part-time job too, Suya coldly said. Dad, Mom, actually, the destination had been reached. The cab stopped, and what Su-chi wanted to say was interrupted. Worried that Su-chi felt that she had dragged the family down, Ji-ro deliberately made a look of anticipation and walked off the bus with her daughter and husband on her arm. Let me see. What has Shao-chi prepared for us? When she saw the luxurious and incomparable behemoth in front of her, Ji-ro's words that she wanted to say froze in her throat, and her mouth opened greatly, while Su Guoqiang and Suya, who were beside her, revealed the same type of surprised expression, only to see that what stood in front of them was a luxurious and overwhelmingly luxurious villa. The external jade hangings and the internal garden design, everywhere highlighting the extraordinary nature of this place. Compared to the ordinary villa that they had lived in before, it was simply a far cry from the ordinary villa. The driver poked his head out and muttered suspiciously, "Do all rich people like to cry poor these days?" As early as after seeing Suchi positioning the end of the good, he had this question. This is the famous rich area of the capital. Live in it is not to say that the rich is definitely not ordinary people. Can afford to live in such a villa? How is it possible? Still have to go out to find a job as a part-time job? On the other hand, Su Wenbin also got the news from his assistant. What? You said Su Chi moved into the villa with Su Guoqiang? He unbelievably received the photo taken by his assistant. On the photo, Su Chi was directing the servants to move things into a large villa, which was much bigger than the villa Su Guoqiang's family lived in before. I heard that these maids were also just hired by Su Chi. The assistant carefully reminded Su Wenbin. After a moment of shock, Su Wenbin calmed down and couldn't help but snort. Isn't this a swollen face? Renting such a big house and still looking for 3 maids. Who are you showing it to? Let's go. I have to persuade this younger brother of mine, so that he doesn't let Su Chi, this loser, consume what little savings he has left. Su Chi had just helped her parents move, when Su Wenbin arrived in a big way, and walked into the villa gate without saying a word. Su Chi, it's not that uncle is talking about you. Look at you. You've made such a big basket. Why are you still spending so freely? A month's rent for this kind of big mansion would cost tens of thousands of dollars, right? Su Chi let out a light laugh. Yes, at least 50,000. Su Wenbin huffed and said contemptuously, Su Chi, you hurry to return this house. Uncle knows a few landlords, but can be introduced to you. In the future you use money in a lot of places. Rent such an expensive villa. You do not live in the future? Su Chi directly pulled out 2 real estate certificates. Uncle, you can't afford a big mansion. It doesn't mean I can't afford it. This is my real estate certificate. If you don't believe me, just look at it yourself. What? Su Wenbin unbelievably took the real estate certificate, and only after carefully checking it did he realize that what was written on the real estate certificate was really Su Chi's name. With you, how can you afford this house? You must have secretly misappropriated our Su's property. I'm going to tell the old man, he said in annoyance. Su Guoqiang, who had been quietly watching his performance, immediately snorted coldly. Su Wenbin, the market value of this house is at least $50 million. All of our Su family's properties combined. Can there be $50 million? You rather say clearly how my son misappropriated it, ah? In fact, this was originally said to him by Su Chi, and at first, he also had such suspicions, but after Su Chi laid out his reasoning, he was forced to believe that his son might be a money-making genius. To be able to have such an ability, even after leaving the Shang family, no one would dare to look down on his son. Su Wenbin drew the corners of his mouth, and for a moment he was actually speechless. Eldest uncle, I just made a little money on my own. You shouldn't be too jealous. After all, now that our family has been expelled from the genealogy, won't all of the Su family's money be yours in the future? You've kind of gotten what you wanted, right? Su Chi smiled and said in a conspiratorial manner. Su Wenbin's face was green and red. Even if he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where Su Chi got so much money. In the end, he could only attribute the reason to Shang Ruyan's head. This house must have been tricked by you to flatter Shang Ruyan in the past, right? When the Shang family reacts, I'll see if you can still continue to live here. He left these words and walked out without looking back. Mouth so. After going back to Su Wenbin or let someone check Su Chi's recent income, a check to realize that the original Su Chi's many investments in the past few months have been a great success. He couldn't help but worry vaguely in his heart. If Su Shirshan also found out about this, appreciated Su Chi's business talent, and turned back to him to let him manage the Su family's industry. No way. He had managed to snatch the share of the Su family's estate from Su Guoqiang's hands with great difficulty. How could he let Su Chi, a brat, take it back with ease? It would be better to just get rid of this kid while he's still in his wings. He grimly dialed a number that was shelved at the bottom of his address book. I want you to help me get rid of someone, preferably with his parents. Money is not a problem. After dinner the next day, Su Chi accompanied her parents out for a spread, but in a garden near the villa, she heard an intermittent cello sound. When he heard the voice, he suddenly thought of the autistic girl from the musical instrument store that he had run into yesterday. Mom and Dad, I'm going to go around that way. He said a quick hello to his parents and turned his head in the direction of the cello sound. A fresh white figure sat under a park bench. Su Chi's eyes lit up. It was really the girl from yesterday. Hearing someone coming over, the girl also immediately turned her head. Seeing that the visitor was Su Chi, her eyes instantly brightened a few points, but the depression on her brow had not dissipated. Su Chi looked down at the cello in the girl's hand. It wasn't the one he bought yesterday. It was an old violin. The strings seemed to be out of order. He asked with some curiosity, Why don't you use the violin I bought for you yesterday? The girl clutched the violin tightly in her hands and spoke with some difficulty. It's mommy. Suchi responded. Is it okay to wait for me? The girl's eyes were confused, but she nodded solemnly. Within a short while, Suchi bought back a new string from a nearby musical instrument store and helped her replace it. Okay. The girl took the repaired piano, a pair of bright big eyes as if they were shining with light, looking at Suchi with a face full of admiration. If you want to thank me, just play a song for me. Suchi somewhat couldn't stand this overly innocent look and took the initiative to propose. The girl immediately nodded her head, and soon a lilting, low cello piece mingled out with the sound of the fountain stream in the park, and the atmosphere between the two of them was incredibly serene and harmonious. After the song was finished, Suchi then smiled and said goodbye to the girl, but the other party suddenly pulled his arm. What's wrong? Suchi was a bit puzzled. The girl lowered her head, bit her lip, as if she had used up all her strength, and opened her mouth with incomparable difficulty. I want to treat you to dinner. Thank you for helping yesterday. Good. Then let's go eat. Suchi gently took her words and led her to a nearby restaurant. Suchi was more willing to be friends with this autistic but sexually innocent girl than those who were smart but full of interests. He ordered the girl's meal very gentlemanly. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the restaurant after finishing their meal, Suchi felt a sense of uneasiness, and he quietly picked up the red wine sitting on the table and took a sip. In the next second, a waiter with a pushcart suddenly dropped the cart and pulled out a dagger and darted towards his and the girl's position. He eyed the girl and stepped in front of her, a raised hand gripping the waiter's wrist and buckling him back against the table. The dagger in the waiter's hand also flew past the girl's arm, and in an instant a tiny gash appeared on her small white arm. She trembled and subconsciously grabbed Suchi's clothes from behind. Who sent you? Speak. Suchi directly gave a force and folded the man's wrist, questioning in a stern voice. You? How did you become so skilled? That killer was in cold sweat from the pain, but out of professional ethics, he still didn't say Su Wenbin's name. The restaurant owner was so frightened that he quickly called the police. Suchi saw that the killer's mouth was very strict, so he could only hand the person over, and returned home somewhat depressed. On the other hand, learning that the assassin was easily subdued by Suchi, Su Wenbin was annoyed and broke everything in the office. Soon, though, he came up with something new. Suchi had just returned home not long ago when two police officers suddenly came to the door and pulled out an arrest warrant. Hello, today you are suspected of committing an assault with a knife. We are now going to arrest you according to the law. The two policemen said expressionlessly. How is it possible? Are you guys mistaken? Ji-ro hurriedly rushed over and protected Suchi. Thinking of that assassination during the day, Suchi already had a consideration in his mind. He patted the back of Ji-ro's hand, his tone gentle. It doesn't matter, Mom. Being upright is not afraid of shadows. When the police have investigated the truth, they will release me back. Ji-ro was anxious beyond measure, watching Suchi being taken away by the police but had no way to do so, and could only hurry to call Su Guoqiang. Guoqiang, do something, even if Xiaoqi is no longer good. It's impossible for her to commit murder with a knife. Su Guoqiang was also distraught and immediately replied. Don't worry, I'll go ask a friend. I'll ask him to help first and see if I can withdraw that arrest warrant. Good. Ji-ro hung up the phone in a six-pack, but not a moment later, Su Guoqiang returned home and sighed helplessly to Ji-ro. That friend of mine told me that the person who gave Suchi an arrest warrant this time is in a much higher position than him. Who did Xiaoqi offend? Ji-ro sat paralyzed on the sofa, drained of energy. The sudden turn of events left her brain in a muddle, full of helplessness and worry. Don't worry, Su Guoqiang's face sank, thinking that this is his only son. He gritted his teeth. If I can't do it, I'll go to beg Shang Ruyan, and now only she can save Xiaoqi. Su Guoqiang understood that the reason why the Su family had suffered all this, although it certainly had nothing to do with Su Wenbin, the root cause was still with Shang Ruyan. Now that the other branches of the Su family think that they have offended the Shang family, their situation in the Su family will naturally not be too good, and some people with ulterior motives will also dare to recklessly lay hands on them. Suchi didn't know about Su Guoqiang and Ji-ro's worries. He let someone handcuff him with a calm face and then got into the police car. But instead of taking him to the police station, the men took him into a mansion. Sitting in front of him was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor, his body filled with the pressure that only those who had been in power for a long time could have. This gentleman, we have never met before. I don't know what I have offended you? Suchi asked somewhat strangely with his hands folded and propped on his knees. It's not me. It's my future in-laws Wenbin. Little one, I'm an old man and I don't want to make things difficult for you, so I'll tell you plainly. The man raised two fingers at Suchi. I'll give you two choices. 1. Leave the capital forever and never come back in this life. so that you and your family can live out this life in peace. What about 2? Coldness flooded Su Chi's heart. If you don't know any better, then I'm going to have to ask you to take a seat in jail. So it's Su Wenbin. Thank you for telling me this news. In the coming days, I will definitely double it back to him. Su Chi smiled coldly and met the man's line of sight, without the slightest fear in her eyes. The man shuddered at first, then snorted out an annoyed laugh. Very well, you were given a chance and you didn't appreciate it. Take him to jail. 2 police officers immediately walked in to take Su Chi away. Right at this moment, a white figure suddenly rushed in and stopped in front of Su Chi. No, the girl shouted. Su Chi was taken aback. Why are you here? Could she have been captured as well? He hurriedly pulled the girl down behind himself, looking warily at the man in front of him. She's just a friend I met 2 days ago and has severe autism. Do whatever you want to me. Don't hurt anyone. What? The man frowned as he heard Su Chi's words and stood up from his seat, asking incredulously, You're the friend my daughter mentioned? Daddy, don't hurt my friends. The girl rushed forward and yanked the man's arm in a death grip, her brow tightening as she yelled in anger. You take him and I'll never speak to you again. The girl said, and actually wailed and cried, and the man's hands were scrambled, and he turned his head to comfort the girl. Su Chi looked at the chaotic scene in front of her with some tears and laughter. The man who had just been a fury, but at this moment, he was acting at a loss in front of a girl. Okay, Daddy will release him right away. My good boy, don't cry, okay? The man inclined his head to look at the 2 dumbfounded police officers next to him. His eyes shook his hand in an unkind manner. Don't hurry up and release the others. The 2 policemen sniffed and were about to come forward to uncuff Su Chi. No need. Su Chi lightly laughed and directly revived his arms. The handcuffs were directly shaken off and fell to the ground. I'm good to go, aren't I? He asked, rubbing his wrist and looking bland. Can't see that you still have some skill. The man's eyes added 2 points of caution, looking Su Chi up and down several times. Even Su Wenbin, that son, cannot do with their own strength to break open the handcuffs. The young man in front of him seemed to be much better than he had imagined. Get lost. Su Chi couldn't wait to hurry up and leave, but the girl suddenly ran over and pulled his hand. Lin, Sean, my name. I could tell that it was the first time the girl had introduced herself to anyone, and the words she spat out were very green. Lin Jianyingsen's expression gave a start, and after reacting, a touch of ecstasy appeared in his eyes, and he, who had always been unsmiling, gave birth to an impulse to shed tears. Her daughter, who dared to interact with strangers. My name is Su Chi. Su Chi smiled. He glanced at Lin Jianying and whispered to Lin Shanshan. It's not convenient today. I'll buy you coffee another day. Some other day. When is it? The girl asked with big, clean eyes, incredibly serious. Su Chi felt a bit amused and answered her after a moment of deliberation. This weekend, I think. Good. At the same time Su Chi left from the Lin family, Su Wenbin followed Su Shirshan to Su's. Let me make an announcement. Starting today, Wenbin will take over all the industries under Guochang. I hope everyone will cooperate with Wenbin. A group of executives and shareholders are a bit inexplicable at Mr. Su's ability is very good. Why suddenly replaced him? Su Wenbin sneered. Su Chi offended the Shang family, and now he's been arrested and sent to prison for murder with a knife. Guochang has such a disposable son. He shouldn't have the energy to take care of the company's affairs. When the crowd heard Su Wenbin's words, they all glanced at each other. In the end, a major shareholder with a high percentage of shares was the first to open his mouth. If you, old Mr. Su, have to let Su Wenbin replace Guochang, then I'll have to leave Su together with him. Me too. So I only recognize Su Guochang alone. What are you, Su Wenbin? Another hot-tempered shareholder followed suit. So am I. If Su isn't around, I'm quitting Su. All of you are Su's old shareholders. What is this for? Seeing that all the shareholders were about to quit, Su Shirshan was also a bit flustered. As soon as he spoke, his assistant pushed the door in with a flustered look on her face. It's not good. Mr. Su, our partners have heard that Mr. Wenbin is going to take over Mr. Guochang's industry, and they all sent messages over saying that they want to cancel their cooperation. What? Su Wenbin was incredulous. Yes, they all said that they want to cooperate to recognize only the name of Mr. Su Guochang. The assistant lowered his head and said with some trepidation, Su Guochang is having trouble protecting himself right now. He'd better think of a way to get Su Chi out of jail first. Su Wenbin didn't expect to run into this kind of twists and turns and cursed in exasperation. But Mr. Wenbin, Su Chi has already returned home and wasn't taken away by the police? Where did you get the news that young Master Su Chi is in jail? The assistant asked somewhat strangely. Alright, Wenbin, you go back first. The matter of taking over Guochang, let's talk about it some other time. In order to stabilize the shareholders and collaborators, Su Shirshin could only come out to round up the situation. Su Wenbin gritted his teeth and could only leave Su first. He immediately called his best friend. Old Lin, I've always been relieved that you're doing your job. But this time, why did you just let Su Chi go back? It's a long story. This Su Chi kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Thinking of his daughter crying and wailing, Lin Jianying had a bit of a headache. His daughter's autism has worsened over the past few years, and even the psychiatrist said that someone who could be friends with his daughter could not possibly exist. In favor of his daughter identified Su Chi. He momentarily, really cannot move this person. Old Lin, I had no choice but to look for you. Hearing the rejection in Lin Jianying's words, Su Wenbin unwillingly spat with him. You don't know. I already sent someone to assassinate that kid yesterday. I didn't expect that kid to be very good at it. And my people only scratched a little girl beside that kid even after they were seriously injured. You mean, you sent the people yesterday? Lin Jianying was furious. You pig brain, look at what you've done. Old Lin, our two families will soon be tying the knot. What are you talking about for good reason? Su Wenbin was also a bit dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the sake of hitching a ride on the big tree of Lin Jianying, he wouldn't have let his son curry favor with his psychotic daughter. Su Wenbin, do you know that the person you sent that assassin to injure yesterday was my daughter? Lin Jianying said with incomparable anger. Yesterday he had noticed a small cut on his daughter's arm and had assumed that she had accidentally scratched it somewhere. I didn't realize that the source of this small wound was so sinister. If it wasn't for Su Chi having some skills in subduing that killer with a single move, he still didn't know how badly his precious daughter would be injured. What? How is this possible? How could Shan be with Su Chi? Su Wenbin was even more shocked. Old Lin, aren't you mistaken? Doesn't your son love Shan? How come he doesn't even know when Shan made a new friend? I see. He doesn't have any real feelings for my Shan, right? Lin Jianying's voice grew colder and colder. Not Lao Lin. Listen to me. It must be that my son has been too busy. In the past 2 days, Su Wenbin hurriedly argued. Lin Jianying, however, snorted coldly. I don't need a son-in-law who doesn't put Shan first, and since your son wants to busy himself with his career, let him do so properly. From now on, our two families should not contact each other anymore. After saying that, he directly hung up Su Wenbin's phone, and also pulled Su Wenbin's black hand. Su Wenbin wanted to call back, but Su Shirshin's call came back first. Wenbin, it seems that you can only take over the industry in Guochang's hands after some time. Now that the company is in a state of panic, you should make a trip with me to find Guochang. In just half a day. Su Shirshin's voice sounded like he had aged more than 10 years. Dad, didn't you already promise me? Su Wenbin was anxious. You shut the hell up. If it wasn't for your eagerness to take over Guochang's industry, the company wouldn't be in such a mess right now. Hurry up and get back here. Su Shirshin also lost his patience and directly cursed at Su Wenbin. Worried about upsetting Su Shirshin even more, Su Wenbin had to honestly go back and follow him to visit Su Guochang at home. Under the pressure of Su Shirshin's authority, Su Wenbin could only stifle himself and soften to Su Guochang. Guochang, brother knows he's wrong. We're a family after all. We shouldn't hurt the peace. Su Shirshin also followed. Guochang, before it was Dad who was a bit reckless. Don't worry. The Su family belongs to your industry is definitely still yours to manage. It's just that Su Chi is really not competitive. I hope that you can still cut ties with him. Su Guochang was still somewhat moved, but when he heard this last sentence, his heart was instantly cold. It turned out that these two had come to apologize today, not at all genuinely feeling that there was anything wrong with expelling them from the genealogy, but only being forced to do so, wanting him to go back and stabilize the situation. Thinking back to the past few days, if it wasn't for Su Chi purchasing a good property in advance, their family would have to live on the streets. Su Wenbin also ran over to satirize Su Chi that this house was obtained from a rich woman. Su Shirshin even ignored them, but now he wanted him to abandon Su Chi and return to the Su family. What did he think he was? A dog that comes when called? Why would he go back to such a Su family? Thinking of this, Su Guochang also made up his mind. No need. Since the genealogy no longer has the name of my Su Guochang's family, there's no need for me to go back. I have 5% of the shares in the Su clan. I'll offer this part of the shares tomorrow. From now on, I, Su Guochang, have no more relationship with the Su family. Hearing Su Guochang's words, Su Wenbin was first taken aback. Then he forced down his inner joy and pretended to be kind to advise up. Guochang, do you really want to leave Su clan for Su Chi, the son who doesn't deserve it? Even if you don't compete, you're still my Su Guochang's cub. Su Guochang coldly grimaced. Guochang, what do you mean? You want to split the family? Su Shirshin's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. That share in your hand, is that I see you working diligently for Su's for so many years? Before handing over to your hand, you now want to sell the shares to separate the family. This is not possible. Isn't it just 5% of the shares? Dad, just give it to him. Su Chi also came into a temper and immediately stepped forward. Ji Ro also straightened her spine. Guoqiang, I believe in you. Even if you leave the Su family, you will definitely rise again in the future. Splitting the family is splitting the family. Dad, we still have Shao Qi. Suya also came into a temper and stood firmly by Su Chi's side. Su Shirshan originally wanted to use the shares to make Su Guoqiang stay to stabilize Su's situation, but he didn't expect him to actually break the pot. But if Su Guoqiang didn't return to Su, those shareholders and partners, he and Su Wenbin couldn't appease them. On balance, Su Shirshan still pulled a somewhat forced smile. Guoqiang, I don't mean that. Although this share can't be given to you, but you're just out of our Su family. I always have to give you a few shares of the industry, so that you can live in the future, right? Su was taken aback. Su Shirshan favored Su Wenbin not for a day or two. Once upon a time in the Su clan, although he managed many more industries than Su Wenbin, the control of those industries was still grasped in Su Shirshan's hands. Except for the share dividends, he took no more salary than those executives of Su's. Once upon a time, when he worked his ass off and served the Su family as an ox, Su Shirshan wasn't even this generous. And today, when it's all about splitting up the family, he can be this nice? What do you want from me? He asked bluntly. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Su Shishang must have wanted him to do something. You return to Su, appease all the shareholders and partners, so that Wenbin can smoothly take over your work, and after it's dealt with, I'll give you a few of Su's industries. Good, then we have a deal. Soon after, Su Guoqiang left Su's completely, and while Su Shirshan recovered his shares, he also kept his promise and transferred several industries to Su Guoqiang's name. These industries are all tired companies of Su, and many of them are in negative profitability. Su Squire is trying to take the opportunity of the split to get rid of all this mess. Little Chi, I know you have ideas. These few companies, you pick one. He spread out the information of several industries and placed it in front of Su Chi. Su Wenbin wants to drag me to death with these few ragged industries. I'm going to let him know that not only am I capable, but my son is even more capable. Su Guoqiang said with great confidence. You just go ahead and do it, no matter if you can do it or not. The company is yours. Su Chi nodded. This is what he has been wanting to do since he was reborn. He can't keep living under Shang Ruyan's blessing. Only by grasping power and resources himself can he make the Shang family square up, and can he make Shang Hongwei truly accept him. After carefully looking around these industries, Su Chi finally picked a company with the worst business conditions. This company has been targeted by one of the leading companies in the industry, and its financial chain has been broken, and now it is only superficially peaceful. If it cannot deal with the cash flow problem within 2 weeks, the company can only declare bankruptcy. The next day, Su Chi went to serve in the company. Many executives in the company complained when they heard that the new boss was a young man. Some people didn't even want to pretend. The dislike and disdain written clearly on their faces. Mr. Su, this is our company's current business status. May I ask what comments and instructions do you have for our next steps? An executive handed the document in his hand to Su Chi. Su Chi frowned, purposely making a look of complete ignorance. Isn't it enough to leave the company in your hands? My dad didn't tell me when he handed the company over to me. The executives all frowned when they heard this. Outside the conference room, a few old employees who stood in the doorway eavesdropping couldn't help but whisper. This new boss is a waste of a second generation, isn't he? I'm ready to run off with a bucket, aren't you? It's not like the company took a pay cut, and I've been here for years, so it's not like I'm going to run away. That's silly of you. What are these days? Isn't it normal to change jobs? Soon, word of the new boss's incompetence spreads and the new hires are discussing whether to leave or not. This is also in Su Chi's expectations, but what he did not expect is that there are actually a lot of old employees also want to go. These employees are the company's hand to cultivate the middle level, which there are a few people. The company also funded them to further their education. Now the company just ran into problems and all these old employees are leaving. To make this company rise again, the people under him must be loyal. Su Chi did not hesitate, and directly sifted out this part of the disloyal old staff, and comprehensively assessed the ability of the young staff, and made the most perfect adjustment of the company's middle and senior structure. Many employees then reacted in a trance that this new boss did not seem to be as incompetent as the rumors. After dealing with the internal matters of the company, Su Chi began to look at the external. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of funding in 2 weeks. He began to take out a loan in the name of the company to acquire an old shopping street near the barren land he had previously purchased. That shopping street was still built in the last century and is not even comparable to the modern shopping streets in the city center. The office buildings near the commercial street are also always empty, and not many companies even rent them. Someone offered to buy it at this time of year, and a number of store owners signed contracts with gusto. In just 2 days, Su Chi had acquired more than half of the stores in this commercial street and several buildings. Su Chi was so busy that she couldn't keep her feet on the ground. But a company suddenly came to the door and wanted to sell the building under her name to Su Chi. He took a look at the information and realized that this company was their opposite company. Mr. Su, they're deliberately trying to disgust us by making an offer that's double the current market price of this building. The assistant cursed indignantly. By Su Chi, however, smiled and agreed. When the government's documents on the transformation of that barren land came out, the building's value would multiply by tens of times, and in a few years, the capital city center would be shifted to this area, and at that time, the building's price would skyrocket. It can be said that this is the future center of the capital. Even if it costs more now, what does it matter? At the same time, heard Su Chi really willing to buy the building at twice the price. The boss of the other company was so happy that he immediately gave Su Wenbin a phone call. Wenbin, thank you so much this time. You don't know, that Su Chi is just like a fool. I followed what you said and quoted him double the price. I didn't expect him to really agree to buy it. Su Wenbin was a little surprised. Chen Fu and he were friends for many years in the business world. And before that, it was also when he let Chen Fu target the company under Su Guoqiang. Offering twice the price to Su Chi and selling that building was also his idea. But he didn't expect Su Chi to really buy it. Thinking of the previous success of Su Chi's several investments, Su Wenbin's heart was vaguely uneasy. But soon, Chen Fu's giddy voice interrupted his thoughts. Wenbin, that building I've been selling for several years. I can't rent it out, and I still have to pay a maintenance fee every year. This time I'm really thankful to you. Come out and have a drink when you have time. On the other hand, in Su Chi's company, many employees have already heard the news of the company's broken capital chain. Even though Su Chi publicly issued a statement saying that the company did not have any problems and was running well, many people still resigned one after another. A large group of employees left behind also did not understand Su Chi's behavior of taking out a loan to buy land. But Suki didn't waste his time on retaining employees. When Su Guoqiang was kicked out of the Su family in his previous life, Su Shirshan also gave him a small industry with fake mercy. When Su Guoqiang managed to turn a profit, Su Wenbin found a bunch of punks and ran to the company to make a fuss. It caused the company's turnover to plummet. He had to prepare early and set up a security team to protect the company. According to the memory of his previous life, he went to the industrial area in the west of the city alone. There are a number of cheap rental houses here. The lighting and ventilation are extremely poor, and each rental house is occupied by 7 or 8 people, and some houses are even mixed male and female. It was like layers of coffins accumulating together, and the air smelled sour. This place is, to put it mildly, a slum. He turned around before he finally found a room that even had a rotten door. Opening the door, 7 or 8 leanly built men lay inside. Seeing Su Chi enter, everyone subconsciously raised their heads, their eyes carrying the sluggishness caused by prolonged hunger. Who are you looking for? A man asked hesitantly. Su Chi looked around and eventually pulled up a man sitting in the far corner. I have something to talk to you about. Are you here to collect debts too? The man was pulled to the door by Su Chi, and a fierce color appeared in his eyes. Su Chi didn't move and shoved a bank card into the man's hand. There is $500,000 in this card. Go pay for your mom's surgery. The man was taken aback. How did you know my mom was sick? Su Chi smiled without saying anything. The man in front of him would become the ace bodyguard of the capital city, Lone Wolf. After the next few years, he remembered clearly that Lone Wolf was heavily in debt because of his mother's illness. But after her death, without all his soft spots, he not only managed to pay back all the money he owed, but also set up his own security company. The result is a gold medal team that specializes in providing special security services to high-ranking national figures. I don't know how many bigwigs have thrown away thousands of dollars just to be blessed by him. After Lone Wolf's team continued to grow and expand, even dignified figures on the road had to grovel when they saw him, and as for those who could afford to hire him, they were all giants on one side. When will we wait for such a talent if we don't take him in when he's down and out? This is my meeting gift to you, Su Chi replied, smiling at him. Lone Wolf was also a smart man and immediately reacted, pressing his voice and asking, who do you want me to kill? Su Chi was slightly stunned in her heart, and couldn't help but laugh out softly. I won't do anything illegal. My company lacks a security team. Lone Wolf was stunned and responded, from now on, my life is yours. Okay, I'll give you an unlimited card, but the money in the card can only be used for your mother's medical bills and caregivers' fees, and I'll calculate your salary separately. Are you okay with that? Lone Wolf's eyes shook and he was about to kneel down for Su Chi, who hurriedly raised his hand to hold him. I only value 2 words in hiring people, loyalty, and if you can't do that, I guarantee that whatever you gain today will be lost exponentially. Do you understand? Understood. Lone Wolf nodded gratefully. Su-chi was then satisfied and handed him his business card. Go and clean yourself up a bit. Come and report to me tomorrow. After and Lone Wolf respectively in. Su-chi did not return to the company, but went to the talent market. He still wasn't too sure about Lone Wolf alone, and he remembered that there should be another person he wanted in the job market right now. The job market is full of people looking for work, and a crippled man attracts a lot of attention. Instead of actively submitting resumes to various companies like other job seekers, he sat alone in a corner with a sign in front of him expecting a salary of $100,000. Many people were intrigued and asked what he did. Bodyguard. The man spoke with a beard and indifferent eyes. I go. After half a day it's just a gatekeeper. I thought it was a technical god. A passerby spat breathlessly. The top company's security captain's salary is just over $20,000. It's good that he's a crippled people can ask him to watch the gate. How dare he ask for $100,000? Is this cripple crazy about money? Or is he mentally ill? The passersby around them spat quietly, but the man's face was stoic and he didn't seem to care. If it weren't for the residual shrapnel in his leg, he wouldn't have been able to hire him. Not to mention $100,000, even $200,000, would not have been possible. He does not need to talk nonsense with these people who do not know anything. People who know the business will naturally understand that he said bodyguard. The specific need to do not only look after the house so simple. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a gentle voice suddenly appeared in front of him. May I ask if this $100,000 salary is for 1 month? I'm a bodyguard. Afraid that the visitor would again think of himself as a technician, he took the initiative to speak up. I know. Do you really only need $100,000? Su-chi squatted down, looking meaningfully at the man's injured leg. With just this one look, the man sensed Su-chi's extraordinary nature. You can afford it? Su-chi directly handed over a card to his hand. From now on the first of every month, your salary will be paid to this card on time. In addition, this leg of yours, it can still be used, right? The man was stunned, flipped over the card and glanced at it, speaking with a chill. That's the other price. No problem. I will cure your leg. I will pay for the entire cost, but I only ask for one thing. Su-chi lifted a finger and stared at the man with a calm gaze. Loyalty. The man immediately clasped his fists. From this day on, I, Rat, am at your beck and call. Rat is too hard to hear. In the future, you will be called. Su-chi pondered for a split second. Hidden Tiger. A fierce tiger lurking at his side. The next day, Lone Wolf and Hidden Tiger brought their group of friends to Su-chi's company. Both were a little surprised to see each other. You guys have met? Su-chi asked. We've crossed paths before. Lone Wolf said honestly. Su-chi wasn't surprised. In this line of work, people who were strong were always more likely to be remembered. I've looked at the men you've brought with you. They're all very good, and they won't be underpaid. So since you're the ones who brought these men with you, it's up to you to make the arrangements. Su-chi announced the security team in a cloudy manner. Lone Wolf and Hidden Tiger immediately went to arrange their own manpower, while Su-chi took this time to have everyone's bank card numbers registered. An hour later, everyone had $50,000 more on their cards. Mr. Su said, knowing that many of you are in dire need of money, you can approach him for a salary advance at any time, with no limit. The assistant brought Su-chi's words. The entire security team was dumbfounded, and those who were still a bit skeptical about their new employer being a brat had all decided to follow Su-chi to the death. It's not hard to put the icing on the cake, but it's not easy to put the snow on the ground. They were all people who couldn't find jobs outside. How could they not be touched when they suddenly met a boss who was willing to reuse them? Mr. Lone Wolf, Mr. Su asked you to go to the hospital after work today. In front of everyone, the assistant handed over a business card to Lone Wolf. Mr. Su has understood your mother's condition and specially hired an international famous doctor in the brain department for her. This is the doctor's business card. You need to go and meet him in person. After receiving the business card, Lone Wolf was dumbfounded. He was already grateful for Su-chi's promise to pay for the medical expenses, and he didn't expect the other party to actually be able to invite this top doctor. This doctor he also knows. The cure rate of his patients can reach 95%, but there were countless people who wanted to invite him, including many dignitaries. Before that, he hadn't even dared to think that such a person could come to see his mother. Hidden Tiger was also a bit shocked. You can't hire a doctor like that with money alone. You also have to have strong connections in backstage. After the assistant left, Hidden Tiger meaningfully patted Lone Wolf's shoulder. It seems that this new boss of ours is not an ordinary person. Lone Wolf looked back at those friends he brought with him, his eyes austere. Now you know what to do, right? The crowd got serious. They all knew the principle of repaying kindness. Such a good boss was hard to find. In the future they would never let anyone come to trouble Mr. Su and the company. However, in Su Chi's office, several company executives complained at Su Chi with 10,000 grievances. Mr. Su, we can still consider it an investment if you take out a loan to buy stores and buildings. But what do you mean by spending money to keep a bunch of idlers? A high-ranking person said with a heart full of anger. That's right. Those are a bunch of hooligans and landlubbers of the lower 90s. Aren't you disgracing our company by dragging those people into our company? Su Chi quietly listened to the protests of the few of them for a long time before slowly lifting her head and calmly saying, there is no 3, 6, 9 classes of people, and the same is true for the security department and other departments. Do what is within your authority and don't ask questions about what is not your responsibility. A powerful pressure emanated from his body, causing the air pressure of the entire conference room to sink instantly. The group of executives who were originally still furious instantly lost the courage to continue arguing when they met the pair of calm and indifferent eyes, and silently closed their mouths. But even if they don't say it on the surface, there's a lot of grumbling in the company. The feeling that no small company would go to great lengths over security. Moreover, Su Chi recruited those 2 security captains. One is as thin as a bone, the other is still a cripple. The wind will blow down the appearance. Is a person do not believe that really encountered danger? These 2 can protect the company. A number of employees muttered in the company's small group. I think those 2 should be the friends of this Mr. Su of ours outside. That is, the relations. I've heard about it. So many people in that security department are having difficulties at home. And Mr. Su should have been kind enough to plug them into the company. Seems so. I heard that the security chief's mom is sick. Or Mr. Su hired a doctor. Although Mr. Su doesn't have much ability, he has a good heart, and I'm willing to follow such a boss. What's the use of being kind? Don't you see those security guards all look fierce? This kind of people don't know how to be kind. Don't think that Mr. Su didn't give enough when the time comes. Just when the employees in the company were all having some problems with the security department, a dozen or so punks suddenly rushed to the entrance of the company holding sticks. Where's Su Chi? Get the hell out! The gangster in the lead screamed, directly hitting the glass door of the company with a stick, and the shards clattered down all over the place. Some timid female employees were directly frightened and screamed out. However, before he could raise the iron rod again, a flying knife broke through the air and flew directly against his scalp. A large piece of hair instantly fell off the top of his head, and the iron rod he held in his hand fell to the ground in shock. Hidden Tiger limped over and sneered, "Why don't you get lost?" The punks who were still a bit scared instantly became reckless when they saw that the security guard who came out was just a cripple. A gangster immediately stepped forward and tried to push him away. Go go go! Where did the cripple come from that dares to clamor in front of us? In the next second, the punk screamed miserably and was sent flying by Hidden Tiger's punch. In the crowd's stunned gaze, the lone wolf with other employees quickly arrived. Only a short 2 minutes. More than a dozen security guards will be well trained to all the punks are pressed to the ground. After ordering this group of punks to pay the money for smashing the door, Hidden Tiger and Lone Wolf twisted this group of people all the way to the police station, waiting for the Lone Wolf to let people with the newly purchased glass door over to install. As early as when the gangsters' door on the scared out of their wits, hiding in the bathroom to see the crowd of executives reacted to this group of punks look like rogues and gangsters are the real deal. Those patriarchs who had originally disagreed with Su Chi's decision also no longer had a voice. If it wasn't for Su Chi's early preparations to form a security team, there was no telling how much damage the company would have suffered today. From the confessions of those punks, the executives also know that the person who sent them is Su Wenbin, and Su Wenbin has been prepared to come to the company every now and then to harass. The purpose is to make all the employees of Su Chi's company leave voluntarily because they are afraid of being beaten. Business field. This kind of poor business tactics are not a few. Really want to wait for the police to investigate clearly. Even if the last of these punks were caught, their company has long been bankrupt. Suki's preparation was much needed. Now, do you guys still have any opinions on my decision? At the regular meeting, Su Chi flipped through the documents and looked up at the crowd of patriarchal executives. Everyone is convinced. Su Chi was satisfied. Then let's continue to acquire stores and office buildings. In a week's time, the government was going to issue the school district planning documents for that wasteland, and he had to acquire as much real estate as he could in a week's time. At the same time, Su Wenbin also got the news that the punks he sent out were easily subdued by Su Chi's security team. How is this possible? Are all of you just eating rice? He didn't believe Su Chi would be prepared at all, and he was so angry that he copied the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the gangster leader who came to report. Mr. Su, you didn't tell us that Su Chi's company has a group of elite security guards. Those brothers of mine have been injured quite a bit. You'll have to pay for their medical bills. The gang leader dodged the ashtray and said with the same dissatisfaction. Su Wenbin directly laughed in anger. You guys messed things up and you still have the nerve to come to me for money? Mr. Su, that group of security guards are all experts of 1 in 100. Not to mention us, even if the experts of the assassination organization come, they won't necessarily be able to beat them. You didn't tell us about this news beforehand, so of course it's your problem, the head of the gangster said, and directly gave a sardonic laugh. If you don't give the money, don't blame us for coming to Sue's every day to make trouble. Anyway, our brothers are all one person and the whole family is not hungry. Su Wenbin's brows were furrowed, and in the end, he could only helplessly transfer a sum of money to him. Hurry up and take the money and get out. I don't want to see you guys again. When the punks left, the anger in Su Wenbin's heart increased. Su Chi, this brat, actually had an early defense, causing him to lift a stone and hit his own foot this time. This little bitch, her skills aren't small. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Although Su Chi's company's financial problems have been very large, not 2 weeks, his company will go bankrupt itself. But Su Wenbin's heart still feel uneasy. A day without looking at Su Chi bankruptcy, this heart of his is not comfortable. After thinking about it, Su Wenbin called his best friend. Su Chi's company's store is owned by this close friend of his. In order to let Su Chi go bankrupt quickly, Su Wenbin took the initiative to propose that he was willing to rent Su Chi's current company office building at a higher price. As a result, on the same day, Su Chi received a notice of early termination of the office building lease contract. Su Chi initially wanted to discuss with the owner of the office building, but only after the other party's hints did Su Chi realize that someone was making trouble out of it. As for who this person was, he didn't need to think about it. Notify all employees. Tomorrow the company moves. Feel that the new company address is too far away, can resign. Compensation is issued. Do not want to resign each person per month more than 1,000 of transportation subsidies. Su Chi looked at the purchase documents of the office building that he had bought at twice the price and instructed his assistant. Su Wenbin is at least your eldest uncle. He is actually so mean and wants to drive you to your death. Mr. Su, should we fight back? The assistant said somewhat unwillingly. Have you ever heard the saying that more is better than less? Su Chi laughed lightly and led the crowd to move to that office building. Su Wenbin was having dinner with the building's original owner, Chen Fu, when he got the news. After moving to that building, Su Chi's chi luck is considered completely broken. Wenbin, you've gotten what you wanted this time. Chen Fu joyfully congratulated Su Wenbin. It's still up to me to thank you. If it wasn't for you cutting your losses and selling that building to Su Chi, he would definitely still be dead set on moving now. Su Wenbin was also relieved for a few moments. Speaking of which, this building in the hands of Chen Fu is in a bad location, and it is said that feng shui is also very poor, and the companies that leased this building for office work in the past few years have either gone bankrupt or closed down. Some companies were running well, but once they moved to that place, they were yellow in no time. Even Chen Fu himself preferred to rent space outside rather than open a company in his own building. 2 years ago, Chen Fu wanted to sell the building, but could not find a buyer. Wenbin, you are too polite. If it wasn't for you, I guess I couldn't sell this building for the rest of my life. Now not only did I sell it, but I sold it at a high price. Apart from the bad luck, not to mention the fact that I also made a big profit. Chen Fu proudly said. I heard Su Chi's money to buy a house is all from loans. I think he is the grasshopper after the fall. Can't jump for a few days. Su Wenbin also estimated in his heart, and instantly affirmed that even if Su Chi would invest again, such a large sum, without Shang Ruyan's support, he would not be able to earn it back. Thinking of Shang Ruyan, Su Wenbin suddenly understood something, and said with a sudden realization, it seems that Su Chi's previous investments could be successful. Are Shang Ruyan's guidance behind the scenes? And that he himself is a straw bag of crap that can't do anything. Isn't that so? Who but a fool would be willing to pay twice the price for that building? Chen Fu picked up his wine glass and laughed out loud. Drink, drink, drink. Su Wenbin also cheerfully dropped the wine in front of him in one drink. The two were drunk and talking together when a news story was suddenly broadcast on the big screen of the building across the street from the hotel. Just now, the government issued a plan related to the new school district in our city, and the key planning area for this district is. Chen Fu's hand holding his wineglass stopped violently, staring blankly at the piece of land marked out in the large screen. It is reported that the documents related to the planning of school district housing were officially announced, and the prices of housing in the planning area will rise substantially, and some professionals revealed that the prices and rents in the district may be dozens of times higher than the original. Su Wenbin's wine also instantly sobered up a large part of his body, and he looked at the picture on the news in a somewhat confused manner. Up there, the building of Chen Fu flashed by. How is this possible? His hand shivered straight away as he looked at Su Wenbin in annoyance, as if he had thought of something and questioned loudly. Did you do it on purpose? You knew long ago that that building would appreciate in value. And you deliberately teamed up with Su Chi to trick me into selling the building, didn't you? Su Wenbin also looked pale. The hand holding the wineglass kept shaking. The price increase can be more than that building, Su Wenbin. If you hadn't run over and asked me to sell the building, I would be the one who's getting violently rich right now. This money, you have to compensate me. Chen Fu. What are you talking about? Weren't you quite happy when you sold that building for twice the price? How can you blame me? Su Wenbin roared in anger. He is also in an incomparably irritable mood right now. You are still thinking about that building of yours. You don't think about it. Su Chi has bought a lot of commercial land during this period of time, plus the piece of barren land he auctioned off a long time ago. The value of all of them will rise dozens of times after the school district planning. Now, the situation in the capital is going to change completely. A word woke up the dreamer, and only then did Chen Fu realize it afterward, and bean-sized beads of sweat immediately rolled down his forehead. During this period of time, they only got the news of Su Chi's crazy loan enclosure, but they didn't know how much he had actually bought. It was conceivable that Su Chi had made his move so far in advance, and must have gotten wind of it beforehand through some channel. Then he would definitely not let go of such a good opportunity. Maybe, the commerce near that school district was already all in Su Chi's hands. Su Chi, this is holding the lifeblood of the capital. The two men were stupefied, losing their ability to think for a moment. At the same time, Su Shirshan also got the news that the price of the piece of wasteland bought by Su Chi in the nearby commercial street all skyrocketed. Su Chi alone could already compete with Su. Su Shirshan's intestines are repenting. If he had known that Su Chi's investment ability was so strong, he would not have kicked Su Guoqiang's family out of the Su's by any means. If Su Chi was around, Su would have prospered. But now, he drove away a young talent with unlimited potential in the future for the sake of an unhelpful Su Wenbin, the gains and losses of which naturally do not need to be compared. After thinking about it, Su Shirshan still pulled his old face and called Su Guoqiang. Hey, Dad, what can I do for you? Su Guoqiang couldn't help but frown, remembering that in the old days before the family was separated, Su Shirshan would also only call in when something happened at the company. Nothing much, just, this weekend is our Su family once-a-year family feast, although now we are separated. But in the end I'm still your father. Xiaoqi and Xiaoya is also my grandchildren. This long time cannot see, I also have thoughts in my heart, Su Shirshan said movingly, and thinking that the Su family feast was a tradition that the family had continued for several lifetimes. Su Guoqiang agreed. When the weekend came, Su Guoqiang brought Ji Ro and Suya to Su's house first. Seeing the few of them, Su Wenbin and his son Su Cheng's eyes instantly changed. Grandpa, why are they here? Su Cheng hurriedly came to Su Shirshan's front and asked in a low voice. Su Chi is very capable. Even though we've split up, we shouldn't make the relationship too rigid. Su Shirshan softly explained. Su Cheng's complexion changed a few times and quietly whispered in Su Shirshan's ear. Grandpa, you're confused. Su Chi is as capable as he is. Can he compare to the Shang family? He dared to cheat on Shang Ruyan. Shang Ruyan won't let him go. He's been dead for a long time now. We have to draw a line with him. Otherwise, the Shang family is afraid that they will take it out on us. Su Shirshan came back to his senses. Yes, why did I forget about this? But they're already here. I can't tell them to leave now, can I? What's wrong with that? Grandpa, just leave it to me. Su Chan let out a light laugh. Soon, a waiter walked over to the seats of Su Guoqiang's family. Mr. Su, there are some problems with the meal at your table. Can I trouble you to change your seats? Su Guoqiang's few people were uncertain, but still followed the waiter to a remote and unoccupied corner seat. Guoqiang, there's nothing wrong with that original seat we had? Ji Ro pulled Su Guoqiang with a puzzled expression. The seats they had left were now filled with new guests. All of them are the core personnel of the Su family, and even Su Wenbin is among them. Now, how could Su still not understand? Give the gift to Dad first, Su Guoqiang said with a sullen face. Since the gift was bought, there was no reason to take it back. This gift was an ancient Buddhist scripture that he and Ji Ro had found after searching for a few days in the antique market. The old man believed in Buddhism and usually liked these things the most. But before he could reach Su Shirshan, Su Chang stopped him. Jun, your uncle. You can just give me this gift. Right now your family still needs to keep a distance from Grandpa, so as to save the Su family from being dragged into it at the end of the day. Su Guoqiang's face instantly changed. Su Chang, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. Su Wenbin also walked over proudly. Guoqiang, your Su Chi has offended Shang Ruyan. Although the Shang family is only kicking Su Chi out now, what if Shang Ruyan is in a bad mood one day and wants to come back to you to settle the score? At that time, not to mention you guys, even our entire Su clan can't afford it. Su Guoqiang instantly realized why their seats had been moved to that corner. Then I'll trouble you to pass on my gift to the old man, and in the future, Our family will definitely not participate in Sue's banquets. He dropped the gift box and returned to his seat with a grimace. What's wrong is this? Jairu asked in a low voice, sensing that his mood was off. In a sullen mood, Su Guoqiang told Ji-ro what had just happened to him. Ji-ro and Suya were instantly exasperated as well. Su Chang is also too bullying. Dad, you went to deliver the gift. It's his turn to speak as a junior? Suya was so angry that she slammed her handbag directly onto the table. The upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. GZZ Mild, who was also staring at the complacent Su Wenbin at this moment, cursed in a low voice. If you want to draw a line with our family, why did you call us to the banquet under false pretenses just to humiliate us? The more Suya said, the more aggrieved she felt. Probably staring at Su Chi's current assets. Or have I overestimated his father-son love for me? Su Guoqiang sighed. He had come full of joy, but now there was only disappointment in his heart. Let's go back after dinner. Just don't come and go in the future. Knowing that Su Guoqiang was in a bad mood, Ji-ro moved gently and patted the back of his hand. Su Guoqiang nodded his head, but Su Wenbin walked over smugly, full of sarcasm. Isn't it no more communication? Su Chi has offended the Shang family. Your good days should also be. He was just in the middle of his sentence when the doors to the ballroom opened. The only person coming over at this hour is Su Chi. Su Wenbin revealed a touch of a sinister smile, looking over wistfully, and was about to say a few words about falling into a well, when he saw the so enchanting and flirtatious figure next to Su Chi. All the words were choked in his throat. The woman was wearing a cheongsam, outlined a proud curve of great beauty, waist swaying between the charm of the cross, like a great vixen fell to earth. In her set-off, the banquet as bright as the day of the crystal lamps have dimmed down, as if all the light and shadow are for her and flashing, standing beside the crowd of her, can only be reduced to her accompaniment. This is a woman of such beauty that she transcends the world. It was a face that was incredibly familiar to everyone present. This is Shang Ruyan. Su Cheng naturally also noticed Shang Ruyan. His eyes moved from the pair of glistening white jade legs, to the slender and soft waist, to the stunningly beautiful and stunning face. His throat could not help but roll a few times. Compared to Shang Ruyan, those women he found outside were at best maids. The thought of Su Chi being able to enjoy such a ravishing blessing made Su Cheng's teeth itch with hatred. Why wasn't he the one who possessed such a special thing? It was unfair. Until Shang Ruyan walked to the front of the eyes without slowing down. Su Shirshan reacted. Miss Shang, why are you here? The guests present were also talking. Although the matter of Su Chi's cheating was suppressed by who knows who, and there is no media report so far, there is no one related to the Su family who doesn't know about it. How could a strong woman like Shang Ruyan tolerate her man cheating on her? And how could she still come to the family banquet with him calmly after the storm? After considering all the possibilities, Su Wenbin was more inclined to think that Shang Ruyan was here to talk about cooperation with Su. Though this explanation didn't quite make sense either. What kind of cooperation did their Su clan have that the Shang clan could look at? In full view of everyone, Shang Ruyan's red lips lightly opened. I said that sooner or later I will marry Su Chi. Since this is the case, I'm also considered half of the Su family, and I can't come to the Su family's family banquet? Can. Su Shirshan's brain was down and he could only keep repeating one word, and the others were also filled with shock. Only Su Chi looked at the woman beside him who was pretending to be high-strung with a gentle expression. He knew that Shang Ruyan early to the two of them bought a good wedding ring, but it is a pity that in his previous life he because of the deep love of the wrong negative, so that a woman who loved him deeply alone with a diamond ring fell into the cold seawater, to the end of his life did not get any name. After all the things that have happened since he was reborn, he has also gradually seen his heart clearly, and gradually realized that Shang Ruyan is the most suitable woman to spend the rest of his life with, and also the person he has to give his whole life to guard. Su Chi raised his hand and naturally pinned a strand of broken hair at her temples behind her ear. Seeing the two of them behaving so intimately, Su Shirshan's heart swooned and hurriedly pulled over Su Wenbin and asked, "Didn't you say that Su Chi has already offended Shang Ruyan? What is this situation between the two of them?" I'm not sure. Su Wenbin panicked. You hurriedly go and change a better seat for Guoqiang. Shang Ruyan is an honored guest. How can you let her also follow Su Chi and sit in the corner? Su Shirshan forcefully stabilized his mind and instructed Su Shirshan. But now that the guests are all here, there's no other empty seats. Su Wenbin was still a little reluctant in his heart. Then switch your family's position with Guoqiang's family. If we neglect Shang Ruyan, none of us will have any good consequences, Su Shirshan said hastily, itching to kick Su Wenbin out. If he hadn't talked too much with Su Chang, he wouldn't have gotten into the trouble he was in now. When he heard that he had to change his seat with Su Guoqiang, Su Chang was also full of reluctance. But looking at Shang Ruyan's warm and lovely appearance as she relied on Su Chi's side, a strange feeling actually rose in his heart. Shang Ruyan always looked cold as ice in front of people. but she didn't expect to be so touching when she was gentle. His mind couldn't help but fantasize if the person Shang Ruyan was holding was not Su Qi but him. Both are grandsons of Su Shirshan, and since Shang Ruyan can like Su Qi, she will surely like him too. Thinking of this, Su Chang confidently walked over to Su Qi and Shang Ruyan's seats. Hearing that the seats had to be changed again, Su Qi intentionally didn't get up, but instead said with a puzzled face, "I heard my dad say that they had already changed their seats once just now, and they were specially switched to this corner, so how come they have to be changed again? Is it hard to believe that this time we're being asked to sit right outside the ballroom?" Shang Ruyan's beautiful eyes narrowed lightly, lazily lengthening her tone. "You want Su Qi to go sit outside? No. Ms. Shun, you misunderstood. How can an honored guest like you sit in the corner? Our old master specially asked me to switch seats with you." Su Wenbin was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As soon as his words fell, Su Chang walked over with a smile. "Yes, Ms. Shang, you just sit over there. Su Qi was all coupled up with other women in the hotel before. Why do you have to insist on sitting next to such a man? Who is he?" Shang Ruyan frowned slightly and turned her head to Su Qi to ask. "Once upon a time it was my cousin, but now our family has split up." Su Qi's tone was flat. Shang Ruyan let out a cold laugh, hanging her head and fiddling with her nails. The smile on her face was still bright, but her eyes were as cold as quenched ice. "A good family feast. How can just any cat or dog come out and scream twice? What a spoilsport." The smile on Su Chang's face instantly froze and he warily lowered his head. "Su Wenbin, if you can't teach your own son how to speak, I can teach him for you, so that he won't have to speak from now on." Shang Ruyan stared at Su Wenbin with cold eyes and said. Su Wenbin was so scared that his legs went limp. He almost didn't kneel on the ground. Yes, it's because I've taught my son poorly. I've made you, Miss Shang, laugh." Only then was Shang Ruyan satisfied, holding Su Qi's arm and saying, "This place is indeed a bit remote." Seeing that Su Guoqiang's family had taken their original position, Su Wenbin's heart became very indignant. I don't know what kind of plots and tricks this brat has used, but he was actually able to hoodwink such a shrewd woman like Shang Ruyan and be so loyal to him. Su Chang stood behind Su Wenbin and muttered with a palpitating heart. "You shut up!" Su Wenbin scolded him without a trace of anger. When the other side branches of the Su family saw Shang Ruyan's attitude, they took the initiative to come over and toast Su Guoqiang and Su Qi. It was as if they were completely unaware that Su's family had been scratched out of the genealogy. Su Guoqiang didn't bother to break them up and raised his glass to deal with them. Thinking of Su Qi's drunken scene last time, Shang Ruyan pulled Su Qi back and coldly looked at those who came to toast. "Su Qi, he doesn't know how to drink." With Shang Ruyan putting the word out, at once no one dared to give Su Qi another toast. Seeing this scene, Su Chang's heart rose a few more points of complacency. Being controlled like this by his own woman, is Su Qi still worthy of being a man? "Brother Chang, are we going to toast too?" Su Chang's little girlfriend wrapped her arms around him and asked daintily in his ear. "That's natural." Su Chang sneered and walked towards Su Qi. "Cousin, I was rude just now. I will toast you." Su Chang picked up the wine cup and said courteously. Su Qi inclined her head and glanced at Shang Ruyan, who immediately opened her mouth coldly. "I said, Su Qi doesn't know how to drink. This won't drink, more or less, right? Su Qi and I are brothers of the same family. It's just a glass of wine. In this case, I'll drink first." Su Chang smiled and drank the wine in his hand. Seeing Su Qi still not drinking, Su Chang laughed even more triumphantly, and said with hidden sarcasm in his words, "Su Qi, you wouldn't dare to drink because you are afraid of your wife, right? I didn't see that you are still a wifey nah." As he spoke, his girlfriend beside him was pouring him a drink with as much deference as she could muster. Shang Ruyan's gaze fell on the female companion beside Su Chang and suddenly realized a problem. This little girl's meekness is so much like Xia Yanran. Suki should like that. Thinking of this, Shang Ruyan picked up the wine glass that was placed on the table and handed it to Su Qi. "Since there is someone who wants to see you drinking, let's show him." Su Qi knew the little plan in Shang Ruyan's heart, and took the wine glass as she was told and brought it to her lips. Shang Ruyan looked at Su Chang in a good manner. The corner of her lips hooked up in a meaningful smile. Looking at Su Qi picking up the wine glass, Su Chang's heart inexplicably had a bad premonition. Sensing that the atmosphere over here was not right, the others in the banquet also looked over. Su Qi didn't dawdle and directly downed a glass of wine. At first there was nothing unusual. Less than half a minute later, Su Qi suddenly stood up violently and looked straight at Su Chang, who took half a step back somewhat sheepishly. What do you want?" Su Chang was dumbfounded and really suspected that Su Qi was punching at something when Su Qi fiercely drank and punched him in the face, and he instantly flew backwards and fell to the ground and rolled several times. The guests present were startled, but Shang Ruyan said without haste, "Su Qi has the problem of drunkenly hitting people, but he has a sense of proportion in what he does." so there's no need to worry. With Shang Ruyan standing next to Su Qi, the Su family sidekicks who were still trying to pull the fight have also shrunk back to their seats. Shang Ruyan said that Su Qi has a sense of proportion, and that today is when Su Cheng is beaten half to death. It will only be a small fight. Su Qi slowly walked towards Su Cheng, who had fallen to the ground, and without waiting for the other party to climb up, he stomped on Su Cheng's body with another hard foot. Others do not dare to intervene. Su Wenbin cannot watch his son so beaten. Immediately called a team of security over. Want to stop Su Qi? Su Shirshan came up for air and instructed. Pay attention not to hurt Su Qi. Shang Ruyan is still here. If they hurt Su Qi by mistake, they can't afford it. Unfortunately, these bodyguards were all Su Wenbin's men and didn't listen to Su Shirshan's orders at all. Su Wenbin passed a sinister look to the captain at the head, signaling that the other party did not have to show mercy. Sometimes the best way to teach a person a lesson isn't to kill or seriously injure them. Even if Shang Ruyan is here, Su Wenbin is confident that his people will be able to godlessly and unknowingly seriously injure Su Qi. That is, the kind of appearance that does not look serious, but in reality, it can kill a person. For example, so that he can no longer make out with women. In that case, Shang Ruyan thought that she would no longer stick to Su Qi. Thinking of this, Su Wenbin revealed a sinister smile, but unfortunately, this smile froze on his face before he could retract it, only to see that the lanky man, who was a full circle more robust than Su Qi, was actually sent flying by the latter's punch. Several people held Su Qi's legs together, but they were also easily kicked away by Su Qi. A group of security guards all fell to the ground screaming. Su Wenbin also panicked, but did not dare to go forward. The current Su Qi was like a beast that had lost control. I was wrong, don't hit me. Seeing this, Su Cheng hurriedly knelt on the ground to apologize to Su Qi. For some reason, Su Qi was like a different person after drinking that glass of wine. Su Cheng believed that Su Qi really dared to kill him. The little girlfriend brought by Su Cheng was also scared out of her wits at this time, and ran far away, afraid that Su Qi would even beat her up. The party was silent, and all looked in horror at the youth in the center of the parlor. Hearing Su Cheng beg for mercy, Su Qi seemed to wake up a few points, staggered back to his seat, and hugged Shang Ruyan. You smell so good. He hugged Shang Ruyan and lowered his head to sniff the fragrance on Shang Ruyan's hair. In full view of everyone, Shang Ruyan's face instantly reddened. Su Qi, let go of me. She raised her hand and pushed Su Qi, but Su Qi's hand didn't move. She was taken aback and used another 10% of her strength and found that the other party still didn't move. Could it be that Su Qi was actually strong enough to shackle her after getting drunk? Shang Ruyan was shocked in her heart, and immediately turned her head to look at Su Shirshan. Su Qi's movements are becoming more and more daring. So many pairs of eyes are watching. She cannot be here. Su Qi is drunk. Prepare a room for us, she ordered in a cold voice. After saying that, he whispered in Su Qi's ear. Wait a minute, okay? Although the two hadn't seen each other in a long time and she wanted to, there were just too many people here. Only then did Su Shirshan react and immediately called out to the housekeeper. Quickly, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and prepare the room. Suki, Su Cheng growled out in a low, unwilling voice, looking at Su Qi just so recklessly wrapping his arms around the stunning woman in his arms. Su Cheng only felt the flames of jealousy burning in his heart. Why? Why does Shang Ruyan only like Su Qi? Why does she let him do whatever he wants without resisting? In the end, she fell in love with Su Qi, which point, Su Cheng, who was red-eyed with jealousy, was carried back to his room with 7 hands and 8 feet. He had managed to quell his anger and was just about to rest for a while when a delicate, soft cry came from upstairs. It was Shang Ruyan's voice. Su Cheng's face sank, remembering that the Su family's luxurious guest room was just above him. Tingling into the bones of the pout constantly came. Su Cheng cannot help but itchy heart. Just want to get into the wrong. Was Shang Ruyan's voice Su Qi to knock back to reality? The thought of Su Qi enjoying Shang Ruyan filled his heart with resentment and jealousy. He gave the bed a hateful whack, but then accidentally pulled the wound, grimacing in pain as he rolled on the bed. Su Qi, you wait for me, I won't let you go, he cursed hatefully. Upstairs, however, there was another intense commotion. Throughout the night, Su Cheng had trouble sleeping. Just as soon as I close my eyes, I wake up to the sound of voices from upstairs. Already irritated by his insomnia, he was even more enraged when he heard the voice and couldn't sleep at all. The next morning, Su Qi was sleeping soundly while holding Shang Ruyan, but his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone in annoyance. Who is it? Zhao Qing's grumpy voice came from the other end of the phone. Who else could it be? Of course it's me. Su Qi, you usually don't come to class even if you don't. Today is the 3rd model exam. You still don't come to the exam room. Are you preparing to get a 0? Su Qi instantly sobered up. He had previously handed in his leave to the school in order to take care of the company's business, promising that he would get first in his grade for every exam. Before Zhao Qing gave him his approval, he got up in a hurry and hurried to Clear Springs High School. Unexpectedly, he saw Zhou Chen's luxury car near the school entrance. Zhou Chen got out of the car in annoyance and pulled Xia Yanran out of the car and wrestled her to the ground. "You stinking bitch! Dare to touch my card!" He kicked Xia Yanran's waist and cursed. Xia Yanyan painfully covered her stomach and said accusingly, "You're my boyfriend. Isn't it right to spend some money on me?" "Should, Lao Zi is just playing with you. It's your business if you owe money. Dare to steal and use Lao Zi's card. Lao Zi can't beat you." Zhou Chen squatted down and gripped her hair to pick her up, and without hesitation slapped her in the face. Xia Yanran screamed and covered her face. "You're so rich. What's wrong with me using a little bit of it? Why are you so cheap?" she screamed and questioned. Obviously it wasn't like this when he was with Su Qi. Hearing her speak so justifiably, Zhou Chen was even more furious and slapped Xia Yanran a few more times. "You idiot. Don't think I don't know who the man in your heart is. Lao Zi didn't even touch you in the past few days. Being with you is just to deal with Su Qi to make Rian come back to her heart. You still dare to spend Lao Zi's money. I'll beat you to death." Su Qi looked across the street for a while, heard out that Xia Yanran secretly used the money in Zhou Chen's card to pay back the money she owed from gambling, but could not help but laugh lightly. Once upon a time, Xia Yanran felt it was only natural to use his money, but unfortunately, Zhou Chen was not the man he used to be. He wanted to enter the school gates to take the exam, but Xia Yanran saw Su Qi with sharp eyes and immediately raised her hand and called out, "Su Qi, save me, save me." When she was in danger and saw Su Qi, Xia Yanran still subconsciously felt that he would come to her rescue, but Su Qi directly turned her head and put on her headphones, as if she heard nothing and saw nothing, and walked over very naturally. "Damn it! I knew you were still thinking about Su Qi." Zhou Chen became more and more irritated and choked Xia Yanran and threw her into the car. The car door slammed shut, and Xianyan screamed more than a few times in the car. By the time she came out again, not only was she covered in bruises, but her face was red and swollen in a big way. She wiped the tears from her eyes and put on a mask and limped herself into Clear Springs High School. After the exam was over, the students exited the exam room and returned to their classes. The news that Xia Yanran was covered in injuries had already spread in the classroom, and many people were talking about it. "I heard that Xia Yanyan was beaten up by that rich boyfriend of hers." "It doesn't seem like it. I heard that it was before Xia Yanran borrowed a lot of money to gamble on soccer, just like Zhao Yuan, and was chased to the door by her debtors. That's just self-inflicted. I didn't expect Xia Yanyan to gamble on soccer too. Isn't there someone else sick in Xia Yanran's family? At a time like this she still brings money to gambling? Don't say it. Xia Yanran is so pretty. There are people who are willing to pay her back. This time it's 80% that she's met a scum." As soon as Xia Yanran walked into the classroom, the crowd's murmurings were reduced a bit, but it didn't take long for them to start talking again. Didn't some people gloat about their rich boyfriends before? How come there's a bruise on their face now, and they don't see anyone buying a medicine for them? Su Yan was sitting near Xia Yanran, and when she saw Xia Yanran's comical appearance, she couldn't help but laugh out playfully. Xia Yanran glared at her hatefully. The smile on Su Yan's face suddenly froze, and she rolled her eyes without any goodwill. "What are you looking at me for? Did I say something wrong? Still really think you're the school flower that people love? The other boys flattered you before. That was because you weren't in a relationship. And now." She gave a disgusted playful laugh, locking eyes with the girl beside herself. Xia Yanran's face reddened a great deal, and she looked around the class somewhat helplessly before finally landing her gaze on Song Xian. "Song Xian, can you help me go buy some medicine?" She pulled on Song Xian's arm, pleading aggressively. "Me? Why?" Song Xian looked puzzled. "Brother Xian." Outside the door, there was suddenly a sweet-looking girl with fair skin and very cute. Her voice was as sweet and sticky as her appearance. "Brother Xian, this exam is so hard. I don't know several questions. Can you tell me about it?" "Okay. Which ones?" "I'll tell you." Song Xian rubbed the girl's head and said gently, "Song Xian, who is she?" Xia Yanran couldn't help but get annoyed as she looked at the two of them being intimate. "I'm Brother Xian's girlfriend." "Ah, Brother Xian, who is she?" The girl beamed, holding Song Xian's arm even more dissatisfiedly, questioning. "Baby, don't be angry. She's my classmate." Song Xian hurriedly smiled to appease her, and turned his head to glare at Xia Yanran. "This is my girlfriend." Xia Yanran was taken aback. "When did you have a girlfriend? What does this have to do with you?" Song Xian asked back with a puzzled expression. Xia Yanran instantly lost her concentration, suddenly remembering that she hadn't spoken to Song Xian for a long time since she had hitched a ride with Shang Chen. "Hey, ugly, I'm warning you, stay away from my brother Xian." The girl scolded her and pulled Song Xian away. She looked back and there was an additional message on her phone as well. It was a message from Zhou Chen. Xia Yanran, don't think I'll beat you up and this will be over. Those money you misappropriated from my card, give it back to me as fast as you can, or I'll make your whole family die an ugly death. Xia Yanran's heart thumped in fear and looked around, just in time to see Su Qi walk into the classroom. With her heart in her mouth, she walked over to Su Qi's table. Su Qi, you come with me for a moment. Afraid that Su Qi wouldn't pay attention to her, she also added a special sentence. I want to talk to you about what happened that night. Su Qi frowned and followed Xia Yanran out of the classroom. It was only when she waited for a remote place that Xia Yanran hurriedly grabbed Su Qi's hand. Su Qi, please help me deal with Zhou Chen. Okay, why should I help you? Su Qi jerked her hand away. Xia Yanran was stunned. That night in the hotel, the one who counted on you was Zhou Chen, and he had planned to make a move on you. As long as you're willing to help me, I can cooperate with you to deal with Zhou Chen. How do I know that you are not sent by Zhou Chen to deliberately set me up? Su Qi smiled playfully and asked directly in return. Xia Yanran was stunned for a split second, and when she saw Su Qi turning to leave, she immediately chased after him. Su Qi, I have something to show you. She pulled out her cell phone, and inside the screen was the image of Su Qi and her lingering that night. Although there were no lights on in the room at the time, the video on her cell phone recorded some images and sounds. Su Qi, if you don't help me, I'll make this video public. Your face is much clearer in this footage than mine, and even if you hand it over, you'll be the only one who loses face. Su Qi snorted, trying to threaten me with this? Xia Yanran, your tactics are getting clumsier and clumsier. Su Qi, are you really unwilling to help me? Xia Yanran was poked and prodded by Su Qi to find out what was in her heart, and she couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Luckily, in her heart, she still always remembered those good things Su Qi had done to her in the past, but it turned out that Su Qi had long forgotten the past between the two of them. I didn't expect you to be such a cruel person. I was wrong about you. With red eyes, she broke down and cried. I kindly reminded you before you gambled on soccer. You didn't listen to persuasion at that time, and now you only thought of coming to me after something happened. Isn't it too late? Su Qi patiently reminded Xia Yanran. You are entirely to blame for the situation you are in. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Su Qi, if you leave today, from now on, we won't have anything to do with each other. Xia Yanran's voice trembled, pointing at Su Qi's back and hissing out. Su Qi was slightly stunned and stopped in her tracks. Xia Yanran's heart rejoiced, thinking that he had changed his mind, but to her surprise, the next second she heard Su Qi's cold and merciless words. That's just what I want. Xia Yanran's heart was chilled as she pulled off the pendant around her neck and threw it at Su Qi's face. Good, since you really want to make a clean break with me, then take your things and roll. From now on let's return to the bridge and the road. The pendant snapped to the floor. Su Qi froze for a moment before remembering that he had given this pendant to Xia Yanran a long time ago, so it was no wonder he could never find it. He picked up the pendant and walked away without a word. Seeing Su Qi leave, Xia Yanran could no longer control her emotions and slowly fell to her knees, hugging her head and crying. Why? Why Su Qi also want to betray her? Obviously Su Qi should be the most unconditional support for her in this world, right? Why did things turn out the way they did today? Su Qi collected the pendant carefully, didn't even look at Xia Yanran, and went straight back to the classroom, where the topic of conversation in the class had already turned into this third model exam. I guess Song Xian will definitely be number one in this exam. How many days has Su Qi not come to school? I heard he was late for the exam? Su Qi is indeed smart, but even if a smart person doesn't study, his grades will definitely go backwards. Song Xian has often gotten perfect scores on his accompanying quizzes these days, so I guess he'll do better on this exam than last time. Su Qi skipped class all day. Is it too good to float before the test? Crowd discussion. All feel that the first place of this three-mode examination is definitely Song Xian. After all, the front will be nearly more than a month's time. Su Qi cannot come to school classes. They've never seen a schoolteacher who can get first place even without attending classes. When Jiang Wenjie saw Su Qi walk into the classroom, he immediately shouted, "Shut up everyone!" The crowd that was still noisy instantly quieted down and looked at Jiang Wenjie with a puzzled expression. Classes are about to start. What's the point of making a lot of noise? He coughed, a little stiffly. The crowd's faces became even more odd. Although Jiang Wenjie was the sports committee member, but in addition to sports scores, the scores of other subjects were all at the bottom of the list, and he actually managed to take charge of the class discipline as well? Su Qi, the result of one exam represents nothing. I believe that when you wait for the college entrance exam, you will definitely be the number one in our school. Su Yan also said at the side full of admiration. What's going on? The exam results are down? Su Qi was a bit puzzled. Not yet, but don't feel bad. It's nothing if you can't get first place in one exam. Su Yan kindly comforted him. since the results haven't come down, that doesn't make it certain that I'm not number one. Suchi let out a light laugh, unconcern written all over his face. Brother Chi, we are all brothers, so don't hold on. Jiang Wenjie had an expression of I understand everything and put his arm around Suchi's shoulder. I know that your strength is definitely above Song Xian. Let's study hard after that. Until the college entrance examination can still be the first. The winner is the one who smiles at the end, is not it? Listening to the comforting words of a few people, Suchi burst into tears and laughter. Did they think that they had not come to school during this period of time, that they had not studied at all? Meanwhile, in the office, Zhao Qing was also complaining with a group of teachers. This Suchi in our class is smart, but unfortunately his mind is not on his studies. He has been on leave for so many days in a row, and he almost forgot the time even for this third model exam. I think he will definitely fail this exam. Hearing that Suchi almost didn't show up for the exam, the other teachers were also very sorry. The first place winner of this exam has a chance to represent our Qingshuan High School to participate in the competition. It's a pity that Suchi missed this opportunity. Suchi is much smarter than Song Xian, but unfortunately, he is just too lazy. If Suchi represents our school to participate in the competition, the hope of winning is definitely greater. It's a pity. Such a good seedling, but he doesn't like to study. Although Zhao Qing was complaining on her lips, a hint of smugness flashed in her eyes. When Suchi took a leave of absence, he had specifically guaranteed on the leave slip that he would be number one in every exam in the future, or else he would voluntarily withdraw from school. When the results of this exam come out, she will see what Suchi still has to say. All the teachers were sighing and feeling sorry for Suchi, when a teacher whose desk was in the corner suddenly raised his head from the computer. The results in the system are out. First place goes to Suchi. What? First place or Suki? The crowd froze. Zhao Qing incredulously opened her computer and clicked into the results system, finding Suchi's name right at the top. Suchi was not only the first place winner of Qingshuan High School, but also the first place winner of all high schools in the capital. For this third model exam, all high schools in the capital used the same set of question papers. Suchi, on the other hand, was the only one of all the students who had perfect scores in every class. Zhao Qing, you're really lucky. There's such a talented student in your class. It seems that the top student of the college entrance exam this year is not Suchi from your class. After this year's college entrance exams, I guess Zhao Cheng you can get your hands cramped from getting bonuses. Teaching a top student. You should be head of the grade next year. Sister Zhao, right? Several teachers instantly flattered Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng, tell me about you. What are you doing teasing us for no good reason? You must have known that Suchi would get a perfect score this time, right? That's right. Zhao Qing is Suchi's homeroom teacher, so she must know Suchi's strength the best. Class teacher Zhao, can you let Suchi come to our class to talk about learning tips? Zhao Qing sat in her seat and only calmed down after a long time. Until this moment, Suchi was an uncompromising genius, and schooling was completely unnecessary for him. When she thought of the promises she had made Suchi say when she approved her leave slip earlier, she only felt that she was simply ridiculous. The class, and I don't know who, learned that the first place winner of this exam could represent the school in next week's competition. Song Xian instantly became the target of the crowd's uproar. Song Xian, there are only a few places in the competition every year, and I heard that if you do well in the competition you can be directly guaranteed a place, so you won't have to worry about the college entrance exam this time. That's right, Suchi didn't come to class these days. The first place is yours. It must be you who participated in the competition. Ahem, I did really well on the test this time. So I'll tell you what, I'll buy everyone a snack as a celebration. In the midst of the crowd's first place, Song Xian, full of vanity, went to buy a bunch of snacks and gave a packet to each of his classmates. When he sent it to Suchi's seat, he purposely gave a sarcastic laugh and embarrassedly said, Suchi, you haven't come to class lately. I thought you didn't come, so I didn't buy it for you. Don't mind it, haha. In the entire class, Suchi was the only one who hadn't received Song Xian's little snacks. Jiang Wenjie grabbed the small snack that Song Xian had bought and looked at it twice, throwing it into the trash can with a disgusted look. This kind of junk snack is good enough to buy and give away, so don't give people diarrhea when the time comes. A few students who were close to Suchi also returned the snacks to Song Xian. Jiang Wenjie looked at Song Xian and said with a contemptuous face, the results are not out yet and you are celebrating so much. Suchi can't get the first place and you may not be able to either. Don't fail to get the first place at that time. Your face won't even know how to lose it. Jiang Wenjie, how can you say that? Song Xian invited us to eat snacks also because of good intentions. A few students who had already unwrapped their snacks were full of unhappiness. You guys are just eating from the short end of the stick. I'm not going to hold his feet up. Jiang Wenjie cut out. His brothers also followed and echoed. That is, This bag of small snacks do not know if there are 50 cents. You dismissed. To please eat snacks do not know generous point. Song Xian. Knowing that your family is poor. Don't pretend this comparison even if you can't afford it in the future. A few people spoke to each other, causing Song Xian's face to turn a few shades of red from annoyance. The classmate next to him couldn't listen. Song Xian got first place this time. That's the nail in the coffin. Okay? That's right. Jiang Wenjie, you're saying grapes are sour when you can't eat grapes. Song Xian couldn't get first place. Could it be that you, a 10,000-year-old hangdog, could get it? Jiang Wenjie was instantly annoyed. It's none of your business if I did poorly on the exam? Ha ha ha. Jiang Wenjie, you're just anxious to see Song Xian come in first in the exam. A few others immediately laughed playfully, presumably eating the snacks Song Xian gave them even more happily in front of him. Just as the crowd was giggling, Zhao Chang walked into the classroom holding a bunch of already printed report cards, rolled them up and banged them on the podium. Be quiet, all of you. Think you did well on this test? With a stern voice, the entire classroom was instantly quiet as a chicken. Zhao Qing glanced at Su Qi with a complicated mood and silently unfolded the report card. Looking at Su Qi's various perfect scores, she silently sighed. Class president, come over here and hand out the report card. The report card had just been handed out to 2 rows when the students who had gotten their grades first got noisy again, and a sizzling sound spread throughout the class. This can't be right. Full marks. Again. Several classmates whispered while casting somewhat complicated looks towards Song Xian. Song Xian hadn't gotten his report card yet, and perceiving their odd gazes, he inexplicably had a bad feeling in his heart. This exam, Su Qi's classmates won the first place in the whole school with a perfect score again. Zhao Qing's calm voice came from the podium. Song Xian immediately stood up in surprise, and the chair fell to the ground with a bang. Student Song Xian, do you have any objections? Zhao Qing glared at him in dissatisfaction. No. Song Xian gritted his teeth and sat back awkwardly. Zhao Qing seemed to understand what Song Xian had in mind as she swept a circle of the class and said without haste, I know that some students will be a little unbalanced when they see Su Qi not coming to class and still getting first place, but you should actually be glad that such a genius is your classmate, your partner, and not a competitor that you can't see. The students who had just been talking loudly, saying that Song Xian would definitely be number 1 this time, were too ashamed to raise their heads at this moment, silently hiding the snacks that Song Xian had handed out, as if the snacks were some kind of shameful record. Of course, besides Su Qi, this time, Mr. Song Xian's grades are also excellent. Everyone should learn from him as well. At this moment, Zhao Qing's compliments had become another form of humiliation for Song Xian, who lowered his head and turned red without a word. After Zhao Qing left, the lively atmosphere in the class instantly became awkward. Many people looked at the snacks given by Song Xian. It is not good to return it. It is even worse to eat it, and for a while it was a bit difficult. Just then, Song Xian's girlfriend, Shui Yingying, also rushed over. All the classes had already sent out their report cards, and Shui Yingying had already learned that Song Xian wasn't number 1 and had come over specifically to comfort him. Brother Xian, don't be discouraged. One exam doesn't mean anything. You've participated in so many competitions. The more suitable person to participate in the competition is of course you. Shui Yingying comforted Song Xian in a warm and soft voice. Her words were like opening a new way of thinking for Song Xian. Song Xian instantly tapped the table. You're right, Su Qi's usual good test scores don't mean he's necessarily good at competition topics. The solutions to competition questions can be full of leaps and bounds, and many students who are great at test taking do poorly in their first competition. Thinking of this, Song Xian immediately went to find Zhao Qing. Teacher, I think that compared to Su Qi, I'm the one who's more suitable for the competition. Song Xian said with great confidence. Zhao Qing frowned, remembering that before Song Xian transferred to Qingchuan High School, he had also participated in competitions on behalf of the school and had done well in all of them. Su Qi, on the other hand, has really never participated in any competitions. But, I know you're experienced, but I've already announced the candidates for this competition in the class. And looking at the class results alone, Su Qi is really better than you. In fact, in Zhao Qing's heart, she also vaguely wondered what kind of results Su Qi could achieve if he went to participate in the competition. Will she be given another heavenly surprise? I've participated in competition training for a long time, and I guarantee that as long as I go to the competition, I'll definitely achieve better results than Su Qi, so I hope that you can give me a chance to win honor for the school. Song Xian swore with conviction. Zhao Qing hesitated for a bit before finally nodding. Fine, in that case, I can let you guys compete fairly once. In the next class, Zhao Qing walked into the classroom with a test booklet for the OU competition. Fellow students, after careful consideration, I have decided to let the 2 students, Su Qi and Song Xian, compete one more time. Zhao Qing looked at Suchi with some apologies. After all, Suchi's classmates haven't participated in the competition before, and this is for the sake of the school's honor. I have no opinion. Suchi looked indifferent. As early as when he saw Song Xian hurriedly running into Zhao Qing's office, he had already guessed that this would happen. Zhao Qing copied an OU competition question on the blackboard. Suchi, Song Xian, you two come up here. Whoever solves this problem first will represent the school in the competition. Below the podium, the other students looked at the question with blank eyes. For the average student who has not participated in any competitions or training for competitions, this question is absolutely impossible to solve. But Song Xian was different. He picked up the chalk and answered the questions quickly. When Shui Ying heard that Song Xian was going to compete with Su Qi, she also made a special effort to come and spectate. Seeing that Song Xian had already written half of the blackboard's answer steps in the blink of an eye, although Shui Ying couldn't understand it, she happily applauded Song Xian. Brother Xian is awesome. Only writing these few lines. What's so great about it? Jian Wenjie scoffed. Su Yan threw Shui Ying a wink, signaling her to stop talking. Although Shui Ying was in the next class, she and Su Yan were good friends. However, she and Xia Yanran are not the same. She belongs to the boyfriend is greater than everything. Have a boyfriend can forget the good girlfriends of the kind of girl. See the situation, she defiantly muttered in a small voice. You guys are obviously jealous of brother Xian is better than Suchi. Suchi is not the first grade? Why can't you write a single word once you encounter a competition question now? The crowd looked at the podium and realized that Su Qi was holding the chalk facing the blackboard and hadn't moved his pen. The students sitting in the front row could still see that Su Qi had been reading the questions with his brows furrowed, seemingly caught in the middle of extremely difficult thoughts. But Song Xian was relaxed, as if he was very familiar with this kind of competition topic, and solving this kind of problem was just a matter of convenience. Zhao Qing is an English teacher, although she doesn't know OU, but looking at the obvious contrast between the two when solving problems, she was also vaguely disappointed in Su Qi. As expected, without professional training in competitions, Su Qi, even if she was smart, was still no match for Song Xian. Brother Qi, why don't you write? Seeing that Su Qi had not been moving, Jiang Wenjie became anxious and urged in a low voice from the stage. Su Yan also clenched his fists, anxious to be a bit unable to sit down. And all the students who were on good terms with Su Qi sweated for him. Shui Ying grew more and more pleased. See, my brother Xian is the most suitable candidate for the competition. Just then, Song Xian, who had been silky smooth in solving the problem, suddenly stopped. There were a few schoolteachers in the class who could probably read Song Xian's problem-solving steps, and they were all a bit strange. Didn't Song Xian already write the last step? How come it's suddenly stuck? So many puzzles have the last step being the hardest. And Song Xian is already amazing for being able to write out so much. That's true. In my place I guess I could only derive the first two steps. Su Qi how not to write at all It should not be to Su Qi's usual results. Even if not participated in the competition training, should also be able to write a little, right? Oh, definitely won't chant. Shui Ying immediately said in a conspiratorial manner. Seeing Song Xian's delay in continuing to write down, Zhao Qing also smiled slightly and walked up to pat his shoulder. Alright student Song Xian, since you can't solve it, there's no need to keep writing. It's already good to be able to write this much. Song Xian opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but turning his head to see the blank blackboard in front of Su Qi, he still didn't say anything. Su Qi, there are specialties in the arts. You haven't participated in competition training. It's normal that you can't write. Don't be discouraged. Su Qi was still staring at the title without saying a word, as if he hadn't heard Zhao Qing's words. Zhao Qing helplessly turned around and looked at the people in the class. As you can see, although Su Qi's usual test scores are even better, Song Xian, who has a lot of experience in competitions and a better understanding of the types of questions in competitions, is a more suitable candidate to participate in competitions. Those students who supported Su Qi were indignant, but looking at the blackboard that was full on one side and blank on the other, they couldn't help Su Qi anymore. After Zhao Qing finished speaking, she looked at Su Qi again. Su Qi, it doesn't matter if you can't participate in the competition this time. I believe that with your level, as long as you study carefully in the next period of time, you will definitely be able to get the top prize in this year's college entrance examination. By the time you get to college, there will be plenty of opportunities to compete. Zhao Qing wanted to comfort Su Qi with a few words, but she saw that the other party's face did not have any lost look and was still reading the title. She could only helplessly remind Su Qi, there's no need to solve the puzzle. Your match with Song Xian is already over. Seeing Su Qi's nude appearance, Shui Ying could not help but snort out a laugh. Su Qi is a nerd. He can't beat our brother Xian in a race. Silly, right? Shui Ying, Go back to your own class. Su Yan couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at her and heckled. Che, what do you care where I go? Shui Yingying rolled her eyes. I'm here to cheer on brother Xian. What does it have to do with you ugly bastard? You shut up. Jian Wenjie glared at her, and made a show of raising his fist. Shui Yingying immediately shrunk her neck, not daring to speak again. Teacher, this isn't fair. Clearly the school has stipulated that the class first in this exam can go to the competition. You can't disqualify Su Qi like this. Su Qi's two roommates raised their voices for him. Going to the competition represents the honor of the school, so of course it's whoever is good. Those students who had eaten Song Xian's snacks also began to help Song Xian speak. Just as the two parties were arguing, Su Qi, who had been silent, suddenly looked at Zhao Cheng. Teacher, you copied the wrong question. The stem, now, cannot derive the last step. There is a condition missing. Zhao Cheng was taken aback, but looking at Su Qi's certainty, she still half-heartedly flipped through the question book. Shui Yingying sneered, taking advantage of Zhao Cheng's time to compare the questions. She nonchalantly taunted at Su Qi. You're not pulling any punches. I think it's just that you can't do it and falsely accuse the teacher of writing it wrong. Su Qi laughed without saying anything. He never bothered to talk to the breaks. Soon after, Zhao Cheng said in surprise, Gosh, Su Qi, you're right. I did omit to write out a condition. Jiang Wenjie immediately slapped the table and said happily, I told you, Su Qi is so smart. Even Song Xian can easily write the topic. How can he not write it? How do you talk? Shui Yingying reddened in embarrassment, but she still wanted to defend Song Xian. On the podium, Song Xian's face had become much more somber. Just now he wrote to the last step and realized that he couldn't deduce it any further, and also vaguely felt that it was the wrong topic. But if he really wanted to say what was wrong with the title, he couldn't see it. And this question is a lot of calculations. Did Su Qi calculate in his mind until the last step before realizing that the solution condition is missing? If that was the case, then Su Qi's mental arithmetic ability was too terrifying. Su Qi, when did you realize that the title was wrong? Zhao Cheng asked curiously. I realized something was wrong just after you wrote it. Teacher, so I've been thinking about what conditions are missing, Su Qi said in a serious manner. For a moment, the class was silent. A normal school teacher, if he or she finds out that the teacher has made a mistake in a question, will surely tell the teacher at the first opportunity so that he or she can check it. It was obvious that Su Qi was not an ordinary schoolmaster, but a top schoolmaster who would actually think about how to correct the topic. There was a short silence before the classroom erupted into a lively discussion. Su Yan looked at the small, red-faced Shui Yingying and immediately grimaced. Shui Yingying, isn't your brother Xian very good? How come you didn't realize the title was wrong? Jian Wenjie was also very proud. A genius is a genius. Song Xian participated in so many competition trainings, but still can't compare to brother Qi? Zhao Qing listened to the crowd murmur for a few moments before knocking on the podium. Alright, be quiet. So Suki, have you figured out what that missing solution condition is yet? I can try. Su Qi picked up the chalk, began to project on the blackboard as the eyes of the class watched. Teacher Zhao shouldn't understand the OU questions. To get Su Qi to backtrack on the missing conditions, he should at least tell him the answer first. Under the stage, a schoolteacher muttered in a low voice to his tablemate. Su Qi didn't take the initiative to ask Mr. Zhao for the answer. Could it be that he could project it without the answer? The same table couldn't help but speculate. If Su Qi is really that good, just go directly to the competition question team. Why bother participating in the competition? The school bully couldn't believe it. However, after Su Qi carefully projected a few times, he really wrote out a few conditions. Teacher, after my calculations, together with these conditions, the complete answer can be deduced in the end, Su Qi said, and wrote out a few lines of steps to solve the problem. Compared to Song Xian wrote a full page full of formulas. Su Qi's method of solving the problem looks much simpler. Su Qi, you really made me unexpected. Zhao Qing specially called the teacher in charge of leading the Olympiad competition at the school, and the two of them looked at what Su Qi had written and marveled at it. Mr. Zhao, such a talent. Please make sure you let him participate in the Olympiad. The competition teacher pleaded excitedly. That's for sure. Su Qi was originally the grade 1 in this third model exam. It's only right that he goes to the competition. Zhao Qing was also proud that she had brought up such a talented student. Song Xian, do you still have an opinion now? Zhao Qing turned her head to look at Song Xian and asked with a smile. Song Xian's face was gloomy, but the facts were in front of him. Su Qi could not only solve competition questions, but also produce competition questions, and he had long been on a different level from him. If he had any more opinions at this time, he would be making a fool of himself. And even though he had more than a little bit of resentment in his heart, he had nothing to say now. Song Xian, if you're interested in competitions, I can teach you if I have time. Suchi added in a cloudy manner. This competition if the results are good but can be directly selected by the famous school. Song Xian wants to take away his future. He is now but to return the color. If you're not strong enough to be a demon, you deserve to be humiliated. Su Qi, I hope that you can win honor for our Qingxuan when you go to the competition this time. Zhao Cheng said to Su Qi with immense anticipation. She had a vague premonition in her heart that in this competition, maybe Su Qi could get the gold medal in Olympic mathematics for Qingxuan. Qingxuan High School had been established for 100 years, and no student had ever been able to get a gold medal in OU. So perhaps Su Qi was the first person to make history. Alright, the competition is over, and the competition candidates are finalized. So all of you go back to your seats. Let's turn the books over and get ready for class. Zhao Qing greeted, and the class that was still laughing and joking became serious. However, a student sitting in the front row raised his hand over his stomach. Teacher, I have a stomachache and want to go to the restroom. I'm a teacher too. Another student raised his hand as well. Before Zhao Qing could nod, one of the boys suddenly wailed. No, I can't hold it in. Immediately afterward, the classroom resounded with a sparse series of farting sounds, and the classroom stank to high heaven. Before Zhao Qing could react, another student let out a burst of stinky farts as well. A few students could not hold it in directly and rushed out straight to the toilet without even saying hello. The class stank to high heaven, and Zhao Qing was horrified to see so many of her classmates with diarrhea. It's not supposed to be mass food poisoning. Su Yan covered her nose with a look of disgust, but when she turned her head, she saw the half-eaten packet of snacks on her deskmate's table. She turned back to Jiang Wenjie thoughtfully and realized that he and a few other students who hadn't eaten snacks were fine. It can't be this crap snack, can it? She muttered, taking a closer look at her table's snack, then yelped in surprise. Song Xian, why did the snacks you bought expire? She shouted this at the top of her lungs, and a number of people grabbed their snacks to check them out. My snacks are expired too. I'm not out of date on this one, but it's only 2 or 3 days away from expiration, so no wonder my stomach hurts. A few students who came back after going to the restroom heard the crowd complaining and immediately ran to Song Xian's face to question him. Song Xian, you can't afford snacks even if you can't afford them. Why are you greedy and cheap to buy expired snacks for us to eat? You are really not afraid of eating people to death? That's right. You must give us a statement today. Song Xian's face went white for a few minutes. I also didn't notice that this snack is expired. The supermarket boss put it at the door to sell. To blame you guys should also go to blame the supermarket. Jiang Wenjie snorted. Fools know that the supermarket door put snacks or low-priced processing. The price is so cheap there must be a problem. Song Xian, you're so smart. Won't even this all of the don't know it? Can he not know? It's just that he's heartbroken about money and wants to gain face. Su Yan nonchalantly poked and prodded. Song Xian was just about to retort, when Shui Yingying also covered her stomach and ran to Song Xian's front, frowning with a pained face. Brother Xian, my stomach hurts. Can you go and buy me a little bit of painkiller? Song Xian hesitated for a split second. Su Yan seized the moment and immediately spoke. Do you still dare to let him buy you medicine? When he bought medicine for Xia Yanran, the medicine he bought was expired. Yan, Brother Xian is not such a person. Shui Yingying said with some annoyance. Forget it if you don't believe it. You'll regret being with a man like Song Xian who has no money and is stingy. Su Yan kindly reminded. Men without money. Money is the first place in his heart. He is again love you. You can only rank second. Why are you full of money? Brother Xian is not that kind of person. Shui Yingying shot back in dissatisfaction. Only this time, when she looked at Song Xian, her voice was much lower, as if she was short of breath. Alright, Shui Yingying, go back to your class first. Zhao Qing hurriedly spoke out, stopping the two women from arguing. Everyone who feels a stomachache, come with me to the school hospital and remember to take that snack you ate for the school nurse. With her organization, the students in her class who had food poisoning were sent to the school hospital to get hooked up to water. Seeing that Song Xian was fine, Zhao Qing couldn't help but frown. Song Xian, you gave snacks to your classmates but didn't eat them yourself. It seems that you also know that there is something wrong with the snacks you gave them. There should be camaraderie between classmates. This kind of thing that harms others and harms yourself, don't do it again. Song Xian had a mouthful to say. Where was he that he hadn't eaten on his own? He just hadn't gotten around to it yet. If he knew that the snacks would be bad for his stomach if they expired, he wouldn't have specifically not given them to Su Qi. Now that so many people are in the school hospital, there is no way for him to plead his case, so he can only obediently bow his head and admit his mistake. Zhao Qing sighed. I know you didn't get the competition heart dissatisfaction, but also can't retaliate on the innocent students. Within today to hand over 3,000 words of review over. Tomorrow call your parents over to compensate these students' medical expenses. Once he heard that he had to pay compensation, Song Xian's heart ached again. Ah, compensation? I see that they only have diarrhea too. It shouldn't be serious, right? Zhao Qing stared at Song Xian. A strong disappointment surfaced in her eyes. It seemed that she had really misjudged someone before. The only ones left in the classroom were Su Qi and those students who didn't eat snacks because they supported him. Several people were thankful. It's a good thing we didn't eat the snacks Song Xian gave us. Song Xian is notoriously stingy. I wouldn't dare eat his food. Jiang Wenjie looked at Su Qi and said with a smile, Brother Qi, you've also successfully gotten the competition spot. Do you have to treat us a few to a rub? It so happened that Song Xian returned to the class with a gloomy face. Su Qi glanced at his face and blandly said, Okay, tonight everyone go with me to the Star Bay Hotel for dinner. My treat. Star Bay Hotel. Isn't that one of the most luxurious hotels in our capital? I've never been there before. Jiang Wenjie immediately became excited. I want to go in and take a look every time I pass by there. But unfortunately my financial strength doesn't allow me to. Now I finally have this opportunity. Thank you, Su Qi. Su Yan followed suit and flirted. Well, everyone can go if they want to, and it's fine to bring your own friends. Su Qi nodded with a light smile. Once they heard that they could even bring their friends, the class instantly became more excited. Seeing Song Xian not say a word, Su Yan deliberately took the initiative to open her mouth. Song Xian, you're coming along too. Let's all have a meal together and liven things up. Jiang Wenjie pulled Su Yan back and said with a disgusted face, What are you calling him for? He was just so petty that he didn't even send a snack to Brother Qi. And you're still calling him along now? Song Xian also had a few desires for the Star Moon Bay Hotel in his heart, but since it was Su Qi's treat, he couldn't possibly go, so he could only force himself to say, I'm not going. I'm not interested. After saying that, he got up and went next door to find Shui Yingying. Baby, how are you? Feeling better? Do you want me to get you medicine now? Shui Yingying, who had already taken her medicine, was somewhat speechless in her heart when she saw that Song Xian only came to care about her now. However, thinking that Song Xian might just be a little careless, he didn't think twice about it. I'm fine. I'm going to have dinner with Su Yan at the hotel later. Song Xian, can you send us to the hotel? Song Xian then remembered that Shui Yingying and Su Yan were good girlfriends, and Su Yan hadn't eaten any snacks because she supported Su Qi. Something clicked in him. Are you going to the Star Moon Bay Hotel? Yes. I haven't been to the Star Moon Bay Hotel yet. Today's diarrhea has made me weak. It's just the right time to make up for it. Shui Yingying happily said. Even if the heart is 100 times unpleasant, Song Xian is not good to Shui Yingying attack. After all, Shui Yingying size is also a beautiful woman. There is her such a girlfriend is still very dignified. Song Xian ruthless heart, to Shui Yingying called a cab. Sending Shui Yingying to the hotel door, Song Xian wanted to leave directly, but ran into Jiang Wenjie, who had just jumped down from Su Qi's car. Song Xian, aren't you not coming to dinner? How come you even brought your girlfriend along now? Jiang Wenjie immediately came over with a playful smile and said in a conspiratorial manner. Song Xian's face stiffened. Who said I came to eat with Su Qi? I came here because I wanted to treat Yingying to dinner. Shui Yingying's eyes widened in some surprise. Really? Come on. Who doesn't know that you're known as a big stingy person? This hotel is so expensive. You're willing to pay for dinner here? Jiang Wenjie snorted and mocked without mercy. Shui Yingying's face followed suit and turned a few shades of red. Looking at Song Xian with some skepticism, Song Xian gritted his teeth and pulled Shui Yingying into the restaurant. Let's go Yingying. I'll treat you to dinner today. The waiter immediately brought the menu. Shui Yingying received the menu with seeming faith. Her family was also in a good condition, so she didn't have much of a reaction when she saw these somewhat expensive dishes. On the contrary, Song Xian, looking around, almost scared out of his heart. Here a tomato scrambled eggs actually cost $300. I don't know if this tomato was made of gold or silver. After looking around, he could only order one through gritted teeth. Just take a leak in scrambled eggs. Anything else? The waitress smiled. No. He hurriedly waved his hand. This leek scrambled egg was already the cheapest dish in this hotel. Even so, this one dish is enough to feed him for a week. Shui Yingying's heart surfaced a strong disappointment. Coming to such a luxurious hotel for dinner, Song Xian actually ordered just one dish. This was too embarrassing. Brother Xian, why don't you order 2 more dishes? She waited until the waiter left before she frowned and requested in a small voice. Baby, the dishes here are all futile. Good looking but not delicious. Let's not be so vain. Wait until we go out. I'll take you to eat delicious food again. Song Xian patiently said in as gentle a voice as he could. Shui Yingying skimmed her lips, and her heart became even more uncomfortable. Who the hell is vain? Just now, if it wasn't for Song Xian's compulsion to fill up face in front of Jiang Wenjie, she would have followed Su Yan to a big meal by now. As it happened, Su Qi was sitting at the table near them with a group of classmates hot on her heels. Everyone, feel free to order whatever you want to eat. No need to be polite with me. Suchi asked the waiter to give everyone a menu. I want lobster. I want to eat Buddha jumping wall. I want. Listening to the names of the various dishes reported next door, Xuanying couldn't help but gulp as well. She was holding it in her heart when there was a sudden pain in her belly. How come she's on her period at this time of year? She hurriedly sent a message to Su Yen. Yun, do you have a tampon? I'm on my period. Su Yen, who received the message, hurriedly rummaged through her school bag, and in a subtle movement, stuffed the sanitary napkin into her pocket and followed Xuanying to the bathroom. Noticing Su Yan's small movements, Su Chi casually instructed the waiter, bring a cup of hot water for the girl in the seat over there later, as well as a painkiller. Having been with Shang Ruyan for so long, he naturally knew more about the physical aspects of girls than other boys, and knew that Xuanying was definitely on her period in this state. Xuanying finished changing her sanitary napkin before she aggressively spat with Su Yan. You don't even know. Song Xian is really swollen face. Obviously no money but also have to eat here. Ordering food will also order a leek scrambled eggs. I have long said with him that I don't love to eat leeks. Then why are you still eating with him? Go sit with me at Su Chi's place. Su Yan also complained for Xuanying. But Song Xian is usually nice to me and often gives me lectures. It's not good for me to just leave. Xuanying was a little hesitant. Su Yan directly gasped and laughed. Usually Song Xian is in the class. Just any girl to ask him about the topic he is enthusiastic. And it is not just to teach you alone. Are you stupid? Xuanying pursed her lips and after some hesitation, she still refused Su Yan and sat back in front of Song Xian. As soon as she returned to her seat, the waitress gently placed a cup of warm brown sugar water and medicine for menstrual cramps in front of Xuanying. Miss, this is specially prepared for you. Xuanying looked at Song Xian in surprise. Just now, before she went to the toilet, but she quietly told Song Xian that she was going to change her sanitary napkin. Aside from Su Yan, only Song Xian knew that she was on her period. The medicine must have been prepared by Song Xian by having the waiter prepare it. Brother Xian, I can't imagine you're so sweet. She smiled sweetly and took the pills from the attendant. What? Song Xian was playing with his cell phone when he heard Xuanying speak, before he raised his head in a bit of a daze, just in time to see the brown sugar water in front of Xuanying. He instantly frowned in dissatisfaction. Why did you order drinks without saying hello to me? Ying, don't think that just because it's my treat that you can rightfully spend my money. Xuanying's brows furrowed, and for the first time, she felt that Song Xian was so unbelievable. The waiter hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Sir, you've misunderstood. This cup of brown sugar water was gifted to your table by the gentleman over there. Xuanying looked over in the direction the waiter indicated and realized that the person was actually Su Chi. Noticing Xuanying's gaze, Su Chi turned his head and locked eyes with her. His complexion still very plain, without a hint of wanting to claim credit, as if he had just done a trivial and insignificant thing in passing. For a time, Xuanying's heart was indescribably moved. I didn't expect Su Chi to be so meticulous, actually able to see that she had her period. Unlike those straight men, who didn't even know why she was difficult. Song Xian, however, was full of unhappiness. You are my girlfriend. Su Chi to blindly worry about what Xuanying was speechless for a while. Then you know that my stomach is not feeling well. Why don't you take the initiative to give me some brown sugar water? Even if there is no brown sugar water, a cup of hot water will do. Ying, are you stupid? What are you doing drinking hot water for a stomachache? Don't worry, tummy ache is not a disease. You'll be fine when you're done eating. As Song Xian was talking, the waiter brought up the portion of scrambled eggs with leeks that he had ordered. Looking at the plate of food, Xuanying's small abdomen twinged and her heart was speechless. Song Xian actually didn't know she was on her period until now. Song Xian, can you be any more stingy? She was so aggravated that she almost burst into tears. It was only at this point that Song Xian noticed that Xuanying's mood was not right, and hurriedly said, Baby, don't be angry. I know. You just think that the dishes I ordered are less. I see that there's free ice cream over there. I'll go and get you a copy of it, huh? Xuanying looked at Song Xian, who was preparing to get up to get some ice cream, and finally couldn't stand it any longer. I've had enough of you, Song Xian. Let's break up. Why? Song Xian looked puzzled. Xuanying was speechless for a while. Why? I'm telling you, I'm on my period and you still want me to eat ice. Is it because my stomach doesn't hurt enough? You're stingy and facetious. I put up with all that, but you don't even care about me. You don't love me at all. I don't want to be with you anymore. Su Yan, who had been watching the show from the side, hurriedly stood out, pulling the tearful Xuanying behind herself and glaring nonchalantly at Song Xian. Hear that? You've been dumped. After saying that, she pulled Xuanying to Su Chi's table. Suchi and her friends also tacitly pretended that they didn't see what had just happened and enthusiastically greeted Xuanying as she sat down. Song Xian sat in his seat, completely unable to figure out why Xuanying had to mention breaking up for good reason. Just because he's going to hit the free ice cream? He just found out she's on her period. 2. Filled with depression. He ate most of a plate of scrambled eggs with leeks over white rice by himself, and in an effort to get back on his feet, he stiffed several free ice creams from the hotel. Finally ate until there was still most of the dish of chives and scrambled eggs left. He was just about to ask the waiter to pack a bag for himself. When he looked up, he saw that outside the hotel, Xuanying and Suchi got into the same car and left. Although Song Xian was angry, he didn't chase him out because the waiter was still packing up his leftover plate of food, and watched as Xuanying followed Suchi away. The next morning, Xuanying suddenly took her lunchbox and appeared at the door of the first class. Song Xian's deskmate saw Xuanying and immediately poked him with his elbow. Isn't that your girlfriend? Did she come to bring you breakfast? The other students also noticed the girl outside the door and were talking about it. What's the situation? Didn't Xuanying break up with Song Xian already? Weren't they in love yesterday? When did they break up? What else could it be? Last night at the Star Moon Bay Hotel, Song Xian had to play the game, took Xuanying in for dinner, and ended up ordering a plate of leeks and scrambled eggs. Xuanying couldn't stand him chanting, "Ha, this is too embarrassing, isn't it? If you don't have money, don't go to Star Moon Bay to eat. That place is not a place where ordinary people like us can go to eat." Maybe Xuanying was just angry last night. And didn't she bring her lunchbox to apologize to Song Xian today? Song Xian is so charismatic. Xuanying is such a big beauty that she rushes up to fall back on him. Of all those comments from the crowd, Song Xian only heard this last sentence. He was instantly pleased in his heart. Last night Xuanying must have seen so many delicious food on Suchi's table and had a momentary craving before she mentioned breaking up with him. Now she must have regretted it and come to beg for reconciliation. After all, nowadays, a handsome boy like him with good grades is very sought after in Qingchuan High School. Xuanying wouldn't be willing to break up with him so easily. Every morning before, Xuanying would also come over to bring him breakfast. The reason he agreed to Xuanying as his girlfriend was also because of her cooking skills. Song Xian, what's going on between you and Xuanying? The tablemates were also a little nervous when they heard the others' comments. Because of Song Xian's purchase of expired snacks, those close friends of his have distanced themselves from him quite a bit, and only his tablemates still consider him a good friend. Song Xian laughed. It's just a little conflict. See if she's not taking the initiative to come to me with a lunchbox to make up now? Really? The table half expected it. Of course, Song Xian swore. I'm telling you, Ying Ying's handiwork is very good, and she's the best among the girls who brought me food before. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a taste later. The table waved his hand in embarrassment. Forget it, that's your girlfriend's loving breakfast for you. What am I supposed to taste? What's wrong with that? You'll try it later, and if you like it, I'll ask Ying Ying to make you one in the future. Song Xian said with a sense of propriety. That's not good, is it? The table gave a somewhat embarrassed look. Song Xian, however, didn't think so. What's wrong with that? She's my girlfriend, she'll agree to anything I ask her to do, and isn't this just a passing thing? As soon as Song Xian's words fell, the dismissal bell for the morning study session rang. Xuanying walked into the classroom with her lunchbox, but she didn't look at Song Xian. Instead, she stretched her head to look for something in the classroom. Song Xian was a bit puzzled, standing up and walking towards her, about to take the lunchbox in her hand. Baby, what are you looking for? Aren't I right here? Hearing his voice, Xuanying immediately furrowed her brows in disgust and took a half step back. You're insane. Who said I came to find you? As soon as she pushed Song Xian away, she quickly walked to Suchi's seat and put the boxed lunch in her hand on Suchi's seat. Suchi, thank you for yesterday. This breakfast was specially made by me to thank you, she said to Suchi in a warm voice. Xuanying, what do you mean? You actually gave another man a boxed lunch in front of me. Do you take me for dead? Song Xian instantly became furious and grabbed Xuanying's wrist and questioned. Everyone in the class cast curious, searching glances. Xuanying shook off Song Xian's hand in incomparable disgust and exclaimed, You're really sick. We've already broken up, okay? Who I bring food to is my freedom. Break up? I don't agree to break up. Song Xian directly laughed in anger. For a woman like you, I'm with you because I look up to you. What qualifications do you have to mention breaking up with me? When the crowd heard Song Xian's words, their expressions stared for a few moments. I didn't realize that Song Xian, who was usually quite a gentle person, would actually belittle his ex-girlfriend so much after the breakup. Xuanying also froze. She had thought that Song Xian just didn't love her and wasn't careful and considerate enough. She didn't think he would have such a mean side. Thinking back to these days and Song Xian together, Song Xian in addition to will give her lectures, usually go out to eat and date. Our she is out of pocket. Song Xian will only be one to say that they do not have money, but even if they didn't have any money, they could still go for a walk in the park and watch the free fireworks. And Song Xian always asked her to buy dinner and milk tea, and even the tickets for their first movie were bought by her. Song Xian was an iron rooster that didn't have a single hair on his head, and when she thought that she had actually loved such a man to death before, Xuanying was so disgusted that she almost didn't spit out her overnight meal. Yes, I don't deserve you, go be noble by yourself, scummy man. Xuanying couldn't get any more angry, and she threw a slap at Song Xian's face. Song Xian was already skinny and weak-looking, and was directly hit and spun in place. Jiang Wenjie, who was watching the show from the back, directly laughed out loud. Song Xian came back to his senses and wanted to greet back, but Jiang Wenjie and a few boys in the back row instantly stepped forward to protect Xuanying behind him. Breaking up should be decent. Song Xian, you're a big man. Why are you so pretentious? Jiang Wenjie laughed playfully. Because he couldn't beat Jiang Wenjie, Song Xian couldn't fight back, but he was still holding his breath in his heart and could only stare at Xuanying with hatred. Without you, there are still a lot of people who like me. What are you? He pulled out the lunchbox he had brought with him and gave it to Xia Yanyan, who had taken a day off from work. In front of Xuanying, Yan, this is the lunchbox I specially prepared for you. Xia Yanran all froze. She was beaten yesterday, took a day off to go to the hospital, and only arrived at school this morning. She didn't know what happened yesterday, but when she saw the scene just now, she also instantly understood that Song Xian was taking her as a spare tire to deliberately gas Xuanying. She grew up where she had received such aggravation, just about to throw Song Xian lunchbox back. The image of Zhou Chen threatening her to return the money suddenly popped into her mind, and instantly retracted her hand again. If she went along with Song Xian now, at least if Zhou Chen came looking for her again after school, Song Xian could still protect her a bit. It was only when she thought of this that she held back her discomfort and looked at Song Xian and smiled. Thank you. She opened the lunchbox with a million hearts, only to be greeted by a nasty smell of leeks that caused her to barely throw up straight away. This? Why are these leftovers? She looked at the mess of scrambled eggs with leeks and a few other leftovers in her lunchbox and was speechless as hell. Hearing Xia Yanran's words, Jiang Wenjie and Su Yan immediately gossiped and came over. Song Xian's lunchbox was actually really filled with leftovers, and it had a vaguely strange odor. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said in a conspiratorial manner, isn't this the plate of leeks and scrambled eggs that Song Xian ordered last night at the Star Moon Bay Hotel? Oh, there are also a few tables of leftovers from Su Chi Street. Why, you just ordered a plate of food and haven't finished it yet? Also, didn't you say you didn't want Su Chi to treat you? Why did you still bring back all the meals Su Chi bought? Song Xian, I originally thought that you were just smart in your studies, but I didn't realize that you also have such great wisdom in saving food. It really impresses me. Jiang Wenjie also couldn't help himself, and he was all gloom and doom at Song Xian. Those classmates who followed Su Chi to dinner last night also laughed along. Xia Yanran, you can eat such a boxed lunch. People think you're a garbage collector. Song Xian, this is too shabby for you. No wonder Xuanying dumped you. This rice is rancid, and it's good enough to give to a girl. Trying to pick up girls with regimental garbage is a laugh. While the crowd mocked Song Xian, they also mocked Xia Yanran in passing. Xia Yanran's face instantly turned red. Those mocking words were like a sharp needle sticking into her heart. She stood up in annoyance and directly poured all the leftovers from the boxed lunch onto Song Xian's table. Lick yourself clean with this crap. Song Xian had also wanted to theorize with Xia Yanran, telling her not to waste it even if she didn't eat it, but unfortunately, the class bell rang, so he could only quickly clean up the desk. Xia Yanran is also not in the mood to care about Song Xian. On the cell phone, Zhou Chen has sent several messages in a row threatening her to pay back the money, but where she has a place to get the money, she can only keep hiding in the school, until the end of the school day. Xia Yanran just wanted to hurry back to the dormitory. Zhou Chen barged into the classroom and saw her at a glance. Xia Yanran subconsciously tried to run, and Zhou Chen immediately rushed over in annoyance. Where are you running to? Dare not reply to my message. Do you want to die? Seeing Zhou Chen come in force, the students in the class instantly ran away for fear of getting into trouble. Su Chi was packing up her books and looked up at Xia Yanran, who was being pulled by Zhou Chen's hair, and simply ignored it. Xia Yanran was also to blame for ending up in this situation today. He was not interested in meddling. Isn't it just money? Why are you being so catty? Xia Yanran shed tears in pain, and because she was afraid that Zhou Chen would hit her, she could only cover her face and complain. A little money? No woman has ever dared to touch Lao Zi's card. You can only take as much as Lao Zi gives you. You dare to steal what is not given to you. If you don't pay me back today, I will break your legs. Zhou Chen indignantly yanked Xia Yanran's hair and threw her into the corner of the classroom, copied a chair and was about to smash it into her. Xia Yanran screamed and subconsciously ran to Su Qi's side. Su Qi, save me, save me. Only then did Zhou Chen notice that Su Qi hadn't left and frowned, saying in a bad tone, I advise you to mind your own business. This is a grudge between me and her. Su Qi pulled away Xia Yanran's hand on his body, and gave Zhou Chen a go-ahead gesture. Su Qi, this is your notebook. I forgot to return it to you. Su Yan returned to the classroom with her school bag on her back, talking to herself, and when she saw the fierce Zhou Chen, her hand holding the notebook unconsciously shook a little. She went to the office to help the teacher correct the test papers in the last class of the afternoon and had no idea that Zhou Chen had arrived in the classroom. Seeing Su Yan, a hint of greed suddenly surfaced in Zhou Chen's eyes. Unlike the unusual high school girls, Su Yan was more maturely developed, and her student-like innocent appearance and her front and back figure formed a special flavor. Zhou Chen didn't think that besides Xia Yanran, Qingchuan High School still had such a superb girl, and his mind immediately conjured up the image of pressing this girl, the image of the girl being ruthlessly ravaged underneath her body. A burst of evil fire immediately sprang up in her body. What are you looking at? Su Yan met his greedy gaze and a wave of fear ran through her heart as she unconsciously covered her chest. Of course I'm looking at you, little beauty. Zhou Chen laughed out softly. You're so pretty. If I don't look at you, who else can I look at? Su Yan had seen Zhou Chen driving a luxury car to pick up Xia Yanran before, and knew that his identity was not simple, and her heart was even more fearful. Being targeted by this kind of rich and powerful man, she simply did not have the qualification to resist. Just as her heart was in a state of panic, Su Qi suddenly opened her mouth. Didn't you say you were going to return my notes? She came back to her senses and handed the notes to Su Qi with a trembling hand. Did you read it? Want to go back with me today? I'll teach you. Su Qi took the initiative to propose. Su Yan instantly understood that Su Qi was helping her out, and nodded gratefully. Good, good. Zhou Chen frowned in dissatisfaction. Su Qi, this is the person I have my eye on. Su Qi sneered and inclined her head. Is that so? But people don't seem to fancy you. Ha! Zhou Chen was just about to get angry when he saw Su Qi unhurriedly pulling out a can of beer from her book bag. He instantly recalled the image of being punched to the ground by the drunken Su Qi that night. This guy was simply like a different person after drinking, and to this day as soon as he thought back to that time, he still felt a vague pain in the place where he had been punched. I don't care to fight you, he shivered in his heart, but his face was still strong. Let's call it a day. After letting out his harsh words, he flew away, fearing that Su Qi would go crazy with alcohol. Su Qi let out a light laugh and turned the can of beer around, handing it to Su Yan. Please drink it. But it was just a can of a drink with an outer packaging that looked like wine that actually scared Zhou Chen like this. So it seemed that he really didn't go easy on him that night. Only when she saw Zhou Chen leave did Xia Yanyan breathe a sigh of relief, straightened her school uniform, which had been torn and wrinkled by Zhou Chen, and walked out of the classroom. Just a sour taste spread in his heart. After walking to the end of the hallway, he looked back. The two of them, Su Qi and Su Yan, were chatting and laughing. When facing Su Yan, Su Qi was like a different person, completely lacking the indifference she had when facing her. This time, Su Qi had also dealt with Zhou Chen in order to help Su Yan. Su Qi knew from the beginning that Zhou Chen was afraid of him, but when she was bullied by Zhou Chen, he still chose to be indifferent. It seems that Su Qi really does not care about her at all. Watching her being beaten by other boys can have no reaction. But, a long time ago, Su Qi's indifference would only be given to other girls, worrying that she would be angry. Su Qi never talked more with other girls. Su Yan seemed to want to get close to Su Qi a long time ago, but they were all rejected by Su Qi in disguise. Xia Yanran returned home with a full heart, and just closed the door of the house wanting to sleep for a while. There was a loud slap across her face. You loser, look what you've done. Xia Zhangbei gripped the wine bottle and drunkenly pointed at her and cursed. How did I raise such an unfilial daughter as you? Not giving my old man money to spend even if it's not enough, but also letting people bully you into the house. Xia Yanran covered her face in aggravation and looked around the house, only to realize that all the furniture and appliances in the house were gone. What's going on here? Has our house been burglarized? She looked confused. How dare you ask? Wasn't it you who stole that Zhou Chen's money, and he chased us to our home and had people move all the valuable things in our home? Xia Zhangbei cursed and copied the broom, chasing after Xia Yanran and beating her. I'll beat you to death. You money loser. In the beginning, I shouldn't have let your mom give birth to you. Dad, I'm wrong. I'm really only wrong. Xia Yanran was unable to hide, and could only keep begging for mercy. Wrong? Fine. I'll give you a chance to go out and make money. Xia Zhangbei got tired of beating and threw the broom, panting. Tomorrow, I've arranged a blind date for you, so go over there, and no matter what you use, make sure you nail Yun Li for me. Xia Zhangbei said drunkenly. A blind date? Dad, I'm not even in college yet? You're going to let me marry someone? Xia Yanran asked reluctantly. People Li Young family has a lot of money. If you can look at you, that is your 8 lifetimes to repair the blessing. What are you reluctant? Xia Zhangbei said. Again to take the broom Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran screamed and was just about to dodge away when Xia Zhangbei suddenly withdrew his hand and muttered to himself, I can't hit you now. In case the other person, Li Xiao, sees it and doesn't like it, then it's not good. Dad. Xia Yanran had to say more before she received another chain of threatening text messages from Zhou Chen. Don't think that your family's crappy furniture and jewelry is worth the money you stole from me. I'm not done with you yet. You're safe because you're hiding at school? Don't forget your mom's still in the hospital and your alcoholic father, not replying to my messages, pretending to be dead, right? You wait for me. Xia Yanran's hand shivered, not daring to continue looking. She had no choice but to dress herself up the next day and go to the hotel where Xia Zhangbei had arranged the blind date. Her blind date, who looked to be almost 30 years old, took her picture and compared it several times before nodding his head in satisfaction. Looks like your father wasn't lying. You do look pretty, my type. Xia Yanran, however, didn't say anything and had a cool look on her face. Looking at the man in front of her made her feel sick to her stomach afterward. She would never marry him even if she died. Seeing Xia Yanran so beautiful, young Master Li was in a good mood and ordered a table full of dishes. What do you want to eat? Feel free to order. Seeing how generous young Li was, Xia Yanran happily took the menu. Before, when she followed Zhou Chen and also Song Xian, she hadn't had a good meal. The two ate the meal. The more they talked, the happier they got, and seeing Li Xiao out of the blue, Xia Yanran also completely put down the little bit of mustiness in her heart. It's nothing if a man is old and not handsome. It's a good man who is willing to spend money for her. Baby, do you want to go to my villa for a night? Li Xiao hooked Xia Yanran's chin and took the initiative to propose. This is too fast, isn't it? Xia Yanran was a little hesitant. Don't worry, I will be responsible for you, Li Xiao said seriously. I also prepared a gift for you. Oh, then, okay, but let's agree. I'll just go and stay for one night. Oh, Xia Yanran said with a shy face. Don't worry, I'm not in that much of a hurry. Soon, Li Xiao brought Xia Yanran to a large villa. Young Li, how come you don't have a single subordinate in this villa? Xia Yanran asked somewhat strangely. This is a small property in my name. Usually I don't come over to live, so this is just convenient for us. A trace of an unnatural look flashed in Li Xiao's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed by him. Xia Yanran didn't notice the difference. It's still early. Didn't you say you prepared a gift for me? Li Xiao laughed and led Xia Yanran into the master bedroom's cloakroom. Xia Yanran was surprised to find this checkroom filled with beautiful and gorgeous women's clothes, as well as shoes and bags. These are for my future mistress. You can try them on if you like, Li Xiao said with a smiling face. Really? Xia Yanyan immediately cheered and picked out one of the prettiest light blue long dresses. The next morning, Xia Yanran left Li Xiao's villa with a happy face wearing that light blue long dress. As soon as she walked into the classroom, everyone noticed the valuable long skirt on Xia Yanran, and a few girls curiously surrounded her. Xia Yanran, this skirt of yours is so beautiful. It must be very expensive, right? Is it? I'm not sure. It was given to me by someone else, and I wore it because I thought it was quite pretty. Xia Yanran naturally said. Gosh, which rich kid gave it to me again? I've never seen this style before. What a unique design. A girl said enviously. The material of this dress is so special. It looks expensive. Another girl followed. Xia Yanran became more and more pleased. It's just a skirt. You guys are making me embarrassed. Just as she was proudly showing off, Shang Qingqing suddenly rushed into the classroom in a furious manner. Where's Su Qi? Come and help me to get a fight. I'm letting people bully me over my head. Su Qi was reading a book in her seat and was startled by Shang Qingqing's voice, raising her head with a puzzled expression. Su Qi, hurry up and come with me. Don't go to class. As soon as she spoke, her eyes fell on Xia Yanran. Shang Qingqing froze for a few seconds, and when she reacted, she immediately rushed over in annoyance. Isn't this my sister-in-law's dress? Where did you steal it from to wear? What? Xia Yanran frowned, unsure. What are you pretending? This dress of yours is my sister-in-law. Shang Ruyan's. Hurry up and take it off for me. Shang Qingqing wrinkled her eyebrows and nonchalantly reached out to pick Xia Yanran's clothes. What are you doing? Xia Yanran screamed repeatedly. The girl next to her also hurriedly stopped Shang Qingqing. Yan Yan is definitely wearing the same model. How can you bite the bullet and say that this skirt is Shang Ruyan's? Shang Qingqing held her head high and said disdainfully. My sister-in-law's dresses are all customized models. Each one's design is unique. There's only one of this dress. Where did she get the same model? Hearing that Shang Qingqing was picking on Xia Yanran, quite a few people from other classes came to the entrance of the first class to see what was going on. You said this dress is your sister-in-law's. Where's the evidence? Xia Yanran questioned with her head held high. Even if Shang Ruyan's status is extraordinary, then it's impossible that every good-looking dress is hers, right? This young lady isn't interested in wasting her time on people like you for no reason. I say you stole my sister-in-law's clothes. You did. Shang Qingqing looked certain, nonchalantly rubbing her wrist, ready to clean up Xia Yanran. Shang Qingqing, will you go too far like this? A girl frowned and kindly helped Xia Yanran speak up. Xia Yanran skimmed her mouth. This Shang Qingqing was usually arrogant. She must have seen the dress she wore was too pretty and was jealous. As long as you can come up with proof that this dress I'm wearing is Shang Ruyan's, then I'll immediately take it off right now. And if you can't come up with proof, then you must apologize to me, she confidently said to Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing snorted. I watched my sister-in-law go through it with my own eyes. What more proof do I need? The students who were watching outside all murmured when they heard Shang Qingqing's words. It's not good for Shang Qingqing to come up and take off Xia Yanran's clothes with such empty words, is it? Yeah. Did she have some sort of beef with Xia Yanran before? Whoever Shang Qingqing sees as disagreeable is still cleaned up for any reason. Hearing the discussion outside, Shang Qingqing's face darkened. It was obviously Xia Yanran who stole Shang Ruyan's clothes. How come everyone now felt like she was some kind of bully? Xia Yanyan felt a burst of smugness in her heart and smiled faintly. It's alright, senior sister Qingqing. You might have misread it. As long as you apologize to me, I can forgive you. I apologize to you? Shang Qingqing plucked up her tone. Her hand shook. She almost couldn't hold back a slap to Xia Yanran's face. You little bitch. How dare you ask me to apologize? Today if you don't admit it I'll beat you into admitting it. Shang Qingqing, you've gone too far. How come you still want to oppress our school's students even after you've graduated? Seeing this, a few students hurriedly defended Xia Yanran and spoke in a chorus. That's right. You can't be so arrogant even if your family is rich. Right? Isn't it just a dress? Maybe this one Xia Yanran is wearing is just a bit similar to Shang Ruyan's dress? It could be that you're mistaken. Why are you being so aggressive? Shang Qingqing was burning with anger before. Although she had a big temper, she didn't care to do things that wronged others yet, and she never needed to find a reason to look at anyone she disliked. She just cleaned up if she wanted to. Okay, you guys like to be the good guys and help her out, don't you? I'll even clean up a few of you. She rubbed her wrist, nonchalantly. A few people instantly shrunk their necks and dispersed. Shang Qingqing's fists were no joke. Wait a minute. Su Qi, who was on the side, suddenly stood up from her seat with her cell phone and stopped Shang Qingqing. Shang Qingqing looked upset. What for? You want to defend her? No. Su Qi shook her head and met Xia Yanran's gaze, calmly inquiring, did you just say that as long as you can produce evidence that the clothes you're wearing are Ruyan's, you'll immediately take off your clothes? His eyes were as calm as a pool of dead water. Xia Yanran's heart was inexplicably a little flustered, but now that so many pairs of eyes were looking at her, she could only straighten her body. Of course. Then you can take it off now. Su Qi lit up his cell phone. On it was a sweet photo of him and Shang Ruyan. And Shang Ruyan was wearing exactly this light blue dress on Xia Yanran. Shang Qingqing instantly laughed out loud. The silted up breath in her heart instantly passed out. Xia Yanran, I see what else you have to say. Seeing the photo, Xia Yanran was also taken aback. But this dress was obviously given to her by Li Xiao. How could Shang Ruyan have worn it? That's impossible. Maybe it's just a similar style. She shook her head. Skeptically, this dress of my sister-in-law's is a designer model, and it's the only one in the world. If you don't believe me, you can go to this designer's personal website. Shang Qingqing mocked without any politeness at all. This dress of mine was also given to me by someone else. It might be an imitation of a fake. Xia Yanran's face instantly reddened, but still tried desperately to make excuses for herself. Su Qi walked forward and gazed at Xia Yanran with a calm expression. The cuffs of this dress of yours are embroidered with a dark pattern of the designer's, which can only be seen by passing a strong light through them, and no one but the designer and the buyer know of this little design. And if you are wearing a forgery, then it certainly does not have this dark pattern. And do you dare to turn the cuffs out and show them to everyone? Xia Yanran took a step back, her palms sweating with nervousness. As soon as Shang Qingqing heard this, she immediately stepped forward and grabbed Xia Yanran's arm without saying a word, flipped her cuffs open, and turned on her cell phone's flashlight to shine it over. The icon of a pair of demonic wings really appeared in the middle of the crowd, which was the logo of that designer's studio. Shang Qingqing sneered and shook off Xia Yanran's hand. What else do you have to say, you clothes-stealing thief? Xia Yanran could not understand the situation, but looking around, she found that the crowd looked at her with changed eyes, and those students who had just helped her to speak also backed away with a face of disgust. She was full of aggravation. I really don't know what's going on. This dress was really a gift from my friend. Cut the crap and hurry up and take off your clothes. Shang Qingqing didn't bother to look at her tearful appearance. Xia Yanran was stunned. Can only take off the skirt with a heart full of humiliation? Wearing a thin piece of lingerie fled as if running out of the classroom crying. Shang Qingqing proudly put away her skirt. Suchi smiled helplessly and asked about the reason why she came to school. You said that you want me to help you in a fight. Is there anyone else who dares to bully you? The Shang family's little witch? You're the one who's a little witch. If I were also a fairy. Shang Qingqing skimmed her mouth and muttered. I almost forgot about the main event when I was stirred up by the Xia Yanran, so hurry up and come with me. Suchi followed Shang Qingqing to the training ground of the Shang family's secret guards, and a group of mercenaries were blocking the door of the training ground and clamoring. These mercenaries don't know where they came from, and have been picking fights with our Shang family's dark guards here. Shang Qingqing huffed and puffed as she explained to Suchi. Suchi cried and laughed. You asked me to come and help with the fight. You don't want me to beat them up, do you? That's for sure. The secret guards led by Jinha were all injured by them. What a bully. Shang Qingqing clenched her fists. You go and give them a little color. Jinhe, who was confronting the mercenaries, heard Shang Qingqing's voice and followed the sound and looked over. Seeing that the rescuer that Shang Qingqing had moved in was actually Suchi, she was really speechless to say the least. What did you call her for? Seeing that Suchi was still wearing the school uniform of Qingshuan High School, the mercenary leader from the opposite side could not help but burst out laughing. I say that your Shang family's secret guards are nothing more than that. Actually, finding a high school student to deal with us is also too ridiculous. The other mercenaries looked at Suchi and laughed nonchalantly. Shang Qingqing whispered, didn't Suchi knock all your secret guards over one night? That was all his brute strength when he was drunk. These mercenaries have awesome fighting skills. How could he win just by brute strength? Miss Qingqing, don't be ridiculous. Jinhe frowned and muttered in a low voice. She had heard about Suchi's drunken beating before, but she didn't think it was a sign that Suchi was very powerful. In her opinion, it was at best a drunken display of drunkenness. Suchi smiled and took the initiative to propose. Let me try. Shang Qingqing's eyes lit up and quietly pulled out a can of beer. Suchi waved his hand. No need. After a few times of drunkenness, he realized that even if he wasn't drunk, he could still use the brute force that he only had when he was drunk before. Although it wasn't as strong as the explosive power he had when he was drunk, but it was ultimately a power that belonged to him. When the opposite mercenary leader saw Suchi, a high school student, really wanting to compete with him, he also despised him 10,000 times. A child can have. Before he finished his mocking words, Suchi's fist broke the wind. He hurriedly backed away, surprised to find that the high school student he looked down on seemed to have amazing strength. But he throws punches without any rules, but he can't win just by relying on brute force. Under the opponent's superior fighting and defense techniques, Suchi's haphazardly swung fists could not hit anyone at all. Instead, he received several punches from the opponent in a row. Shang Qingqing, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, also had some regrets and wanted to call off the match. If Shang Ruyan knew that Suchi had been beaten, she would be angry. But in the next second, Suchi suddenly took a step back and dodged the opponent's incomparably sharp outburst. As he ducked, he swept out a quick kick to his opponent's knee. The mercenary leader staggered a bit before he could withstand Suchi's kick and didn't directly fall to his knees. Suchi wasn't sure what was going on. After taking a few moves from this chief, some moves that he had never seen before, much less used, suddenly appeared in his mind. Just now when this chief attacked him, the dodge move automatically appeared in his mind, and he used it without even thinking about it, and actually did dodge this attack. That counter kick was followed by the one that appeared in his head. Gradually, he had more and more moves in his mind, forming a unique body style. It didn't take long for the mercenary leader, who was still pressing him, to lose under him, eventually sending him flying with a punch, falling to the ground and spewing out a mouthful of blood, fainting with both eyes rolled back in his head. Those other mercenaries, seeing the leader's miserable condition, also stopped provoking and carried the leader with 7 hands and feet and flew away from the training ground. The speed of this transformation was so fast that Shang Qingqing and all of the Shang family's secret guards didn't react for a moment. They looked at the youth in front of them with a dumbfounded look on their faces, and the speed of their brains became incomparably slow for a moment. Suchi actually took care of those mercenaries easily? But wasn't it obvious that Suchi was at a disadvantage in the beginning? Shang Qingqing suddenly reacted that Suchi was clearly doing this on purpose. Good Suchi, you pretended on purpose in the beginning, just to make us worry about you. You're so bad. When I go back I'll tell my sister-in-law. Suchi also did not understand what happened. Listening to Shang Qingqing said so perfunctorily back, don't be so big and small. Remembering that she was indeed a head shorter in terms of seniority, Shang Qingqing grunted in defiance. It was at this moment that a white sports car jerked to a halt in front of the training ground with a roar. Shang Ruyan stepped down from the passenger side with a fine high heel. Her plain white delicate face was as cold as ice and frost, but her beautiful eyes carried a touch of worry that she couldn't hide. Where's Suchi? Auntie, You're too late. That group of mercenaries have already been fought off by Su Qi. Shang Qingqing came back to her senses, dancing with her hands and describing with Shang Ruyan the scene when Su Qi and that mercenary leader fought against each other. Shang Ruyan was stunned. Qingqing, you're not making up stories, are you? I promise, everything I say is true. Shang Ruyan was no longer skeptical and looked at Su Qi. A small touch of pride also rose in her heart, when she thought that Su Qi was able to display such terrifying strength without any systematic training right now. She instantly felt that there was still unlimited potential in Su Qi's body. Baby, I want to let the weekend go to the training ground and train with the Shang family's secret guards. Do you agree? Su Qi tentatively asked Shang Ruyan. He knew that Shang Ruyan was extremely skilled, and in order to be worthy of the woman he loved, he had to become stronger. Shang Ruyan nodded gently, then turned her head to look at Jinha, who had an ugly expression on her face. You are in charge of the training of the first Dark Guard squad, and Su Qi will follow you. He frowned, really unable to figure out why Shang Ruyan, Shang Cheng, and all the Shang family's secret guards, including Red Shadow, were so biased in favor of Su Qi. This big scum. However, she would definitely obey Shang Ruyan's order, and could only endure a bellyful of dissatisfaction, nodding her head and saying, yes. By the end of the week, Shang Ruyan accompanied Su Qi to the training ground. Su Qi, today is your first day of training. Just follow the new players and run around the training field. Run as much as you can. Let me see your physical ability. He said as he looked Su Qi up and down. Yeah. Su Qi nodded and ran along with a few of the new female members. Jinha had thought that Su Qi definitely couldn't lose to a few novice female team members, but he didn't expect that after only 1 kilometer of running, he was left far behind by a few girls from the same team, and was panting heavily, looking exhausted. Seeing him vain like this, Jinhe's heart was speechless to the core. Su Qi, if you can't run anymore, you can go back and lie down to rest. No need to force yourself. She followed Su Qi's back, not good-naturedly shading up. Everyone's physique is different, and as long as we don't say anything, no one will know that you're a big man who can't even outrun a couple of untrained women. Su Qi turned her head, glanced at her, and actually did stop, revealing a bright smile. That's great. You guys have to keep my secret, huh? After saying that, he gasped for air and turned his head to jog onto Shang Ruyan's car not far away. He froze in place, and it took him a long time to react to the fact that Su Qi was deliberately obeying her words and not running away, and that he was deliberately angry with her. This man with no balls, when he encounters some difficulties, he knows to go to Mr. Shang, and I don't know why Mr. Shang would look at this waste, and the man is a deadbeat scumbag who eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. Baby, I'm so tired. Will you hug me? In the car, came Su Qi's petulant voice. Hearing her, a burst of bad chills, goosebumps all over her body. You haven't trained. It's already good that you can run this far for the first time. Shang Ruyan, however, was satisfied and soon got tired of Su Qi. The window of the car was raised. He was no longer furious, but he could not hear Shang Ruyan and Su Qi's voices. She looked at Shang Ruyan's car and was so angry that she kicked a large tree on the side of the road. But unfortunately, the tree didn't move, and her foot kicked painfully instead. When Shang Ruyan wasn't around, let's see how she would clean up this stinky man. She looked at Shang Ruyan's car and swore in her mind. By the afternoon, Shang Ruyan had to leave first because of her busy work schedule and reluctantly said goodbye to Su Qi and left. Seeing that Shang Ruyan was gone, Jinha immediately used her brain. This afternoon we will all train together with weights, 10 kilograms on each hand and foot, and another 30 kilograms on our backs. After she finished speaking, she took out the prepared weight-bearing props. The other members of the team were taken aback when they heard about this weight, because usually when they did weight training, basically the heaviest they could weigh was only 30 kilograms. However, as Shang family secret guards, they were all extremely obedient, and all of them carried their loads right after he gave the word. Su Qi also followed the crowd. Seeing Su Qi actually not protesting, he was also a bit surprised. But in the next second, this surprise was replaced by contempt. Shang Ruyan wasn't there. She wouldn't let Su Qi off the hook. Even if Su Qi begged for mercy, she wouldn't let him end his training early. In the morning, Su Qi had only run 1 kilometer and was exhausted and out of breath. And now with such a heavy load on his back, Su Qi would surely not be able to run for a few steps before he made a fool of himself. Su Qi didn't run for a while, but he felt that his hands and feet were very heavy and his body was exhausted, as if he had already reached his limit. Jinha was carrying the same weight as him, looking at him with a contemptuous face. Su Qi, train well. Don't think of being lazy again. Your physical fitness is so poor. Let others know that we Shang always have such a waste of a boyfriend like you. We Shang always have to be taken as a joke. Her cold words were not offensive to Su Qi. Chi knew very well that for ordinary people, if they wanted to break through the physical limit, they had to undergo long-term inhuman training. He had never been exposed to this before. Running 1,000 meters in gym class was already the limit. How could he compare with these female dark guards who had undergone life and death training? However, he could also feel that his body was gradually undergoing slow changes, and all he needed was time. Though his steps were getting slower and slower, and the scene in front of him was blurred by overwork, he never wanted to give up. In the morning, he purposely didn't continue training, just purposely to be angry at Jinha, who always looked at himself in a bad light. When she was about to lose her grip, Chi would remember her previous life. He remembered that time, Xia Yanran had provoked a social organization, and he had taken the initiative to help her draw fire in order to protect her, and as a result, he had been besieged in an alley. At the critical moment, it was Shang Ruyan who rushed out and tangled with the group. At that time, he could only hide behind Shang Ruyan because he was afraid. In order to protect him, Shang Ruyan's moves were always limited, coupled with the fact that Shang Ruyan during that period of time often suffered from insomnia. Her body was poor to the extreme, and by the time the secret guards arrived, she was already seriously injured. But at that time, he was full of suspicion towards Shang Ruyan, thinking that the group of people who surrounded him were deliberately found by Shang Ruyan to play a bitter trick. Although he wouldn't provoke those people in this life, he also didn't want to be a drag on Shang Ruyan. He didn't want to have to hide behind Shang Ruyan when he was in danger. For the sake of Ruyan, he insisted even if it was hard. Gradually, only this one conviction remained in his mind, and all the sounds of the outside world were discarded by him. Even the feeling of fatigue gradually disappeared. As if he had broken through the limit, his footsteps became easier and easier, and he ran faster and faster, quickly catching up with the group of players in front of him. But he was so immersed in his own world that he completely missed the changes in himself and the outside world. In the eyes of all the team members who were surprised, he was the first one to finish the 10 laps stipulated by Jinha. Jinho, after being caught up by him, used all her strength to actually fail to overtake him. Seemingly not realizing that he had finished running, Chi's footsteps did not stop. Instead, he continued to run the next lap. The 11th and 12th laps were run until the 20th lap, and Chi only suddenly came back to his senses and noticed that all the team members except him were sitting on the grass outside the track to rest. He stopped then and smiled a little embarrassed. "You're all done running already? I'll be sure to catch up with you guys next time." Chi, you're joking. One of the team members couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth. "How can we outrun you? You ran 20 laps, which is fully twice as much as us. The first time I ran with a weight of 10 kilograms, I couldn't do it after 2 laps. Chi, you must have trained secretly, right?" The other team members followed suit and spoke in a chorus. "I see. Chi, you're purposely pretending to be civilized in front of our Mr. Shang, right? Mr. Shang is so strong. He definitely doesn't want his other half to be as strong as he is." A group of female team members chatted happily, directly characterizing Chi's tiredness to go to rest after running 1 kilometer in the morning as something he did on purpose. Chi also cried and laughed a little, so he didn't continue to explain. "Alright, all stand up and continue training." He interrupted the crowd with a dark face. As soon as her words fell, a van pulled up outside the training ground, and several female secret guards jumped down from the vehicle. The leading female secret guard was tall and had a valiant short haircut. She moved like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she walked in front of Jinha. It's been a long time since we've had a match. Do you want to have a match? Jinhe's team members' expressions changed instantly, and they muttered in whispers. "Captain Red Shadow has just returned from a mission, and he can't wait to find our Captain Jin for a match." Captain Red Shadow must be displeased after losing so badly last time. "Will fighting techniques. Our Captain Jin is the most powerful of all the squad captains. Captain Red Shadow will definitely not be able to defeat him." He gave a light laugh towards Red Shadow in disdain. "What, didn't I beat you enough last time? Cut the crap. Just say if it's a match or not." Red Shadow's face instantly darkened. "Good." He raised his hand, and the rest of the team immediately took a few steps back, leaving a large field for the two. Hearing that the 2 squad captains were going to compete again, the other squad captains who were training also rushed over with their own members to see what was going on. Red Shadow was the first to make a move, and the 2 women were soon entangled in a fight, as the team members next to them continued to scream. But soon, Red Shadow fell behind. Although she was unwilling in her heart, she simply couldn't find Jinhe's weaknesses and could only be passively beaten. That is, until Jinho seized the opportunity, took her wrist, and dropped her to the ground in an over-the-shoulder slam. She stumbled up from her place and looked at Jinho with a resigned look on her face. "You've lost. You haven't won so many times that we've competed. I advise you to give up." He laughed willfully, His movements dashingly patted the dust on his hands. It's impossible for you to win over me. I'll be able to beat you sooner or later. Red Shadow cursed with a frustrated face. Captain Jean, you're awesome. A group of team members surrounded Jean He and praised him enthusiastically. Yeah, Captain Jean. I don't think it'll take long for your fighting skills to catch up with Captain Red Shadow. Will it? Even if you can't beat the chief captain, then you're definitely better than all the other squad captains. Captain Jean, how on earth did you practice? Red Shadow's expression grew colder as she watched the crowd's pursuit of Jean He. Do you want to win her? Suchi suddenly walked over and leaned against the car with her, asking softly. Nonsense. Who's happy to keep losing? Red Shadow was in a bad mood and didn't pay attention to the visitor, answering casually. Actually, she's not without weaknesses. You can try attacking her waist. Her dead center is on her waist. Suchi looked towards Jean He in the middle of the crowd and said in a light tone. Only then did Red Shadow turn her head and realize that the person who spoke was actually Suchi, and she was a little less daring to believe it. You couldn't have come to tease me on purpose, right? Forget it if you don't believe me. Suchi shrugged her shoulders with a disinterested face. There is a chance to beat her. If you don't want it, I won't force you. This sentence directly poked into Red Shadow's heart. She had dreamed of winning Jean He once, so even if what Suchi said wasn't true, she wanted to try again. Jean, let's fight again. She clenched her teeth and stepped forward and said in a loud voice, noticing Suchi who quietly left from Red Shadow's side. Jean He smiled disdainfully. It seemed that Suchi had instructed Red Shadow on something, giving Red Shadow inexplicable confidence again. Looks like I just went easy on you after all. She rubbed her fists together and pulled back again to a loud cheer. Jean He was very confident in her fighting skills, and she simply didn't believe that Red Shadow would be able to turn the tables with just a few words from Suchi. But by the time the two of them were fighting again, Red Shadow's attacks had become much sharper. She was almost undefensive, and every move was directed towards her waist. She tried to counterattack, but had to be passive and defensive under Red Shadow's attack. The original team members who were still for Jean He froze. All of them couldn't see why the red image that was still powerless just now was a changed person. When Xiaoyu heard that Red Shadow and Jean He were competing, she rushed over in a hurry to see what was going on, but she didn't expect to see Red Shadow pressing Jean He to fight. When did Red Shadow's fighting skills become so good? She was puzzled. Jean He is someone who can fight with Mr. Shang. She was just puzzling over it when the Red Shadow over there had already seized the opportunity and kicked Jean He's waist, sending her to the ground. I won! Red Shadow shouted excitedly as he clenched his fist. Xiaoyu walked over, picked up Jean He, and glanced at Red Shadow. Red Shadow, why are you hitting so hard? Red Shadow bristled. She even gave me a direct over-the-shoulder drop in her last match, and my hand is considered light. The last contest? Yes, before you guys came, we also had a match. She could have thrown me down. Luckily Suchi taught me. I was able to win this match. Red Shadow nodded her head, greatly admitting that she was able to win by using the method Suchi taught her. Xiaoyu looked at Suchi and thought. One couldn't help but recall the scene where Suchi and that mercenary leader fought against each other. There was also the image of Suchi getting drunk for the first time that night and striking out at her and a group of dark guards. It's impossible for a person to explode to that much potential even when they're drunk. Unless Suchi has been deliberately hiding it. He just lost control after getting drunk and unintentionally exposed his real strength. She turned to look at Suchi on the side and took the initiative to propose. Young Master Suchi, I would like to ask you to personally instruct the members of the second squad. Would you be willing to do so? Jean He and the other squad captains froze for a moment. The two captains of the second squad were Red Shadow and Xiaoyu. Both of them were Shang Ruyan's right-hand men. Although their overall strength was slightly inferior to Jean He's first squad, their status in the family was as weighty as it was light, and all the dark guards were to compete in a month's time, with the results determining the allocation of resources for the following year. Jean He was strong and had just returned to reclaim the command of the first squad, and the next competition was the only chance for the second squad. If they still couldn't defeat Jean He, then Red Shadow and Xiaoyu's status in the family would be greatly reduced. At such a critical moment, Xiaoyu actually handed over the training rights to Suchi. Wasn't this a joke? Yeah, no problem. Suchi nodded. The scene was in an uproar. Jean He also looked at Xiaoyu with the eyes of a fool. After Xiaoyu said this, Red Shadow surprisingly didn't express any objections either. The two of them were brain burnt, right? Or simply don't want to participate in the next competition and plan to just give up? Although many people didn't understand, but Red Shadow and Xiaoyu's position in the Dark Guards was where they were. Not to mention that Suchi was still the person that Shang Ruyan valued the most. So naturally, it was not good for those of them who were subordinates to say anything. Suchi didn't care about the crowd's thoughts, and the next day before dawn, he gathered all the members of the second squad together. Next you will approach me for a match in order and I will instruct you. The members of this team had pretended to be the dragon team together with Su-chi, and they all respected Su-chi very much, and they immediately lined up in order when they heard that. But to their surprise, none of their squad could actually beat Su-chi, and in the process of sparring, Su-chi had been pointing out their deficiencies. Your lower body is unstable. You need to train more or you'll easily be swept by your opponent. You move too much like to start with your right hand. Remember to rotate your hands more often. The moves are too fixed and easy to be studied thoroughly. Being short, use more flexible moves. Don't go for power. Go for speed, and utilize your strengths. Su-chi spoke his mind, and when the other squad members arrived at the training ground, they only saw the entire second squad sitting on the grass around Su-chi, who was sitting in the very center, gesticulating something with his hands. What was Captain Xiaoyu thinking? Are we really going to let Su-chi guide the second squad? Although Su-chi's fighting skills are formidable, but the Dark Guards are more than just fighting. Isn't Captain Red Shadow overestimating Su-chi? Well, you guys look at Su-chi's appearance. Amusing the members of the second squad one by one laughing. I really don't know if he's here to pick up girls or to guide. The crowd looked at Su-chi's unreliable appearance and talked even more. Immediately it's the end of the month competition. From the previous two captains they couldn't beat Captain Jinha. This time they are in the hands of such an ancestor as Su-chi. Not to mention second place. It's estimated that they will directly fall out of the top 10. Isn't it a good thing that the second squad fell out? So don't we have a chance? Jinha's team members also followed behind her and whispered, Captain, it seems that the second squad doesn't have the ability to compete with us for first place this time. Yeah, the first place will definitely still be our teams in this month's end-of-month competition. The words of the team members made Jinha feel a sense of satisfaction in her heart, but on her face, she still kept a cold face and spoke in an incomparably confident tone. Even if the second squad's strength hadn't slumped, the team I'm leading definitely won't lose to them. And if you let me know that you're slacking off on your training because of a slump in the strength of the opponents, beware of what I'm going to do to you. Yes, the team members who were still laughing and giggling instantly collected themselves. The Shang family's Dark Guards end-of-month competition was not only about the honor of each team, but also about getting different amounts of prize money according to the rankings before and after. At the end of each month, each squad would intensify their training in order to get a good ranking. The original day as long as the training 8 hours. A lot of teams are directly at training for several hours. Do not have been practiced until the players from the ground to get up the strength are gone. Absolutely do not stop. Yet none of the players would complain about it. If performance slips, bonuses are reduced, not to mention the fact that you will be ridiculed by other squads with good results in the coming year. However, just a few days before the big competition, he was surprised to find that all the members of the second squad did not show up for training. After some inquiries, she realized that at such a critical moment, Su-chi was actually preparing to take the entire second squad on a camping trip, saying that he wanted to relax his mind and body before the big competition. Su-chi, this is just nonsense. He was disdainful in his heart and rushed straight to the second squad's dormitory to make a good mockery of it, only to find that each of them had already packed their backpacks and were ready to go. Captain Jean, what brings you here? A group of female members looked at her with wide eyes. You guys really want to hang out with Su-chi? She said with a smirk. Don't you know that the end of the month grand competition is about to begin? Captain Jean, this is our squad's business. What do you care? A member of the team heard the antipathy towards Su-chi in her words and instantly said in a bad mood. That's right. Since Captain Xiaoyu asked Su-chi to guide us, of course we are listening to Su-chi. The female members of the team disliked Jinha directly. It so happened that Shang Qingqing and Su-chi drove their car to the dormitory building of the team members. The members of the second squad immediately cheered as they staggered past Jinha and got into the car together. See, Jinha face gloomy last walked out. Su-chi is still somewhat inexplicable. How does he feel? If his eyes can kill people, he has Jinha 1,000 cuts now? The news that Su-chi had taken the female team members out to play soon spread among the Shang family's Dark Guards. The team members who originally still had a hint of goodwill towards Su-chi heard this news and immediately talked about it. And their spitting on Su-chi became more and more intense. As Shang family secret guards, what they despised the most was people like Su-chi who loved to be lazy and play tricks. On the other side, Shang Qingqing and Su-chi had already brought all the members of the second squad together in front of a villa in the suburbs. This villa is Shang Ruyan's property. Usually Shang Ruyan doesn't like to come here to live. Su-chi just borrowed it for a while. The guest rooms here are 2 to a room for everyone. So arrange your own accommodation. But remember, keep it hygienic. He distributed the keys to the various guest rooms and instructed, come downstairs once you're cleaned up. I'll have the chef cook a big meal. So we'll all have a good meal together tonight. The team members immediately went crazy with joy. And one person gave Su-chi a rainbow fart, almost blowing him up to the sky. It didn't take long for the team members to arrange their rooms. and the chef Su Chi had called finished serving the meal. Su Chi sat in the main seat and took the initiative to stand up and said, "Everyone has been training hard during this period of time. I'll take tea instead of wine and toast first. The people just want to raise their glasses to return the toast." The villa door of the electronic lock suddenly rang drip 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 a few sound. A woman's delicate laughter from the door. "Oops, I'm still in school. Have said no. Even if you won't let me sleep, why can't I touch it?" Responding to her was another man's disgruntled voice. "Can't your love for me even stand this test? I'll ignore you if you push me any further." The crowd in the restaurant closed their mouths as if they had eaten some shocking gossip. Shang Qingqing looked at Su Chi and frantically winked, wanting to ask him what was going on. Su Chi was even more confused, not knowing how Shang Ruyan's villa came in with two strangers. Shang Ruyan had a serious psychological cleanliness fetish and would never rent her property to anyone of the opposite sex. Just as the two of them were secretly exchanging glances, the two men at the foyer had walked in. Shang Qingqing exclaimed, "Who is it? Who's at the entrance hall?" "Ah," the girl exclaimed. It didn't take long for a man and a woman to rush to the restaurant. Seeing the visitor, Su Chi and Shang Qingqing were also taken aback. The man they didn't recognize, but the girl, wasn't it Xia Yanran? When they thought that those shameless to the extreme lines just now were all said by Xia Yanran, Su Chi and Shang Qingqing's hearts were shocked beyond measure. Similarly shocked is also Xia Yanran. She also did not expect Su Chi actually will appear in Li Xiao's villa. Then she just in Li Xiao said words. Su Chi must have also heard all. "Who are you guys? How did you get into my house?" Li Xiao's disgruntled voice pulled back Xia Yanran's thoughts. Her face reddened as she pointed at Su Chi and cursed. "You're trespassing. I'm going to call the police to arrest you. You're not sick, are you? This house is ours." Shang Qingqing was all amused by her. "If I want to arrest, it's also you too. It's the first time I've ever caught a thief like you guys. You're talking nonsense. This house is clearly owned by Li Xiao." Xia scolded in annoyance. "Don't think you're great just because you're rich. Li Xiao won't be afraid of you. This house is Ruyan's. These are the Shang family's secret guards. You can ask them if you don't believe me." Su Chi said with a calm demeanor. "You get out immediately now. I can leave you alone." "I'm getting out?" "Su Chi, you're thinking of a new way to pester me, aren't you? You even managed to find out that I've been with Li Xiao. You're really not simple." Xia Yanran was so angry that she was shivering a bit as she spoke. Shang Qingqing looked up and down at the young Li in Xia Yanran's mouth. She really couldn't remember where a Li family had popped up in the capital. When he met Shang Qingqing's gaze, Li Xiao immediately lowered his head in panic and quietly peeled away Xia Yanran's hand holding his arm. Xia Yanran was in the middle of her anger, and didn't even notice that Li Xiao was out of sorts. Shang Qingqing seemed to understand something, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise a few points. "You guys send her out." Su Chi completely lost his patience, and with a command, several secret guards stood up, and together they set up Xia Yanran and Li Xiao, and threw them out of the villa gate. Xia Yanran was so angry that her face turned green, but Li Xiao lightly said, "Baby, the Shang family is strong. Since this villa is where they want to live, let's go first." How could she swallow this bad breath? "This is your house." Su Chi has not gone too far in bullying people. It just so happened that two security guards patrolling the villa area came over. Xia Yanran's eyes lit up and she immediately rushed up and grabbed the security guard's arm. "You too. Someone trespassed into my house and kicked us out. Hurry up and go call all the security guards from the property to give them a lesson." Upon hearing that there was a disturbance, the security guards immediately called for a squad and specifically called a property owner over. Su Chi was about to continue eating with the squad members when he heard someone knocking on the door outside. When she opened the door, Xia Yanran was standing behind the person in charge of the property with a smug look on her face, condescendingly saying, "You quickly tell them that this house is ours, and tell them to get lost." The person in charge of the property inquired on his cell phone and raised his head to look at Su Chi and inquired, "May I ask if you are Mr. Su Chi?" "Right." Xia Yanran's heart inexplicably had a bad premonition. She hurriedly pushed the person in charge of the property and said urgently, "What are you asking? Hurry up and let him get out. This young lady, the owners of this villa are Miss Shang Ruyan and Mr. Su Chi. Are you looking for the wrong residence?" The person in charge of the property frowned and looked at Xia Yanran with dissatisfaction. Xia Yanran instantly widened her eyes. How is this possible? She's obviously been living here with Li Xiao for half a month now. How come this house has become Su Chi's for good reason? Shang Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing at Xia Yanran and exclaiming out in shock. "I told you why this dead green tea could wear my sister-in-law's clothes some time ago. It turned out to be stolen from this house." "What did you say?" "I didn't steal it." Xia Yanran took a step back, her heart growing more and more flustered. "Didn't steal it?" Shang Qingqing sneered and looked at the several secret guards. A few secret guards immediately understood and quietly blocked Xia Yanran's retreat. "You must have stolen a lot of things. If you don't make it clear with Auntie Me today, You can't run away. You guys are talking nonsense. I didn't steal that dress. It was sent to me by Li Xiao. Xia Yanran saw that her retreat was blocked. She could only redden her face and forcefully said, Young Li? I've never heard of any Young Li in the capital. Shang Qingqing sneered and waved her hand. Several secret guards came forward together and pressed that so-called Young Li to the ground. What do you want? Shang Qingqing, are you crazy? Xia Yanran screamed and pounced over, trying to protect Li Xiao. Li Xiao was trembling, his legs were shivering, and he didn't dare to look at Shang Qingqing at all. Speak for yourself. Where did you get the lock code for the villa door at my sister-in-law's house? Shang Qingqing stared at him and nonchalantly questioned. I, said Li Xiao, his voice trembling and his eyes fluttering around. When Xia Yanran saw Li Xiao's appearance, her heart was also incomparably flustered, and she said incredulously, It can't be. What they said is true, right? Go check. What's missing from my sister-in-law's room? Shang Qingqing inclined her head and quietly instructed the secret guard at her side. After saying that, she reared her head up to look at Xia Yanran. You'd better make it clear on your own what all you've stolen in my sister-in-law's villa, or when I find out, you'll be waiting to go to jail. I took some clothes and bags from this villa, but those were all promised to me by Li Xiao. What does it have to do with Shang Ruyan? Xia Yanran grabbed Li Xiao in annoyance and shouted. You quickly tell them that those things are all yours. They were all given to me by you. Li Xiao didn't dare to meet her eyes at all, and nothing farted out even after opening his mouth. Not a moment's effort later, the secret guard who had gone to investigate the situation of the villa returned to Shang Qingqing's side and said angrily, I checked the contents of this villa with the chief housekeeper, and a few pieces of Chief Shang's jewelry and clothes and bags are all gone. Xia Yanran, hurry up and return everything you stole, Shang Qingqing said nonchalantly. Those things? Xia Yanyan, in order to pay back Wang Ji's debt, as soon as she got her hands on it, immediately sold it. Now how to take it out? She completely tensed, pushed Li Xiao a hand, collapsed and shouted, Didn't you say that all those clothes and jewelry are prepared for me? You speak he's just a gatekeeper. Where did he get the money? A secret guard laughed out coldly and stepped forward to taunt. The gatekeeper? Xia Yanran froze. The so-called Li Xiao could not hide anymore, immediately fell to his knees. Miss Shang, young Master Su, I was wrong. I just lost my head for a moment. Please spare me. I really know that I'm wrong. That dark guard who walked out looked at the dumbfounded Xia Yanran and angrily explained. This Li Daong is an ordinary subordinate of our Shang family, responsible for watching the gate of the Shang family villa. Mr. Shang saw him loitering all day long, so he sent him to a suburban villa to watch over the empty house. I've seen him before. Li Daong? Aren't you Li Yecheng, the son of the Li group? Xia Yanyan's brain was about to faint, completely unable to believe what she was hearing. Xia Yanran, is your brain bubbly? Li's group went out of business 5 years ago, and you believe Li Daong when he casually makes up a fake identity. Shang Qingqing was all amused by Xia Yanyan's naivety. That dark guard who stood up also followed. Li Daong is almost 40. Li Yecheng is only 18 this year. Xia Yanran, you wouldn't be unable to recognize this, would you? You liar. Xia Yanran burst into tears and rushed over to slap him in the face. Shang Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Xia Yanran covered her face and ran out in a panic. The secret guards wanted to stop her, but Shang Qingqing raised her hand, signaling to let her go. You're not looking for her to get back Ruyan's clothes and jewelry? Su Qi asked with a light laugh. Shang Qingqing shrugged somewhat indifferently. She's worn all those clothes, how dirty to ask for them back. On the other side, Xia Yanran, who left in a panic, wiped her tears while walking out of the villa area like a headless fly. She walked halfway. It was already dark. She wanted to take a taxi back, but this villa area is located in the suburbs. She could not get a taxi at all. She could only walk back slowly. A cold wind blew in the night and goosebumps rose all over her body, and there wasn't even a single person on the road she was walking on. Once upon a time, every time it came to night, when she had to walk at night, she would call on Su Qi. No matter how late it is, as long as she makes a call, Su Qi will quickly appear by her side. But now, she opened her cell phone and looked at the string of phone numbers. Su Qi had long ago pulled the plug on her, and the number was no longer reachable. Holding back the fear and aggravation in her heart, she walked all night before returning home exhausted. Xia Zhangbei was standing in front of her house, chatting with her neighbor's aunt. Xia Yanran rushed up with an aggrieved face. Dad, have you investigated the person you introduced me to? What are you screaming for? Xia Zhangbei growled in dissatisfaction. What's it like for a girl's family to fool around outside all night? Xia Yanran's heart full of complaints were stuffed back by Xia Zhangbei before she could say anything. Neighbor Aunt Wu kindly took Xia Yanyan's hand. Yan, your father has told me that your mother is sick and the family is in desperate need of money, so from now on, you'll work with me on weekends as a housekeeper. Cleaning? Xia Yanran's heart burst with disgust. Yes, your mom is sick. Your dad is in a bad mood and a bit grumpy. But still for the good of your family he heard that I'm doing cleaning, so he asked me to take you with me. Woo Dishin said enthusiastically. I'm a housekeeper for rich people. I clean big villas. If you go and work with me on weekends, you'll get $200 a day. Why don't you thank your Aunt Wu? Xia Zhangbei glared at Xia Yanran without any good humor and said commandingly. Aunt Wu also noticed Xia Yanyan's reluctance, kindly reminded Xia Zhangbei. Yan, this a little girl. At the beginning of her to do cleaning she must be a little unacceptable. You persuade her. I'm going to send my grandson to kindergarten first After saying that, Auntie Wu led her grandson away. Xia Yanran reluctantly muttered. Dad, the one you introduced me to is a liar. Not a rich second generation at all. Do you know what he did to me? How can you let me work as a janitor now? That's something that inferior people do. I'm not going to do it. You shut your mouth. Xia Zhangbei slapped Xia Yanran's face. If you don't go, I'll beat you to death as a money loser. If you can't get any money, I'll make you become a lady. Do you believe me? Xia Yanran was aggrieved and scared, so she could only agree to do housekeeping. By the end of the week, she reluctantly followed Auntie Wu to a villa. Xia Yanran looked at the large villa in front of her. This villa was not only much bigger than the one Li Daong had tricked her into going to, but it was also in the city, so the price of the house must not be cheap, and the ones who could live in this kind of villa must be all the powerful families in the capital. Auntie Wu, how did you find this place as a cleaning lady? She asked with some curiosity. Aunt Wu looked proud and said cheerfully, I am an uneducated old woman. How do I know how to find a job? But I have a niece who has a good life and married a rich man. My grandson went to kindergarten this year. The expenses of the family will be big. After she heard about it, she kindly introduced me to this cleaning job. But this villa is really too big. I can't clean it alone with my old arms and legs, so I asked you to come along. Your niece is so nice. Xia Yanran returned politely, but her eyes were still constantly observing the various expensive furniture and appliances in the villa. Speaking of nieces, Aunt Wu was more complacent. Yes, my niece is not only a good person. Life is better. When I was a child, I studied hard to get into a good university, into a good company, and finally married the boss of the company. And now every day as long as the family look at the newspaper and drink tea, live do not know how dashing. Hearing this, Xia Yanran couldn't help but imagine what kind of rich wife's life she would lead if she also married such a rich man. Aunt Wu didn't notice that she looked wrong and sighed with a smile. But ordinary people like us don't have such a good life, so it's better to work hard. With that, she assigned Xia Yanran the rooms to be cleaned. Xia Yanran originally had a cleanliness fetish, and could only endure the nausea and scrub the floor in the room. After a long time of scrubbing a room, she straightened up and noticed a beautiful necklace sitting on the tool bench in this room. Her eyes instantly lit up and she walked over to get a better look at it. Such a beautiful necklace. She never seemed to have seen it in a jewelry store or online. Was it more niche? Curious, she took out her cell phone and took a picture, opened the online shopping software and searched around. But she didn't find the same model of this necklace at all. Not even a similar one. That housekeeper, be careful. The things on the desk can't be moved. A maid passed by the doorway of the room and saw Xia Yanran standing in front of the desk and immediately reminded loudly. Xia Yanran came back to her senses and hurriedly put away her cell phone, revealing an awkward smile. Her gaze fell to the necklace once more. I'm sorry, I just thought it was so pretty I couldn't help but look at it more. That servant walked in, glanced at the necklace on the table, and gave a light laugh. Of course it's beautiful. This necklace is our young master's own design, ready to be given to his girlfriend as a gift, and even the making of it is handmade by our young master. But this necklace isn't done yet, so don't touch what you shouldn't touch. The servant noticed the bits of greed on Xia Yanran's face and reminded somewhat uncomfortably. Aha, I understand. Xia Yanran nodded her head like garlic. When the maid left, Xia Yanran couldn't help but look at the necklace again. The young master of this family could actually design and make a necklace for his girlfriend himself. He was really talented and affectionate. How come she couldn't meet such a man? 2 hours later, Su Chi's family returned to the villa with big bags. I've bought so many clothes that I don't know how many years I'll have to wear them all. Ji Ro smiled from ear to ear. Mom, you have to adapt. From now on, you'll be a rich wife. From now on, Dad and I will be responsible for making money to support the family. You and your sister will just spend money and enjoy life. Su Chi and Su Guoqian looked at each other and smiled. Suya also smiled and said, this all of a sudden became a rich man. I'm still a bit unaccustomed to it. By the way, Su Chi, soon it will be Mom's birthday. Do you want to call Ru Yen to come to the house together to have a meal? Ji Ro frowned. Where do I need to be so pompous on my birthday? Ru Yen is so busy. Don't ask her to come. What about disturbing people's work? Su Guoqiang had the same concern. Yes, she works so much every day. How can she reschedule her meals? Although the Su family, under the influence of Su Qi, is now ranked among the magnates of the capital in terms of size, but it is still a lot worse than the Shang family with its rich heritage. In this situation, neither Su Guoqiang nor Ji Ro were too kind to trouble Shang Ruyan. Su Qi smiled and took out her cell phone. Ruyan is busy or not? I'll just make a call and ask. If she says she's not busy, I'll ask her to come over for dinner. What do you guys think? That's a good idea. The three members of the Su family nodded. When the phone was dialed, Shang Ruyan opened her mouth first. Is something wrong? Hasn't Centurion been working lately? No, I've been idle lately, Shang Ruyan immediately said, vaguely with some anticipation, as if waiting for what Su Qi was going to say later. Hearing this, several members of the Su family showed joyful faces, and Ji Ro took the initiative to open her mouth and said, Then Ruyan, can I invite you to come to my home for dinner on the weekend? Yeah, it's Mom's birthday on the weekend, and we'd all really like you to come. Sua chimed in. On the other end of the phone, Shang Ruyan obviously froze for a moment before saying, Okay, I will definitely come. Hanging up the phone, Shang Ruyan immediately stood up. The assistant walked in with her schedule. Mr. Shang, I've already pushed off all of your recent work according to your instructions. Do you have any important arrangements? No, you go out, Shang Ruyan said with a cold face. The assistant looked puzzled, but left obediently. Shang Ruyan's surface was still an ancient and unperturbed appearance, but her slightly reddened face had long betrayed her. She turned her beautiful eyes and took out her cell phone to call Shang Xingqing. Xingqing, accompany me to the mall to buy clothes. Buying clothes? Shang Xingqing was suspecting that something was wrong with her ears. Shang Ruyan's clothes were all privately customized, and every time she dragged Shang Ruyan out to the street to buy clothes, Shang Ruyan was lacking in interest. I didn't expect that there would be another day when Shang Ruyan would take the initiative to buy clothes. The sun had really come out of the west. It should be both decent and generous, but not too expensive. It should be a little bit more every day, but not too casual, and it should also have a sense of ceremony. Shang Ruyan mentioned a bunch of requirements on her own, and Shang Xingqing listened to her head get big. Auntie, is this going to be grand or low-key? Shang Ruyan also felt that she was a bit funny, so she directly said that she would go to Ji Ro's birthday banquet. Shang Ruyan knitted up a pair of light smoke-like eyebrows. And the makeup? You come and help me paint. Auntie, you're taking it too seriously. It's just a meal, not an engagement party. Although Shang Xingqing said so, but still do their best in Shang Ruyan in the shopping mall around the day, and finally help Shang Ruyan selected a set of the most suitable meet the parents clothes. When it came to the weekend, Ji Ro and Su Guoqiang had their subordinates make dinner early, but when Su Qi came home, she didn't bring Shang Ruyan back with her. Xiao Qi, is Ruyan not coming? Ji Ro asked with some loss. Without waiting for Su Qi to reply, Su Guoqiang took the initiative to find a reason for Shang Ruyan. Maybe Shangshire Group has something temporary going on? It's normal for her, a big company owner, to be busy again. Ji Ro nodded thoughtfully in understanding, but in her heart, she couldn't help but still have a few regrets. Ruyan didn't say she wouldn't come. Su Qi was a little amused. As soon as he spoke, a luxury car pulled up in front of the villa. Shang Ruyan slowly stepped out of the car. She was wearing a beige trench coat, inside with a long skirt of the same color. A head of long hair pulled up, only a peach blossom jade hairpin inserted, just like a lotus flower in the water, pure and elegant. The whole person behind the body seems to be covered with a layer of light halo. The driver followed her out of the car, opened the trunk, and removed several gifts. Su Qi's family was already looking dumbfounded. Once upon a time Shang Ruyan always carried an aura of refusing people outside. They had never seen Shang Ruyan so gentle. They were close to suspecting that Shang Ruyan had been taken over by someone. When Shang Ruyan saw Ji Ro keep staring at her without saying anything, her heart became more and more nervous and she hurriedly asked the driver to open the prepared gift. This is the gift. Only then did Ji Ro return to her senses, looking at the golden Buddha and smiling out in relief. Ruyan, you're such a good boy. It's Su Qi's good fortune that you can look at him. Quickly sit down and eat. She held Shang Ruyan's hand and said with satisfaction. Shang Ruyan was delighted in her heart, but her face still had a forced cold look. She told the driver to open several other gifts as well, respectively for Su Guoqiang and Suya. Suya was pleasantly surprised as she took the gift. There's one for me? What a beautiful jade bracelet. Sister Ruyan, I love you so much. You girl. Su Guoqiang glared at her, then turned his head and said in embarrassment. Ruyan, from now on, when you come to our home it will be just like your own home. You don't need to bring any more gifts. It's just too much of a break. It's good that aunt and uncle like it. Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes and said softly, without half the strong appearance of a strong woman in the workplace. After the family had finished dinner happily, Suchi took Shang Ruyan back to her room to rest. Shang Ruyan, lying on Suchi's bed, suddenly turned over, looking down at Suchi from above, coldly, and a beautiful and exquisite face against. Suchi's body stiffened, but Shang Ruyan was blissfully unaware of how much she was attracting stupidity. She just looked at Suchi with those seductive beautiful eyes and asked her very seriously, "Do your parents like me? What makes you think my parents wouldn't like you?" "Of course they like you," Suchi asked curiously. Shang Ruyan did not reply, but returned to her position again, looking at the moon shadow outside the window, her brows knitted in a nice arc. Not knowing what she was thinking, Suchi thought for a moment. Once upon a time, his parents did not invite Shang Ruyan, entirely because he always chased after Xia Yanran's ass. To Shang Ruyan, do too much of a bastard. The two old men felt that there is no face to Shang Ruyan. Just in the end, it was his fault. He should have brought Shang Ruyan home earlier. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing that he didn't speak, Shang Ruyan tilted her head and asked. Suchi came back to his senses and gave a bad smile. "I was wondering why you are so afraid that my parents won't like you." "Ha, is it because you're afraid that my parents won't agree with me marrying you?" "Of course, it's not easy for me to." Shang Ruyan's mouth is faster than her brain. Halfway through her sentence she realized that Suchi was flirting with her, and suddenly her heart was infuriated, and she casually grabbed a pillow and was going to throw it towards Suchi. Suchi laughed and went to hide, taking out a gift bag in between the two, jostling. "Baby, a gift for you." Shang Ruyan's expression immediately turned clear. "I'll try." Shang Ruyan changed into the shirt Suchi bought for her, but found that the buttons on her chest were particularly tight, and she didn't even dare to have a bigger movement, for fear that the shirt buttons would fall apart if she wasn't careful. And the waist, again, is much looser. How come Suchi didn't consider her size when she bought her clothes? Obviously he's touched her many times. He should know her body like the back of his hand. Shang Ruyan looked at her eyeglass self, because too tightly bound and appear to arc more full. Indeed, have some flavor. And remember Suchi in the love of control when all kinds of performance. Shang Ruyan only a flash of light. Understand Suchi is deliberately by a small number of shirts. She walked out of the check room looking uncertain. Suchi looked at it and his nosebleed almost didn't spray out. Quickly, button up your coat and stay out of sight." Suchi hurriedly went to button her clothes. Shang Ruyan purposely dodged. "What? I'll deduct if you tell me to?" Suchi froze, reacted with a smile and pulled Shang Ruyan into his arms, kissing in through the open collar of the shirt. Shang Ruyan was first stunned, followed by a rapid flushing of the cheeks, and her eyes were covered with a layer of fog. After a long time Suchi raised his head, leaving a large area under the snow-white skin like a red plum with a beautiful and touching end color, and he looked like he was getting his way. "Good, then don't buckle." Shang Ruyan looked down. The next second, annoyed and angry Suchi pushed Suchi away. Their own quickly buttoned up the jacket button. Not buttoned. Not everyone knows she was kissed. It was also kissed into this look. She still has to face it. "Come on baby, let's go out for a spin." Shang Ruyan grunted, as if she was still upset about what happened just now, but her body had already followed Suchi out of the villa very honestly. Only, that shirt was really tight. Not only did it strangle her a little bit, but a certain sensitive part of her, even though there was a strange feeling coming from it non-stop. Because of Suchi, her body has changed a lot compared to before. Sometimes even she doesn't know where this change comes from. She only wants to pull Suchi into the room and then come again, in order to alleviate that kind of hungry and itchy feeling that penetrates from the depths of her body. Just as Shang Ruyan was about to follow her heart and drag Suchi back, she happened to see Xia Yanran walking through the Su family's front door dressed up in a flamboyant manner. As the two women looked at each other, the smile on Xia Yanran's face froze. "Why is Shang Ruyan here?" Shang Ruyan also looked at Suchi with an uneasy expression. "Why is she here?" Just when Suchi was also at a loss as to how to answer, Suya hurriedly brought in Auntie Wu. "Ru Yen, you've got it wrong. Xia Yanran is only here to do housekeeping for our family. She and Suchi have not been in contact for a long time." "Cleaning?" Shang Ruyan asked rhetorically, but in her heart, she already inexplicably believed Suya's explanation. Aunt Wu, red-faced, hurriedly explained. I testify. Yen really came with me to do cleaning. The last time she came to do cleaning also did not dress up. Who knows what happened today? I did not expect to make a big misunderstanding." "Really?" Shang Ruyan wrinkled her eyebrows and said half-heartedly. Suchi also came back to her senses and looked at Aunt Wu. "Xia Yanran is the little girl you said you introduced over to work together as a housekeeper for our family last time?" Yes. We even signed a contract through the agency." Aunt Wu didn't know that Xia Yanran knew Suchi, and was still explaining to herself, "This little girl and I are ordinary people. How can we know a few of your nobles? Besides, this gentleman's wife is already so beautiful. How can Yin Yin fall into his eyes? I'll go back and immediately educate Yin Yin so that she's not allowed to dress up when she comes to her employer's house to do housekeeping in the future. Auntie Wu spoke very anxiously, fearing that Su Chi would not want her to continue to work here at the drop of a hat. This grandson of mine has just started kindergarten. Yin Yin, the little girl's father, loves to drink and her mother is a sickly child. The family is in great difficulty. Please don't ever complain about us. Shang Ruyan heard the whole thing and understood it. Alright, Auntie Wu, go clean up, Suya instructed, and Auntie Wu immediately left the room with 1,000 thanks. Not far away, Xia Yanran listened to the conversation of several people. Her heart surged with a strong unwillingness. Obviously in the past it was Su Chi who followed her around like a follower. How could it be that after only a few short months, she had been reduced to having to work as a housekeeper on the weekends to make a living, while Su Chi had become her employer and was living in the big house that she had always dreamed of? Yen Yen, you're too lucky this time. Fortunately the employer of our villa is nice and doesn't bother with us. Go, hurry up and go clean up. And Wu grabbed Xia Yanyan's wrist and cheerfully said, as soon as she thought that this villa was Su Chi's, Xia Yanran's heart felt bad. She shook off Auntie Wu's hand and muttered in a low voice, I don't want to clean in this house. I'll go back first. Auntie Wu's expression changed. She hurriedly stopped her, and said in a bad mood, you child, how can you say you won't do it just because you don't want to do it? We have signed a contract with the agency. I can put you in, or rely on my niece's favor. Otherwise such a high-grade villa, it is not our turn to clean it. But I. Xia Yanran had a burst of aggression. She just did not want to clean the house for Su Chi. It was clear that Su Chi used to be the one who took care of her. So why did she say it was the other way around now? Where exactly is the problem? And the thought that while she was here cleaning, Su Chi was making love to Shang Ruyan in her room, gave her an indescribable feeling in her heart. Yen Yen, if you really say you're quitting, you'll have to pay $20,000 in liquidated damages, which you can't afford. Auntie Wu kindly reminded her. Xia Yanran instantly fell silent. She was completely unaware that she had to pay the breach of contract and could only stand stiffly in place. Although Aunt Wu is a kind person, but is not a fool, just look at Xia Yanran's dress today have already guessed the little bit of her heart. Kindly reminded, employers are good. We such as doing cleaning. More should do their own part of the matter. As for the other, or less think about it well. After saying that, Auntie Wu shoved the towel for wiping the floor into Xia Yanran's hand. Unable to pay the liquidated damages, Xia Yanran could only endure the shame and unwillingness in her heart and follow Auntie Wu to clean the room. But now that she was looking at every blade of grass in this villa again, even if it was just a mural hanging on the wall, she felt that they were mocking her, and all she wanted to do was hurry up and finish cleaning up and escape from this place that had dishonored her. After cleaning the top floor with great difficulty, Xia Yanran was about to push open the last room and go in to scrub the floor, but she saw Su Chi through the doorway. When did he get to the penthouse? Xia Yanran's hand holding the door handle shrunk slightly. She didn't want Su Chi to see her in such a downtrodden state, but she couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and quietly hid outside the door to peek up at what Su Chi was doing. In the room, Su Chi was sitting in front of the operating table, fully concentrating on setting diamonds for a necklace. That necklace was the same one she had seen on Su Chi's desk when she had come to clean earlier. Thinking that this necklace was specially made by Su Chi for Shang Ruyan, her heart immediately flooded with an unspeakable sour feeling. Su Chi's appearance of setting diamonds was so serious and pious. Obviously once upon a time, Su Chi would only reveal this appearance when facing her. That necklace, and Su Chi's love should clearly belong to her. It was Shang Ruyan who shamelessly snatched what belonged to her. It was Su Chi who changed her heart. Anger and cynicism spread quickly within her. Huma, what are you doing? Quickly go and clean that glass. Aunt Wu's coarse voice called back her thoughts. She snapped back to her senses and could only wipe up the glass enclosure of the hallway in a mute manner. But the exquisite look of that necklace still lingered in her mind. The jealousy and hatred in her heart poured out uncontrollably at the thought that the necklace was supposed to belong to her. Just then, Su Chi, who had finished making the necklace, pulled open the door of the room at once. Xia Yanran was originally wiping the glass. Su Chi came out of surprise. Was distracted. Xia Yanran was shocked. The body of a fall is going to cross the glass fence fell down the stairs. Su Chi's body moved before his brain, and with a lift of his hand, he grabbed her arm and pulled her back. Don't die in my house even if you want to die. He let go of Xia Yanran and looked at the other party's flustered appearance with a pang of disgust in his heart. After saying that, he went downstairs and soon left the villa with Shang Ruyan. Looking at Su Chi's back as she left, Xia Yanran couldn't help but cover her chest. Her heart was still thumping until now. She knew that when it really came to a time of danger, Su Chi still couldn't bear to see anything happen to her. Seeing her blushing face, Aunt Wu sighed helplessly and kindly reminded, don't look. Young Master Su is a rich son. How could he possibly look at a girl from an ordinary family? Nowadays, these rich kids getting married are all about being in the right family. With these words, it was almost like directly advising Xia Yanran not to be delusional. Xia Yanran laughed and said in an unimpressed manner, "That's because you don't know how good Su Qi used to be to me." Aunt Wu looked like she had heard a big joke. "What did you say? Young Master Su treats you well?" "Yes. In the past he would personally transport me to and from school every day. He would also give me a good breakfast, midday and evening meal. When I come to my period, he would also prepare sanitary napkins and brown sugar water for me. And every now and then he would send me bags of jewelry." Speaking of the various ways Su Qi used to curry favor with her, Xia Yanran's back couldn't help but straighten up a few points. Her heart was indescribably pleased. Aunt Wu froze, then burst out laughing. "Yanran, you're not a very old little girl, but you do like to tell jokes. What I said is true. Not a joke." Xia Yanyan was instantly annoyed and exclaimed furiously, "If it's true, then why would you still come to young Master Su's house to work as a housekeeper?" Aunt Wu smiled from ear to ear and deliberately teased. Xia Yanran was instantly speechless, and her face paled a lot. Okay, let's be practical. Don't always have those unrealistic fantasies, don't you think so?" Aunt Wu advised Xia Yanran in a serious manner. "In the future, when you come to your employer's house, you should not dress up anymore. The relationship between young Master Su and Miss Shang is good. You should not do those things that you shouldn't, and then you will have no place to cry if you lose this job. What I said is true. Su Qi was that way to me before. He is just momentarily mesmerized by Shang Ruyan now." Xia Yanran clenched her teeth and said unwillingly, "You don't know anything. What are you babbling about here?" The smile on Aunt Wu's face instantly froze, put away the cleaning towel, rolled her eyes and scolded, "You dead girl. I'm looking at your family is really difficult to help you introduce a job. You don't know how to be thankful even if it's not enough, but also turn around and say that I'm not. I'm really a donkey's liver and lungs with good intentions." The more she said, the more angry Auntie Wu became. "This good horse with a good saddle, broken bowl with a broken lid. Your family is poor as hell. In addition to being younger, what else is worthy of other people's rich and noble gentlemen to look at? Look at young Master Su's girlfriend. On the looks and family history and figure. Where not to dump you 8 streets. You want to seduce people also have to look at their own appearance. I've helped introduce you to this part-time job because your family is so miserable. And if you really do that kind of shameful thing, I'll lose face with you." Xia Yanran was counted down inside and out by Aunt Wu. She was immediately infuriated and instantly grabbed Aunt Wu's arm. "Have you said enough? What I said is all true. Su Qi, he used to be very good to me. If you don't believe me, you go with me to ask Su Qi. Let him tell you himself." She also didn't know where a great strength erupted from, forcibly pulling Auntie Wu out of the villa. At the same time, the Dark Guard squad located in the suburban villa also asked about Su Qi's next training plan. "There's no training program. Feel free to go out and play," Su Qi casually replied. The squad of secret guards who received the order immediately went to the mall to buy clothes together happily. And soon the other secret guards who were still training seriously learned of the news. It seems like the second Dark Guard squad is completely swinging for the fences. Although the other Dark Guards were a bit envious, once they thought that their leisure was exchanged for the results of the month-end grand competition, their hearts instantly balanced out quite a bit. Does Su Qi just have no intention of properly instructing the second Dark Guard squad? What a pity! That team of theirs turned out to be the elite of our Shang family's secret guards, and they're just wasted. He listened to the team's conversation, and in his heart, his dissatisfaction with Su Qi increased a few more points. It just so happened that one of the members of the second Dark Guard squad even posted a video of them hanging out together in the Dark Guard group, and she was so angry that she directly forwarded the video to Shang Ruyan. "Mr. Shang, Captain Red Shadow believes in Su Qi before letting him train the second Dark Guard squad, but you don't know how Su Qi is all trained. I think he wants to completely destroy the second squad. The second squad is the elite that has always been responsible for protecting you." But after half a day, she didn't wait for Shang Ruyan's reply. She couldn't hold back and could only call Shang Ruyan with a video. I didn't expect that once the cell phone was connected, what appeared on the other end of the phone was actually Su Qi's face. "Hi," he waved, smiling warmly. "I'm on a date with Ruyan, so get in line if you want to snitch." His face stiffened and he hung up the phone with an exasperated huff. "Alright, now no one is bothering us anymore." Su Qi handed the cell phone back to Shang Ruyan with satisfaction. "Close your eyes." He met Shang Ruyan's gaze full of anticipation, and a warm current surged in his heart, reaching out to take out the necklace he had made, and with gentle movements, he put it on Shang Ruyan's neck, dropping a gentle kiss on her face in the process. Shang Ruyan slowly opened her eyes and raised her hand to touch the necklace around her neck. "What is this?" She flipped out her cell phone and took several selfies, looking at the necklace and the photos. "It's beautiful. I think it's the private design of some master craftsman." "Really? I didn't realize that my level of designing necklaces could already be comparable to a master. Su Chi deliberately flirted. Shang Ruyan was stunned for a moment before she raised her head and unbelievably met Su Chi's gentle brows. I've been doing this for a long time. Is there any reward? Su Chi skimmed her mouth and deliberately acted like she was tired. Shang Ruyan revealed a touch of mesmerizing smile and gently leaned on Su Chi's shoulder. I love you too, baby. Su Chi was just about to get tired of Shang Ruyan when another ding-dong sound came from her cell phone. Or a message from Jinho. Mr. Shang, you can't let Su Chi go on like this. The second Dark Guard squad will be ruined by his guidance. Shang Ruyan was in the right mood, and when she saw this message, she immediately made a reply. In the future, the Dark Guards will all listen to Su Chi's guidance. He received the news and stiffened. He did not expect Shang Ruyan to indulge Su Chi to such an extent. This Su Chi is simply a scourge. On the other hand, on the other side, there was Xia Yanran who was equally angry. She grabbed Aunt Wu's arm and chased Su Chi to the park in the villa area, just in time to see together the scene where Su Chi put the necklace on Shang Ruyan's hand, as if she had gotten something to rely on. Aunt Wu educated Xia Yan in a serious manner. Yan, don't blame Auntie for my heavy speech just now. If this person wants to live a good life, he should be down to earth in the end. Look at young Master Su and his girlfriend. The two of them are together now. How happy they are. You can't do anything confusing. Xia Yanran's face stiffened for a few moments, and her heart was out of breath, so she could only lower her head and muttered in a small voice. Forget it if you don't believe me. Seeing Xia Yanran's lack of oil and salt, Auntie Wu could only sigh and leave by herself first. And in the distance, Su Chi and Shang Ruyan had already stood up from the park bench. Xia Yanran saw this and immediately quietly followed the two of them. Su Chi took Shang Ruyan to the movie theater together, picking out the recently released movies like a normal young couple. Let's watch that one. Ocean Love Song. A very hot movie recently. I heard that couples in hot love will definitely go to see it. Su Chi excitedly pointed to a movie poster and said to Shang Ruyan. Good. Shang Ruyan nodded. Then wait for me here. I'll go queue up to buy the tickets. Su Chi responded with a smile. He originally thought that Shang Ruyan was an iceberg beauty who didn't eat earthly fire, but after he pampered Shang Ruyan with his heart, he realized that she was only cold on the outside. In the midst of love, Shang Ruyan is no different from other girls, and will pay attention to the games that couples will play, the restaurants that couples will go to, punch cards, and prefers to go on a date and watch a movie with the person she loves. In his last life, he followed Xia Yanran's back for so long. In fact, what he asked for was just such a plain, but incomparably sincere and beautiful feelings. Su Chi was standing in line while looking at those popcorn cola, those snacks displayed on the counter, not noticing in the slightest that not far behind him, a man with a mask was sitting in the corner, his eyes staring grimly at his back. Shang Ruyan, who was sitting on the side, was sending a message to Shang Qingqing. She would seldom take the initiative to send a message to someone, and she didn't say a lot of words. She just sent a photo of the necklace that Su Chi wore on her neck with her own hands. Shang Qingqing also guessed Shang Ruyan this is to show off with her. Excited has been crazy popping message. After all, Shang Ruyan to send her a message this thing is already abnormal. Or show off other people to send her a gift is even more abnormal. Shang Ruyan unconsciously revealed a smile, not noticing the unusual surroundings. Asterisk. Xia Yanran followed Su Chi and the two of them to the movie theater, only to be pleasantly surprised to find that the movie she had always wanted to see, Ocean Love Song, was actually released. She had seen the trailer of this movie a long time ago, and at that time, she had also sent a message to Su Chi, asking him to wait for the movie to be released and buy her a ticket. But a few months had passed, and she had long since run out of free time to care about any movie. All this time she's been tricked by that Dan Li Daeon, and she's had to work as a janitor, and she's so tired every day that she doesn't even know when this movie will be released. When she recalled that day, she had only casually said to Su Chi that she wanted to see this movie, and Su Chi had immediately promised that she would buy the tickets for her. She raised her head and looked at Su Chi, who was seriously lining up. The corners of her eyes moistened for a few moments, and she couldn't help but murmur out, Su Chi, you liar, you clearly said that you would buy the ticket for me. Even though she had more grievances in her heart, she knew that Su Chi would not buy him another ticket and could only quietly stand at the end of the queue in line. Move over, I was here first. A taller boy jostled her out of the way. She stumbled at the impact and glared up in anger, meeting the boy's annoyed expression squarely and instantly wimping out. Her opponent was 2 heads taller than her, so if they really fought, they could probably knock her unconscious with one punch. With a pang of aggravation in her heart, she could only silently stand behind the boy. But soon 2 more boys crowded in and pushed her to the very back. Obviously once upon a time, she never had to buy a ticket to the movies. She just had to wait on the sidelines and Su Chi would have bought her a ticket. With this thought in her mind, She couldn't help but look up in Su Chi's direction and realized that Su Chi was holding popcorn and coke, walking towards Shang Ruyan with a happy face. The two of them talked and laughed, immersed in the river of happy love, not even noticing Xia Yanran's sour and grim eyes, looking at the 2 movie tickets in Su Chi's hands. Xia Yanran's mind once again floated back to the bits and pieces that Su Chi had once done for her. How could she not figure out why Su Chi would change her heart when she said she did? Is it because Shang Ruyan had sex with him? In fact, if Su Chi had insisted a little more, maybe she would have been willing to accept. Why couldn't he have waited a little longer? With a heart full of depression and aggression, she managed to buy a ticket and wanted to buy popcorn and coke just like Su Chi, but found that the price of popcorn in the movie theater was actually 3 times more expensive than the one outside. And after some hesitation, she still didn't buy it. If Su Chi was still by her side, how could she have lived such a miserable life? Su Chi and Shang Ruyan had already entered the venue, and Xia Yanran hurried in for fear of missing the opening of the movie. When everyone had entered the field, the man who had been hiding in the dark and staring at Su Chi quietly got up and lit a cigarette and threw it onto the carpet of the field. Less than 2 minutes into the movie, someone smelled a strong odor of smoke, and I don't know who shouted fire. The whole audience was in an uproar. The whole theater was in an uproar. Xia Yanran stood up in a panic, and when she saw all the spectators scrambling towards the door, she hurried to follow, only to be almost pushed to the ground by the people next to her. She hurriedly held onto the wall, and when she looked up, she happened to see Shang Ruyan was pulling Su Chi's hand down the steps in the theater. Be careful, don't fall. Shang Ruyan subconsciously stood on the outside, trying to block the crowd for Su Chi. Su Chi was equally worried about Shang Ruyan and directly pressed her into his arms, leading her quickly down the steps. But instead of leaving the theater, the crowd huddled in the doorway of the security tunnel. Who closed this door? A boy standing at the front of the room anxiously pushed the door several times without opening it. Smoke gradually filled the theater, and several of the stronger boys took turns trying to break down the door, but without success. What's wrong with the staff here? Why are they locking the doors for no reason? Are they afraid that someone will sneak in to watch the movie? Boys couldn't help but complain. Stop it, or think of another way to get out of here. The other boy interrupted irritably. We won't be burned to death here, will we? A timid voice rang out in the darkness. The crowd instantly fell silent, and Xia Yanran was even more frightened and unable to control her crying. She just wanted to watch a movie. Why was she so unlucky? If the former Su Chi, as long as he encountered danger, he would definitely protect her first, but he now saved Shang Ruyan, and also saved so many people he didn't even know, and didn't even take the initiative to say that he would send her out. Obviously Su Chi is aware that she is also here. Su Chi must have hated her, definitely not willing to send her out. A pang of despondency went through her and she wanted to leave to find another exit. Several timid girls followed suit with small cries as she infected them. The fire expanded rapidly and seemed to have reached the equipment room, and the picture and sound of the movie playing on the big screen became intermittent, as frightening as a horror movie, and the crowd became even more panicked, as several men joined together and slammed against the door. But the door, I don't know why, is locked tightly. How to bump can't open. Su Chi took Shang Ruyan and squeezed to the front. Learning that the gate was locked, he frowned and looked back at the crowd behind him, shouting, "All of you, back off a little." The crowd, who were already in 6s and 7s, heard such a firm and steady voice in the cold darkness that they all took several steps back together. "Are you okay?" The boys who had just slammed the door wrinkled their brows and questioned out loud. Just as he spoke, he heard a loud bang. The gate came crashing down. The crowd couldn't care less about marveling at Su Chi's strength and swarmed out at once, but after they got out of this door, they realized that there was also a fire outside, and it wasn't a small one, and the people and staff from the other theaters had already evacuated. The crowd panicked as the fire blocked several doors to the theater. Su Chi pulled Shang Ruyan, and at a glance, he saw the fire extinguisher placed in the safe passage. He immediately took out the fire extinguisher, but he found that this fire extinguisher had nothing at all, and could not extinguish the fire. Fuck! He cursed the unscrupulous movie theater in his heart, then decisively turned around and took Shang Ruyan in another direction. Xia Yanran subconsciously chased after Su Chi when she saw her movements, and the others also followed when they saw this. "Su Chi, don't leave me behind." Xia Yanran sobbed and tried to pull Su Chi's arm. "Why are you here too?" Su Chi didn't even expect to see Xia Yanran at such a time and was taken aback. I happened to come to see the movie as well." She didn't dare to say that she had followed Su Chi along, and could only whisper, "Can you save me? I don't want to die here." Su Chi's heart a burst of annoyance. Just because the lamp above their heads because of the high temperature bang exploded. The debris flew out a large area. The high tension of the crowd instantly exclaimed. A piece of Xia Yanran was also scared to let go of the hand. By the time she reacted, Su Chi had already pulled Shang Ruyan quickly towards the bathroom. Block the pool. A few of you go to the door and block the fire with water. Suchi wasn't the least bit surprised to see the crowd following him. He glanced at the men who had just crashed the door and calmly commanded. The powerful aura emanating from him made everyone subconsciously obey his orders without being able to think. If you want to live, take off your shirt, wet it and put it over your mouth and nose. Xianyan ran into the restroom after the crowd and immediately followed suit. Looking at Suchi and Shang Ruyan cooperating well together, her heart couldn't help but be flooded with a wave of sourness. Obviously once upon a time, Suchi surrounded her around the time. Is so ordinary? She looked at a glance or disgusted with not, but he stood in Shang Ruyan's side of the time, but is so bright and radiant, exudes a powerful dominance, like a natural leader, and that position beside him, it seems that only Shang Ruyan stood there to not look out of place. Suchi looked up at the vent on the bathroom wall and squatted down. Ruyan, you come up here and jump out through that window. What about you? Shang Ruyan immediately asked back. You go out first, I'll go out right away. You meet me outside. Suchi knew that without saying this, Shang Ruyan would definitely not leave. Upon hearing this, Shang Ruyan also no longer hesitated. Suchi intercepted and picked up Shang Ruyan, relying on his strong arm strength to lift her up. Seeing that someone had managed to escape, a girl immediately nudged her boyfriend. You're going to get me out of here soon like that too. Her boyfriend immediately nodded in panic and followed Suchi's example to pick her up. But his strength wasn't enough and before he could stand up the two of them fell to the ground together. I can't, you're too heavy. The man sighed bitterly as he rubbed his fall sore butt. Obviously it's you who has too little strength. How can others? The girl also frowned tightly, crying and complaining. Usually you don't accompany me often. It's not easy to have time to watch a movie, but also encountered this kind of thing. I don't want to die with you. You stop crying. The man was annoyed too. A young couple next to them saw the scene and tried it as well, only to both fall to the ground as well. Baby, are you okay? The man immediately wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and asked with concern. I'm fine, but I'm so scared. His girlfriend had already cried her face off in fear. Are we going to die here together? No. I'll protect you. The man immediately hugged her and comforted her. The young couple who had just seen this scene also looked like they were stimulated, with the girl taking the lead. Look at how good they are to their girlfriend. What about the fact that people still have to die together? You're still only thinking about running away by yourself. Her boyfriend immediately retorted in exasperation. You spineless scum. I'm breaking up with you. Breaking up is breaking up. You're so fat. Who can resist you? Seeing that the scene was about to become panicked, Suchi hurriedly shouted. Let's break up later. I'll send you out first. The girl who had just argued with her boyfriend flew into Suchi's arms as if she had been pardoned, letting Suchi hold her up and climbed out of the small window, and several girls, seeing this, immediately came together and scrambled for Suchi to send them out. Suchi raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet as he calmly said, smaller girls and children come here first. I'll send you out first. A few timid men disagreed, opening their wallets and panically begging Suchi, please, send me out first. Any amount of money you want is fine. Do you want to be shameless? A couple of men next to him rushed to hold him down. Don't rob from women and children if you're a fucking man. It's not that I won't send you guys out. It's that this window is too small. Women and children are small in stature and can go out well. If the men go out first, they will easily get stuck, and then all of them won't be able to leave. Suchi patiently explained. In fact, in the face of the fire brought the breath of death. No one can not be afraid. Those who took the initiative to make way for women and children of men is also out of the heart of a man's sense of responsibility and the enduring fear only. Suchi's words quickly took control of the situation. A mom hurriedly squeezed over with her own child in her arms and begged, please, send my child out first. Mommy. The child cried out in fear. Suchi didn't say anything. I'll send you two out together. The other men were infected by Suchi and helped together. Several people surrounded Suchi and were picked up by him one by one and sent to the small window to jump out. The rest of the girls also consciously lined up. Xia Yanran stood at the end, looking at Suchi's seemingly weak, but actually incomparably solid back. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. She recalled the way he had just pulled Shang Ruyan and left himself behind, and instantly cowered and retreated to the very back. Unexpectedly, Suchi looked at her and suddenly spoke out. It's your turn. At this time, Xia Yanran, in Suchi's eyes and other women and children are not different. A man with a commitment to protect the weak when in danger. Although he hated Xia Yanyan's betrayal in his previous life, he could also watch Xia Yanyan's own various kinds of fancy death. But as a man, he couldn't do to see death. And Xia Yanyan stayed, but also only become a drag. Xia Yanran was stunned for a moment and hurriedly climbed onto Suchi's arm, saying in a small voice, Suchi, thank you, as if Suchi didn't hear her. His arm exerted force and sent her out as well. What are we going to do now that the girls are gone? It was only when the women had all left that some of the men finally couldn't hold themselves together and panicked. Please, send us out too, a man begged. Suchi glanced at the vent and frowned. No way. This opening is too small. With our size, we can't get out at all. What then? We can't wait to die, can we? I don't want to die. Boy, do something. Seeing that the fire was getting bigger and bigger, the crowd took Suchi as a lifesaver. Suchi had an idea of that unscrupulous fire extinguisher, which he copied and smashed the wall next to the vent one by one. Anyone who doesn't want to die, find something to smash the wall with. He roared, directly smashing the tiles on the wall, and a crack appeared on the wall. The crowd looked dumbfounded. They completely did not expect Suchi, who looked weak, but possessed such amazing strength. Several people who reacted first quickly looked for something. What garbage can toilet tank what can be found to use together to go up to smash the wall? Seeing that the wall was about to break, Suchi couldn't wait any longer, and a great strength surged in his body, holding the fire extinguisher high and slamming it at once. A gash was broken in the wall directly next to the small window, and with red eyes he took a few steps back, took a flying leap, and slammed his fist into the small window, the frame of the window taking the wall with it as it flew out. His fist instantly drenched in blood. The fire is too big. We can't stop it. The few people who were blocking the fire with water at the bathroom door wailed out at that moment. Everyone get out. Suchi bent down and shouted. The two men helped from the sidelines, holding the others up as they quickly made their way through the opening Suki had made. After the people had almost left, Suchi realized that there was actually a girl who hadn't left. It was just that this girl was chubby looking, twice as fat as even Suchi. She looked timidly at a couple of the men and bowed her head in self-abasement. Normally she was constantly teased about being a dead fat pig because of her obesity, and no one wanted to be friends with her at all. She's tried to lose weight, but she just can't do anything about it, because she didn't have any friends. Usually she was alone no matter what she did. Even today she came to the movie alone, but she didn't expect to encounter a fire. Just saw Suchi send the woman and child out. Although she was also a girl, she didn't dare to go forward at all and quietly hid at the end. She was self-aware that she couldn't get out of a window that small, and the girls before her were so skinny that their boyfriends couldn't carry them, and she, all fat and flabby, was even less able to carry them. Even if Suchi said the woman and the child go first, she didn't dare to go over. She was so fat and thought of escaping first. It was simply as self-defeating. You guys go ahead. I can't get out. She lowered her head. Sadly, perhaps a fat pig like her deserved to die in a fire, but it was better this way, being burned to the ground by the fire so no one else would know how fat she was when she was alive. What are you babbling about? Suchi stood up, saying without even thinking. Stunned for a moment, the fat girl looked up and realized that there was not the slightest hint of dislike in the eyes of the boy looking at her in front of her. Where are you that fat? Don't exaggerate. Suchi frowned, walked to the front of the fat girl and squatted down. Hold it steady. In the midst of the fat girl's exclamation of surprise, Suchi directly swept the girl up with one hand and hugged her in his arms. After jumping out of the vent, the fat girl reacted to the fact that she had just actually been carried, still one-handed. She had only seen those skinny heroines being carried up so dominantly by the male protagonist in TV dramas, not realizing that one day, a fat girl like her would have a moment where she was carried up one-handed to save her from a fire like in idol dramas, and the boy who carried her looked so skinny. It was as if a unique sunshine had suddenly appeared in her long gloomy heart. Even if she was still ridiculed for her obesity in the future, at least she had such a bright memory to warm herself. After the fat girl went out, several other people also climbed out of the cave. Suchi was the last one to come out. The moment he escaped, a strange image suddenly dawned on his mind. The scene shows a roiling fire surrounding him, his back against the back of a large pillar, a bomb in his hand. A group of heavily armed men surrounded him in a sea of fire, bullets streaking at him from all sides of the ground. You've been wise for a lifetime. You never thought you'd see this day. A man's smug voice rang out. You're dead today. He gritted his teeth, looked ruthless, and directly detonated the bomb as the crowd approached. There was a loud bang, and the fire from the bomb instantly filled the screen. A roar went through his head, an instant headache, a blackout, and he fell straight forward to the ground. The girls, who were still in shock, immediately surrounded Suchi with concern when they saw her fainting. Quick, call the emergency services. He must have been hurt just now when he carried so many of us out. Look at his hand. It's bleeding a lot. He must have fainted because of blood loss. Don't move him. I've heard that some people who are injured can be aggravated if they move around casually. We'd better call an ambulance. The girls surrounded Suchi's side, and with a word from you and a word from me, they didn't dare to move Suchi easily. Just as the girls were anxiously waiting for the ambulance to arrive, Zhao Qing kept calling Su Qi's phone. Soon the Olympiad will start. But Su Qi hasn't arrived at school yet. In desperation, Zhao Qing could only call Song Xian to his office. Song Xian, the Olympiad competition will start soon. The school bus will come to pick up the students participating in the competition in 2 hours. But I haven't been able to contact Su Qi. Are you willing to fill Su Qi's vacancy? Song Xian didn't even think that there was such a good thing, and immediately busied himself with agreeing to it, vowing, I will definitely achieve a good ranking on behalf of our Qingxuan High School. Zhao Qing nodded and told Song Xian to go back and prepare. But looking at Su Qi's call on her cell phone that had been left unanswered, her heart couldn't help but feel some regret. If it was Su Qi who went to participate in the Olympic mathematics competition, she would have achieved an unprecedentedly good result for Qingxuan, and she had expected Su Qi to shine in the competition, but she did not expect Su Qi to suddenly disappear. Su Qi, a person's phone cannot be reached even if, in favor of his guardian Shang Ruyan's phone also cannot be reached. Just as she was lamenting alone, Song Xian, who was out of the office, couldn't wait to log on to the school's forum and make a post with his trumpet. Su Qi, the first in her grade, escaped from the competition and was afraid to take part in it. In the post, he lashed out at Su Qi's behavior of temporarily not coming to the competition, directly claiming that Su Qi was so directly scared that he didn't come to school because he was afraid of losing to the geniuses from other schools in the competition. Soon there were quite a few people who saw this post, and they were talking under the post. Some people think that Su Qi is really wimpy, dare not come to the competition, but some people think that this post is not true. Su Qi does not go to participate in the competition, maybe there are other reasons. And some people think that Su Qi did not go to participate in the competition, but just do not want to sit in the school arrangement of the bus to go to the competition site only. Jiang Wenjie also quickly swiped to this post. He was so angry, immediately posted a comment below to hit back. Who said Su Qi isn't going to the competition? The poster didn't see it, don't talk nonsense. But no one has replied to his comment yet, and when he refreshes it, he realizes that his comment has been deleted. The posters of this thread had been interacting fiercely with those comments that mocked Su Qi. As for those comments that spoke in favor of Su Qi, they were invariably deleted very quickly. Jiang Wenjie observed for a moment and reacted. This person must have a grudge against Su Qi and purposely posted posts to hack Su Qi. A few of the boys in the class also swiped the post and immediately talked about it. It does seem like I haven't seen Su Qi for a few days. He's not really going to stop going to the competition, is he? Doesn't Su Qi often not come to class? What's all the fuss about? Someone must have started a rumor. It doesn't seem to be a rumor, eh? I heard that just now the homeroom teacher has approached Song Xian and asked him to take Su Qi's place in the competition. Su Qi isn't really a wimp and doesn't dare to go to the competition, is he? The opportunity of the competition is so precious. It's too much of a pity for him to give it up just like that, isn't it? Precious to us, but not necessarily to Su Qi. With that score of his, it is estimated that once the results of the college entrance exams come out, all the major prestigious schools will grab them. When the bus from the school to pick up the students participating in the Olympiad arrives later, if Song Xian leaves, won't that prove that Su Qi really isn't going to the competition? Jiang Wenjie listened to a few people's comments and also looked at Song Wenxuan in passing. He suddenly thought of the last time someone posted a post on the school forum to hack Su Qi. The description of the text and the deletion of comments to control the comments and the post this time is exactly the same. And the account that made that post last time was Song Xian's trumpet. At this time, Song Xian is also playing with a cell phone. Fingers flying on the screen tapping, Jiang Wenjie immediately determined that this post is also Song Xian deliberately sent. He was instantly enraged and rushed over and directly snatched Song Xian's cell phone while he was off guard. Song Xian, I knew you weren't holding your farts. He glanced at the screen of his cell phone and realized that Song Xian's text replying to a comment had only just reached the halfway point of typing, so he cursed without any good sense of humor. What are you doing? Song Xian's face went white, and he sheepishly tried to snatch the phone back immediately. Jiang Wenjie held his cell phone high in the air, and he was so skinny that he just couldn't reach it by jumping up, so he had to give up. Song Xian, we're all in the same class. Even if you're jealous of Su Qi, you can't rumor that he's not participating in the competition and is running away from the battle, right? Jiang Wenjie poked Song Xian in front of the whole class. What do you mean by going on the school forum and taking a small number to deliberately lure a bunch of classmates to scold Su Qi? As soon as they heard this, the crowd looked at Song Xian with a bit more disgust in their eyes. Song Xian saw his deeds exposed, instantly also not pretend. Annoyed and angry said, Su Qi is indeed just on the verge of fleeing. I'm not wrong. Just now the class teacher has told me, Su Qi does not dare to come to participate in the competition, so that I topped. If you do not believe that, you can go to ask the class teacher yourself. You say nonsense. Su Qi will definitely come to the competition. Jiang Wenjie grimaced and slammed his cell phone heavily on the desktop. Immediately the school bus is coming. Where is Su Chi? Song Xian snorted. The homeroom teacher can say. His phone can't be reached until now. He doesn't dare to go to the competition at all. Su Chi is a wimp who was afraid of losing the competition. So what if I made a post? It's not like I'm wrong. Looking at Song Xian's smug face, Jiang Wenjie held back before he didn't swing one of his fists directly into his face. I believe Su Chi. He will go to the competition. If he doesn't go to the competition, I will give you a free semester's meal. If he goes, you will give me a semester's. Do you dare to bet? Jiang Wenjie said stiffly. Song Xian's eyes lit up, sending the door to the cheat not to take advantage of. Anyway, the class teacher has already said that Su Chi cannot even get through the phone. Even if Su Chi could receive the call now, it was estimated that by the time he arrived at the school, the bus would definitely have long since driven away. Bet on it, don't renege if you lose, he said decisively. Jiang Wenjie sneered. I believe Su Chi. He wouldn't be the one who would run away from the battle. You're the one who looks like the softie who would be so scared that he would run away. Although he was hardened on his face, Su Chi still didn't show up as time passed minute by minute. The school bus had already arrived. Song Xian proudly put on his backpack and walked out of the classroom, not forgetting to turn back to Jiang Wenjie and taunt him. When I go back to school, remember to be a good boy and beat up my meal for me. Oh. Jiang Wenjie's face was grim as he stared tightly at Su Chi's position. A few moments of worry surfacing in his heart. Is Su Chi sick, or has she encountered some difficulties? After that, it was the weekend, and Jiang Wenjie didn't know if Su Chi had gone to the competition site by herself alone. When he went to school on Monday, Song Xian proudly walked into the classroom with his bag on his back. Several students who were good learners took it upon themselves to gather around his seat because they cared about the competition. Song Xian, can you tell us about the type of questions in this competition? Is it difficult? Yeah. I heard this competition is not that difficult. Song Xian grew more and more complacent, and was just about to show off how easy it was for him to do the competition questions, when Su Yan, who was sitting in the back row, suddenly exclaimed as she held her cell phone. Oh my god. You guys, look at today's news headlines. Isn't that Su Chi? As soon as he heard that Su Chi was on the news, instantly no one cared about the competition. Everyone took out their cell phones, no matter what software. As soon as they opened it, they could see a high school teenager valiantly putting out fires. News. The main character in the news is none other than Su Chi. The reporter reported in detail the heroic deeds of Su Chi and the crowd who encountered the cinema fire after Su Chi took the initiative to organize and eventually broke down the wall to save everyone. Wait, doesn't the day of the fire happen to be the day of the Olympiad? One of the boys was the first to notice the time and said in surprise, no wonder the homeroom teacher couldn't reach Su Chi that day. So he was at the fire scene. Breaking a wall with your bare hands? That's too unbelievable, isn't it? Is it real? This is an official report. It's definitely not a fake. I didn't expect Su Chi to be so heroic. Yeah, if I had happened upon such a big job, I would have fainted from fear long ago. Crowds of people talking more and more excited, have brushed up about the fire and Su Chi's related reports. See, there are girls who escaped from the fire, said Su Chi one by one to carry them out of the fire scene. A lot of girls in the class are marveled. I so want to be carried up together like this by Su Chi too. This is too much boyfriend power. It is said that there is a girl is particularly fat. He is also one-handed, carry people sit on the shoulder. God, who when his girlfriend shall not die of happiness. If I could be his girlfriend, I'd be willing to let my high school grades be the top of the grade. Song Xian watched as the halo that belonged to him was easily snatched away by Su Chi, and was cynical in his heart. And it just so happened that Su Chi walked into the classroom at that very moment, his hands still wrapped in gauze. When all the students saw him come in, it was as if they had seen a hero. All of them were excited and immediately surrounded him. Su Chi, are you alright? Are you hurt? You are too good. Not only do you do well in school, but you're also so strong. It's all men. I'm ashamed of myself. Su Chi, you're too good. I want to recognize you as my boss. I'll be your little brother from now on. Su Chi actually didn't suffer any injuries. The ones on his hands were also superficial wounds. After dealing with the words of praise from the crowd, only then did someone suddenly remember the post that Song Xian had sent out before with his trumpet that said Su Chi was a deserter. Immediately someone shady up Song Xian. It turns out that people Su Chi did not come to participate in the competition, is to go to see justice, when the firefighting hero to go. Someone how to still casually masturbate that others are on the verge of fleeing. Song Xian's face also looked a few points worse, but in the end, he pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Su Chi, you don't know. You didn't participate in the competition this time. Song Xian used his trumpet to post that you were so scared that you didn't show up. Jiang Wenjie couldn't stand it. He even quarreled with him and almost fought. Su Yan hurriedly and quietly snitched with Su Qi. Su Qi then realized that Zhang Wenjie was not in the classroom. He asked curiously, "Where is Zhang Wenjie?" "Where else?" Su Yan skimmed her mouth and said without any goodwill. "He made a bet with Song Xian that you would definitely go to the competition, and the one who lost the bet would have to buy the other person a semester's worth of meals, and Zhang Wenjie is buying breakfast for Song Xian right now." Speak of the devil. As soon as Su Yan's words fell, Zhang Wenjie walked into the classroom carrying the bought breakfast. Just now on his way back, he had also brushed up on the news about Su Qi, and the sulk he had held in his heart was sort of out. As long as Su Qi was not a deserter, a bet that he lost was no big deal. However, the moment he saw Su Qi, he still subconsciously hid the breakfast in his hand behind his back. "Don't hide it, I saw it all." Su Qi cried and laughed. "Who told you I didn't go to the competition?" Zhang Wenjie instantly came to life upon hearing this. "Didn't you not come to school that day? Did you go to the competition site by yourself?" "I didn't come to school, but it doesn't mean I won't participate in the competition." Su Qi smiled and looked at the breakfast in Zhang Wenjie's hand. "What kind of breakfast did you buy? Just give it to me. I haven't eaten breakfast yet." Hearing this, Song Xian, who had been hiding on the side as if he had found some opportunity, immediately snorted. "Su Qi, you're bragging. You were at the fire scene on the day of the competition. The news has reported it. Can't it be that you still know how to split the body?" "I don't have a diversion, but I did participate in the competition," Su Qi said in a serious manner. The people in the class looked at his certainty and all had a slight doubt in themselves. It couldn't be that Su Qi went to participate in the competition right after he came out from the fire scene. Song Xian sneered. The day of the competition he had never seen Su Qi at the scene at all. "Su Qi, this is clearly because of good face lying." Just before he had the chance to dismantle Su Qi, the class bell rang. Zhao Chang walked into the classroom with a smile on her face. "Before class starts, I want to tell you all the good news. In the middle of last weekend's Olympic mathematics competition, Song Xian represented our school and achieved the 5th best result. Let's all applaud Song Xian's classmates together." The crowd applauded while they couldn't help but look at Su Qi. Just now, Su Qi had made a fuss about it, saying that he had also participated in the competition, but the class teacher hadn't mentioned Su Qi's results at all. Soon, a murmur rang through the class. "Su Qi is so much smarter than Song Xian. If he had gone to the competition, he would definitely have gotten better grades than Song Xian, and since the homeroom teacher didn't say anything about it, then Su Qi should just not have gone." "That's not true. Song Xian was able to take 5th. Su Qi might have taken 1st if she went. So, Su Qi is lying. 80% is to see Zhang Wenjie because he did not go to the competition bet lost. The heart intentionally do not go. I guess to their own good brother to find make up for it. If you ask me, Su Qi saved so many people. Isn't that more important than a competition ranking? If Song Xian is a man, he shouldn't let Zhang Wenjie buy him food again." But Su Qi didn't go to the competition and still had to say she went. Also a bit of dead face. Su Qi lied like this. We can see through it at a glance. It's definitely useless. Zhang Wenjie is probably still going to buy food. The crowd's murmurings had not stopped, and even if Zhao Qing had repeatedly stopped them, they had little effect. It was hard to wait until the bell rang. Song Xian immediately walked over to Zhang Wenjie and stretched out his hand. "Zhang Wenjie, where's my breakfast?" Zhang Wenjie held a bellyful of fire, but he couldn't get mad, so he could only take the bought breakfast out of the table. "Give it to me." Just as he was about to hand it to Song Xian, Su Qi's hand suddenly crossed over and took away the buns and soy milk, eating them nonchalantly. "This bun of yours is cold. I told you should have given it to me before class." Su Qi laughed brightly. "Su Qi, this is my meal." Zhang Wenjie lost the bet, so he should fulfill his promise. Song Xian was anxious. Who said he lost the bet? Su Qi had a calm face. "You didn't go to the competition because you saved people. We all know that. No one will laugh at you for not going to the competition." Su Yan also comforted at the side with some heartache. Zhang Wenjie smiled and scratched his head. "Brother Qi, you're the firefighting hero. Although I lost the bet, I didn't lose face. Isn't it just helping Song Xian buy a semester's worth of meals? It's not even a thing." Knowing that Su Qi didn't want to subject himself to Song Xian's teasing of this brat, he was somewhat touched and leaned in close to Su Qi and whispered, "I'll spit in his rice every day so that he can eat it." Song Xian also said disdainfully, "Su Qi, you obviously didn't go to the competition site. Don't pretend." Su Qi calmly finished her bun, and flipped out AA1 entry notice from her school bag. "I am going to participate in the competition, but not the Senior Olympiad competition, but the International Olympiad competition. This is the entry notice sheet. You can see it yourself if you don't believe me. The International Olympiad? Isn't that something only college students can participate in?" Song Xian was stunned and grabbed the notice of participation. which was actually stamped with the official seal of the International Math Contest Organization. I passed the online written test posted on the official website of this competition organization. Even if I'm not a college student, I can still participate just the same, Suchi said blandly. If you still don't believe me, you can go to the official website to see the list of contestants. This competition is 2 days later than the high school Olympiad. Suchi, are you going to compete tomorrow? An honor student in the class who was more concerned about the competition was the first to ask. Jiang Wenjie froze for a while before responding cheerfully. Brother Qi, you're also too awesome. Not worth mentioning. Suchi glanced at the grim-faced Song Xian and deliberately said, Song Xian, willing to gamble? You'll have to trouble you to bring me meals in the future, haha. Don't forget to bring me 2 chicken legs for lunch today. Jiang Wenjie didn't politely talk to Song Xian at all and directly started ordering food. Song Xian's mood was so bad that he just gave him a cold look. Seeing that Song Xian didn't say anything, Su Yan deliberately asked with a playful smile, Song Xian, you wouldn't be unable to part with that bit of meal money. Ready to renege on the bill, right? Upon hearing this, the students gathered next to them giggled along. Song Xian snorted coldly and turned around to return to his seat. Jiang Wenjie took a breath in his heart and didn't bother with Song Xian. As a result, it turned out to be noon after school, and suddenly it started to rain heavily. Looking at the gloomy weather outside, Jiang Wenjie just remembered Song Xian again. Are you still going to buy me dinner? If you don't go, I'll go by myself. Everyone in the class gossiped and stared at Song Xian, who opened his mouth without any good humor. Who says I'm not going? He went straight to the cafeteria in the pouring rain. It was just that it was raining too hard. Song Xian was walking with an umbrella in one hand and carrying his and Jiang Wenjie's lunchboxes in the other, so it was really a bit of a struggle. Half of his pants were wet from the water on the ground, and his whole body was as pitiful as a quail caught in the rain. Zhao Qing was eating her boxed lunch in the office and happened to see this scene. She couldn't help but walk out and call out to Song Xian. Song Xian, it's raining so hard. Why are you still helping your classmates with their meals? It was Jiang Wenjie who asked me to bring it for him. Song Xian was about to be dumbfounded by this heavy rain and cold wind. His reaction was half a beat slower, and he straightened up. Seeing Song Xian's pitiful appearance, Zhao Qing couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. This Jiang Wenjie is really too much. How can you bully a classmate like that? She immediately walked into the class and angrily said, Jiang Wenjie, come to the office with me. Jiang Wenjie was happily blowing water with his friends when he was suddenly named and inexplicably went into the office for tea. Jiang Wenjie, you're really out of line. Even if you don't get good grades yourself, you're still bullying your classmates with good grades like this. Song Xian has just achieved the honor of the Olympic math competition for our school. It's a credit to our school. So how can you force someone to buy you a meal? Zhao Qing's flurry of questions had confused Jiang Wenjie, and it took him a long time to react. Glaring irritably at Song Xian next to him, noticing the look in Jiang Wenjie's eyes, Zhao Qing instantly became even more angry. Jiang Wenjie, you usually just don't learn and bully your classmates. I won't bother with you. But Song Xian is different. It's almost time for the college entrance exam, and if he gets caught in the rain and catches a cold, it will affect his grades in the college entrance exam. Jiang Wenjie was simply more wrong than sinus. No, it was he himself who said he was going to help me buy food. Don't believe me? Ask him. You're here. Would he dare to tell the truth if I asked? Zhao Qing sneered and asked back. Tomorrow you give me your parents. Halfway through her words, Su Qi suddenly walked in. Teacher, I have something to say. Zhao Qing was interrupted in her thoughts, glanced at Song Xian and Zhao Wenjie, and sighed. You guys go out first. Zhao Wenjie was like an amnesty and gratefully glanced at Su Qi. Su Qi lowered her head and took out a leave slip from her pocket. Teacher, I'm going to take 2 days off tomorrow and the next to attend the International Olympiad. What? Zhao Qing was equally incredulous. I've gotten the notice of entry for the International Olympiad and want to take time off to compete. Su Qi unhurriedly took out that notification slip that Song Xian had looked at earlier. Although Zhao Qing was pleasantly surprised that Su Qi could have the strength to participate in the International Olympiad right now, she still advised with some concern. Su Qi, even if you can be selected, but the participants of the International Olympiad are all high achievers from major prestigious schools. It's unlikely that you'll get a good name even if you go to the competition. And with the college entrance exams coming up soon, I still hope that you won't waste your time on this kind of meaningless competition. Teacher, how are you sure that I'll just definitely won't achieve a ranking? Su Qi smiled and asked back. His eyes were firm. His face was full of confidence and calmness, and his words carried an air of determination. Zhao Qing froze. For some reason, she actually started to look forward to Su Qi's play in the International Olympiad as well. By the time she came back to her senses, Su Qi had already left with the leave slip she had approved. 2 days later, Su Qi returned to the classroom and everyone curiously surrounded him. Su Qi, What are the questions for the International Olympiad like? It must be super hard, right? Su Yan asked curiously. No, I think it's quite simple, Su Chi replied casually while organizing the books in her bag. Hearing this, Song Xian immediately snorted. Su Chi, you are bragging, right? My cousin took part in this International Olympiad, and she can say that the questions of this competition are particularly difficult. And many of the high achievers from Beijing University didn't finish the questions. It's not a conflict between what your cousin finds difficult and what I find easy. It might be that your cousin's level is not enough for me, Su Chi calmly said. Jiang Wenjie was also the first to defend Su Chi. That's right. Brother Chi said it's simple, then it must be simple. You haven't even participated in international competitions. What the hell do you know? Which pheasant university is your cousin from? How do you talk? It's already a fact that the topics of the International Olympiad are difficult. Song Xian's face turned red with anger. Su Yan laughed playfully on the side. I see you ah. This is can't eat grapes to say grapes sour. Capable you also go to participate in the competition ah. You are unable to wait for Su Chi competition results are not good right. You took the 5th place in a high school Olympiad competition by yourself. And you're so dejected that you don't know what to do. Su Chi, even if he's worse than you, that's still better than you, Jiang Wenjie said even more nonchalantly. Song Xian was furious and was just about to fire back when Zhao Chang walked into the classroom with a bunch of test papers. The crowd immediately returned to their seats. There will be no class in this session, so we'll all work on a set of papers together as an impromptu test. Zhao Chang was beaming and looked as if she was in a good mood, waiting for the test paper to be sent down. The people realized that it was not an English paper, but a math paper. But Zhao Qing was obviously an English teacher. How did she suddenly take a temporary test on math? The students had questions in their minds. But since Zhao Qing was the class teacher and she said she would take the test with the class, no one dared to take the initiative to object. And they all picked up their pens and started to do the questions. 10 minutes passed. The class couldn't help but start to talk to each other. No other way. The questions on this test paper were really too difficult. So many people couldn't even understand the questions. Teacher, this paper is too hard, isn't it? Finally a student wailed out. Since he had always been at the top of the class, even he said he couldn't do it. And the other students instantly followed suit and howled. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the questions on this before. Have I? How can I do it? Teacher, you're not making fun of us, are you? Yes teacher. This topic not to mention let me do. There are so many formulas and symbols that I can't understand at all. I can't even read the topic. This can't be an OU question. A schoolteacher picked up the test paper and opened his mouth to ask with some doubt. Hearing that this was an OU question, many people looked at Song Xian, who had gotten 5th place in the OU competition. Song Xian also had a frown on his face. His test paper was similarly blank. Not a single word written. The questions were somewhat similar to those OU questions he had done, but they were surprisingly difficult, and many of the math symbols in the questions he had never seen before. Song Xian, you don't know how to do it either? His tablemate shouted out in surprise. Once they heard that Song Xian couldn't even write, the crowd complained even more. Teacher, are you making fun of us? Yeah. No one can do this topic, right? Zhao Cheng smiled and looked at the crowd, inquiring once more. You all think that this topic is too difficult to do it all right? The crowd immediately nodded like garlic. It's normal that you can't do it, because this question of this year's International Olympiad can't be written at all with the level of knowledge in high school, even for students who have participated in the high school Olympiad. The more Zhao Cheng spoke, the more agitated her tone became. But not only did someone in my class write it, they got a perfect score. And guess who that person was? Who else could it be? Su Chi was the only one in the whole class who had participated in the International Olympiad. Su Chi got a perfect score? That's impossible, right? Wasn't that the one who just said that the questions of this International Olympic Mathematics competition were so difficult that even the top students of Kyoto University couldn't do it? Is Su Chi really that powerful? Teacher isn't joking again, right? In the midst of all the skepticism, Zhao Cheng looked at Su Chi and said with incomparable emotion, let's congratulate Su Chi. He got the 1st place in this International Olympiad. What? First? The class was abuzz. Su Chi as a high school student can participate in the general only college students are qualified to participate in the international competition is already enough to surprise people. No one expects Su Chi really achieve anything. A competition of this caliber. Even the group of geniuses from Kyoto University who went there wouldn't necessarily be able to get 1st place. But now Zhao Qing said that Su Chi was the 1st place. I'll be damned. If I could get 1st place in the International Olympiad right now, my great-grandmother would probably be so happy she'd pop out of her grave. If I could take 1st place, my dad could just rip up the family tree and start on my page. Su Chi let out a light laugh. Teacher, your news is quite fast. Zhao Qing looked at him with incomparable satisfaction. Su Qi, you are the best of all the students I've taught. Originally I was still regretting that you weren't able to take part in the high school's Olympiad, but I didn't expect you to create such a miraculous result. She couldn't help but blush as she said, it's an honor for me, and for our entire Clear Springs High School, to be able to teach a student as good as you. I'm sure that you'll achieve an unprecedentedly good result for our Clear Springs High School in this year's college entrance exam. I'll try my best. Seeing Zhao Qing's touched appearance, Su Qi was a little subtly embarrassed and could only smile sarcastically. When the crowd looked at Su Qi, they all felt as if a layer of holy light was enveloping his body. Obviously we are all classmates, but Su Qi has become inexplicably unattainable. Everyone had forgotten that just a few months ago, Su Qi was just a hangdog sitting in the corner of the classroom that no one cared about. Zhao Cheng solemnly took out a gift box and handed it over to Su Qi. This is the fountain pen that my teacher gave me when I first graduated from college as a reward for my diligence in my studies, and I've treasured it to this day, and now I'm giving it to you. All the students were very envious when they heard the significance of the gift. I also want my teacher to give me such a gift too, but unfortunately my grades are too ordinary. Su Yan muttered to her friend in a low voice. I've heard that mess. Zhao has already brought out a lot of excellent students in Qingshuan High School before, but there's only one of these pens, and she didn't even give it to those good students before, so it seems that Su Qi must be the best of Miss Zhao's students. That's for sure. Didn't you see Mr. Zhao was so excited that he cried? Thank you, teacher. Su Qi looked at Zhao Qing's eyes full of expectations and could only accept the pen. This fountain pen is not expensive, but it is of extraordinary significance, and it's expecting you to pass the college entrance exam and take a top prize for Qingshuan High School. Zhao Qing smiled and nodded, speaking in a serious tone. Song Shen couldn't help but feel the fire of jealousy grow in his heart as he looked at Zhao Qing's admiring gaze towards Su Qi. What right did Su Qi have to take away everything that should have belonged to him? Song Shen thought for a long time but couldn't understand why when he transferred to Qingshuan High School, Su Qi rebounded from a bottom poor student who was looked down upon by the entire school to become a super school bully. Su Qi must have used a side channel. If Su Qi was really talented, he must have been a school bully all along. How could he suddenly become enlightened? Perhaps he was on some kind of drug? Since athletes could use stimulants to change their bodies, maybe Su Qi had also found some drug that could raise their intelligence level. With that in mind, he couldn't help but open his cell phone and look up things that could boost his intelligence online, unintentionally tapping into a group chat. The name of the group is Perfect Memory for a Perfect Life. The group chat was very lively, and the group leader with the nickname Memory Tutor was chatting very happily with a group of groupmates in the group. He took a closer look, and it turned out to be the group owner selling a miracle drug that could enhance his memory. Mr. Teacher, your memory pills are amazing. After taking 2 courses, I can now memorize books without forgetting them. I've only had 1 course of treatment, and now I can easily remember all the formulas I couldn't remember before. I've only been taking it for 2 days and I'm feeling much better in spirit. This medicine is also too amazing. Most of the group in there held this memory tutor as a faith-like being, but there were also questions from the group. Does this medicine really work? Why don't they have it at the drugstore? The memory tutor came out leisurely to talk. Of course it's effective. A student of Qingshuan High School just ate this memory miracle drug of mine, became unforgettable, directly from the bottom of the first reversed into a super school bully. But I have a very small amount of goods of this drug, and the price is very expensive. Of course, the drugstore cannot be purchased. These words made Song Xian instantly think of Su Qi. It turned out that Su Qi was relying on this pill to be so scenic. He quietly looked at Su Qi as if he had discovered an amazing big secret. It just so happened that someone in the group asked about the price of this memory elixir. Mentor, can I still buy this medicine? How much is it? Memory tutor said with some regret. Now there is no longer in stock. You want to buy it can only be booked. You have the need to chat privately. I can first line up for booking. Of course, booking as long as the registration is good. Do not need to charge a deposit. Song Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately quietly chatted privately with the memory tutor. Classmate, I've already registered it for you. I'll be sure to notify you first when it's available. Song Xian impatiently asked. Then how long should I wait? The opposite party said after a while. Before saying with some difficulty, there are a lot of people in the queue now. It should take half a year. Half a year? Song Xian was anxious. The college entrance exam was coming soon. He had to overpower Su Qi before the entrance exam. He couldn't wait for such a long time. You see if you can advance it a little. I'm in a hurry. If you're really in a hurry, classmate, then you'll have to buy our VIP package. But the price of this package is much more expensive than the normal medication, so I don't know if you can accept it. The opposite side gave a quick reply. As long as he could overpower Su Qi, Song Xian couldn't care less about spending more money and directly bought a course of memory divine pill from the memory tutor for $5,000. After taking one of the pills, he really felt refreshed and his efficiency in memorizing his books increased a lot. After feeling the effects of the memory god pill, he couldn't wait to issue a challenge to Su Chi in front of the whole class. Su Chi, next exam, I will definitely surpass you and take back the first place that belongs to me. Su Chi, who was working on the problem, raised her head, wondering what kind of madness Song Xian was smoking, and responded bashfully, "Oh, remember not to forget to buy Jiang Wenjie a meal at noon." Those grandiose words that Song Xian had prepared were directly suppressed by Su Chi's words. The crowd was also looking at Song Xian like a fool, but their gazes, Song Xian didn't care. As long as he persisted in taking the memory god pill, it would be a matter of time before he surpassed Su Chi. When the time comes, there will be plenty to lick him. When it came to the end of school, Shang Qingqing drove her car to pick up Su Chi from school. Today was the day of the end of the month competition, and Shang Qingqing had come to pick up Su Chi to watch the second Dark Guard Squad's competition. On the way, Shang Qingqing suddenly remembered the news she had recently gotten. "Su Chi, you haven't taken any medicine to improve your memory, have you? If there really is that drug, everyone should know about it, right? How come I haven't heard of it?" Su Chi was a little amused. "That's good. I've heard that recently there is a new type of scam called memory god pill. A lot of people ate that pill are mentally deranged. And the person who sells the pill even advocated that there is a scumbag in your school who relied on the pill to rebound into a school bully." Shang Qingqing chatted excitedly about the gossip she had heard. "There are people who believe this kind of lie?" Su Chi frowned, feeling more and more ridiculous. "I heard that there are quite a lot of people who believe in it, and the police are already investigating." Shang Qingqing nodded. While the two were talking, they had already reached the entrance of the training ground. Upon seeing Su Chi, all the Dark Guards had a few moments of disdain in their expressions, except for the members of the second Dark Guard squad who greeted them with particular enthusiasm. He coldly watched Su Chi chatting with the team and couldn't help but sneer. "Captain, the second Dark Guard squad has been on vacation outside lately, and they're definitely going to be beaten up this time in the end of the month competition. In the past, the only one who could compete with our first squad was the second Dark Guard squad. Now well, the second Dark Guard squad is already ruined, so how can we have any need to compete with them?" The members of the Jinho band were talking without a care in the world. Hearing their words, the members of the second Dark Guard squad were furious and were just about to theorize when Xiaoyu announced the start of the end of the month competition. The first match was a team member sparring match, and the first to take the field was the first squad, and the captain of the one they were playing against stepped right up to the plate. Jin has smiled slightly and casually pointed a finger at one of the team members and said, "You go." This member was also the weakest one in the first Dark Guard squad, but it was this weakest member of the team that actually took only 10 minutes to easily win the matchup. The captain of the other squad was almost completely defenseless under her. "I've already let go of the water, but don't say I'm bullying you guys." He looked at the unwilling looks on the opposite side and said blandly. When the members of the second squad saw that the weakest member of the first squad was so powerful, their hearts were also a bit uncertain. It's only been a month. The members of the first squad have actually improved so much. That move just now, if it were me, I wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it, a team member said worriedly. The other teams aren't even a match for the first team's captain, so we probably won't be able to beat the first team this time. Just as the crowd whispered worriedly, Su Chi suddenly opened his mouth in a low voice. "You guys come with me." Although Red Shadow and the members of the second squad were puzzled, but looking at Su Chi's mysterious appearance, they quietly followed Su Chi to an unoccupied corner of the training ground. "Young Master Su Chi, it's almost time for our competition. What exactly are you going to say?" Red Shadow asked somewhat anxiously. "Before I let you guys play for a long period of time, it's not really that I don't instruct you to train, but it's to let your bodies completely relax," Su Chi explained with a smile, but the words added to the crowd's confusion. "Relaxing at this time? Shouldn't you relax after the competition? Young Master Su, what exactly do you mean?" Su Chi looked at the crowd and asked rhetorically with a smile. "Don't you all feel that your bodies are much more relaxed now than before?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at each other in disbelief and all moved their body joints in unison. One of the team members opened their mouths first with some hesitation. "It seems like but it's just a little bit easier. It might be because we were too tired from our previous training." "No," Su Chi shook his head. "It's actually because you guys trained in the wrong way before, causing the true chi in your body to stagnate. In the long run, your training will only get worse and your actions will become more and more sluggish." True chi? It was the first time many of the team members had learned about this word, and Red Shadow looked at Su Chi curiously. "Young Master Su, do you still know about this?" Su Chi smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he continued to talk about letting the crowd take a vacation and rest. Through the previous period of rest, your bodies have entered a state of complete relaxation. If the body is too tight, the blocked true chi can't be discharged at all. Then, in that case, the blocked true chi in our bodies has not been completely discharged? A team member heard the meaning in Su Chi's words. Yes, your bodies still have unlimited potential now. After discharging those blocked true chi, they can be released, and now is the best time to discharge your true chi. Su Chi's face was written with confidence. Now you all breathe according to the mantra I said, and after a quarter of an hour, the blocked true chi in your body will be completely discharged. He straightened his body and slowly recited the mantra under the crowd's expectant gazes. Although the team members respected Su Chi, their hearts could not help but still be filled with suspicion. Can there be a mnemonic for breathing? And just by expelling some true chi, could it really make them stronger? Is this going to be too much of a mystery? Doubtful as they were, the crowd still followed Su Chi for a few rounds of breathing. A quarter of an hour later, they were actually surprised to find that their bodies were much lighter, and the tiredness in their bodies was certainly non-existent, and there was inexplicably a hot current surging through their bodies. Red Shadow excitedly walked to a tree and violently kicked out a foot, and the big tree as thick as a bucket actually directly snapped off. She was pleasantly surprised. Before I always felt that my strength had reached its limit. No matter how hard I trained I couldn't break through again. I didn't expect that now I could actually become so strong. With this kind of strength, it's estimated that Jinha, that guy, isn't my opponent either. Another team member also picked up a stone on the ground and threw it out with a whoosh, actually directly knocking down the fruit on a tree 100 meters away. This wrist strength. I didn't even dare to think about it before. Actually only relying on breathing can let me break through the bottleneck. So it is really too amazing. She was overjoyed and so excited that she couldn't help herself. In the future, when you train, you should also always utilize this breathing method, which can make your training twice as effective with half the effort. Su Chi looked at the players with delight and taught them. Meanwhile, it was the turn of the first and second squads in the training ground. The crowd only then realized that the people of the second Dark Guard squad including Su Chi had disappeared, and for a while there was a lot of talk. They wouldn't be afraid of losing to the first squad and wouldn't dare to compete. Would they? Can't say for sure. The second squad just competed and lost anyway. Su Chi must have been afraid that losing would be too humiliating and took the second squad with him on the verge of fleeing. Jotsu was also a bit strange. As Shang Ruyan's special assistant, although she was also the captain of the second squad, she spent more time staying by Shang Ruyan's side on standby, and the affairs of the second squad were all taken care of by Red Shadow. She also knew about Su Chi letting the second Dark Guard squad take a vacation all day to have fun, but she had always felt that Su Chi must have had a reason for doing so. But now that it was already time for the competition and Su Chi was still taking his team members to play disappear, she was a bit puzzled. Seeing that the second squad was slow to show up, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seems that the second squad is abstaining in this manner? I can't imagine that there would be deserters in the Shang family's secret guards. Watch your wording. Shang Qingqing was sending a message to Su Chi, and when she heard the harsh words, she couldn't help but shout out angrily. What I said is right again. I just saw Su Chi leaving with the second squad members with my own eyes. There's a competition coming up soon. Isn't it a wimpy move for him to suddenly leave? He coldly snorted in dissatisfaction. Miss Ching Cheng, don't be too biased in favor of Su Chi. I've already sent a message to Su Chi. He'll be back soon. Shang Qingqing said in a cold voice. You're still just a secret guard of my Shang family. Do you have a problem with my words? The mere fact that she was Shang Qingqing, a member of the Shang family, was enough to overpower Jinha. He was naturally indignant. She looked at Xiao Yu and firmly said, the rules of this month-end competition were set by General Manager Shang. Even if Miss Qing Qing is a member of the Shang family, she still has no right to interfere. I remember that it was written in the rules of the competition that as long as the party competing did not come on stage within 5 minutes, they would abstain by default. Xiao Yu was also a bit helpless. Okay, in that case, we'll wait 5 minutes. When Gu Qingqing saw that Su Chi hadn't returned her message, she was so anxious that she ran out and shouted Su Chi's name everywhere. She believed in Su Chi, a man who faced a life and death crisis like a fire and was able to evacuate at the end. How could he be afraid of an ordinary secret guards competition? Moreover, even if he lost this competition, he would not lose anything at all to Su Chi. Unfortunately, she searched around and didn't see Su Chi's figure, so she could only hang her head and return to the competition site. And with 5 minutes just about up, Red Shadow couldn't afford to be biased with so many eyes watching. She sighed softly and walked onto the stage and said aloud, since the second squad has been no one to come up to the stage to meet the battle, then I announce that the second squad abandons. Slow down, a crisp voice interrupted Red Shadow. The crowd turned their heads together searching for the sound. Su Chi led the second Dark Guard squad to the front of the competition stage with great strides. We're here. seeing Su-chi arrive with the raging second squad. Jin-hee, however, only laughed coldly. Even if they came, so what? Having not trained properly for such a long time, the strength of the second squad was bound to be much lower. Once upon a time, the first team was going to be on top of the second team, but now that the two teams have grown together, she really doesn't know how the second team is going to fight with her first team. Su-chi, forget it, even if you guys arrive now, what can you do? You guys can't win. She laughed with a mocking face. Don't talk too soon. One of the members in the second squad couldn't help but snatch his mouth and fire back. He looked askance at that team member. His heart was even more disdainful. This team member was the weakest in the second squad. When was it her turn to come out and speak first? The fact that I said that? With your current level, it's impossible to have a chance of winning against our first squad, so you might as well just admit defeat and save your strength for the battle against the squad behind you. She held her head high, her tone incomparably condescending. That player gritted his teeth and walked up to the stage, stretching out his hand and pointing at Jin-hee from afar. Since you're so confident, let's have a match. Hearing this, Jin-hee directly laughed out loud. Just based on you? Your personal results are at the bottom of the second squad every time. How dare you challenge me? Cut the crap and hurry up to the stage. That team member didn't want to say much and said bluntly, self-importance. Jin-hee gave a cold shout, jumped onto the stage, and without saying a word, rushed at his opponent and swung his fist. Her speed was so fast that many of the Dark Guard members on the stage didn't even see it. And just when the crowd thought that the second squad member would be knocked out by Jin-hee's move, she shortened her body and deftly dodged Jin-hee's punch. Jin-hee was taken aback, but in the next second, her opponent's attack broke through the wind, and she could only step back to fend it off. However, the other party's offense was actually getting more and more fierce, and the attack movements were simply flawless, so she simply couldn't find any opportunity to return the favor. The members of the first team who were originally cheering and rooting for Jin-hee under the stage all fell silent. The harshness of that player's moves and the swiftness of his attacks were unheard of by them before. No way. Our captain is actually being pressed by her? Something's wrong with my eyes, isn't it? Isn't she the second squad's hangman? Every time the second squad's results are bad, it's because she's holding them back. How come she's suddenly become so powerful? What a strange stance she's fighting in. How can it be so meticulous? I couldn't even see any cracks when I watched from below. The other members of the Dark Guards were also talking when they saw this. This team member's former strength could only be considered middle of the road in the entire Dark Guard team. How could she possibly win over Captain Jin? On the stage, Jinho's thoughts were also getting more and more confused. She had seen this team member's previous matchups. She hadn't shown such strong strength at all back then. Could it be that she had intentionally hidden her true level before? She had so many thoughts in her mind that she actually wandered off in the middle of the sparring match. The team member seized the opportunity and slapped her in the shoulder, and she staggered back a few steps in pain. Xiaoyu immediately shouted a halt. Second squad. Win. Jin-hee came back to his senses, only to realize that he had actually been knocked out of the ring without realizing it. All the members of the second squad immediately let out a burst of cheers and swarmed that member. It was young Master Su's good guidance that allowed me to find Captain Jin's weakness. That team member scratched his head and smiled in embarrassment. Su-chi smiled and looked at Jin-hee. Now, do you still think that the team I lead will definitely be weaker? With a complicated expression, Jin-hee stared at the team member for a while, clenched his teeth, and said unwillingly, "You all haven't trained properly this month. So how could her strength suddenly increase so much? It must be because she hid her strength before." "I didn't," that team member immediately retorted with dissatisfaction. "You think it's impossible for my strength to rise so fast? That's because your cognition is too shallow. I used the methods taught by young Master Su to enter so fast. Including the fact that I was able to defeat you was also because young Master Su had just whispered to us about the weaknesses in your moves." Her gaze towards Su-chi was filled with admiration. "There are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heaven. You think that your own training method is the most effective, but you don't know that young Master Su is better at coaching his team members than you are. That's right. You say we're hiding our strength when you lose. Can't you afford to lose?" Another member of the second squad also said nonchalantly, "Captain Jin, you are indeed very powerful, but we already know your weaknesses like the back of our hands, and with young Master Su's guidance, we can beat you easily. A loss is a loss, and the first place in this grand competition will definitely be our second squad's." The members of the second squad had a lot of fun talking to each other. Shang Qingqing was also a bit surprised, although she believed that there was a reason why Su-chi had been letting the members of the second squad rest and relax. She could not imagine how Su-chi had made these members' strength leap so much. Could it be that the team member was really hiding his strength from before, as Jin-hee said? Even she couldn't believe it, and Jin-hee was even more completely unconvinced by what these members of the second squad were saying. She straightened her body and sneered. If my training style wasn't the most effective, how could the first squad have been the first place winner of the end of the month competition all the time? I really don't know exactly what kind of training method can make people improve by leaps and bounds even if they keep resting and having fun. Saying that, her gaze fell on the team member who had just defeated her, and she forcefully said, "You had been hiding your strength before. I was just too shocked to lose to you. Next time I compete, I will definitely win you." Che, big talk. The other party immediately snorted and bristled in disdain. You'll only be widening the gap between you and us if you train in the way you are now. Besides, you don't even know that your moves are full of holes, so how can you possibly win? You only won once by fluke. I won't let you be complacent for long. Jinhee's eyes were cold, and he let out his words unwillingly. Alright. Xiaoyu suddenly opened her mouth. She had watched all of this in her eyes, and in her heart, she was also curious as to whether or not this team member's strength increase was due to Suchi or not. If Jinhe you insist on thinking that it's her hiding her strength and not Suchi's guidance, I do have a way to verify whether your guess is true or not. When the crowd heard this, they immediately became interested. What solution ah Captain Xiaoyu? In the crowd's expectant gazes, Xiaoyu slowly opened her mouth. The solution is very simple. That is, to let the other members of the second squad compete with you again. It's impossible that every member of the second squad has hidden their strength, right? I don't have a problem with it. Suchi immediately agreed. The other members of the second squad were also eager to try and agreed to Red Shadow's proposal. Jinhe, do you think this is a good idea? Xiaoyu turned to Jinhe. Seeing that every member of the second squad was beaming with joy, Jinhee's heart clouded over for a few moments as she held her breath and nodded. Good. Then pick yourself a team member. Red Shadow smiled slightly. Jinhe's gaze swept around the room, eventually pointing out a member of the team who had always been notoriously strong. I'll show you what it means to humiliate yourself. The opponent excitedly got into the ring and confidently let loose. The two quickly tangled together. Yet within 30 moves, Jinhee was swept in the side waist by her opponent's foot, and she let out a soft yelp as she fell to the ground. You lost. There's nothing to say now, is there? His opponent put away his stance and stood there with a smug smile. The two members of the first squad helped Jinhee to stand up in a sorry state. She looked at the other side in a daze and muttered out incredulously, "How is this possible? If you still don't believe me, I can let the other team members continue to compete with you." Suchi calmly looked at her and blandly said, "I don't believe it." Jinhe's eyes reddened at the end. She shook off the team member who was holding her up and stared tightly at Suchi. Her voice was hoarse for a few moments. Again, as soon as she spoke, one of the team members pressed on to the stage. The result of this bout was the same, and she still lost quickly to her opponent. Unable to accept the blow, she fell into a complete frenzy and kept getting up and demanding a continuation of the match, until she staggered to her feet after being knocked down once more and roared. Again! Only this time, there was no one left to step forward. As she stood on the stage, she seemed to have understood something in her heart, but her mouth still stubbornly insisted. Someone to continue the competition with me. Ha! Suchi looked at her with a few points of helplessness tinting her eyes. Jinhee, you've already competed with the entire second squad, and you've lost. As for the captain Red Shadow's strength is stronger than all of them. You are even less of a match. The members of the second squad had smiles on their faces, smiles that seemed to be a silent mockery. Suchi's words were like a thunderbolt that struck Jinhee's heart as she stood on the stage and looked around, realizing that all the members of the second squad had indeed fought against her. She had lost miserably in almost every match, unable to even make an even match, and at this moment, the second squad in her eyes actually transformed into a solid wall in a trance, a high wall that she could hardly cross. With the facts in front of her, even if she was reluctant, she had to face the reality that Suchi's guidance had caused the entire strength of the second squad to soar. This was enough to prove that Suchi definitely had a set of cultivation methods that were even better than hers, in order to allow the entire second squad to progress even if they rested the entire day. The captains of the other squads originally didn't believe that Suchi could have such a strong guiding ability, but after seeing this sparring match, how could they not believe it? When Red Shadow saw the crowd talking, she suddenly thought that not long ago, when the group of mercenaries came to pick a fight, after Suchi defeated the mercenary leader, she had once privately asked Suchi about some moves. The players had also more or less asked Suchi for advice these days, and perhaps it was because of this that their strength had been able to improve by such leaps and bounds. One must know that in the past, not to mention those ordinary team members, even she and Xiaoyu were no match for Jinhee, because she was not as strong as the other party. She had always been pushed head over heels by Jinhee. Now, fortunately, thanks to Suchi, she was finally able to take this breath properly. Red Shadow looked at Jinhee with a cold gaze. After watching you guys fight for so long, my hands are itching too. Why don't the two of us have a match? Jinhee smiled to himself. I can't even beat your team members. So naturally I won't be your opponent. How about this then? We'll compete in 3 moves. If I can't defeat you within 3 moves, it'll be counted as a win for you. How about it? Red Shadow smiled as she recalled those moves Su-Chi had taught her. Red Shadow insisted on comparing, and Jin-hee could only agree. But she didn't believe that Red Shadow could defeat her in 3 moves. With her strength, if she only defended and didn't attack, she would have no problem holding up under Red Shadow for 20 or 30 moves. The captains of the other squads didn't quite believe that Red Shadow could win against Jin-hee within 3 moves. Even though Jin-hee had lost to everyone in the second squad before, those players had also experienced a bitter battle. And even if Red Shadow's strength had been improved, how could he defeat Jin-hee within 3 moves? It was very difficult for an expert like Red Shadow to improve his strength any further. Su-Chi was able to coach the regular players, but not necessarily Red Shadow. It was even more heavenly to let Red Shadow's strength grow so fast. Jinho doesn't initiate any offense, making a defensive position. Red Shadow's heart sighed slightly. Once upon a time, Jin-hee was incredibly confident on the competition stage. Even when he fought against her, he was still sharp and never took the initiative to defend. Watching the second squad's progress still affects Jinho's mindset. It's hard for someone who's always been good to accept their sudden failure. So let's hope Jinho can regulate it. Although she was lamenting in her heart, she showed no mercy in her strikes. Recalling the moves Su-Chi had taught her, she flew close to Jin-hee and saw the holes in Jin-hee's defense with a glance. Before anyone could react, Red Shadow had already backhanded Jin-hee. 2 moves. She only used a mere 2 moves. The crowd was stunned as they watched Jin-hee get off the stage in a state of disarray. Captain Red Shadow, I didn't realize that you've been hiding your strength all this time. The move you used just now, how come I seem to have never seen it before? A captain excitedly approached Red Shadow and asked, Captain Red Shadow, what move did you use? It's so powerful. Can you teach me? The other captain also hurried over. Wait, I want to learn too. The other captain sniffed and said eagerly. Red Shadow laughed helplessly, inclining her head to look at Su-Chi, who had a face that was not concerned about anything. She raised her eyebrows. It's not that I don't teach you guys. This stance was also taught to me by someone else. If you guys are really sincere in wanting to learn it, the one you have to look for shouldn't be me. All the captains were confused, and together they asked in confusion, and who is to be found? Red Shadow smiled without saying anything, and his calm gaze fell on Su-Chi's body. The crowd froze for a moment before they all realized, and unanimously surrounded Su-Chi. Su-Chi, please guide us as well. What kind of training methods do you use to make your players progress so quickly? Can you teach me as well? A captain humbly asked. I'm curious too. Me too. Several other captains immediately echoed. And in the end, the captains of all the squads actually reached a consensus that they all wanted to ask Su-Chi to personally guide their team members. Jin-hee stood at the bottom of the stage and looked at Su-Chi, who was surrounded by the crowd, with obscure eyes. Obviously Su-Chi was just a man she couldn't despise from the bottom of her heart, but now he had become the object of everyone's pursuit. The members of the first squad stood behind Jin-hee and carefully consoled. It's okay, Captain. Next time we'll just train hard and win back. No. Jin-hee shook his head somewhat woodenly. Su-Chi is indeed very strong. When she thought that Red Shadow, after Su-Chi's guidance, was actually able to subdue her within 3 moves, her heart had gone dark. It was believed that under Su-Chi's guidance, the strength of the entire Dark Guard squad would soon get a qualitative leap, and by that time, not only the second squad, but I'm afraid that the entire Dark Guard squad would be able to win over her. She no longer had the face to remain in the Shang family as a secret guard. You guys also go and ask Su-Chi what kind of training methods are used. She swept a glance at the members of the first squad standing beside her and smiled bitterly. After dropping these words, she left the training base in a hurry and went to Shang's group. Mr. Shang, I want to resign. Jinha's face was pale, and her tone was characterized by a determination like she was bent on death. Why? Shang Ruyan closed the folder in her hand with a cold face. In the Shang family's secret guards, even if someone resigned, that could only be because they were injured and couldn't work as a secret guard anymore. Cam Wei is in good health. It doesn't make sense that he would suddenly resign for no reason. I was defeated by Red Shadow in 2 moves. I'm not fit to stay and protect you anymore. He didn't want to admit in front of Shang Ruyan that he had lost to Su-Chi and could only scribble. Shang Ruyan quietly scrutinized her for a moment before slowly opening her mouth to confirm to her. Have you thought about it? Aha. He nodded, but her heart was filled with reluctance. The Dark Guard was not only her job, but also her past life. Suddenly resigning, her heart also hurt like a piece had been violently dug out. Fine. I agree. Go pack your things. Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes and continued to read the documents. Jinha's form trembled slightly as he silently returned to the base and packed up his belongings. Soon, The entire base knew about Jin He's departure and ran to Jin He's residence to persuade her not to go. But Jinha just smiled faintly and said softly, "You guys don't need to persuade me, I've already talked to Mr. Shang, and Mr. Shang agreed that I should go." Su Qi also heard his teammates say that Shang Ruyan agreed to Jinha's departure and he found it strange. Jinha was loyal to the Shang family, otherwise she wouldn't have been sent by Shang Qingqing to the Blackwood Alliance as an insider before, and her personal strength was one of the best amongst the Shang family's secret guards, so there was no reason for Shang Ruyan to let go of a talent like Jinha. He curiously rushed to Shang Ruyan's villa. Shang Ruyan had just finished her day's work, and when she saw that Su Qi actually came back first, her tightly wrinkled eyebrows loosened up a lot. "What brings you here? I heard that you agreed to Jinha's resignation. Is that true?" Su Qi wrapped her arms around Shang Ruyan and voiced the doubts in her heart. "She's not bad, so you didn't retain her?" Shang Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then her eyes condensed down. "Although she is strong, she is always against you. I have no reason to keep her." Jinha was indeed very strong, a sharp blade in the Shang family's secret guards, but Shang Ruyan didn't want to see this sharp blade always aimed at Su Qi, at her own people. Su Qi figured out the reason. Also some tears and laughter. "Baby, she and I against, also is think I am not good enough, not worthy of you, the heart or too much want to maintain you. You just let her go. Later can no longer find such a powerful secret guard close to protect you." Shang Ruyan sniffed and frowned slightly. "So what you're saying is that you're letting Jinha stay? I am thinking that you need someone to protect you around. Jin he is capable and very loyal. He is the most suitable candidate. Although Red Shadow is strong, but relying on her alone, there will always be times of negligence," Su Qi said in a gentle manner. "Okay." Shang Ruyan was convinced and took out her cell phone. Su Qi hurriedly pressed her hand and smiled sardonically. "It's better for me to go and talk to her in person." He told Shang Ruyan about today's competition, with a rather helpless expression. "She wants to resign mostly because of me. The bell needs to be tied." Shang Ruyan's gaze was strange as she watched Su Qi get up and leave. When he rushed to the dark guard's residence, Jin he had already packed all his bags and was dragging his suitcase to go out. When she saw Su Qi, her face turned cold and she said mockingly, "Are you rushing to mock me specially before I leave?" Su Qi couldn't help but cry and laugh, and waved her hands. "No." Jin he held his head high and interrupted. "You can laugh if you want. After all, in terms of strength, I am indeed far inferior to you. And it's only natural to be laughed at by someone who is stronger than me. Who said I came to mock you?" Su Qi's head jerked and coughed. "I just wanted to come and ask you. You left your job. Do you think that with me, everyone on the base will surpass you?" Being poked in the center by Su Qi, Jin He's face abruptly froze. It was only after a long time that she stammered a little. I'm going to leave. Don't stop me." Su Qi, of course, will not listen to her. Long legs still stop in front of her. There is no need to resign. And I did not say that I must not teach you." Jinha froze. "I always targeted you before and you're still willing to teach me? It's fine if you know it's wrong." Su Qi waved his hand carelessly and smiled. "But well, you have to worship me and call me master before I can teach you." Jinha's heart suddenly silted up with a breath. "Are you kidding me? You laughed at me so much before. If I just forgive you and take the initiative to instruct you, won't I lose face when it gets out? Just say if you're willing to worship me as your master," Su Qi said bluntly. Though he spoke easily, his mind was already made up. Someone like Jin he who continued to aspire to become stronger would definitely not let go of any opportunity to let his strength soar. "Master, master." Jin he hesitated for a moment, but finally, with a red face, he inclined his head and shouted in an extremely awkward manner, "Good disciple, quickly put the luggage back." Su Qi immediately smiled with joy and pushed Jin he back to his residence. "I've screamed and screamed, so quickly tell me, what exactly have you taught them?" Jin he was ashamed and annoyed, and asked impatiently. Su Qi was just about to pour out her teachings when a memory from her previous life suddenly popped into her mind. Or a memory about Jin he. "Let's put the training aside for now. You'd better go to the hospital first." The smile on his face suddenly tightened. "To the hospital?" Jinho froze. Suki nodded and lifted her finger to her head. "You need to get your brain looked at first." After being sent to the underground fighting arena by the Blackwood Alliance in his previous life, Jin had experienced 9 deaths before being saved by Shang Ruyan. But she had just healed those bites on her body from the ferocious beasts when she suddenly fainted during an ultra-high-intensity training session and was taken to the hospital for examination only to find a small piece of shrapnel in her head. During that time he went to the hospital every day to take care of Xia Yanran's mother. The nurses in the hospital talk about the most gossip. He also learned about Jinha's injury from these people. That shrapnel had been embedded in Cam with cerebral nerves for a long time by then, apparently, and soon afterward, Cam was condition deteriorated drastically. It was a good thing that Jinhee hadn't trained at a super high intensity during this period of time, and that piece of shrapnel should have been accidentally received by Jinhee when he was hiding from the Blackwood Alliance's pursuit. Taking it out now shouldn't affect it too much yet. However, Jinho didn't know what was in his mind, and when she heard his words, she was instantly annoyed. What do you mean? Think I have a bad brain? No, I mean you have a brain problem, Suchi hurriedly explained. But Mo Ming got darker and darker. You're the one with a sick brain. Jinho disliked back in a bad mood, raising her hand to close the door. Suchi cried and laughed, and hurriedly pressed against the door frame. What I said is true. Your brain was injured in the previous mission. You can go to the hospital and take a film to check if you don't believe me. Jinhee moved in a daze. Seeing Suchi's serious look, she was also a little half-hearted in her heart. But I have an old injury in my brain, and I can't feel it myself. So how did you know? Suchi's brain twitched, suddenly realizing that this problem was very much something he really had no way to explain. But without waiting for him to come up with a suitable excuse, Jinhee guessed with a skeptical look on his face. Could this be something you can figure out? After she returned to the team, she heard from Red Shadow and other team members that Suchi knew about metaphysics, and had previously calculated that Shang Ruyan would encounter an attack, as well as the team's winners and losers, and so on. Once or twice she didn't believe it, but after more times, she also began to believe that Suchi was really a bit of metaphysical skills. It was only that once upon a time, in her eyes, metaphysics had always been nothing but a side channel, and she would only feel shame when Suchi relied on metaphysics to become popular in the Dark Guards. Yes, it's what I calculated. You carry a bane on your body, especially the bane in the center of your eyebrow is the heaviest, and the bane is sharp in shape. It's either a shrapnel or a razor blade. Suchi hurriedly borrowed the slope and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Really? Jinha sniffed and couldn't help but tense up a few times. You'd better go to the hospital quickly for a checkup. This piece of shrapnel is in your brain right now. It's a huge hidden danger. If it erupts one day, I'm afraid that your little life won't be guaranteed, Suchi said extremely seriously. Jinhee recalled. It seemed that when she was dodging the Blackwood Alliance's attack before, the back of her head was feeling a sharp pain, but at that time, she was in the middle of the gunfire. She only thought of escaping quickly, and didn't care about that much. Okay, then I'll go to the hospital now. She didn't hesitate and chose to believe Suchi. After all, it doesn't take much to get a radiograph, and if you do find out something it's a life saved, and if you don't find out you can still have peace of mind. After a quick examination, the doctor, surprised beyond belief, took the photographed sheet and handed it to her. This lady, you're really early. Right now this shrapnel hasn't made too much contact with your brain nerves and it's not too difficult to do surgery to remove it. If you do any strenuous exercise that causes this shrapnel's position to move, I'm afraid it'll be dangerous. Jinhee was shocked. She only came here to seek peace of mind, but she didn't expect that what Suchi said was actually true. In that case, wouldn't Suchi become her savior? She was hospitalized with mixed emotions and the surgery went well because it was caught in time. When she was discharged from the hospital, Jinho was still a bit distraught, as she was preparing to boost her strength with super high-intensity training after quitting her job. If Suchi hadn't retained her to stay and kindly reminded her, it might not have been long before she would have died in a heartbeat because of this little shrapnel. She returned to the training base with a sense of gratitude. On the training ground, a group of Dark Guard members were gathering around Suchi to ask some training questions, and Suchi patiently answered them one by one with a very gentle tone. Among those Dark Guard members, there were also members of the first squad. Originally, they were still asking Suchi all kinds of questions with full of smiles. As soon as they saw Jinhee appeared, they all closed their mouths instantly and flew away from Suchi's side. Jinhee and Suchi don't deal with each other, this is known to the whole base. Although they want to get Suchi's guidance, they don't want to upset Jinhee. Captain, you finally came back. During the time you were not here, Captain Red Shadow has been letting Suchi guide our first squad in training. That's why we are. A team member came up behind Jinhee and explained in a somewhat heartfelt whisper. I see. Captain Red Shadow's decision was correct. With Suchi guiding you, you will progress faster. Jinhee interrupted with a slight smile, his tone very gentle. The members of the first squad froze, looking up and observing the smile on Jinho's face. For a moment they thought that she was too angry to be grimacing, and instantly they all became more panicked. Captain, you were on vacation. We had no one to guide us before we listened to Suchi. Now that you're back, of course we still listen to you. It's Suchi's guidance of training methods that is inferior to yours. One of the team members who had always defended Jinhee the most immediately spoke out with righteous indignation. Jinha, however, snorted and looked back at her playfully, questioning softly, do you believe that yourself? The team member stuttered. Without waiting for her to speak again, Jinhee took 3 or 2 steps towards Suchi. those team members who had gathered around Suchi to ask for advice. When they saw the visitor, they craned their necks and retreated to the sides, making way for Jin-hee, while the members of the second squad who were originally training immediately came together behind Suchi. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Everyone felt that Jin-hee was trying to find fault with Suchi. However, the moment Jin-hee opened his mouth, he made everyone's jaws drop. Young Master Suchi, thank you. Looks like you've fully recovered. How's that? Didn't leave any after effects, right? Looking at Jin-hee's slightly flushed face, Suchi's mood was also good. The people in the base don't know about Jin-hee's brain surgery. They all think that Jin had disappeared for that period of time because she disobeyed Suchi, so she took a leave of absence. And some harmonious and incomparable conversations between the two made everyone confused. I'm a little late in returning to the team, so could you start by instructing me in the art of fighting? I want to learn the move you taught Captain Red Shadow back then. Jin-hee took the initiative to ask Suchi to teach him, which further surprised the crowd. Suchi let out a light laugh. That move actually you don't need to learn it. Why? Red Shadow has learned it. Why can't I? Jin-hee was puzzled. It's not that you can't learn. It's that it's not necessary. You should first train for a while like you did before. Suchi explained in a serious manner. There were quite a few breaks in Jinho's fighting technique before, but that was because she had residual shrapnel in her brain that affected her speed and reflexes. Now that the shrapnel is removed, I believe her strength will soon rise to a new level. As for those moves that Suchi had taught Red Shadow, by the time Jin-hee's strength increased, it would not be suitable for her to use them. Using them would instead limit her level. At that time, he would naturally teach her new moves that suited her physical qualities, which was called teaching according to her abilities. Suchi's heart was well thought out, but Jin-hee would be wrong. Without waiting for her to pursue further, the other squad leaders pushed her out from Suchi's side and continued to ask about various training considerations, all of which Suchi answered carefully and meticulously without the slightest hint of impatience. But why? When she asked, did Suchi just say it was unnecessary? Could it be that Suchi actually still minded in her heart the previous behavior of her always targeting him and mocking him before? Jin-hee could not help but feel a little lost, especially when she recalled her own childish words from the past. She realized how generous Suchi was for not disliking her back then. It's ridiculous that she keeps mocking and looking down on someone who was so much better than she is. Suchi had retained her before and told her that she had a brain injury, so I guess she wasn't really forgiving her. But just looking at the fact that she had bowed and scrapped for the Shang family, she bit her lip. A strong sense of loss spreading from her heart to her whole body, like the cold wind that scraped away all the green leaves in the fall. Sluggish and sour, by the time she came back to her senses, Suchi had already left the training base. Immediately it was the third model. Suchi went back to school and prepared to concentrate on reviewing for a period of time. He had just walked to the class entrance when he realized that Song Xian was handing something to Xia Yanran's hand. I didn't lie to you, did I? Isn't it particularly effective? Song Xian said to Xia Yanran with an attentive face. Xia Yanran wore a smile on her face as she joyfully took the pill in Song Xian's hand. In recent times she has been plagued by chores at home and hasn't had time to study properly, and her grades have fallen, from the top few to the middle and lower reaches. She was worrying about her grades in this third model when Song Xian suddenly told her that he had gotten his hands on a miracle pill to boost his memory. Don't worry about it. I've been taking this medicine for a while now. My memory has really improved a lot. There aren't any side effects at all. That's why we have a good relationship. I'm willing to share it with you for free to try it out. Song Xian swore to her so convincingly at that time. She only dared to take that pill. Of course the main reason was that Song Xian's grades had obviously improved a lot in the last 2 weekly tests. After taking that medicine, Xia Yanran felt that her memory had really improved a lot, and the original formula that she couldn't remember was as clear as if it was imprinted in her head if she looked at it a little bit. She was worried about what to do if she ran out of medicine in the future. So Song Xian took the initiative to bring her medicine again. Divine medicine? What divine medicine? Su Yan noticed the two of them talking and curiously walked over to ask. Xia Yanran's nerves tightened and she immediately had to put away the medicine in her hand. Su Yan glanced at her and immediately said in a conspiratorial manner, "What the hell? As to hide it like this, can't see the light? It's none of your business if I'm talking to Song Xian?" Xia Yanran's face turned white and she disliked back nonchalantly. Seeing this, Suchi took 3 or 2 steps over and kindly reminded Su Yan. No need to ask. It's not something good. There's no need to know. Suchi, don't talk nonsense. How is my memory pill not a good thing? I think you're the one who isn't good. Song Xian immediately scolded in annoyance. Suchi frowned. It was obvious that Song Xian's ability to control his emotions was now much lower than before. Irritability was the mildest symptom of brain damage. It was just that he himself shouldn't have felt it yet. Memory pills? What the hell is that? Medicine? Su Yan became even more curious. Yeah, it's what I ate recently to improve my memory. Song Xian graciously said, "Do you want to try it too?" "Really?" Su Yan was half convinced. "That kind of pill is a scam. Eating it will damage the brain. If you can really improve your memory by taking a pill, this kind of pill should have been famous a long time ago." Su Qi snorted and continued to remind Su Yan. Song Xian's face stiffened as he trolled angrily. "Su Qi, you're less of a rumor monger. It's obvious that you yourself took this memory pill to improve your memory. And aren't you saying this on purpose so that everyone else will not dare to take this pill, for fear that everyone else's grades will surpass yours?" This was said in such a way that Su Qi herself was a bit stunned. How come he didn't know about the pills he took to improve his memory? "If you think I get good grades just because I have an overactive memory, then all I can say is that your brain is really broken. I didn't take any drugs at all. I was born with it." He cried and laughed as he opened his mouth to explain. "Che, just pretend." Song Xian didn't believe it at all. "Forget it if you don't believe it. I've already said the good words. When the time comes for you to eat this medicine and get a crooked mouth and eyes, don't blame me for not reminding you." Su Qi was both angry and amused, and said helplessly, "It's really hard to persuade a damn ghost with good words." Song Xian turned to Su Yan and introduced him. "Do you want to try it? As long as you eat one, the effect of boosting your memory that is immediate. I can also testify that this pill really has no side effects. I remember things especially clearly after eating it." Xia Yanran also testified on the side for Song Xian. "Don't you listen to Su Qi's nonsense." Su Yan glanced at Su Qi with some hesitation and finally shook her head. No, this brain of mine. Boosting my memory a bit, I guess my grades won't be much better." She directly politely refused and followed Su Qi into the classroom. She quietly pulled Su Qi's sleeve and asked curiously, "Have you really taken that what's-his-name memory pill? What do you think?" Su Qi asked rhetorically. Su Yan frowned and slowly shook her head after pondering for a moment. "It shouldn't be possible. Even if your memory is good, you definitely can't do college oracle questions." She snapped her eyes wide as if she had reacted to something. "Then Song Xian, this must have been tricked, right? Should we remind him? Didn't I just warn you about that?" "He doesn't believe it at all." Su Qi smiled helplessly, but his eyes sank a few points. In this life, he didn't want to make things difficult for Song Xian, but he couldn't help that Song Xian was always a fancy deaf, and he couldn't even stop him. The two were chatting when Song Xian walked directly into the classroom holding a large cardboard box full of his so-called memory pills. "Song Xian, what goodies did you bring?" Song Xian's tablemate asked curiously. "This is a great treasure that helped me improve my memory quickly recently." Song Xian proudly patted the cardboard box, a confident light shining in his eyes. "What's so good?" The other students immediately came over. "This is it, the memory pill." Song Xian picked up a box of pills and gleefully introduced them. "This is what I take to be able to forget my eyes. Do you guys want to try it as well?" "Really? You can never forget anything now?" a student questioned. "Of course, if you don't believe me, find a random article out. I guarantee that I can memorize it silently after reading it once," Song Xian confidently assured. Hearing this, some good students immediately pulled out the magazines they had brought with them and randomly flipped through an article and handed it over to Song Xian. "Then you'll give us a show, and also let us see if you're really unforgettable." Without saying a word, Song Xian took the magazine and read it once before flying into silent memorization. As he memorized the lesson, more and more students gathered around him, each feeling incredulous. "This, Song Xian is too powerful, isn't he? I remember that he couldn't do it before without forgetting his eyes. This medicine's effects are so amazing. If I'd had this drug, I wouldn't have been at the bottom of the list. With this medicine, I am no longer afraid of not being able to memorize English words." Seeing this, Xia Yanran also proudly said on the sidelines, "I've already taken this medicine once, and the effect was immediate and really good." After he finished speaking, another school bully in the class also leisurely opened his mouth. "This memory pill, a friend of mine used to distribute one to me, and I did have a memory boost even after eating it, but I don't know why I can't buy it anymore." "Song Xian, do you sell this medicine?" Hearing that the school bully also said that this medicine had an effect, the other students also got energized and chased after Song Xian and asked, "Do you sell this medicine? How much is it?" "Not expensive. $5,000 a cycle." Song Xian slowly spoke. Upon hearing this astonishing price, the crowd, who were still eager to try, fell silent. Jiang Wenjie, who was sitting in the back row, even scoffed and mocked nonchalantly. 5,000? Why doesn't he go rob? Isn't that a faster way to get money? You also think there's something wrong with Song Xian's medicine? Su Yan asked quietly from the side. Jiang Wenjie cut, rolled his eyes and spat. "I'm just stupid. Not stupid. How can there really be a medicine in this world that can improve memory alone without any side effects? And with my lousy grades, even if that drug was real, I wouldn't be any better off taking it. $5,000. Wouldn't it smell good if I kept it to buy a game console?" His humorous tirade made several people around him burst out laughing. Song Xian was still peddling memory pills from the podium. The college entrance exam is our chance to change our fate. A few cycles of this medicine will give us a qualitative leap in memory. And spending tens of thousands of dollars will allow us to get into a double first-class university. Isn't this cost-effective? But $5,000. It still seems a bit expensive. A student spoke in a needy voice. Don't worry everyone. I know the owner of the memory pills drug factory. As long as everyone buys from me, they will all get a 20% discount. Just $4,000. Song Xian put out the offer with a sincere face. Hearing that there was a discount, a few students from well-off families were immediately moved. And they paid money to buy a cycle of medicine with Song Xian first. I want a cycle too. Xia Yanran gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Her target institution was Kyoto University. If she didn't have the memory pill, she would definitely fail the exam now. Even if the pill was more expensive, she had to buy it. With her current family conditions, if she didn't have a good degree, where would she have any chance to get in touch with high-quality rich kids in the future? The next day, those who bought the pills returned to the classroom. All excitedly, and Song Xian said that their memory was really much clearer. And other students who did not buy the pills listened to them so much, and one after another also wanted to shell out money to buy the pills. Out of kindness, Suchi reminded Song Xian when he was once again selling drugs in public. This kind of drug can cause serious damage to the brain when eaten, and the relevant departments are already investigating. Suchi, didn't you take this drug yourself to get good grades? What are you pretending for? I think you're just afraid that everyone else will get better grades than you after taking this medicine, right? Song Xian's deskmate, Pan Chang, grabbed the opportunity to speak before Song Xian and disliked him nonchalantly. Su Chi, you can't be too petty. You can't disallow others to progress even if your own grades have improved. Song Xian followed up with a taunt. A single sentence pushed Su Chi to the opposite side of the class crowd. Those students who had already bought the memory pills were also very dissatisfied. Su Chi, you said that this memory pill is harmful to the brain. But my memory clearly improved after I ate it. Yeah, Song Xian ate so much and didn't he have no problem at all? Su Chi, I didn't expect you to say such a careful person who can't see others well at all. Seeing that everyone was accusing Su Chi, Jiang Wenjie immediately couldn't sit still, snapped and slapped the table. Shut your mouth. The crowd was instantly quiet. Jiang Wenjie turned back and gave Su Chi a firm look. Brother Chi, they don't believe you. I believe you. I believe you too. Su Yan stood out as well, and even glared disdainfully at Song Xian when she finished, scolding fiercely. You're just waiting to take your medicine and become a big fool. Those friends of Jiang Wenji and Su Chi's two roommates also expressed their belief in Su Chi. Song Xian disdained. You guys can lick Su Chi as hard as you like. When the time comes that we get into a good university and you guys can only work part-time, you'll know that you regret it. Su Chi's complexion straightened. They are all my friends. If you think that my friends are licking my chops by supporting me, then it only means that that's how you look at supporting your friends. Bah! Dog's eyes. Jiang Wenji also spat in annoyance. He glared around the class at those who supported Song Xian and laughed out coldly. You bunch of uneducated things. Su Chi shouldn't have warned you. Wait for one by one all to turn into breaks. Su Chi was made to cry and laugh by Jiang Wenji's righteous indignation, and could only wave his hand. Alright, let's go eat. A week passed, and except for a small number of people in the class who supported Su Chi, everyone else was encouraged to buy medicine from Song Xian's hands one after another. For a whole week, the topic of conversation for everyone in the class was about memory pills. Some people are excitedly testing each other and their friends for changes in their memory after taking the pills, while others whose families are not in a good position are looking for rich classmates to borrow money to buy the next cycle of memory pills. Su Chi was teaching Su Yan and Jiang Wenjie a physics problem when Song Xian and Pan Chang walked up to their table with a cheeky smile. Su Chi, didn't you say that my memory god pill would turn me into a fool if I ate it? But I've clearly improved my grades right now. Song Xian said triumphantly. Yeah, it only takes me 2 minutes to memorize an original English text now, and it's all thanks to taking the memory pill. Pan Chang also said happily. Oh, so? Su Chi looked up with a flat face and swept a glance at them. The smile on Song Xian's face froze, and a wave of anger welled up in his heart. Su Chi, stop pretending. Seeing that everyone's memory is going to be the same as yours soon, you must be scared in your heart, right? He had a sneer on his face and a rather twisted tone. You're quite good at brainstorming. Su Chi snorted and lowered her head to continue lecturing Jiang Wenjie. The more he didn't care, the harder it was for Song Xian and his best friend, and Pan Chang couldn't stand it, saying in a conspiratorial manner, Su Chi, we've long since improved our learning efficiency now, and you'll be waiting to be stepped on by us in next week's third model exam. Keep pushing and pushing here. Are you guys bored? I haven't finished listening to this topic yet. Jiang Wenjie couldn't take it anymore. tilting his head and rolling his eyes to scold. He exuded an uninviting aura all over him, and Song Xian's several close friends who were originally still giggling instantly closed their mouths. However, Song Xian was not willing to be scared away by Jiang Wenjie just like that. He hesitated for a split second and turned to Jiang Wenjie with a pleasing smile. Jiang Wenjie, you rely on Su Qi's occasional interest in counseling you to do a few questions. This academic performance certainly cannot improve much. 3 models behind the college entrance exams go down. This way you can still get into a good university? Hearing this, his best friend immediately chimed in. Yeah, why don't you buy you some of Song Xian's memory pills as well? Anyway, your family is in such a good position. Isn't a few $1,000s just your pocket money for a month? Go go go. I won't use the money to feed the dog even if I have money. All of you get the hell away from me. Jiang Wenjie impatiently scolded. Seeing that he didn't appreciate it, Pan Chang also skimmed his lips and patted Song Xian's shoulder. Forget it, Song Xian. You have a piece of good intention, but people don't appreciate it at all. It's really a good intention as a donkey's liver and lungs, and when the time comes that he doesn't get into the university, there will be a time when he regrets it. Pan Chang, are you out of your mind? I think you're knocking some fake pills to knock your brain silly. Who says I won't be able to get into college if I don't take that crap? Jiang Wenjie got annoyed and asked back. Do you think you'll be able to get into any good universities? Pan Chang's heart wasn't comfortable either. He straightened up and said confidently. I wasn't sure before, but now after taking the memory pill, I'm sure I can get into Jiang University. Hearing this, Jiang Wenjie couldn't help but sneer. I remember you said before that you wanted to get into Jiang University's electronics department, right? Apart from Beijing University, the electronics department of Jiang University is the best in the whole country. Can you get in? I didn't expect you to have an understanding of a school of the rank of Jiang University, but unfortunately it's useless for you to understand. With your brain, you probably won't be able to get in even after repeating the exam for several years. Pan Chang nonchalantly mocked. He had thought that Jiang Wenjie must have burst into a rage, but he didn't expect Jiang Wenjie to laugh directly, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Only when he had laughed enough did he stretch out his finger and point it remotely at Pan Chang. No, you're 2 strokes, aren't you? You so want to test the electronics department of Jiangnan University. Also do not inquire to inquire clearly. The electronics department of Jiangnan University graduates. More than half of the graduates will enter my company to work. The rest are basically directly to the industry. Or you have the guts to laugh at me so? He laughed his ass off and turned his head to Su Qi. You say this person, amusing or not? Pan Chang was instantly too shocked to speak. He simply couldn't imagine that Jiang Wenjie's family was actually just this good. The thought that after he had worked hard to get into Jiang University, he might still have to call Jiang Wenjie a person who didn't go to university, his boss after graduation, made him incredibly irritated. Your family is more powerful, but also your parents, but not your own ability. My academic performance is good, that is my own ability. The big deal is that I do not take the electronics department, should be examined in other majors. Afraid of you He gritted his teeth and switched target institutions on the spot. Jiang Wenjie shrugged. Then you continue to work hard. I can go back to inherit the family estate when the time comes. Seeing that he couldn't say anything, Song Xian could only huff and puff and leave with his friends. Soon it was the 3rd model, and after the first exam, Jiang Wenjie immediately went to Su Qi's exam room. Brother Qi, quickly check the answers with me. It's over. I feel like how I'm going to be at the bottom of the exam again this time. Jiang Wenjie had a nervous face. It shouldn't be. Haven't I talked to you about many of the topics in this exam? Su Qi said, and matched the answers with him. After realizing that he had actually gotten many of the questions right by mistake, Jiang Wenjie was relieved. He happily dragged Su Qi to the cafeteria, and as a result, the 2 of them had just finished their meals and sat down when they heard 2 teachers around them who were also eating in the cafeteria chatting idly. Is it because the difficulty of our questions in this exam is too low? I invigilated the exam this time, and there were several candidates who turned in their papers early. Such a coincidence? It's the same in my exam room. Several students handed in their papers early, and a full half-hour early. When Jiang Wenjie heard that there was gossip, he immediately perked up his ears and muttered, this paper is so difficult that I almost couldn't finish it. How come there are still people handing in their papers early? After saying that, he looked at Su Qi again and curiously said, Su Qi, is that you who turned in your paper early? Su Qi let out a light laugh. Didn't you hear them say that there were many people who turned in their papers early? How could it be me alone? A lot? Do you know who? Jiang Wenjie became even more curious. Anyway, in my exam room, Song Xian turned in his papers early, along with a few other students who bought whatever memory pill he had. Su Qi recalled. Can't it be that I'm the only one who finds this paper difficult this time? Jiang Wenjie was in a daze. Su Qi shook her head. No, this time, the question paper should be on the difficult side for most of the students, and with Song Xian's previous level, it's impossible for him to manage to hand in his paper half an hour early. Jiang Wenjie was just about to continue to ask, when he heard the two invigilators next to him continue to gossip about this. I reminded them at first to check before handing in their papers, but they all looked like they were possessed and were especially confident, saying they didn't need to check. Me too. And the exam room I invigilated is still full of intermediate students. At first I thought it was because the paper was too difficult for them to write, but when I looked at the paper, every one of them was full of writing. Listening to the two of them talk, Jiang Wenjie was also confused. Can it be that whatever crappy drug Song Xian is selling really has an effect? Until the end of the exams, Jiang Wenjie still had this suspicion in his heart, because for the next few exams, Song Xian and those students who had taken the memory pills had also turned in their papers early. Pan Cheng even let slip that this third model exam is just as easy for him. After the exam, Jiang Wenjie returned to the classroom and looked for Su Qi to correct the answers while still muttering about this. What did you say about that medicine? Is it really that effective? Even if it has an effect, do you dare to eat it? Su Qi snorted and asked directly back. Jiang Wenjie's stance shrunk his neck and shook his head. I wouldn't dare. It's medicine that's 3 times poisonous. That medicine doesn't even have a certificate of conformity. In case it gives me something to eat, then it's not worth the loss. That won't do. Su Qi smiled faintly, her gaze inadvertently landing on Song Xian who was fiddling with his cell phone on the side. The smile on his face suddenly went cold, and sensing the change in his expression, Jiang Wenjie also curiously followed his gaze. Song Xian is being sneaky. What's he doing? He muttered. Won't you know if you go and take a look? The corner of Su Qi's mouth hooked up an imperceptible arc. Jiang Wenjie locked eyes with him and immediately understood. Standing up and walking over to Song Xian's seat, Song Xian was grinning, smiling, holding his cell phone and chatting with someone else. That happy look. Those who didn't know thought he had an online relationship. Jiang Wenjie suddenly appeared by his side and jerked his cell phone away unawares. Talking to who? So happy? The smile on Song Xian's face instantly froze, and he stood up and tried to snatch his cell phone back. But unfortunately, he was small and thin, so he couldn't snatch Jiang Wenjie. All classmates. What's wrong with taking a look? Jiang Wenjie was tall. He deliberately stretched out his hand and held Song Xian's cell phone high. Song Xian jumped up several times to grab it without touching the edge of the phone. Give me back my cell phone. Song Xian was anxious next year and shouted in annoyance. Don't worry. Still must return it. I'll return it to you after reading it. Jiang Wenjie pressed one hand on his head and leisurely read the content on his cell phone. In the chat box, Song Xian was chatting with someone called Memory Tutor. Song Xian, mentor, can you sell me another batch of memory pills? I need more. Can you give me a discount? Memory Tutor, of course. Then for 1 cycle of medicine, I'll only charge you 2,000. After all, you want so much. What follows are some transfer records and compliments. Jiang Wenjie's eyes went wide. I'll go. This 2,000 medicine. You turned around and sold it for 4,000, and said it was a 20% discount. Song Xian, you really know how to do business. Song Xian's face turned red. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and give me back my phone. Jiang Wenjie became even more infuriated. Song Xian, you're too shameless. We're all classmates. Aren't you ripping people off? What do you mean by ripping people off? Don't speak too harshly. Song Xian swallowed his saliva and said, not at all vainly. It's not like I'm forcing everyone to buy. They're all volunteering. You're so fucking shameless. Others aside, Pan Cheng treats you as a good brother. And you also pitted people for so much money. I'm really not used to seeing a bitch like you blackmailing your brother's money. Jiang Wenjie was incomparably despicable, raising his fist to teach Song Xian a lesson. Su Qi, however, stood up at this time and stopped Jiang Wenjie. Wait, don't be impulsive. Although Jiang Wenjie was upset, he obediently let go of Su Qi. The two returned to their seats. Jiang Wenjie was still very indignant. Why didn't you just let me teach him a lesson? If you just beat him, he won't take out the money he has already earned. And there is no one in the class right now. Those who bought the medicine will definitely believe him and not you, and will blame you for bullying your classmates at that time. Su Qi was patient and explained to Jiang Wenjie. Jiang Wenjie instantly remembered the previous incident where he was wrongly accused of bullying Song Xian by Zhao Qing, and his heart became even more infuriated. Then we can't just watch Song Xian just keep earning money from his classmates, can we? Don't worry, more actions will lead to death. I have a better way to punish him. Su Qi smiled meaningfully. Jiang Wenjie deflated and could only put this down for now. It wasn't long before the other students who had finished their exams returned to the classroom, and those who had taken the memory pills were all glowing, exchanging their answers to this paper with each other. Xia Yanran was also full of joy. This time she was able to write the questions with ease, as if she had recovered the feeling she used to have when doing the questions, and it wasn't in vain that she had spent money to buy the memory pills. This exam, Song Xian, you'll definitely be able to overtake Su Qi and get first place. Pan Cheng's giddy voice entered Xia Yanran's ears. She was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Qi with some concern. It was found that Su Qi was reading a book with her head down, looking very forlorn. Thinking of the last time Su Qi saved her in the fire scene regardless of the suspicion, her heart also slightly trembled. The questions on this exam, it must not be easy for Su Qi, right? Watching someone else's grades surpass his after taking the memory pill. Perhaps Su Qi's heart was also tormented. He must have been reluctant to buy medicine from Song Xian because of his face. Thinking of this, Xia Yanran hesitated for a moment and shoved the half-cycle of memory pills that she hadn't finished yet into Su Qi's hand. Su Qi, if you can't pull your face down to find Song Xian to buy medicine, next time you can ask me to buy it for you. I promise I won't let Song Xian know. She lowered her voice and quietly whispered in Su Qi's ear. You can take this half box of my medicine first. Su Qi was lost in thought. When a box of medicine was added to his hand in the cold, he was also puzzled. What are you doing? Xia Yanran's face stiffened, and a suspicious red cloud floated up on her face as she stammered. I just wanted to repay you for saving me in the fire last time. Repayment? Su Qi was all amused and took a fresh look at the medicine in her hand. That's not repayment. Isn't that revenge? I'm kindly reminding you again. This medicine is poisonous. If you take too much of it, you'll become mentally deranged, and your brain nerves will produce irreversible damage. He returned the pill box to Xia Yanran and explained again with a million breathless words. Su Qi, don't be tough. I've eaten half a box of this medicine. Nothing happened at all and the memory did improve a lot. Xia Yanran didn't believe it at all, but instead persuaded Su Qi. You have to trust in technology to be right. It's normal for new drugs to appear now that medicine has advanced. I just believe in technology, so I won't take this damn medicine. Su Qi completely lost his patience and took out an ingredient test report from the drawer. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. This is what I just got today. This drug doesn't even pass muster. Xia Yanran suspiciously picked up that report and flipped through it. It was stamped with the hospital's official seal and she saw at a glance that many of the values were over the limit. This kind of medicine can stimulate the brain nerves when you take it. That's why it makes people feel that their memory has improved. But in reality, it's very damaging to the brain. I won't stop you if you want to continue taking it, but don't come to wreak havoc on me. Su Qi sighed helplessly. How is this possible? Xia Yanran read that report back and forth several times, and the fingers that pinched the report trembled a little. She felt a little dizzy for an instant, and Su Qi duly drew back the report. This is my last reminder. Xia Yanran shook her head for half a day before pulling out a smile that was worse than crying. Staring at Su Qi. Su Qi, you must have intentionally forged this kind of quality inspection report in order to go against Song Xian, right? How can you go for a checkup when you haven't even bought Song Xian's medicine? Hearing this, Su Qi really felt that Xia Yanran's brain was out of its mind from taking the medicine. I've already taken out the evidence, and you still want to say that my evidence is fake. I don't believe that you didn't suspect that there was something wrong with this medicine in the beginning. His words were blunt and immediately poked Xia Yanran's heart. She was not the only one who suspected that there was something wrong with the medicine, but the desire to improve their grades was so strong that they suppressed their suspicions. Seeing Xia Yanran's look of hesitation, Su Qi smoothly said, what's true can't be false. What's false can't be true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the hospital yourself and test again. Xia Yanran was worried, and under hesitation, she still took the half box of medicine to the hospital. The test results came out very quickly, and it was almost exactly the same as the one Su Qi had given her, with a number of values failing. Miss, this medicine you brought should be called a memory pill. The expert in charge of the test even asked curiously when he handed her the report. How do you know? Xia Yanran was a bit strange. This fake medicine is now widely circulated. Our hospital has one who ate this medicine and finally became mentally retarded. And now he can't take care of himself. His mouth is crooked. His eyes are slanted and his mouth is drooling. But it's miserable, the expert said, and shook his head with great regret. A good person was tricked into saying that taking this medicine would improve his intelligence and memory, and now his whole life is ruined. The more he said, the more flustered Xia Yanran's heart became, and her mind couldn't help but visualize herself turning into a retard, suddenly breaking out in a cold sweat. Luckily, miss, you are smart. Although you bought this kind of medicine, you know to send it to the hospital for examination first. This group of abominable fake drug dealers are really harming people. I heard that the relevant departments have already begun to rectify them. The more the expert spoke, the more agitated he became. Xia Yanran, however, was simply not in the mood to continue talking with him, squeezing the report tightly and holding onto the wall as she walked out of the hospital. She'd only just taken one of her pills today, and at that moment her stomach lurched, and she crouched in front of the hospital for a moment to dry heave, but only a little bit of acid came out. Reluctantly, she reached up and clasped her throat, frantically hyperventilating, trying to spit out the pill she'd just taken today, but after half a day of tossing and turning, exhausting her, she didn't pick anything out. The combination of physical and mental torture completely broke her down, and she collapsed helplessly to the ground, crying out in regret. Even if she could throw up the pills she took today, so what? She had already taken almost a cycle of pills, and the harmful substances in those pills had long been absorbed by her. Maybe she has brain damage by now. It was clear that Su Chi had warned her long ago, but not only did she not believe it, she also spent a large amount of money to continue buying medicine from Song Xian. All that money for medication was wasted on her hard work every weekend doing housekeeping to earn it. If Su Chi hadn't been kind enough to show her that test report, she might have become a retard shortly after. The thought of it sent chills down her spine. She really is so stupid. So stupid. Next time, she must trust Su Chi. Xia Yanran rushed back to the school with a full of anger, wanting to find Song Xian to ask for a statement. Unfortunately, Song Xian wasn't in the classroom when she returned to the school, and her gaze traveled around the classroom and eventually landed on Su Chi. Thinking of Su Chi's many reminders to her earlier, Xia Yanran's heart was filled with guilt. She had also foolishly spoken up for Song Xian, making those in the class who believed in Song Xian join in blaming Su Chi. Since Song Xian wasn't there, she'd go ahead and apologize to Su Chi. Just as she was about to walk towards Su Chi, Song Xian walked into the classroom carrying a box of memory pills. Seeing Xia Yanyan, Song Xian immediately walked over curtly and pulled out a box of medicine. Yan Yan, this box of medicine is for you. After all, the relationship between the two of us is not ordinary, and I'm embarrassed to always charge you. Relying on the sale of drugs he has made a fortune. And now this box of drugs to Xia Yanran. He did not have much heartache. If the former, he certainly is not willing to give up. Ever since he was dumped last time, Xuanying has been going around saying how stingy he is, causing all those girls who used to like to run after him to be scared away. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to curry favor with Xia Yanran. After selling the drug this time, he must let all the girls in the school know that he is not cheap and stingy at all. For now, just play with Xia Yanran first. After all, Xia Yanran's body and face are still quite good. He is very satisfied. He prettily felt that Xia Yanran would definitely be very moved, but he didn't expect the other party to directly push him away with one hand. Xia Yanran was angry when she saw him, and pushed him a hand that wasn't enough to relieve her anger, and gave him another kick. Song Xian, you dead liar, hurry up and give me back my money. When did I take your money? What are you smoking? Song Xian was pushed into a stagger, and the pill box he was holding fell to the ground. He immediately bent down and picked it up heartily. Don't you drop my medicine. A box can be expensive. This medicine can kill you, so hurry up and pay me back. Otherwise I'm not done with you. She reddened her eyes and said in annoyance, this is a divine medicine of mine. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. How can I eat a dead person? Song Xian wrinkled his eyebrows. If you don't want it, forget it. Don't delay me from selling the medicine. Xia Yanran knew that she couldn't break it off with him for a while, so she could only breathlessly ignore him and walk towards Su Chi's table. Song Xian's face suddenly turned iron blue. This stinking bitch. She had already bloodied herself against her. She actually had to go up and lick Su Chi. It must have been Su Chi who had sent her to falsely accuse him of selling fake medicines. Why does Su Chi always have to cross him? The flames of jealousy in his heart burned hotter and hotter. Xia Yanran ignored Song Xian's grudging eyes behind her and walked over to Su Chi's table, lowering her head with a gentle voice. Su Chi, I'm sorry, I was wrong before. Su Chi had long seen her argument with Song Xian in his eyes, only he hadn't really expected Xia Yanran to take the initiative to come and apologize to him. He smiled slightly. It seems like you got the test report. Yes, what you said is true. I'm sorry, when you kindly reminded me before, I even helped Song Xian. Xia Yanran did not dare to meet Su Chi's eyes at all, and could only bury her head, her voice incomparably shy. There's no need to say sorry to me. I'm not trying to help you either. I'm just reminding you in passing. Su Chi also did not intend to accept her apology. The grudge between him and Xia Yanyan had long since been more than a sentence of sorry could erase. Xia Yanran heard this, but she would have misunderstood. Thinking that Su Chi had already forgiven her, she gathered enough courage and begged, Su Chi, since you already knew that this medicine is fake, you must know something, right? You are so powerful. Can you help me get my money back? I will find out the person who sold fake medicine to Song Xian, but not for you. Su Chi raised his eyes to look at her and said calmly, letting such a fake drug dealer keep getting away with it. There was no telling how many people would be victimized, and he went to investigate the matter not only to let Song Xian be duly punished, but also to protect those in his class who had been deceived. As for the money that Xia Yanran had already been cheated out of, Su Qi could not do anything about it. Perhaps that fake drug dealer had long ago transferred the money that he had cheated. One can only count on her learning a lesson. The two of them were talking when the other students saw Song Xian bring medicine and immediately surrounded Song Xian to buy it. In a short while, the box of medicine was all sold out, but Song Xian still had a box left, and he swaggered and threw that box of medicine onto Su Qi's desktop. Su Qi, didn't you say you haven't taken this medicine? The boss who sold me the medicine heard that you have been saying that there is something wrong with this medicine, and he wants to find you to personally theorize about it, and his contact information is in the medicine box, he whispered at Su Qi's side. Su Qi was thinking of investigating that fake drug dealer. Song Xian actually sent himself to the door. He considered for a split second before accepting the box of medicine. He opened the pill box, glanced at the note clipped inside, and walked out of the classroom. The others in the classroom hadn't heard Song Xian and Su Qi's conversation, and only saw Su Qi receiving Song Xian's medicine, and instantly talked about it. I told you that Su Qi must have been faking it before. She was just too embarrassed to find Song Xian to get the medicine. I'd be embarrassed if I were me. Didn't he beat up Song Xian in front of the whole class before? I'm afraid he thinks that even if he pays for it, Song Xian won't sell it to him? Looking at it this way, it's still Song Xian who's more generous. Then Su Qi was still saying that there was something wrong with this medicine one after another before. Isn't it like saying grapes are sour when you can't eat them? I heard that Su Qi used to take this medicine before his memory got better. I guess it's because he can't buy it now, right? Who knows? Anyway, I think Su Qi is really quite pretentious. The class was full of taunts, but Su Qi, who wasn't in the classroom, couldn't hear these either. He walked out of the classroom and added the so-called memory tutor, but he didn't expect the memory tutor to be very enthusiastic, saying that he was waiting for Su Qi at the entrance of Qingchuan High School. Student Su, I've heard a lot about you. The memory tutor was a middle-aged man wearing a mask, but he was extraordinarily enthusiastic when he saw Su Qi. You know me? Su Qi was a bit surprised. Of course, how could I know each other? I heard from Song that you were #1 in the whole school in these exams. I wonder if you're interested in working with me. Cooperation? Su Qi asked, pretending to be interested. Yes, that's it. I know Su student, you are born with unforgettable eyes and amazing memory. As long as you say to the public that you are taking this medicine of mine to improve your memory, you take the medicine from me to sell it a little bit very well, I can give you the lowest price, guaranteed to earn. Memory tutor smilingly said his intention. Su Qi smiled, very heartfelt. How much money can I share with you for selling a box here? I'll give you 2,000 for the price of entry. You sell it for 3,000, and you'll make $1,000 for each box of pills you sell. How's that? Pretty good, right? The memory tutor said smilingly. What? Only 3,000? Song Xian from our class has always sold it for 4,000. And for that he even said he gave us a 20% discount for the sake of being classmates. If a student from another class came to buy it, it would have cost 5,000. 5,000? The memory tutor's eyes went wide, even more shocked than Su Qi. He's actually selling it for that much? Then he kept telling me that the students in the class were too expensive, and that the only way to sell it was to sell it for 2,500. And I kept thinking that he only made 500 from a box of medicine. Damn brat! How dare he lie to me? Su Qi smiled slightly. The cell phone that had been in her pocket had already recorded all of their just conversation in its entirety. I've heard that you've been publicizing that there's a scumbag in our school who took this memory pill to rebound into a school bully. That person wouldn't be me, would it? He smiled warmly, but inexplicably filled the memory tutor's heart with a sense of oppression. This well. Memory tutor snapped and laughed. Selling things, always have to create a little gimmick, is not it? Besides, we are going to cooperate soon. Even if what I said is not true, those who come to buy medicine will always take it as true, is not it? Su Qi let out a cold smile. A stern killing aura suddenly flashed out from her gaze. I see that not only are your words of selling medicine fake, even the medicine you sell is also a fake medicine that harms people, right? As soon as his words fell, several plainclothes policemen rushed out from different angles. Memory tutor saw the situation is not good, pull out his legs and want to run. Su Qi of course will not give him the opportunity to escape. Directly drew up to the front, backhanded him down to the ground. Honest, early on, when he knew that this fake drug dealer was right in front of the school, Su Qi called the police. He had just been chatting with this crook, but only to stall for time, waiting for the police to come and arrest him. In the police station, Su Qi cooperated with the police to make a statement, and this fake drug dealer also admitted that his drugs are all privately produced drugs, and taking too much will seriously damage the brain. Student Su, I'm really thankful this time. If it wasn't for you taking the initiative to cooperate in reporting the case, I don't know how long it would have taken us to catch this dastardly crook. The police officer also greatly appreciated Suchi. Aren't you the firefighting hero that was reported in the news before? Another police officer in the police station recognized Suchi and asked with some excitement. It's me. It's all what I should do. Suchi said modestly. It's really a young man's talent. The crowd in the police station couldn't help but sigh. Suchi smiled faintly and spoke calmly. I'm just a mediocre, enthusiastic citizen. His tone was humble, and when he got out of the police station, he immediately went back to Clear Springs High School. As soon as he saw him return to the classroom, Song Xian came over with an excited look on his face. How about it, Suchi? The memory pill is really useful, isn't it? Although there is some bad blood between us, as long as you apologize to me properly, I can sell you medicine in the future as well. He held his head high, smug as could be. After all, I'm not that cheap. Suchi snorted. Of course you're not cheap. You're cheating yourself out of $2,000 by selling a box of pills. You'd have a problem with me. Is it any wonder you'd have a problem with money? Upon hearing this, the students in the class who were watching instantly changed their complexion. Song Xian was just about to explain when the school's radio suddenly rang. What was playing inside was exactly the conversation between Suchi and that fake drug dealer. After listening for a while, the crowd also reacted. And one by one, they were annoyed beyond measure. Good, Song Xian. So you cheated so much money from us. Why is your heart so black? Song Xian looked at Suchi in some panic, gritting his teeth and cursing. This recording must be something he found a random person to say. He planted me. As soon as his words fell, Jiang Wenjie walked in holding a bunch of photocopied test reports. This medicine of yours is a fake medicine that harms people. So hurry up and go to the side. Jiang Wenjie rolled his eyes and sent the test report in his hand to every student in the class. Everyone take a look. This is the test report of the memory pill. The harmful substances in it seriously exceed the standard. The authoritative organization identified The students who had gotten the test reports were instantly terrified, scrambling to find Song Xian to get a statement. Song Xian, is there a problem with this medicine or not? That's right. Are you a fake drug seller who cheats people out of their money? Song Xian panicked for a split second, then quickly calmed himself down as he pointed at Suchi and shouted, Don't fall for Suchi's trick. The recordings and test reports must be forged. The purpose is to make you all afraid to take the memory pills again, so that no one's test scores will be able to surpass his. Hearing this, the students also hesitated, looking at Suchi and then Song Xian, and for a moment they didn't know whose words they should believe. As Song Xian's close friend, Pan Chang was the first to come out and support Song Xian. Everyone should trust Song Xian. Doesn't Song Xian usually help his classmates all the time? And since we're all classmates, how could Song Xian cheat us out of our money? Another student also said doubtfully. Suchi said that this medicine is a fake medicine, but after I ate this medicine, I really feel like my memory has improved. But this test report doesn't look fake either. Xia Yanran saw the scene in a stalemate and immediately stood out. I can prove that the medicine Song Xian sold is a fake. I was the earliest to take this medicine in the middle of the day, and in the last few days I've already begun to experience headaches. At this statement, the other students who had taken the medication panicked. Xia Yanran continued, and when I went to the hospital, the doctor also told me that recently, some people have been selling a kind of fake medicine that makes people's brains severely damaged, calling it a memory pill. But in reality, if you take too much of it, you will become a retard who can't take care of his own urine and feces. Nonsense you. I've been taking this medicine for longer than you. How come I'm not doing anything at all? You are not feeling well yourself, don't rely on me for this medicine. Song Xian immediately retorted excitedly. I'm not bullshitting. You're the one who sells fake medicines. Give me back my money. Xia Yanran also got angry and scolded with a red face. You shut up. Song Xian was so cornered that he actually wanted to raise his fist to hit Xia Yanran. Seeing this, Suchi directly stepped forward and held Song Xian's wrist. You still want to hit someone? Everyone has this memory pill in their hands. If you don't believe me, you can take it and test it yourself. I guarantee that the test results are not different from the report I took out. Xia Yanran was so scared that she hid behind Suchi. Looking at Suchi's back, she thought in a trance that once upon a time when she encountered any danger, Suchi also protected her in this way. But at that time, she didn't see Suchi's dedication at all. And at this moment, the people in the class began to favor Suchi when they saw Song Xian's annoyed appearance. After all, if Song Xian didn't have a ghost in his heart, would he be so excited? Besides, Suchi was right. Most of the people in the class had bought memory pills, so if the test report he took out was a forgery, it would definitely be easy to find out. Just then, a student in the back row of the class suddenly gripped his cell phone and yelled out in excitement. Crap, check out today's news. The police just arrested a fake drug dealer selling memory pills. When the crowd heard this, they pulled out their cell phones. Seeing the official news and the notice issued by the police, no one will ever again fail to believe that this memory pill is a fake drug that harms people. Those students who had taken the fake medicine were instantly enraged, and together they surrounded Song Xian. Nima, pay back the money. Everyone listen to my explanation. Listen to my explanation. Song Xian could only hold his head in his hands and shouted powerlessly. However, at this point, he had become a target, and no one was willing to listen to the nonsense he was saying. Explain, Nima. Hurry up and pay me back. Pan Chang, who had originally supported Song Xian the most, directly punched him in the face. Song Xian was already skinny and weak, so he was directly hit by him and staggered back a few steps. But before he could stand still, one of the boys behind him kicked him down. You're a liar and a pest. If you don't pay me back today, I'll beat you to death. Don't think that paying back the money will be enough. I'm going to the hospital today to have my brain checked, and if there's anything wrong with my brain, I'm not done with you. Suchi coldly surrounded Song Xian as he was surrounded by the crowd but didn't stop it. The first damage that memory pills do to the brain is to make one's emotional control worse. This group of people actually turned out not to be so irritable. They were damaged by the toxicity of the memory pill. Otherwise Song Xian probably wouldn't have gotten beaten up. Song Xian was sort of lifting a rock and smashing his own foot. Jiang Wenjie, on the other hand, stood by Su Chi's side with an excited look on his face, holding his arms to watch the fun. So that's what you call that? More action than good will lead to death. Under the punches and kicks of the crowd, Song Xian had long been unable to support himself, and his voice begging for mercy was getting smaller and smaller. Just then, Zhao Chan walked into the classroom with a cold face. As soon as he saw Zhao Qing, Song Xian was like a person who fell into the water and saw driftwood, excitedly shouting out, "Teacher, save me, I'm going to be killed." He felt that Zhao Qing, as a classroom teacher, surely couldn't watch her students get beaten up, and that fighting on campus was supposed to be against school rules. However, Zhao Qing just furrowed her brows and swept a rather disgusted glance at him. Those students who were still beating up Song Xian also immediately scattered when they saw the homeroom teacher come in and return to their seats. "Teacher Zhao, look at them. It's just too much." Song Xian rose from the ground in a sorry state, holding up his bruised and purple arm and wailing, "Teacher, it was Song Xian who cheated us out of money first, and we were too angry to teach him a lesson. That's just it, he deserved it. Selling us fake drugs." The students who had hit him were immediately in a flurry of explanations. "Alright, I've got it all figured out." Zhao Chang waved her hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. Song Xian was afraid of taking a beating from Pan Chang and didn't dare to go back to his seat, so he could only stand to the side and wait for Zhao Qing to educate those students who beat him. But to his surprise, Zhao Qing cast a disgusted look at him. "Song Xian, you don't study well, but you rely on cheating your classmates to earn ill-gotten gains. You've really disappointed me. I've already reported your bad behavior to the school, so you'll just wait to be punished." "No, teacher, I didn't know there was a problem with this medicine either." Song Xian instantly panicked, hastily finding a remedy for himself. "It's useless for you to explain to me. It's better to go and cooperate with the police investigation first." Zhao Qing sighed and helplessly interrupted him. Two policemen walked into the classroom. "Who is Song Xian? Please come out." As they spoke, they had already looked at Song Xian because in the entire classroom, Song Xian was the only one who wasn't sitting in his seat for fear of being beaten. "I really didn't cheat." "Wait a minute." Song Xian took 2 steps back in fear. The policeman frowned. "If you're going to say something, just come back to the station with us first. We've investigated that you're on a rampage selling fake drugs." Even though Song Xian was reluctant, he was still forcibly taken away by the police. Only after the police left did Zhao Qing look at Su Chi and said gratefully, "Su Chi, this time thanks to you helping the police catch that fake drug dealer in time, and also paying for the test report out of your own pocket, or else our entire class of students might have been victimized." Hearing Zhao Qing's words, those students who were on Song Xian's side before and always squeezed Su Chi lowered their heads in shame. If they had believed Su Chi at the time, they wouldn't have been fooled. Xia Yanran took the initiative to walk in front of Su Chi in front of the whole class and sincerely apologized again. "I'm sorry, Su Chi. I shouldn't have distrusted you before." With her taking the lead, other students also took the initiative to apologize to Su Chi. Pan Chang looked at the actions of the crowd. His heart was all tangled up. Before others taunted Su Chi as just a few cold words on the side, but he went directly to find Su Chi's displeasure. Now that he went to apologize, he still didn't know how he would be taunted by Su Chi. But as the students in the class who had bought the medicine all apologized to Su Chi, he was too embarrassed to sit down again and gritted his teeth and walked towards Su Chi. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have helped Song Xian before and said that you would definitely be surpassed by someone else." He lowered his head and prepared himself to be ridiculed by Su Chi. But Su Chi just raised her head, swept him gently, and blandly said, Good luck with your college entrance exam. This sentence made Pan Cheng even more embarrassed, and he stood in place for a moment before turning away in silence. By the next day, Song Xian hadn't come to school either, but everyone's attention was drawn to the third model results that had just come out. Everyone in Class 1's test scores had improved, but still none of them had surpassed Su Qi, because Su Qi's scores were perfect in every single subject. Those schoolmasters who originally thought they could make their grades higher by relying on memory pills or even surpass Su Qi were all convinced after seeing Su Qi's row of perfect scores. And Zhang Wenjie was even more delighted because he actually passed math this time. Throughout the 3 years of high school, his math scores had never exceeded 60 points, and he didn't expect to be able to improve so much at once this time. Su Qi, I have to treat you to a big meal for this. I can do so well in the exam thanks to your frequent lectures to me, he exclaimed as he excitedly hitched Su Qi's shoulder. Su Yan and some other students who didn't take the medication but were often instructed in their studies by Su Qi also saw some improvement in their grades. Noticing this incident, the students who had only improved their grades by taking pills were a little weak inside. That memory pill will turn them retarded if they take too much of it, but if they don't take the pill, I don't know if they'll lose their memory. Because they rely on external things for their achievements, not on their own efforts, they will not feel at ease even if they get it. At this time, they regretted even more. If they didn't choose to buy the medicine and take it at that time, but chose to follow Su Qi and study together, they wouldn't be so worried now. While the people in the class had different thoughts, Zhao Qing was in a good mood. She approached the classroom with her report card and said happily, "Everyone's grades improved on this test, and our class average was the highest for our age. So everyone did great." After saying that, she looked towards the door. "I'll introduce you to a new teacher. The college entrance exam is coming soon. This teacher is very good at taking students to the pre-exam sprint. Students who didn't do well this time don't worry. With this teacher's guidance, I believe you'll be able to achieve the best college entrance exam results." Upon hearing this, all the students were instantly filled with anticipation for this teacher. Everyone clapped together to welcome the new teacher. Zhao Qing said, taking the initiative to lead the applause. Amidst loud applause, a tall female teacher entered the classroom. She had long wavy chestnut hair, a pair of brown square-framed glasses on her face, and a few freckles on her wheat-colored cheeks, but she looked not only unattractive, but beautifully unique. The crowd thought that the new teacher would be a middle-aged man with a lot of seniority, but they didn't realize that it was actually a hot and sensual beauty, and they all instantly stared in disbelief. "Hello everyone. From today onwards, I am your pre-test sprint teacher. You can call me MS Yen." She walked up to the podium and nodded at Zhao Cheng before introducing herself to the people in the classroom. Her voice wasn't crisp. It was husky and mellow and pleasant to listen to. Teacher Yen scanned around the class, and her beautiful eyes hidden behind the lenses inadvertently lingered on Su Qi's body for a moment longer. Su Qi had one hand resting on her cheek, expressionless as she followed the crowd to welcome her new teacher, and in the next second she lowered her head and continued to write the exercises in her hand. Yet the very moment he looked down, the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose a few inches. "Mr. Yen, cigarettes. Isn't this new teacher Shang Ruyan?" Even though she had deliberately changed her appearance and voice, Su Qi still recognized her at a glance. "I didn't expect Shang Ruyan to actually have such a different side." On the podium, seeing Su Qi's reaction so cold, Shang Ruyan couldn't help but knit up a pair of eyebrows. Obviously, she just disguised her appearance and voice, and her figure didn't change much. Su Qi actually couldn't recognize her at all. Obviously the two of them so many times. Shang Ruyan lowered her eyes and motionlessly handed out a set of test questions to everyone. "Here's a set of test questions I've prepared. Do them so I can get a feel for your level." She fussed over the test questions for the crowd, and the boys all became excited to hear her. "Teacher, I don't know this question. Can you teach me?" "Me too. I have topics I can't do." Constantly there are boys raising their hands to say that they cannot do the questions. Shang Ruyan cannot see the group of boys in the heart of the little bit of the 99, instantly more stifled. Just then, Su Qi suddenly raised her hand as well. "Mr. Yen, I also have a question I don't know. Can you come and teach me?" Hearing Su Qi's voice, Shang Ruyan slightly raised her eyebrows. She understands Su Qi's current performance. Every class can be examined full marks of people. How can there be a topic will not be written? Is he raising his hand at this time and saying he can't write a title? Is he like the other boys who want to have a close encounter with the new female teacher? Even if Su Qi didn't recognize her, she still dared to contact another woman behind her back, even if this other woman was actually herself. Shang Ruyan did not move to Su Qi's table, sneered and leaned over to look at Su Qi's test questions, and asked with cut teeth, "Here, let me see which question you can't write." Su Qi smiled and opened his test, on which he only took a red water pen and drew a love heart. "That's the question. Mr. Smoke, It's really hard. He pretended to be distressed. His bite was clear. He said smoke not yen. Shang Ruyan instantly froze, and when she came back to her senses, Suchi had already quietly kissed her cheek a mouthful from an angle that no one else could see. A faint blush instantly rose on Shang Ruyan's face, meeting Suchi's playful eyes. She instantly reacted. It turned out that Suchi had recognized her long ago, and had just deliberately pretended to not recognize her. Teacher Smoke. This question is so difficult. Teach me, Suchi said while writing on the paper. Baby, you look good like this. When we get back to bed, I'll call you teacher too, okay? When Shang Ruyan saw the words he had written, all the anger that had built up in her heart instantly disappeared. And even if her complexion was deliberately covered up, she could still see the obvious blush. She directly pulled a chair and sat beside Suchi, looking at Suchi with affection as she wrote the question. Jiang Wenjie in the back row was also a little tickled in his heart when he saw the new female teacher sitting next to Suchi. Teacher, I also have topics I don't know. Come teach me. Jiang Wenjie raised his hand and said prettily. Anyway, he did have a large portion of this test questions that he couldn't write, so it was just as well that he could have a close contact with this beautiful teacher while she was giving the questions. He was looking forward to the beautiful teacher sitting next to him when he saw Suchi turn back and let out a light laugh. If there's something you don't know how to do, I'll just teach you. No need to bother Mr. Yen. Jiang Wenjie was instantly anxious and sent a quiet message to Suchi on his cell phone. What are you doing? Can't you see that I purposely asked this beautiful teacher to teach me how to do the problems? Seeing it, then, Suchi replied calmly while secretly making love to Shang Ruyan. I like her too much. This is simply my ideal type. I must find a way to chase her. If you are my good brother, help me create some opportunities. Jiang Wenjie monkeyed around and sent a message to Suchi. Not helping. Suchi returned 2 words without any good humor. Brother Chi, you've got a girlfriend like Shang Ruyan. You don't want to steal her from me, do you? You can't be too philandering. If you want to go after Ms. Yen, then you're sorry for your girlfriend. Even though we're brothers, I have to despise you. After Jiang Wenjie sent the message, he also sent a few expressive shock emoticons in a row. Suchi almost didn't laugh out loud and casually took the conversation between him and Jiang Wenjie to Shang Ruyan. Shang Ruyan was also amused by Jiang Wenjie's living treasure-like words and laughed coldly. Turning back towards Jiang Wenjie thought that this was a frown, and instantly became even more excited and kept sending messages to Suchi. Did you see that? Just now Ms. Yen looked back at me. She definitely wants to come and give me a lecture too. If you're a brother, hurry up and let go of my Mr. Yen. She's the woman with the best body I've ever seen. She's the girl of my dreams. I'll let you have all the other women. Just help me get her. Suchi was so annoyed by him that she simply told him the truth. Don't you realize that Ms. Yen is Shang Ruyan? After the message was sent over, Jiang Wenjie, who was originally still raucous and incomparable, instantly lost his voice, and only after a while did he slowly snap out a question mark. You're not kidding me, are you? Jiang Wenjie's fingers trembled as he sent a message to Suchi, beating him to death. He couldn't believe that Ms. Yen would actually be Shang Ruyan. In addition to the body, Ms. Yen's appearance cannot have any similarities with Shang Ruyan. Shang Ruyan's skin is fair and snowy, a proper flower of the high ridge, while Ms. Yen is a hot and spirited beauty at a glance. The two styles are completely different. Is it possible for a woman to be so horrible after wearing makeup? Jiang Wenjie's mind was in chaos, and Suchi never replied to him. His heart was instantly in a state of confusion. If Ms. Yen was really Shang Ruyan, then wouldn't he be eyeing Shang Qingqing's sister-in-law, the terrifying woman who had shaken Kyoto? It was hard to wait until the end of class, and when he saw teacher Yen return to the office, Jiang Wenjie immediately came to Suchi's side and asked quietly, really? Is teacher Yen really Shang Ruyan? If you don't believe it, find yourself an opportunity to go to the office to take a sneak peek and you won't know. Suchi cried and laughed. How is it that no one actually believes it when it comes to telling the truth? You couldn't have fallen for Ms. Yen and deliberately lied to me about her being Shang Ruyan, right? Jiang Wenjie still didn't quite believe it and muttered. If it's really such a deterioration, you're too inadequate, aren't you? Brothers are heart to heart with you. You're playing with your brother's brain. You love to believe it or not. Suchi breathlessly skimmed her mouth and no longer bothered with him. Jiang Wenjie's curiosity had been tickled by Suchi. He was in a burning hurry. When he saw the class representative going to the teacher's office to deliver the homework, he immediately walked up and stopped him. Give me the homework, I'll help deliver it. The class representative also wanted to take the opportunity of delivering the homework to go to the teacher's office to talk to Mr. Yen alone. But of course he didn't want Jiang Wenjie's help. But under the threat of Jiang Wenjie's eyes, he could only obediently hand in his homework. Jiang Wenjie walked into the classroom with his homework in his arms. just in time to see Shang Ruyan take off her wig and glasses and nestle into a workstation in the corner of the office for a nap. Although she hadn't removed her disguise completely, her appearance was already 7 or 8% similar to her usual veiled appearance, and as soon as Jiang Wenjie saw her current face, he had already believed Su Chi's words 7 or 8%. His heart was instantly 10,000 times more embarrassed, and when he thought of the words he had said about coveting Shang Ruyan's hot body, he couldn't wait to make a hole in the ground on the spot. He dropped his homework and fled out of the teacher's office, and was thinking of going to apologize to Su Chi when his phone suddenly rang. It was actually Shang Qingqing, that female devil. Who called? Jiang Wenjie was so scared that his hand shivered and almost threw the phone out. After giving himself a half-hearted pep talk, Jiang Wenjie finally had the guts to pick up the phone. Why are you so slow to answer the phone? Shang Qingqing's impatient voice came from the other end, and Jiang Wenjie instantly recalled the fear that he had once been dominated by this female devil, and couldn't control the jolt that ran through his body again. I didn't see it just now. Miss Grand, what are your orders for me? Jiang Wenjie's mouth was exerting 100% dog-licking ability, but his heart was 10,000% uneasy, since Shang Qingqing graduated, but never took the initiative to call him again. Could it be that Su Chi had told him about those words he had said about coveting Shang Ruyan, and Shang Qingqing was specifically calling to scold him? It's nothing. It's just that my sister-in-law has recently gone to work as a teacher at Qingchuan High School, so pay attention to her and don't let any other men get close to her. If there are any heterosexuals who dare to plot against my sister-in-law, you drive them all away. Do you hear me? Shang Qingqing said while getting out of the car. Just calling and bugging Jiang Wenjie, she is still not assured. She must personally go to Qingchuan High School to see it before. At that moment her car was parked in front of the school. In fact, she wasn't worried about what Shang Ruyan would do to those men who were salivating over him, but she was worried about the safety of those men's lives. After all, Shang Ruyan has a serious psychological cleanliness. If those men who have thoughts about her are furtive and take advantage of her not paying attention to touch her, I'm afraid that her berserkness will directly attack. Shang Ruyan's hands were so strong, and if she really went crazy, it was expected that no one would be able to get up from under her hands. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Wenjie heard Shang Qingqing's words and also completely believed that Miss Yan was Shang Ruyan, but at the same time he was relieved. Since Shang Qingqing still asked him to stop other men from getting close to Shang Ruyan, it meant that Shang Qingqing still didn't know that he had once had the audacity of a dog and wanted to pursue Shang Ruyan. He hurriedly packed his bags with Shang Qingqing. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, I won't let anyone disturb Shang Ruyan, and Su Chi is also my good brother. I definitely can't watch other shameless men digging for my brother's corner. That's more like it. Shang Qingqing hung up the phone in satisfaction. Jiang Wenjie immediately returned to the class and pulled Su Chi, sighing and pleading, Brother Chi, those words I told you about chasing after Shang Ruyan, you mustn't say them outwardly, or I'll be dead. Are you now convinced that Ms. Yan is Shang Ruyan? Seeing that he looked flustered, Su Chi deliberately teased him in a nonchalant manner. Jiang Wenjie nodded his head like pounding garlic. Believe it? Believe it? Can you not believe it? Shang Qingqing has already called me to tell me. You must keep it a secret for me. You can't let Shang Qingqing know that I've said I'm going after Shang Ruyan, or you'll just wait to collect my corpse. Su Chi cried and laughed. This was a misunderstanding. Jiang Wenjie did not know Shang Ruyan's identity even before he said he wanted to chase her. Of course he would not care about it, and even less would he say it outwardly for no reason. Are you really that afraid of Shang Qingqing? He was a bit amused. Obviously Shang Qingqing, apart from being a bit of a young lady, is still quite cute at other times. That's for sure. You don't know how scary that mixed-up female devil is. Jiang Wenjie immediately slapped his thighs and screamed in agony. She is the most brutal, vicious and unreasonable girl in this world. If she finds out that I said I was going after Shang Ruyan, I will definitely die without a burial place. Well, I promise not to. Su Chi was just about to cope with him, but a cold and incomparable voice suddenly came from behind the two of them. You just said, what am I? The two of them who looked back almost at the same time realized that Shang Qingqing was actually standing behind the two of them at some point. In that instant, Su Chi felt as if something had died. Taking a closer look, Jiang Wenjie's heart that had been hanging in the air completely died. Shang Qingqing's face was chilled, directly picking up the back of Jiang Wenjie's neck collar, calling me vicious and wanting to chase after my sister-in-law. I see that it's been too long since I've let you learn a lesson. Jiang Wenjie still wanted to turn to Su Chi for help, but unfortunately, Su Chi was also unable to help and could only watch as he was dragged outside the classroom. Shang Qingqing without saying a word to Jiang Wenjie is a violent beating. After the bathroom back to the classroom, just in time to see Shang Qingqing chase Jiang Wenjie ran out. She was a bit baffled, not knowing where Jiang Wenjie had pissed off Shang Qingqing again, to be able to make Shang Qingqing beat him up so violently and angrily. But she didn't have that kind of spare time to care why Jiang Wenjie was beaten. Back in the classroom, the leaders of the various groups had already collected the homework and put it on her seat. She was about to carry her homework to the teacher's office when Su-chi walked up to her and took the initiative to say, "I'll deliver it for you." After saying that, he didn't wait for Xia Yanran to reply and walked out with his homework in his arms. Su-chi didn't think that much. She just wanted to use the name of delivering homework to go to Shang Ruyan in a proper way. However, Xia Yanran froze as she looked at his dashing back as he left, and couldn't help but fall into her memories. It seems that once upon a time it was Su-chi who helped her collect homework and send it out. And at that time, because Su-chi's grades were so bad, many people who didn't finish their homework didn't want to hand it in and would deliberately make things difficult for Su-chi. But Su-chi would rather be scolded every time to collect all the homework. He would also write the names of the students who hadn't turned them in without missing a single one. So many people in the class looked at Su-chi in a bad light. But all of these things were actually supposed to be done by her, the class representative. And Zhao Chang always praised her for being the most dedicated out of the several class representatives. When she accepted compliments, she never thought that it was Su-chi who was helping her to suffer in silence. Now Su-chi suddenly helped her deliver her homework again like before. Could it be that Su-chi was touched by her sincere apology and was ready to get back together with her? Xia Yanran's heart leapt. She had secretly decided that as long as Su-chi was willing to get back together with her, this time she would take the initiative to guard Su-chi, and would never let Su-chi do these trivial things for her again. With mixed emotions, she quietly followed Su-chi to the office. Shang Ruyan was the only one in the office. She had already put her wig and glasses back on and was dealing with the work of Shangshur Group. Su-chi carried her homework and walked into the office gently, not disturbing Shang Ruyan's work, but just quietly admiring Shang Ruyan's focused appearance. I didn't realize that when this niece was serious, she was actually so moving. Shang Ruyan seemed to be aware of something, and as soon as she looked up, she swept over Su-chi, and joy immediately appeared in her eyes. Suki smiled and walked over to her, wrapping her arms around her and kissing her. Shang Ruyan pushed him away with some embarrassment and whispered, "This is in the office. What are you afraid of? There are just the two of us here. No one will see you." Su-chi was full of concern, and as he said that, he kissed Shang Ruyan's lips again, and his big hands embraced her unscrupulously. Xia Yanran followed Su-chi. As soon as she walked to the door of the office, she saw Su-chi and Mr. Yan entangled in a tangle, and the elation that had just built up in her heart was suddenly gone. Her eyes widened and she hurriedly covered her mouth and fled back to the classroom. "Yuma, what's wrong with you?" The same table was still a bit strange when they saw her looking shocked. "No, it's fine," Xia Yanran mumbled out somewhat sluggishly. The scene in the office just now lingered in her mind for a long time. She couldn't believe that Su-chi would actually get together with Mr. Yan so quickly. At the same time, Su-chi and Shang Ruyan were making love in the office. Although Shang Ruyan was a bit resistant at the beginning, but she soon gave in to Su-chi's offense, and her whole body was nestled in Su-chi's arms. "Why did you come to school as a teacher? Isn't the company busy?" Su-chi was a little curious. Shang Ruyan spoke softly, "I miss you." "Me too." Su-chi's heart moved, and he couldn't help but want to kiss Shang Ruyan again. Just then, the office door was pushed open, and Zhao Qing hurried in, rushing straight to her workstation. Su-chi hurriedly let go of Shang Ruyan and stood up, but fortunately Zhao Qing seemed to be in a hurry to come back to look for something and didn't notice the two of them at first. "So it's here. Scared me to death." Zhao Qing rummaged around for a while before finding her lesson plan from a pile of papers, and she breathed a sigh of relief before realizing that Su-chi was standing next to Teacher Yan's workstation in the corner. There was something indescribably odd about the two of them. She frowned and asked in passing, "Mr. Yan, you haven't left at this late hour?" Su-chi immediately reacted and coughed. "Ah, sorry, Mr. Yan, I just want to ask a question. I did not expect to disturb you for so long." Shang Ruyan understood and also pretended to say, "It's okay, it's good that you can learn to solve this problem." Seeing Su-chi's excellent grades even though he was so studious, Zhao Qing was also very pleased and couldn't help but praise Su-chi. Su-chi twitched the corners of her mouth and hurriedly found a random reason to leave the office. Su-chi is really modest. I just complimented him twice and I'm actually so embarrassed. Zhao Qing looked at Su-chi's back as he left and complimented Shang Ruyan from the bottom of her heart. Shang Ruyan also sweated a bit, but of course Zhao Qing wouldn't think that Ms. Yan was Shang Ruyan, and after chatting casually, she hurriedly left with her lesson plan. On the other hand, Xia Yanran's mind was in chaos when Xia Zhangbei suddenly called her. "Where's the money you've earned from your part-time job this month? Why don't you bring it to me?" As soon as the phone was connected, Xia Zhangbei was splitting hairs at Xia Yanran. Xia Yanran had already taken all the money to buy Song Xian's memory pills, so where was the money left to give to Xia Zhangbei? And could only say helplessly, "Dad, that's the money I worked so hard for on my part-time job. How can you take it away every time? You this dead girl." Lao Zi gave birth to you. Everything on your body is mine. Of course your money should also be mine. If you don't give me money, I'll drag you to cell. Xia Zhangbei was incomparably annoyed, cursing non-stop on the other end of the phone. Xia Yanran knew that he was drunk as soon as she heard it. I really don't have any money. She could only say helplessly. No money? Where did you spend the money, you bitch? White-eyed wolf. I raised you so big for nothing. I warn you. Hurry up and give me money, or I'll come to the school today to look for you. Pull you to a company alcohol. Xia Zhangbei doesn't care if she still has money. Continue to curse non-stop. The phone also keeps coming from the other end of the ding 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 sound. Xia Yanran was so scared that her scalp was numb. It must be that Xia Zhangbei had drunk too much and smashed things in the house. Once upon a time, when she and her mom were still living at home, it was also because Xia Zhangbei was always spouting alcohol that she begged Su Qi to give her his apartment. But now that Su Qi had sold that house, there was nowhere else for her to go if she didn't go home. She was thinking in her mind when she suddenly saw Su Qi returning to the classroom to pack her things. Alright, I know. I'll find a way to get you the money. She gritted her teeth and hung up Xia Zhangbei's phone. Now, besides Su Qi, there was no one else capable of helping her. She walked over to Su Qi's seat after some agonizing in her mind. Because school has been dismissed, now there are only two people in the classroom. She and Su Qi. Su Qi is also back to pack up things and ready to go. See Xia Yanran walking over with an odd expression. He is a little strange, but still choose to turn a blind eye. I have something to tell you. Xia Yanran bit her lip and gathered her courage. I've seen you and Mr. Yan kissing in the office. Su Qi was stunned for a moment, but wasn't flustered, lifting his eyelids to look at her uncertainly. So, seeing that he was not flustered at all, Xia Yanran was a bit dismayed in her heart. Could it be that Su Qi was not at all worried about his adulterous relationship with teacher Yin being discovered? Do you realize that this is wrong of you? You already have a girlfriend, she said with some exasperation. Su Qi was amused by Xia Yanran's words. He put his bag on his back and stared at Xia Yanran playfully. You're not my girlfriend. What's the hurry? Xia Yanran gritted her teeth. Aren't you afraid I'll tell Shang Ruyan? If you can help me get back the money that was swindled by Song Xian, I'll help you keep it a secret and not tell Shang Ruyan. How about that? Only after hearing this did Su Qi understand Xia Yanran's mind, and instantly he didn't even have the interest to take care of Xia Yanran. Losing his protection, Xia Yanyan could no longer maintain her superficial splendor. Only that even he hadn't thought that under Xia Yanyan's glorious outside, her heart was actually so rotten. For the sake of self-interest, they can do anything and have no moral boundaries. He sneered and without another word, he turned directly out of the classroom. Xia Yanran saw Su Qi actually directly ignored her. The heart suddenly angry, a wave of anger. Obviously he derailed in the first. By what also dared to be so arrogant? In a fit of anger, she directly sent a text message to Shang Ruyan.